Chapter 1. Transcendence into a Scion. My head aches terribly. Where am I? Ling Yun propped himself up from the bed, feeling as though he had been struck senseless and then carelessly discarded on the ground, trampled upon. From beside him, a sobbing voice resonated. Brother Kaso, you have finally awakened. Ling Yun, enduring his discomfort, turned to see a frail little girl wiping away her tears, her face a portrait of sorrow. The sight of her weeping was enough to evoke empathy in anyone who beheld it. Kaso, Ling Yun felt a flicker of confusion. Was she calling him? What was that? He noticed a tail coiled around the girl's waist. All at a sudden, excruciating pain seized Ling Yun's head as two distinct memories clashed within his mind, intertwining with an apparent inclination to merge. As the memories fused, he could no longer withstand the agony and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ling Yun hailed from the 21st century, subsisting on the rental income of his parents' house, and indulging in his passion for Japanese anime, with Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball being his utmost favorite point. One fateful evening, while reviewing Dragon Ball for the umpteenth time on his computer, he inadvertently pressed the power switch, leading to a disorienting void in his mind and a paralyzing sensation throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in this bewildering world. Through the merging of memories, he discerned that Kaso was the original owner of this body, who had sustained grave injuries while protecting the frail little girl. Just before succumbing to death, his consciousness was seized by the newly arrived Ling Yun. With Kaso's body critically wounded and his soul fragmented, he could not assert dominance over Ling Yun during the memory fusion. Time passed, second by second. At last, Ling Yun successfully assimilated the other memory. What was this? This was the world of Dragon Ball. Ling Yun was elated. He had adored the Dragon Ball anime since childhood. Occasionally succumbing to bouts of youthful exuberance, he would mimic Kakaroto's transformation into a Super Saiyan, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and letting out a fierce roar, envisioning himself as a Super Saiyan. Even during his evening showers, he would sometimes shout, inadvertently startling his parents in the living room, who would inevitably emerge to deliver a sound reprimand. After the passing of his parents, he had matured somewhat, yet his passion for Dragon Ball remained unabated, as he watched it repeatedly with unrelenting enthusiasm. Never did he anticipate that an unforeseen electric shock would transport him into the Dragon Ball universe. Saiyan Kaso? I am determined. Ling Yun was filled with exhilaration, yearning to laugh joyously at the heavens, yet the injuries he bore and the throbbing in his head compelled him to grimace. Brother Kaso, how are you? The little girl, her face streaked with tears, hesitated to touch Kaso's face with her small hands, fearful of causing him pain. Noticing the myriad changes in Kaso's expression, she wondered if he had been rendered foolish by the blows from Nappa. This thought sent her into another fit of sorrow, as she lamented, Nappa, return my brother Kaso? Kaso, witnessing the girl's heart-wrenching despair, felt an inexplicable pang of empathy, possibly influenced by lingering remnants of his consciousness. Shao Bayer, brother is fine now, please do not cry. Kaso soothed, enveloping Osbier in his embrace. In my recollection, the predecessors of Kaso and Osbier were comrades who fought alongside each other in the Bardock squad, but tragically, both perished during a mission. Subsequently, the two found solace in each other's company, caring for one another. However, without parental guidance, they remained rather frail. On the other hand, Nappa hailed from a family of the highest nobility among the Saiyans, his father serving as the right-hand man to King Vegeta. Nappa brazenly followed Vegeta around, exhibiting a particularly domineering demeanor, especially towards Kaso and Osbier, who were devoid of parental support, often resorting to ruthless treatment. Just yesterday, his predecessor had been mercilessly struck by Nappa, and Kaso was fortunate enough to be dragged back by little Osbier. A pang of sorrow filled Kaso's heart. He and Osbier, having grown up together as childhood companions, shared a profound bond. If only this little girl were to discover that her true brother Kaso had already perished, how heart-wrenching that would be. Nappa, is it? At that moment, Kaso's eyes turned icy cold. After comforting Osbier, Kaso resolved to set aside his concerns about Nappa for the time being, as his urgent desire was to ascertain his current battle power. He grasped the scouter from the cabinet, employing the method he recalled from memory to measure his strength. 300. To his astonishment, he possessed a battle power of 300. This was indeed more formidable than the aging demon King Piccolo. After some contemplation, he surmised that perhaps this significant increase in power stemmed from his brush with death. Through the fused memories, he learned that he was, in fact, classified as a high-level warrior. A smile graced Kaso's face. A high-level warrior, indeed? Quite commendable, though not exactly the legendary Saiyan physique, it was still superior to Goku's low-level status. In truth, assessing a Saiyant's rank based solely on their birth battle power is somewhat inaccurate. Take Goku, for instance. Despite being a low-level warrior, he had triumphed over countless near-death experiences, consistently pushing the boundaries of his physical capabilities. His battle power would invariably surpass that of Vegeta. While it is true that the protagonist's aura plays a role in this, one cannot deny that the Saiyan classification system is flawed. Of course, a higher birth battle power does imply a superior starting point, thus giving Kaso, as a high-level warrior, a significant advantage. Now, Nappa, prepare to meet your demise. A cold smirk spread across Kaso's face. Nappa had thus entered Kaso's death list, and Kaso felt no remorse for his ruthless intentions toward such a character. Arriving in the superdimensional realm of Dragon Ball, where the law of the jungle prevails and planets can be obliterated in an instant, he was merely striving to grow stronger. For the sake of survival, Kaso organized the memories within his mind, uncertain of the current time and how long remained before Planet Vegeta's destruction. Little Osbier, what year is it now? Kaso urgently sought to grasp the current era, recalling that Planet Vegeta met its end in the year 737 of the age of the universe. It is now the year 735 of the age, Osbier replied, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Only 2 years left? Kaso furrowed his brow. Time was indeed of the essence. He remembered that in 2 years, Planet Vegeta would fall to Frisia's merciless onslaught. Frisia, a prodigy of the Frost Demon race, was cautioned by his father, King Cold, to be wary of the legendary Super Saiyan with golden hair that the Saiyans might unleash. Coupled with the decree from a certain deity, Frisia, in the year 737 of the age of the universe, summoned all Saiyans engaged in missions and obliterated them along with Planet Vegeta, leaving only a few fortunate survivors. Kakarot currently possesses a mere battle power of 300, and he, along with Osbier, are only 5 years old. It is inconceivable for them to save Planet Vegeta. In fact, Kakarot cannot even contend with Vegeta, let alone defeat Frisia. Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, was born with a battle power of 1,000, undeniably formidable, yet he pales in comparison to Frisia's terrifying regular battle power of 530,000. Resembling nothing more than an insect, I must escape Planet Vegeta within the next 2 years, or I am doomed, Kakarot murmured, his head bowed. If only he could leave Planet Vegeta with the memories stored in his mind, would he not stand a chance against Frisia? For now, he must find a way to survive and strive to enhance his battle power, hoping to rescue as many Saiyans as possible when Planet Vegeta meets its fiery demise. Chapter 2. Slaying Nappa. As Kaso found himself immersed in the world of Dragon Ball, several days swiftly elapsed, and his initial excitement began to subside. He was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. Merely 2 years remained until the catastrophic explosion of Planet Vegeta. Time was exceedingly precious. Lacking sufficient strength rendered survival in this superdimensional realm a mere folly. Presently, Kaso possessed only 350 points of combat power, a meager achievement derived from rigorous training methods he had learned from his previous life. However, this paltry strength was grossly inadequate. Desperately yearning to enhance his abilities, Kaso had spent the past few days traversing the forest, striving to comprehend the essence of Ki, yet he consistently found himself at a loss. The potency of Ki was indisputable. Take, for instance, Vegeta's invasion of Earth, where his formidable power level of 18,000 ultimately succumbed to opponents like Goku, who wielded Ki with mastery. Although a portion of Vegeta's defeat stemmed from his overconfidence, it was undeniable that Ki played a crucial role in the outcome. Ki, a mysterious force, often eludes clear definition. It transcends mere energy, though one might argue that energy is indeed a manifestation of Ki. Despite Kaso's possessing a level of energy far surpassing that of Earth's martial artists, his understanding and application of Ki were utterly dismal. Enough, Kaso sighed, resigning himself to the realization that upon departing Planet Vegeta, he must seize the opportunity to return to Earth and learn about Ki. Perhaps even borrow some Senzu beans from Korin. The thought brought a smile to his face. Seated quietly on a stone by a crystal-clear stream, Kaso admired the distant mountains. He reminisced about his childhood, when he would mimic Goku's Kamehameha wave with childlike innocence. Now, the opportunity had arisen to witness the legendary energy sphere firsthand. Focusing intently, Kaso employed the techniques from his memories, channeling his energy into the palm of his hand. Soon, A radiant energy sphere coalesced there, shimmering with a blue aura reminiscent of a supercharged welding arc, dazzling to the eye. Arc-like tendrils of energy danced around the sphere, crackling with energy. Could this be the energy blast? Kaso felt a surge of excitement, and, unable to contain himself, hurled the sphere towards the distant mountains. Boom! Shards of rock erupted as the mountain bore a gaping wound, a testament to the solid nature of Planet Vegeta, which boasted a gravitational force tenfold that of Earth. Unlike the fragile planets he was accustomed to, Kaso swallowed hard. Was this truly the power of an energy blast? How extraordinary! Yet, he mused, would it inadvertently harm any innocents? If it did, it was of little consequence. After all, as a novice, conjuring such an energy sphere had proven quite taxing. Clearly, further effort was required. With renewed determination, Kaso leaped into the nearby stream, relishing the refreshing water after a day of exertion. In this secluded place, far from the prying eyes of any Saiyans, he found a moment of solace. Indeed, excessive toil necessitates appropriate respite. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the distance. The weeds swaying gently. Something emerged from the forest. Who could it be? Kaso felt a twinge of anxiety. The Saiyans were notoriously ruthless and merciless. The devastation of Planet Vegeta was a testament to this, as evidenced by Vegeta's utter indifference. For the past few days, Kaso had been deliberately avoiding crowds, engaging in his unique training, all to prevent the Saiyans from discovering that he had tripled his combat power in just a few days. Who knew what turmoil that revelation might incite? Kaso, meditating underwater, was abruptly disturbed by the distant commotion. Instinctively, he submerged deeper, his gaze fixed nervously on the surface. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and soon a figure emerged above the water. To his dismay, it was that wretched Nappa. Kaso scoffed coldly. Nappa surveyed his surroundings. Murmuring to himself, the data from the scanner clearly indicates a presence nearby. Why is there no one in sight? He presumed that a fellow warrior was training nearby, boasting a combat power of 350, and wished to make their acquaintance. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of any such comrade. Nappa, disheartened, turned and strolled back leisurely. The sight of Nappa retreating stirred a flicker of emotion in Kaso's otherwise composed demeanor, as if remnants of his past self were influencing him. In his memories, Nappa had harbored a particular disdain for his former identity and Osbier, accusing them of bringing shame to elite warriors. During every sparring session among juvenile Saiyans, Nappa had been merciless, often declaring that had it not been for Lord Bardock's favor, he would have eliminated them both long ago. Would he dare to kill Osbier and himself? Kaso smirked. Now that his strength had surged, the tables could easily be turned. Having become a Saiyan, Kaso felt the influence of their nature, rendering him somewhat cold and unfeeling. The notion of slaughter had become as mundane to him as any ordinary task. How audacious to venture into this forest alone. Wretched creature, meet your demise. Kaso began to harness the power within him. Moments passed, and as Nappa drifted further from the shore, Kaso sensed that if he did not act soon, the opportunity would slip away. Thus, he unleashed his formidable power in an explosive surge. The river erupted with a thunderous roar, waves crashing violently, sending droplets soaring hundreds of meters into the air. I knew someone was here, Nappa remarked, turning to investigate the commotion behind him, eager to discern which warrior had revealed themselves. He had initially failed to locate the individual, only to realize they had been submerged in the water. Yet, the small figure soaring upward seemed hauntingly familiar. Kaso was enveloped in a radiant white aura. Ascending into the sky, the sun casting a dramatic backdrop behind him. The blinding light obscured Nappa's vision, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. However, he could discern the figure's silhouette, which struck him as oddly recognizable. Gazing at his scanner, Nappa noted the 350 combat power reading displayed on the lens. Yet he could not fathom why the figure was approaching him with increasing proximity. Something felt amiss. From his movements, it appeared he was intent on self-destruction. Nappa finally grasped the situation. However, realizing it was one thing, and the ability to resist was another. A fleeting shadow darted through the air, and Kaso materialized suddenly behind Nappa. Who would have thought you would face such a day? Kaso's gaze was akin to that of a vengeful demon from the depths of hell, brimming with malice, fixated on Nappa like a predator eyeing its prey. Kaso had anticipated vengeance against his former self, but he never expected the opportunity to arise so swiftly. It's you, Kaso. Nappa's pupils narrowed. How is this possible? He could hardly believe that just days ago, Kaso had been gravely injured, yet now he stood fully healed, with an outrageous combat power of 350 points, while Nappa only boasted a mere 260 points. Nappa was overwhelmed with both fear and astonishment. Just then, a deep blue energy pressed against his back. the searing heat and turbulent energy incessantly stimulating his skin, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Kaso, brother. I was merely joking before. I beg you, spare me. Nefo was evidently terrified, his words tumbling out in disarray. Yet, the memories of how he had tormented Kaso and Osbiel flooded back, and Nefa felt his doom impending. Why has that worthless Kaso grown so much in just a few days? Nefa thought furiously. He found himself utterly powerless, needing to pacify Kaso for the time being. What benefit do I gain from sparing you? We can wipe the slate clean of our past, and I can arrange a comfortable task for you through my father. Upon hearing Kaso's words, Nefa hastily replied, fearing that a single energy blast from Kaso could obliterate him. If only he could keep Kaso calm. He could later have his father eliminate him. Yet, Nefa seemed to forget he was at the mercy of another. Very well, Kaso suddenly declared. At this, Nefa's lips curled upward maniacally. Spare you? Kaso scoffed. Then why did you not spare my former self? Go to hell and apologize to the true Kaso. Kaso's eyes glinted with icy resolve as he suddenly concentrated a profound energy sphere in his hand and smashed it directly onto Nefa's head. You are a liar. Nefa screamed in agony. With a combat power of 350 points, Kaso far surpassed Nefa, who was utterly incapable of resisting. Moreover, this was during a surprise attack, making evasion even more impossible. No. The violent energy sphere propelled Nefa towards the mountainside, its scorching heat eliciting pain cries from him. But Kaso paid him no heed. He conjured another colossal energy sphere with his other hand, swiftly pursuing Nefa. As the two energy spheres collided, a fierce explosion erupted. Boom. The winds howled, and the skies roiled. Nefa was obliterated into dust by the explosion, while in the distance, a mountain with a gaping hole in its side crumbled. Rocks of various sizes cascading down. Is he dead? Kaso's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and a wicked smile crept across his face. I truly am a cunning one. As Kaso meticulously erased the traces within the forest, he made his way home, carrying a sizable fish. Just as he was nearing his abode, he encountered a group of individuals approaching him. At the forefront stood a short youth, his angular cheeks reminiscent of his father, King Vegeta. He had inherited not only his father's hairstyle and visage, but also some of his physical traits and personality. His forehead was high and smooth, adorned with a row of sharp bangs that accentuated his features, while the corners of his forehead resembled a heart shape. His brows were broad, his eyes elongated, exuding an air of coldness, and his hair stood tall like flames. It was Vegeta. A flicker of confusion crossed Vegeta's mind as he pondered Kaso's quick recovery from the severe injuries inflicted by Nappa. With a passing glance, he dismissed any further concern and coldly inquired, Have you seen Nappa? No, Kaso replied nonchalantly. Vegeta, unwilling to squander any more time, turned away with his entourage. Phew. Observing Vegeta's retreating figure, Kaso feigned calmness, exhaling a sigh of relief that felt more intense than any prior experience of evading a hefty bill. He had feared that news of Nappa's demise had surfaced. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to make a hasty exit. With a guilty conscience, Kaso dared not linger, aware that a glance back from Vegeta could spell trouble. Chapter 3. Departure from Planet Vegeta. After walking for a while, a small house came into view. Osbier, I have returned. Kaso, burdened with a large fish, entered the home and made his way towards the kitchen step by step. Osbier emerged from a room, clapped her hands joyfully, and exclaimed, Brother Kaso, you're back. Wow, we shall have fish for dinner again tonight. For the past few days, Kaso had consistently brought back prey after his training sessions, concerned for Osbier's slender frame and low combat power, which was just slightly above 100. Similar to his previous state, he had previously wondered how she managed to survive, and it was no surprise that she was bullied by others. However, after a few days, Osbier had begun to put on some weight. Her pallor transformed into a rosy glow, thanks to the bounty of his hunts. Kaso prepared the large fish and placed it on the rack to grill. Soon, the aroma of the fish wafted through the air, making Osbier's mouth water. Brother Kaso, I'm hungry. I want to eat. She stood at the door, her brows furrowing cutely. It's ready to eat, Kaso chuckled, finding her to be quite the little glutton. After dinner, Osbier clung to Kaso's arm as they sat together on a chair. Brother Kaso, I'm so full, she said, patting her slightly rounded belly. Will you continue to catch big fish for me? Osbier replied with a sweet smile. Kaso gently ruffled her hair. Recalling the memories he had fused with, he knew how often Osbier had been bullied by Nappa and his ilk, sometimes returning to him in tears after being beaten badly. His previous self had also suffered greatly in seeking vengeance for her. No wonder she was so attached to him. Contemplating these thoughts, Kaso felt a pang of sorrow. It was hard to understand how someone could be so cruel to such an adorable girl. However, having vanquished Nappa today brought him some solace, and he vowed that he would never allow her to be bullied again. Kaso drifted into thought, reflecting on his training over the past few days. His progress was far swifter than before, yet many training methods available to him were ineffective here, particularly during training sessions. He had to remain wary of his surroundings. As a Saiyan, he was aware that his kind were rather ruthless. Who could predict what would happen if others discovered his current state? Moreover, he dared not venture into perilous areas. He could not continue like this. It had taken him several days to achieve such a minor increase in combat power. How many years would it take to reach Frisia's level? He needed to devise a plan to leave this planet with Osbier. Kaso pondered, knowing that once Frisia began monitoring Planet Vegeta, it would be too late. Despite having avenged his previous self, Kaso could not find peace. He had to be vigilant against the scrutiny of both the Vegeta and Nappa families, as well as the ever-watchful Frisia. After much contemplation, he concluded that the best course of action was to leave Planet Vegeta. But how could he accomplish that? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could seek out Bardock, the captain of his previous self's parents. Osbier, I'm going to visit Uncle Bardock. Kaso gently placed Osbiel down beside him, rising to his feet and walking towards the door. Kaso, be sure to return soon. Osbiel said obediently. The night on Planet Vegeta was remarkably beautiful, devoid of clouds, revealing the brilliant starlight from the depths of the universe in a splendid array of colors. The moon shone brightly tonight, illuminating the path clearly. Fortunately, it was not a full moon, or Kaso would have hesitated to venture outside. A Saiyan with a tail, under a full moon, absorbs the blood's waves and swiftly transforms into a colossal gorilla, increasing their power tenfold. However, one cannot have both a bear's paw and a fish. An ordinary Saiyan losing their sanity in this transformation knows only destruction until the moon disappears or their tail is severed to revert to their original form. Only royal Saiyans and certain extraordinary individuals can maintain their sanity in their ape form, and Vegeta was one such being. Upon arriving at Bardock's residence, Kaso knocked on the door. Uncle Bardock, please open the door, it's me. The door was promptly opened from within by Bardock's wife, Jine. Kaso, is that you? What brings you to see Bardock? Kaso directly stated his purpose, seeking Bardock's assistance in arranging a mission for himself and Osbiel. Upon learning Kaso's intent, Bardock pondered for a moment before asking, I promised your parents to take good care of you both. Are you truly determined to undertake this mission? Yes, Kaso replied. Bardock contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He understood that sheltered flowers struggle to bloom. Only by leaving the eagle's embrace can they soar high. He had once experienced this himself. As a lower-ranking warrior without the innate talent of Kaso, he was dispatched early on missions, enduring numerous trials before achieving his current strength. Thus, it was indeed wise to release them sooner rather than later. Thank you, Uncle Bardock. I will strive to become stronger, Kaso sighed in relief. Having anticipated further questioning from Bardock, suddenly, as Kaso was about to leave, Bardock inquired, Kaso, have you seen that lad Nappa? The question sent a jolt to Kaso's heart. Had he been discovered? He contemplated many thoughts internally, but responded with a simple no. Bardock then informed Kaso about Nappa's situation, revealing that he had been missing for a day, possibly due to some unforeseen circumstance. Though aware of the enmity between Kaso and Nappa, he felt it inappropriate to intervene in the matters of two young boys. Ultimately, Bardock advised Kaso to refrain from venturing out for the time being to avoid becoming entangled in any complications. From his memories, Kaso understood that Bardock genuinely cared for him and Osbiel. With his worries alleviated, Kaso felt relieved, yet he knew he must leave Planet Vegeta swiftly, otherwise, if it were discovered that he was responsible for Nappa's demise, even Bardock would be unable to protect him. Days passed. Two small spacecrafts were stationed in the center of the square, with two diminutive figures standing beside them. Kaso, are we really going to undertake this mission? I'm scared, Osbiel expressed anxiously. The little girl, filled with trepidation and sympathy, spoke in fear. Previously under the care of Bardock, Osbier had only suffered bullying from Nappa, and as a superior Saiyan, she was not required to undertake destructive missions. However, she had occasionally overheard conversations among her kin, revealing that some of those who ventured out on missions had perished in the vastness beyond. This thought intensified Osbier's fear. Little Bii, do not be afraid. Your brother will protect you, Kaso reassured her. Concerned for Osbier's safety alone on Planet Vegeta, Kaso knew that without his protection, she might become embroiled in the unfortunate events surrounding Nappa's demise, which troubled him deeply. She was, after all, the most cherished person in his life within the Dragon Ball universe. Kaso gently patted little Bii's head, encouraging her not to fear. Furthermore, Planet Vegeta would soon meet its doom at the hands of Frisia, prompting Kaso to execute his mission without returning to the planet. He planned a journey to Namek to seek the legendary Dragon Balls, and then to Yadrat to master the skill of instantaneous movement. Osbier climbed into the spacecraft, and Kaso set the navigational commands for her. Standing outside the transparent window of her ship, he offered her a resolute gaze before returning to his own vessel. With a roar, the two ships expelled twin streams of fiery tails, the heat swirling around them as they ascended into the cosmos, propelled by the intense currents of hot air. Chapter 4. Daily training and hunting. Half a year had elapsed. In the lush forests of Muxing, birds soared gracefully through the air, while numerous creatures gathered by the lakeside to quench their thirst, enveloping the scene in serene tranquility. On this particular day, two streaks of light, reminiscent of celestial comets, streaked across the sky, creating a breathtaking tableau in harmony with the surroundings. However, these brilliant meteors were not mere illusions. They were hurtling toward the forest. With a thunderous roar, two spheres plummeted to the ground, their immense force creating two large craters upon impact. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, stirring clouds of dust and exposing the rugged earth beneath. The spheres opened, revealing a portal from which emerged two small figures, Kaso and Osbier. As Kaso swung open the spacecraft door, he was greeted by the sight of a crumbling slope strewn with exposed rocks and soil. With a leap, he soared into the air, landing effortlessly atop the incline. "Kaso, brother," Osbier exclaimed, bounding up from the depths of the pit to join him, wrapping her arms around him in a tree-hugging embrace. Clearly, the unfamiliar surroundings had instilled a sense of fear in her, and only in her brother's presence could she find solace. "Fear not, we have arrived on Muxing," Kaso reassured her, cradling her gently with one hand while stroking her long hair with the other. He relished the moment, cherishing the warmth of his little porcelain doll, especially as she had gained a bit of softness in her form, making her presence all the more comforting. At last, they had departed from Vegeta. A weight lifted from Kaso's heart, as he no longer had to constantly worry about the potential destruction of their home planet by Frieza. In the animated tales, Vegeta's demise stemmed from two principal causes: the fear of the Frost demons regarding the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan, and more significantly, the actions of the god of destruction, Beerus. For reasons unbeknownst to them, Beerus had incited Frieza to eradicate the entire Saiyan race. Such formidable beings remained distant and beyond the reach of Kaso's current capabilities. Having escaped the lurking dangers of Vegeta, it was time for them to thrive. As they wandered through the forest, Osbier exclaimed, "Brother Kaso, this planet is truly beautiful." She eagerly surveyed her surroundings, captivated by the stunning landscape, her earlier fears and anxieties forgotten. Watching her dance about with unrestrained joy, Kaso couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, she had been apprehensive upon disembarking from the ship. Yet, indeed, this planet was breathtaking. Kaso began to explore earnestly. Muxing was composed of 50 forest and 20 ocean, boasting an exceptionally favorable environment. The primary source of formidable combat power here lay within the untamed beasts yet to be civilized. Their mission was straightforward: to eliminate these powerful creatures, thus fulfilling their task with relative ease. Bardock, however, had considered the potential for unforeseen circumstances. The planet was accompanied by a moon, and in the event of an emergency, Kaso and Osbier would need to transform into colossal gorillas, amplifying their battle prowess tenfold. Against beasts with a combat power of 800, they would find themselves in a position of dominance. Yet, Bardock had chosen not to impart this information to the duo. Kaso led Osbier by her small, delicate hand to a mountainside, where a flicker of blue light danced at his fingertips, and a key blast, the size of a ping-pong ball, was unleashed. Bang! A cavern, 3 meters in width, erupted from the mountainside. After a brief tidying, this would become their abode. Time passed quietly. One day, before them lay a grand lake, its surface shimmering with golden light, as fish leaped joyfully from the water, only to be snatched up by birds diving from the sky. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the lake, transforming it into a tumultuous sea. A small, mobile hill, approximately 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, appeared at the water's edge. With each movement of this hill, the ground trembled. As it drew closer, a diminutive figure emerged from beneath it, Kaso. Upon reaching his destination, Kaso cast the small hill aside. The earth trembled violently. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Kaso collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Through relentless training, Kaso had drained his energy to the last vestige. Yet, such arduous effort bore fruit. He felt an inexplicable power awakening deep within him, akin to a parched spring suddenly gushing forth with water. The training methods of Earth were indeed effective. Kaso reclined on the ground to rest. This regimen proved beneficial for him at present, although it would soon lose its efficacy once he surpassed a combat power of 1,000. For greater enhancement, the gravity chamber would be the optimal choice. Abruptly, a violent tremor resonated behind him. Turning around, Kaso beheld Osbier, who was bearing a small hill measuring 7 meters in height and 5 meters in width. After discarding her burden, she gazed at Kaso with a hint of reproach. "Kaso, you didn't even wait for me," she lamented. "Aren't I here waiting for you?" Kaso chuckled in response. Having spent over a month on Mumu Planet, Kaso had adopted the training techniques of Master Roshi from his time with Goku, swimming in the lake, tilling the earth barehanded, being chased by feral beasts, and carrying small hills. He encouraged Osbier to partake in the same trials. Both Kaso and Osbier were elite warriors, their potential undeniable. During this period of intensive training, Kaso's combat power had surged from 350 upon his arrival to 500. Osbier, too, had made remarkable strides, elevating her power from just over 100 to 300, a threefold increase. It must be said that Osbier's innate talent was exceptional, while Kaso's growth was less pronounced. His current strength was largely attributed to that harrowing experience with Nappa, where he had come perilously close to death. "Little Beer, it's been over a month since we arrived here. Do you miss home?" Kaso asked, enveloping Osbier in his embrace. Despite both being drenched in sweat, there was no trace of any unpleasant odor. Instead, a fresh, sweet fragrance emanated from her, reminiscent of the morning dew upon grass. "Yes, I do miss Aunt Janae and Uncle Bardock a bit," Osbier replied, unfazed by Kaso's perspiration, as they remained closely entwined. "Brother Kaso, after we complete our mission, shall we return to Planet Vegeta immediately? With our current combat strength, we can certainly avenge Nappa," Osbier declared, her eyes glimmering with ferocity. "Return? No, we cannot go back just yet," Kaso replied, shaking his head without disclosing the truth of Nappa's demise. "Why?" Osbier inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "You are aware of Frieza, are you not?" "Yes, I know. We Saiyans have served him for many years," she confirmed. "He is the Emperor of the universe, immensely powerful and ruthless. He will annihilate our entire Saiyan race in a year and a half." Kaso understood that the only way to save the Saiyans was to transcend and become a Super Saiyan. Confronting Frieza in their normal state was utterly unrealistic. "How can that be? We have always been loyal." Osbier's eyes widened, disbelief evident on her face. "I have a premonition, one that grows stronger by the day." "You must trust your brother," Kaso said earnestly, holding her shoulders and resting his forehead against hers. "Yes, I believe you, Brother Kaso." Though Osbier remained somewhat puzzled, her faith in Kaso was unwavering. Now aware of the gravity of the situation, Osbier's demeanor shifted to one of worry, her once bright smile fading. The two embraced, when suddenly a series of sounds emanated from Osbier's stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Feeling shy, Osbier nestled closer to Kaso. "Are you hungry, my little princess? Come, let us bathe first. Then we shall hunt," Kaso chuckled, ruffling her hair. Indeed, after their rigorous training, he too felt famished. The two bathed in the lake. Roar. In the distance, the growl of a beast echoed. Kaso and Osbier exchanged glances. Food was approaching. Both radiating energy, enveloped in a white glow, they powered up and leaped into the air, leaving only two small white dots in their wake. Roar, roar. Two colossal saber-toothed tigers, resembling the prehistoric beasts, stood before them, muscles taut and occasionally growling in confrontation. "Brother Kaso, one for each of us. I'll take the smaller one. You can have the larger," Osbier declared, darting towards the smaller saber-tooth. Kaso crossed his arms, hovering in midair, a bemused smile gracing his lips at Osbier's impulsiveness. The two saber-toothed tigers were of a similar size, each roughly the size of an elephant. Sensing the threat, they abandoned their standoff and growled menacingly at the two. "Little tiger, taste my technique," Osbier exclaimed, halting midair. She brought her hands together, a point of blue light forming between her palms, reminiscent of a sapphire shimmering in the light. In an instant, the small blue point rapidly expanded, forming a shockwave the size of an adult's fist. She thrust her hands forward, and the blue shockwave shot through the sky like a bolt of lightning, aimed at the smaller saber-toothed tiger. However, the beast swiftly dodged to the side, evading the attack. With a resounding bang, a shockwave erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling as the surrounding trees were shattered into disarray. Cursed be the fate, it missed. Osbiel deftly evaded and charged forward once more. Seizing the opportunity while the saber-toothed tiger was still disoriented from the explosion, she approached its side, channeling her strength into her leg and delivering a powerful kick. The tiger was propelled away, its massive form toppling trees in its wake. Roar, roar. The saber-toothed tiger regained its footing, shook its head, and let out a thunderous roar. Its gaping maw revealed every razor-sharp tooth, glinting ominously as if reflecting a chilling light. With its claws firmly gripping the ground, the beast lunged forward, displacing the earth beneath it and creating 4 deep craters. Realizing the ferocity of its opponent, Osbier leaped gracefully into the air, taunting, "Ha! You cannot reach me." The young saber-toothed tiger, unable to grasp the airborne figure, thrashed in impotent fury. "Little Osbier, cease your antics and finish this swiftly. We must prepare to return." Kaso dispatched another saber-toothed tiger with a mere fingertip shockwave. "All right, just give me a moment," Osbier retorted, summoning all her energy to conjure a basketball-sized sphere of power in her hand. The young tiger, sensing the peril of its predicament, realized it was time to flee for its life. It turned and leaped, aiming to escape into the dense forest. Boom! A powerful energy blast struck the young saber-toothed tiger, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, its form had vanished, reduced to ash. Kaso descended from the skies, shielding his face. "Well, it seems this little one is no longer edible. Who would have thought this girl could be so ruthless?" Osbier, a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue playfully. "Let us depart. We're nearly starving." With bare hands, Kaso picked up the fallen tiger and, alongside Osbier, soared back to their dwelling cave. Chapter 5. The transformation of Osbier into a giant ape. Kaso and his companions had been on Mumu's star for 3 months. With the enhancement of their combat abilities, the high-level threats in this region had been largely eliminated. One evening, Kaso and Osbier sat around a crackling campfire, with 2 wild boars skewered beside them. As they roasted, the fat from the boars sizzled and dripped onto the ground, creating a small pool of grease. The tantalizing aroma of the nearly cooked boars wafted through the air. Osbier extended her tiny hand and picked up one of the boars, bringing it to her lips and taking a hearty bite. The meat was perfectly charred on the outside and tender within. As she chewed, the scalding meat forced her to occasionally draw in a breath to alleviate the heat. "Kaso, your cooking is superb. This meat is so delicious," she exclaimed, her cheeks puffed up as she savored each morsel. "Of course, just look at who is cooking," Kaso replied, amused by her enjoyment. Unable to resist the delightful aroma himself, he picked up another boar and began to gnaw on it. "Little bear, our mission is complete. We shall depart from this planet in a few days," Kaso said, chewing on the leg of the boar. After a few bites, he felt something lodge between his teeth and reached for a nearby twig to dislodge it. "All right, I'll follow my brother anywhere," Osbier said, not lifting her head, completely engrossed in her delicious feast. Kaso chuckled at the sight of her chubby little legs dancing around the fire as she stuffed her mouth with roasted meat, her cheeks bulging like a porcelain doll under the flickering flames. In that moment, the youthful spirit within Kaso, despite being in his 20s, was utterly captivated by her adorableness, causing his cheeks to flush. Was this what it meant to nurture a little one? As they continued to enjoy their meal, Kaso reflected on the past few months of rigorous training and countless missions that had transformed both him and Osbier from inexperienced novices into seasoned fighters. They had faced numerous ferocious beasts, honing their combat skills through hundreds of encounters. There had even been a close call where Kaso narrowly escaped becoming prey, an experience that significantly boosted his combat prowess to an impressive 1,000 points, while Osbier had reached 700 points at such a tender age. If they were to return to Vegeta's star, their extraordinary abilities would undoubtedly stir a considerable commotion. In the anime, when Raditz invaded Earth, he only possessed a combat power of 1,500 points, a mere fraction of what some adult Saiyans could achieve. Although Raditz was somewhat inept, these 2 6-year-olds were already nearing the strength of some adult Saiyans. Kaso tossed the leftover bones away. With only a year remaining before the impending explosion of Vegeta's star, it was imperative to accelerate their strength. Perhaps by now, the spaceship they would return on had already been monitored by Frieza. Once their mission was accomplished, the next destination is the planet Yadrat. Situated in the 27th main star system of the constellation Lyra in the northern galaxy, Yadrat is in close proximity to Namek. In the saga set on Namek, Goku triumphs over Frieza, yet the planet faces imminent destruction. With insufficient time to return to his spaceship, Goku finds himself in a dire situation. Frieza's ship lies nearby, but its propulsion system has been sabotaged by Vegeta, rendering it inoperable. Just as all hope seems lost, Goku fortuitously discovers a spaceship abandoned by the Ginyu Force and escapes. Notably, the Ginyu Force had set their sights on Yadrat as their next target. Thus, the ship's coordinates are also directed towards Yadrat. After a year, Goku masters the skill of instant transmission on Yadrat. This ability, long coveted by Kaso in a previous life, allows one to evade combat and rapidly traverse to other planets. As the Saiyans serve Frieza, they possess a star chart that includes the distribution of Frieza's territories, with Yadrat marked within it. Prior to the launch from Vegeta, Kaso had already pinpointed Yadrat's location on the star map, recognizing its proximity to Namek. He mused to himself about preparing for the journey to Yadrat in the coming days. Satiated, The two recline on a makeshift chair woven from vines. Kaso gently caresses Osbier's lustrous black hair as they bask in the tranquility of the night. After a while, Osbier shifts in his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looks up to say, "Kaso, I need to use the restroom." "All right, I'll wait for you right here," Kaso replies, playfully brushing her small nose. With a nod, Osbier clambers down from the chair and descends carefully. Kaso follows her along a broad path flanked by trees, accompanied by the occasional hum of insects. This path leading to the restroom was cleared by them. Osbier enters a small structure at the end of the trail. Viewed from afar, the building is square, its walls constructed of wood, each wall uniform in height, yet it lacks a roof, resembling an open-air toilet. Who needs extravagance for a restroom? It suffices to be simple, Kaso had thought during its construction. However, this was not merely a matter of simplicity. It was Kaso's laziness that prevented him from installing a roof. After a moment, Osbier's soft voice calls from within the small room. "Kaso, the moonlight is so bright tonight. And the moon is so round." "Bright? Round? Could it be?" Kaso quickly lifts his gaze to the sky, where a full moon, resembling a golden yoke, hangs above. Oh no, it is well known among Saiyans that those with tails transform into monstrous beings under a full moon. A fact that every Saiyan is aware of, except for Goku. How could there be a moon here? Kaso had spent several months on Mumu Star without realizing the existence of a moon. Bardock must be playing a cruel trick. Rapidly, Kaso feels his heart racing, pounding fiercely within his chest. Thump, thump. This is the prelude to becoming a mighty gorilla. According to Kaso's understanding, only the Saiyan royal family and elite warriors can retain their sanity in their giant ape state. Though he is an elite warrior, he is still young and uncertain whether he can withstand the overwhelming fury. His heartbeat quickens, doubling in pace, and his eyes gradually glow red, resembling those of a beast. His face begins to contort into a fearsome visage as he bares his teeth and roars, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Kaso's body is overtaken, unleashing a powerful aura. The ground trembles beneath the weight of this energy, resonating with explosive sounds, as fragments of earth rise into the air as if defying gravity. Kaso struggles against the violent emotions that the giant ape form brings forth, as the raging feelings assault his mind. His remaining sanity akin to a fragile boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, poised to capsize at any moment. He dares not gamble on his ability to maintain rationality. Enduring the pain as he tears off his own tail. Gasping for breath, he sinks to one knee, panting heavily. His face no longer bears a monstrous expression, and the fur that signaled his transformation into a gorilla fades away, yet his eyes remain blood red, veins coursing like a web, emanating an utterly terrifying gaze. Suddenly, a roar erupts from the direction of the restroom. Roar, roar, roar. A colossal gorilla, towering over 20 meters, appears before him, its eyes a deep crimson, resembling rubies. Its body cloaked in tawny fur. The giant pounds its chest, as if harboring a pent-up frustration yearning for release. The outdoor restroom that Kaso painstakingly constructed lies in ruins, splintered beyond recognition, with not a single intact piece of wood remaining. Kaso swallows hard, a slight grimace tugging at the corners of his mouth. Curse it all. Had he known, he would have built an enclosed restroom instead of taking shortcuts. Witnessing Osbier lose his reason, Kaso realizes that even elite warriors must undergo training to retain their sanity in the giant ape form. The full moon. This is the final move left to Kaso and the others by Bardock. With the full moon overhead, once Kaso and his companions transform into giant apes, the beasts of Mumu Star are no more formidable than ants. Perhaps Bardock, far away on Planet Vegeta, could never have anticipated such a predicament. They transformed when they least needed to, all because of the full moon. This truly threatens Kaso's very existence. Chapter 6. The ground beneath one's feet. A colossal gorilla, towering over 20 meters, rampaged through the forest, wreaking havoc. The great ape bared its enormous jaws, revealing menacing fangs, as a massive surge of crimson energy erupted forth. Boom! An immense mushroom cloud ascended from the explosion, shrouded in swirling smoke, permeating the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. A terrifying sight. Kaso swallowed hard, utterly astonished by Osbier's combat prowess. The gigantic ape struck its chest with both hands, then gazed skyward, where a shadow of the moon flickered in its blood-red eyes. It reached out towards the heavens, yet the full moon remained still, unaffected. Roar! Osbier appeared incensed, thumping its chest in response, and unleashed a laser beam from its mouth, directed towards the ground. Boom, boom. The very earth trembled as a great mountain was struck, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Where the laser passed, a vast chasm emerged, resembling a rift formed by a cataclysmic earthquake. with debris tumbling into the abyss below. Surrounding trees fell victim to the shockwave, and in some areas, sparks ignited, quickly engulfing the forest in flames. Animals fled in terror, their cries echoing in a scene reminiscent of an infernal hellscape. Kaso was aware that the detector housed a listening device, which he had discarded prior to arriving on Mumu's star. Thanks to half a year of rigorous training, he had developed a modicum of sensory awareness. He sensed that Osbier's combat strength had surged approximately tenfold, now around 8,000 points. Such a formidable enhancement meant that the gorilla form of Osbier was beyond his meager combat strength of just over 1,000 points. Kaso knelt on the ground, veins protruding from his neck, his face contorted in agony, gasping for breath. It was unfathomable to think that the porcelain doll-like Osbier had transformed into a ferocious gorilla in the blink of an eye, entirely devoid of recognition for those around her. Sever her tail? It appeared there was no other option. Kaso slapped his cheeks, striving to regain composure. Only he could halt Osbier on this planet. But upon glancing upward, he was met with a dire sight. A dark red energy orb materialized in the sky, and before Kaso could react, it struck him directly. Boom. He was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. Tumbling along the ground for a considerable distance, he finally came to a halt, leaving a trail of over 100 meters of scorched earth in his wake. Gasping, Kaso turned to the side and spat blood, excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. His upper garment had been incinerated, revealing a plethora of varying wounds, each one searing with a fiery sting. That foolish little Osbier. Kaso cursed under his breath, grateful that this was merely a casual strike from Osbier. Otherwise, he certainly would not have survived such an onslaught. He had to stop her. Kaso realized that if this continued, the entire planet could be obliterated in a single night, for Osbier now possessed around 8,000 points of combat strength. In this superdimensional world, even a few hundred points of combat power could annihilate a planet, let alone the current Osbiel. Kaso knelt on the ground, one hand propped up, struggling to rise. With every movement, the wound on his upper body throbbed painfully, causing more blood to seep out. Gritting his teeth, Kaso persevered through the agony, gradually standing upright. He took a deep breath and stealthily advanced towards the location of Osbiel, traversing the forest floor with utmost caution. As he neared the giant ape's position, devastation surrounded him. He leaped onto a tree, keenly observing Osbiel's movements. The giant ape was in a state of furious rage, its left foot stomping down, causing the ground to buckle like tofu under her immense strength. With both fists raised, the giant ape let out a thunderous roar, a ghostly crimson light emanating from her mouth, the energy swelling with intensity. What an opportunity! Kaso understood that Osbiel was gathering her ultimate attack. When she unleashed the laser projectile, a brief opening would appear, and he had to seize this moment. The laser projectile in the giant ape's mouth grew colossal, resembling a black hole, surrounded by a terrifying gravitational pull that drew the air towards it. The attraction intensified, and debris from the ground rolled toward the laser, while the withered branches and leaves in the forest were drawn directly into its orbit. However, before they could approach the energy, they disintegrated into dust. Kaso inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the power of that energy orb. If it were to strike him, he would be reduced to nothingness. The giant ape, having accumulated energy to its limit, unleashed a tremendous blast, sending the massive laser projectile hurtling towards a distant mountain range reminiscent of the Kunlun Mountains. Now was the time. Kaso summoned all his strength, his feet propelling him forward like a gust of wind, darting towards the giant ape's tail. Soon, a figure appeared at the base of Osbiel's tail, the silhouette's right hand coalescing into a blade, poised to sever her tail. Suddenly, the giant ape lifted her tail, evading the strike, and began to thrash it wildly. From a distance, it resembled a whip, flailing erratically, casting illusory afterimages all around. This was not good. The young girl, no, the young woman, was far too cautious. Kaso had anticipated successfully severing the tail, but he had not foreseen that Osbiel would remain vigilant. This was entirely different from her usual demeanor. The giant ape's tail lashed out furiously, and Kaso struggled to defend himself. Yet, transformed into a colossal gorilla, Osbiel was far beyond what Kaso could withstand. Before long, he felt a sharp pain in his back as her tail struck him with tremendous force. A cry of agony echoed through the air. Kaso was sent flying, his body soaring like a cannonball towards a distant hillock. He traveled several hundred meters. Boom! In an instant, the hillock was pounded into a deep crater. The laser projectile that the giant ape had just conjured struck the mountain range. With a resounding explosion, the mountains were hit, and a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, dwarfing even the mushroom clouds produced by atomic bomb detonations by more than tenfold. Soon, a mushroom cloud enveloped the area, permeating the shattered vacuum, with dust swirling chaotically in the air. A few hundred meters away, within a cave created by the explosion, lay a man, his body covered in rubble. Kaso propped himself up, and as he did, stones tumbled down around him. Cough, cough. Kaso painfully expelled several mouthfuls of blood. Already battered and bruised, he was further afflicted by a blow from Osbier's tail, adding insult to injury. Before he could gather his wits, a heavy thudding sound reverberated from the ground. Kaso's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, they have tracked me down. Just then, a colossal hand tore open the cave. It's over. There is no escape. Sitting on the ground, Kaso bitterly chuckled to himself. Little beer, if you wake up tomorrow and find I'm not there, please don't be sad. He truly had no strength left, and several of his bones were shattered. Attempting to wipe the blood from his lips, every movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in agony. Upon arriving in this world, Kaso had dreamt of becoming the strongest in the Dragon Ball universe, fantasizing about meeting Goku and showing off before Vegeta. Yet, after half a year, none of those dreams had materialized, and now he faced death beneath Osbier's feet. What a disgrace for a transmigrator. Sigh. Kaso helplessly exhaled, picturing Osbier calling out for her brother Kaso after regaining consciousness, searching for him everywhere. He also envisioned her being hunted by Frieza without him by her side. How could such an innocent girl survive in this treacherous universe? Contemplating these thoughts, Kaso felt a pang in his heart, deeply concerned for the girl. After Osbier had opened the cave, she paused to look at Kaso, suddenly raising her left foot, intending to crush the little insect that had offended her. Kaso slowly closed his eyes. Well, let it be. I shall concede. However, a cup of tea's time passed. Why hasn't she stepped down yet? Kaso opened his eyes to find Osbier's foot suspended in midair, lingering without descending. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her eyes blinking, her expression reflecting contemplation, as if recalling something. Her gaze softened, and then her massive foot gradually retracted, folding her legs as she sat beside him. Is she remembering me? A wild grin spread across Kaso's face as he began to laugh uncontrollably. Ha! Yet, laughter quickly turned to a choked sob, tears welling in his eyes. Kaso murmured, it seems my efforts to care for her have not been in vain. Little Beer has not forgotten me. Hearing Kaso's voice, Osbier looked down, adorably curious as she patted the enormous head of the ape. Why is this little insect talking to itself? How peculiar. Startled by Osbier's actions, Kaso instinctively recoiled, fearing another attack. However, upon realizing she was merely patting his head, he sighed in relief. Ah, how fortunate it is. That foolish little bee, truly despicable. When she recovers tomorrow, I shall certainly give her a thorough reprimand. In a fleeting moment, the furious Osbiel regained her composure, while the distant forest continued to smolder. The battle having ceased, Kaso observed Osbiel resting against the mountainside, her hands hanging limply by her sides. A cold breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he inched closer to her. Her fur was plush and warm, providing a comforting embrace. Yet, resting beside the colossal ape, Kaso felt a twinge of unease and glanced up. Osbiel's immense eyes met his for a brief moment, devoid of any discernible reaction, before she turned her gaze towards the round moon above. The forest had been ablaze for 2 hours, gradually extinguishing. The once dusty sky slowly cleared, while the debris settled, blanketing the ground in a layer of ash reminiscent of volcanic remnants. The full moon still hung in the heavens. Hoo. A small child nestled against the leg of the great gorilla, both large and small, peacefully snoring in unison. Chapter 7. Awakening of Xiaobi as the night gradually recedes. The full moon no longer hangs in the sky, swiftly concealing itself behind the distant mountains. At the horizon where the mountains meet the sky, a faint glimmer of white light emerges, gradually transforming into strands of golden rays that filter through the gaps in the leaves, adorning the forest floor. The chirping of insects resonates in the air, while the leaves are embellished with round dewdrops. Over time, these droplets coalesce, succumbing to gravity and cascading down from the leaves. Plop! They land softly on the ground. Meanwhile, a small child snores, occasionally smacking his lips. Beside him lies a naked little girl, her jet black hair cascading across the boy's chest. She is pure and plump, her arms wrapped around the boy's left hand, her head resting on his shoulder, peacefully slumbering. Yawn. Xiaobi's tiny hand gently pats her mouth. Why am I not dressed? Why do I feel so exhausted? Xiaobi feels a profound weakness enveloping her, devoid of any strength. Hadn't she just been in the restroom last night? How had the dawn arrived in the blink of an eye? And where had her clothes vanished? Questions swirl in her mind. Observing the large footprints ahead, she notices trees that are either broken in half or uprooted, a thick layer of dust coating everything. The distant mountains appear shattered, resembling remnants of a catastrophic battle. Could there have been a large-scale conflict here? Suddenly, she notices a filthy child beside her, a boy, his tattered clothes and numerous injuries revealing a grim story. How dare this ragged child lie next to me? Xiaobi furrows her brow. A frown etched on her face as she glares at the boy. She raises her hand, gathering a sphere of energy, the atmospheric pressure rising, and a brilliant blue light intensifying. At that moment, the dirty boy turns over, facing her. Blood and mud smear his face, and something about his features seems eerily familiar. Why does he resemble my brother Kaso so much? Xiaobi's pupils dilate in shock. Kaso? The deep blue shockwave in her hand dissipates abruptly, tears welling in her eyes as she scrambles to Kaso's side, enveloping him in her embrace. Her tears can no longer be contained, cascading down her chubby cheeks onto Kaso's lips. Kaso slowly opens his weary eyes. His once battered body is now cradled tightly in Xiaobi's arms, her strength and energy infusing him with renewed vigor. Hiss! Kaso, in pain, drew a sharp breath and urgently called out, Xiaobier, let go. Osbier was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily released her grasp. Brother Kaso, who has hurt you? Her expression darkened with fierce determination, revealing a fierce demeanor. In her memory, aside from the grievous injury inflicted by Nappa, Kaso had never endured such severe harm before. Relax, it's nothing serious. In a few weeks, I shall heal, Kaso reassured, resting his face against Osbier's bare chest, inhaling deeply as he spoke softly. Who inflicted this upon you, brother? Tell me, and I shall avenge you, Osbier vowed fiercely, embracing Kaso tightly, with his nose nestled against her chest, inhaling her delicate fragrance. Kaso playfully rubbed his face against her. Who on this planet could possibly overpower me? Have you forgotten what transpired last night? Right. I was in the restroom. Wasn't I? Osbier responded, her brow furrowing in confusion. What did you see while you were in there? Kaso chuckled, pulling at his face in amusement. It seemed the girl had indeed forgotten the events of the previous night. Last night, upon finishing in the restroom, I beheld a round moon. A full moon? Then I must have transformed into a gorilla, Osbier exclaimed, her face turning pale with horror. All Saiyans on Planet Vegeta were well aware of the dangers of gazing at a full moon, for it would result in a transformation into a mindless gorilla. If that were the case, Brother Kaso, your injuries weren't caused by me, were they? Though Kaso hesitated to admit it, he eventually nodded. Seeing him affirm her fears, Osbier burst into tears, lamenting her own foolishness for having attacked her own brother. Unbeknownst to her, had she not ceased her assault last night. Retracting that mighty kick, Kaso might have been reduced to a mere puddle of mud. As Kaso lay in Osbier's embrace, he recounted the events of the previous night, particularly the pivotal moment when she had pulled back her foot. Truthfully, Kaso felt deeply moved. Recovering one's sanity after transforming into a mindless gorilla was exceedingly difficult. Throughout the Dragon Ball saga, there were only a few instances where a gorilla had managed to recall their memories. Among them were the moments when Vegeta invaded Earth, and Gohan transformed into a gorilla, only to turn and attack Vegeta, one such occasion. Another was when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 during Dragon Ball GT. There may have been others, but these two instances left the most profound impact. Under Kaso's comforting words, Osbier gradually ceased her cries. Though tears had already stained her delicate nose, and even her soft, pink lips were not spared. She sniffed, relieved that she had ultimately refrained from attacking Kaso. Otherwise, she could not fathom living with such regret. Kaso bore her no ill will. After all, it was exceedingly difficult to avoid such mishaps without prior knowledge of the full moon's appearance. Had he transformed into a gorilla, Kaso could not guarantee he would have regained his sanity in time. Kaso gently wiped the tears from Osbiel's little nose and caressed her chubby cheeks. Brother does not blame you, so do not cry. If you continue, you will lose your beauty. But I hurt you, she exclaimed. It's nothing, in a few weeks. The wound will heal. Fortunately, all those times I endured for you were not in vain, and in the end, I spared your brother's life. Kaso teased her lightly. You are truly bothersome. Osbiel pouted. All right, come help your brother up. Okay. Osbiel assisted him, slowly rising from the ground. Let us hurry back. By the way, you are still not dressed. Why didn't you say so earlier? A beam of white light streaked across the sky, and from the ground, one could vaguely discern a little girl holding a little boy as they soared through the air. Chapter 8. Arrival at Yadrat Star. A month later, within a cavern, two young children hoisted a spacecraft leaning against the wall and ventured out into the open air. Their diminutive frames struggled under the weight of a vessel larger than themselves, a sight that felt somewhat incongruous. Yet, such was the formidable nature of Saiyans, they wielded hundreds of pounds as if they were mere toys. Upon exiting the cave, The ground before them was uneven, revealing a surface that had clearly been pockmarked with numerous depressions, likely filled in only recently. Scattered across the rugged terrain were countless fragments of stone, and further ahead, several trees lay half-collapsed, their upper branches bereft of leaves. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the desiccated foliage to release its grip and drift down softly. This scene unmistakably bore the scars of a fierce battle that had transpired in the vicinity not long ago. Kaso, bearing the spacecraft with one hand, reached a clearing and carefully set it down. Fortunately, this area seems untouched, he remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Osbier's pale complexion flushed with embarrassment, and she became evasive. In her transformation into a gorilla, she had wreaked havoc, yet miraculously, this place remained unscathed, and the spacecraft was intact. Otherwise, they might have been stranded here for eternity. Little Beer, we are setting off for Yadrat Star to learn an extraordinary technique, Kaso declared as he opened the spacecraft door, addressing Osbier beside him. Osbier had long resolved that wherever her brother Kaso ventured, she would follow, even if he were to take her to Frisia's headquarters. She would not hesitate, as Kaso was now her closest family. The two climbed inside, and as the door sealed shut, brilliant flames erupted from the bottom, propelling them skyward. Initially, they had intended to visit Namek Star first. However, after the incident involving Osbier's transformation, Kaso recognized that survival was paramount. Thus, they headed to Yadrat Star to acquire the vital technique of instant transmission. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the ethereal Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, a tapestry of twinkling stars shimmering like diamonds against the night sky. Countless planets floated amidst this stellar sea. Some crimson, others azure, showcasing a myriad of colors. Their sizes varied greatly. Some planets were colossal, several times the size of Earth, while others were diminutive, scarcely exceeding a tenth of Earth's mass. Before them loomed a massive yellow planet, its surface rugged and devoid of greenery, barren of even a drop of moisture. Adjacent to it was a violet planet, enveloped in a veil of lavender clouds, ethereal and delicate, reminiscent of a maiden clad in purple satin dancing gracefully before their eyes. A vision of exquisite beauty. Two spacecraft, one following the other, plunged into the atmosphere of the violet planet. As they descended at a terrifying velocity, the friction ignited the surface, enveloping it in flames akin to those of a matchstick. Boom, boom, boom. The two vessels crashed into a valley, creating deep craters. Kaso awoke from his slumber, opened the spacecraft door, and leaped out. But before him stood an alien clad in peculiar attire. His skin bore a purplish hue, devoid of hair, with features resembling those of humanity, albeit with significantly elongated ears and more slender eyes. Irregular gray patches adorned the crown of his head, and he was of a shorter stature. "Greetings, esteemed visitor from afar," he proclaimed. You, hello?" Kaso replied, observing the elderly figure's welcoming gesture, which he awkwardly attempted to mimic, resulting in a rather clumsy display. "Who are you?" "I am Husu," the alien responded to Kaso's inquiry. "Husu? Isn't he the sage from Yadrat?" Kaso pondered, bewildered by the knowledge of their arrival on this planet. Meanwhile, the spaceship's door swung open, and Osbier leaped out. "Kaso, who is he?" she exclaimed, noticing the oddly shaped alien before her. "Are you Science?" Husu initially failed to discern Kaso's tail, leading him to question their identity. However, upon seeing the long tail wrapped around the girl's waist, he felt compelled to seek confirmation. "Yes, we are. How did you know?" Osbier replied, slightly perplexed. Husu guided them toward their dwelling, elucidating as they walked. It turned out that the sage from Yadrat had foreseen a catastrophic disaster befalling their planet, predicting that a Saiyan would descend to assist in averting this calamity. Isn't this reminiscent of Goku's tale of fleeing to Namek? How could this happen to him? Moreover, didn't Husu mention only one Saiyan? Yet, here we are, too. Kaso mused, utterly confounded. Husu also found himself puzzled. His foresight had indicated but a single Scion's arrival. So how could there suddenly be two? Regardless, as long as they are Scions, that suffices. Their formidable prowess should be capable of addressing future tribulations, as the Scion race is renowned for their love of combat and strength. Husu dismissed his concerns and continued onward with the duo. "Sage, we have come here to learn the art of instantaneous movement," Kaso declared, aware of the sage's remarkable intellect and ability to foresee the future, akin to the Grand Elder from Namek. He spoke candidly, confident that his goodwill would be recognized in their willingness to impart their secret techniques. After all, wasn't it through fleeing to this very planet that Goku had acquired this skill in the anime? "We, the people of Yadrat, welcome every kind-hearted individual who cherishes peace," Husu mused, stroking his chin. "You may learn this skill, but we have one condition. Please, do tell. Kaso responded eagerly. Hyusu then articulated his request. In the event of a great calamity striking Yadrat, he hoped they would offer their assistance. We agree. Thank you, Elder Hyusu. Upon hearing Hyusu's request, Kaso immediately exhaled in relief. To his knowledge, Hyusu had made a similar request of Wukong, although it was not mentioned in the anime. Very well. This room has been arranged for your rest. Tomorrow, someone will come to teach you the art of instant transmission. Please rest assured, Hyusu stated as he led them into a house. After ensuring their arrangements were in order, Hyusu exited, heading towards the clan's conference room. Kaso, we have finally arrived at Planet Yadrat. Is the instant transmission truly as wondrous as you described? Osbier inquired, clutching his arm and giving it a gentle shake. Whether it is wondrous or not, you will discover once you learn it. Kaso replied, not wishing to elaborate further, as he doubted she would comprehend. What could a mere child possibly understand? In the Yadrat conference room, the atmosphere grew tense. Are those two little ones truly the saviors you foresaw? One elder questioned. These two Saiyans who arrived today differ somewhat from my vision. In my foresight, it was a golden-haired Saiyan who was destined to descend upon our planet, Hyusu responded. Oh, then what of these two? Can they indeed save our world? The room erupted into chaos as voices clashed. Silence. Super, the leader of Yadrat, bellowed from the head of the table, visibly startled by Hyusu's prophecy of impending doom for their race, though relieved by the prospect of a savior's aid. As Super's roar echoed, the room fell into a semblance of quiet, though murmurs persisted. Let us heed the wisdom of the seer, Super continued. Hyusu rose from his seat, extending his arms, and the chatter ceased as all eyes turned to him, eager to hear his words. Though they are not the saviors I envisioned, I sense that they will prove to be far more formidable than the golden-haired Scion I foresaw, Hyusu stated, pausing momentarily before adding. As long as we maintain a cordial relationship with them, I am confident they will save our planet. With that declaration, the conference room erupted in fervor. The other elders, having witnessed the accuracy of the seer's previous prophecies, placed their unwavering faith in his words once more. You all heard the sage's words. Starting tomorrow, remember to foster a friendly rapport with them, Super solemnly instructed. If there are no further matters, this meeting is adjourned. Chapter 9. The Awakening of Instant Transmission, Hyusu. This prophet of sorts possesses remarkable foresight, discerning with clarity the precise location of his arrival. Yet, one must ponder the ripple effect of his crossing into this realm. Will the future Goku still have the opportunity to experience such a phenomenon? Lying on his bed, Kaso found himself mired in contemplation, grappling with thoughts that eluded his understanding. Meanwhile, beside him, Osbier slept softly, her rosy lips parting gently with each breath. Kaso chuckled softly, tucking the blanket around the sweet girl. How could one not cherish such an adorable child? He resolved to protect her fiercely, ensuring she would not suffer even the slightest harm. As the evening waned, Kaso prepared for rest, knowing that tomorrow he would embark on the study of instant transmission. The following day, greetings, I am Veer, and I shall oversee your instruction in instant transmission. I look forward to your cooperation, announced a young Ardatian, his demeanor amiable. Thank you, we appreciate your guidance. Kaso and Osbier responded with respectful bows. Veer led Kaso forward along winding paths, encountering numerous Ardatian inhabitants along the way. They varied in height, yet all shared a delicate lavender hue to their skin. The onlookers regarded the two Saiyans with curiosity, their eyes betraying a knowledge of their arrival. Yet they refrained from any dramatic reactions, merely observing with intrigue. After exchanging greetings with the locals, Veer continued onward until they arrived at an ancient entrance, reminiscent of a relic from a bygone era, imbued with a sense of antiquity akin to that of the Egyptian pyramids. Two guards stood sentinel at the entrance, clad in the distinctive combat attire of the Ardatian people. For those unfamiliar with this uniform, it mirrors the garb worn by Goku upon his return to Earth from Ardit. Kaso sensed the guards' power, though it eluded precise measurement. They were either significantly stronger than himself or merely average in strength. However, given their critical role as guardians of such an important site, Kaso leaned towards the former assumption. During his time on Mumu Star, Kaso's combat power had not seen substantial growth. After 3 months of interstellar travel, his power had stabilized at a formidable 1,500, while Osbier possessed a strength of 1,000. It was evident that these guards were immensely powerful, likely exceeding 5,000 in combat prowess. To put this in perspective, a combat power of 5,000 during the early days of Dragon Ball would allow one to roam the universe freely, provided they did not provoke any major factions. Please, follow me, Veer beckoned, guiding them through the entrance into a dimly lit corridor. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a serene yet chilling ambience, as though the very spirits of the underworld awaited to claim the souls of those who ventured forth. Suddenly, Bonfires ignited along the sides of the passage, their flames illuminating the darkness like beacons in the night, guiding the way out of the desolate void towards the promise of light. The bonfire blazed, illuminating the entire corridor, flanked by numerous murals depicting vivid images that seemingly chronicled the ancient history of the planet Yadrat. However, Kaso found himself unable to comprehend any of it. The stone slabs and the azure murals bore the marks of time, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the path opened into a spacious chamber resembling a secret hall. Within this hall stood numerous stone tablets, each engraved with lines of varying depths. These lines converged, leading one to believe that the content of the tablets would be clearly visible, yet it only rendered the inscriptions more elusive, as if shrouded in a thick haze. Vale guided the two to one of the tablets, pointing to it as he spoke. This tablet records the method of teleportation. A person may learn a maximum of 2 secret arts in their lifetime from this place. The other one you may choose, provided you possess sufficient mental strength. Must one possess mental strength to learn teleportation? What is mental strength? Kaso realized his naivety. Having assumed that mastering teleportation would be as simple as acquiring a new type of shockwave, Vale and the others had not considered that Kaso and his companions might struggle with teleportation. After all, they were prophesied as saviors by the sages. Though they appeared as mere children, it was believed that while learning both arts simultaneously might be challenging, mastering one should still be feasible. After instructing the two on how to grasp the secrets inscribed on the tablet, Vale departed. Concentrating their minds on the tablet would unveil detailed methods of learning. Hee. I understand, Osbier exclaimed, suddenly bursting into laughter after pondering the tablet. What? This little fool comprehended it? Is her talent truly that remarkable? Kaso thought in astonishment. In truth, Osbier did possess considerable talent. Her combat prowess had not lagged behind Kaso's despite employing the same training methods. Gently ruffling Osbier's hair, Kaso said, then hastened to comprehend it. Osbier nodded vigorously. As he witnessed her commence her training, Kaso fell silent and immersed himself in the content of the tablet. How does one concentrate their spirit upon it? Kaso endeavored to focus intently, clearing his mind as he gazed upon the entire tablet. Suddenly, his thoughts were forcefully drawn within. As if he had no power to resist, Kaso found himself in a realm enveloped in mist, a dark and foreboding place devoid of paths, reminiscent of the treacherous forests from fairy tales where danger lurked. There was no way out, no guiding light. In fairy tales, such gloomy forests often featured a guide. And here, amidst the haze, a white stream appeared, shimmering like moonlight reflecting off a small creek in the night. Ah, so this is it, Kaso realized. The lines etched upon the tablet represented this white stream, guiding the spirit within. He followed it, imprinting those lines upon his heart. 6 months later, a small child suddenly materialized in a bustling marketplace, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching a lofty precipice, Kaso exhaled deeply, astonished by the strength of his mental prowess. In less than 6 months, he had mastered the art of instantaneous movement, achieving a profound understanding of it. Was this due to the merging of his soul with that of Kaso's body? When it comes to matters of the mind and spirit, Kaso found himself somewhat perplexed. Regardless, he had indeed acquired the skill of teleportation, and now, who could possibly capture him? Meanwhile, Osbier was still in the secluded chamber, striving to comprehend the technique of instantaneous movement. This was not to say that her talent was lacking. After all, even Goku, the martial arts prodigy with an innocent heart, took a year to grasp it. It was likely that little Osbier would require another 6 months to fully understand the art of teleportation. Kaso took a seat and pondered. It was now the year 736 of the Age of E, and in just 6 months, the explosion of Planet Vegeta would occur. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of resisting Frieza. He might not even withstand a mere energy wave from Frieza in his base form. Was it possible that the Saiyans would face annihilation? Would events unfold in accordance with the Dragon Ball storyline? What should he do? Yes, the Dragon Balls. Kaso had spent the past 6 months in the chamber, nearly losing himself in the intricacies of the secret arts, and only now recalled the existence of the Dragon Balls. Estimating the journey, he realized that traveling from here to Namek would not take long, allowing him ample time to summon the Eternal Dragon before the catastrophe of Planet Vegeta. Unfamiliar with the energy signatures of the Namekians, he was unable to utilize instantaneous movement and would have to rely on the spacecraft, which contained the interstellar coordinates for Namek. Little Osbier, focus on mastering instantaneous movement while I take care of the future of our Saiyan race. Kaso murmured, resolved to journey to Namek. Kaso set his plan into motion, first notifying Suppa and Husu, who reassured him to proceed without worry. He then located the spacecraft. Standing before it, Kaso glanced back at the distant town. Little Osbier, Wait patiently for my return. With that, he boarded the spacecraft and soared into the sky, embarking on his voyage to Namek. Chapter 10. Confronting Nail. Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, shimmering with silvery light, a small spacecraft glides through the cosmos. Inside, Kaso lies in a state of suspended animation, acutely aware that impatience serves no purpose as he hopes to arrive at Namek before the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta. 3 months have elapsed. Namek, situated at the edge of the universe, boasts a diameter more than 10 times that of Earth. The planetary system it inhabits is unique, with 3 diminutive suns orbiting it, casting perpetual daylight upon its surface. The orbit of Namek is elliptical, with an eccentricity approaching 0, and its average orbital velocity is akin to that of Earth. The inhabitants of Namek possess striking green skin, devoid of hair, with 2 antennae atop their heads that serve as sensory organs capable of emitting electrical currents. Their skin, green in hue, allows them to perform a function analogous to photosynthesis. By merely consuming water, they can generate starch to meet their physiological needs. Meanwhile, in a village on Namek, several children engage in playful antics. Look, what is that? One of the young Namekians exclaims, pointing at a streak of fire in the sky. The dim lighting of Namek accentuates the brilliance of the fireball, which races toward the ground, resembling a nuclear warhead. Is it a meteor from the heavens? Hurry, inform the elder. The children scamper toward a large, white dome-shaped structure. A spherical spacecraft descends from the sky, transforming into a fiery serpent as it crashes violently into the Earth. Boom! A colossal crater forms upon impact. Kaso awakens from his slumber, leaping from the vessel. The pale green sky and the azure grass create a breathtaking tableau, having rejuvenated over many years. Namek has recovered from the severe climatic upheaval it endured long ago. Kaso inhales deeply, savoring the fresh air of Namek. Reminiscent of a spring day spent in the great outdoors, the invigorating scent uplifts his spirits. The refreshing atmosphere and picturesque surroundings ease Kaso's earlier anxiety. He reflects on how Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan in this very place, leading to the subsequent destruction of Namek. It is indeed a pity to see such beauty destined for ruin. However, the thought that Namek was later restored through Earth's Dragon Balls brings him some solace. Having traversed this realm for over a year, Kaso's strength has surged at a remarkable pace, currently standing at a combat power of 2,000. With 3 months remaining until the explosion of Planet Vegeta, the prospect of rescuing the Saiyans with such limited power appears exceedingly unrealistic. Fortunately, the existence of the miraculous Dragon Balls offers a glimmer of hope. Surveying his surroundings, Kaso ponders whether the Elder would be inclined to lend the Dragon Balls to a Saiyan like himself. If the Elder were reluctant to part with them, Kaso would find himself in a dire predicament. In the realm of the anime, it is well known that the Namekians are not inherently weak. They are categorized into various types, including combatants and healers, with the combatants, such as Piccolo and Nail, being particularly renowned. Not to mention the formidable Slug from the movie adaptations. Their prowess far exceeds Kaso's current abilities. In this scenario, Kaso found himself unable to obtain the Dragon Balls, nor could he engage in any form of theft. Although Earth possessed its own Dragon Balls, time was of the essence, and he was running out of it. Suddenly, a small green dot appeared in the sky, surrounded by a white aura. As the dot drew nearer, the figure became clearer. A child, his expression grave and icy, resembling a younger version of Piccolo. Who are you? The green-skinned child descended beside Kaso, speaking coldly. Kaso remained silent, lost in thought. Could this child be Neru? I am Kaso, here to seek the Elder's assistance, Kaso replied. The young Neru's eyebrows lifted slightly. It had been years since the Namekians had communicated with the outside world, yet this boy knew of the Elder. Upon hearing Kaso's intention to seek the Elder, the young Neru's tone grew even more frigid. The Elder will not assist you. You should leave. The Elder was quite old, and Neru wished to avoid disturbing him. Kaso, having researched Neru's character, recognized his nature. He was indeed Neru, though Kaso had not anticipated his demeanor would be so unlikable. I truly have urgent matters. Please relay my request, Kaso implored, attempting to maintain a low profile to avoid further conflict. Neru stood before him, gazing coldly and uttering not a word. After more than 20 years in his previous life, Kaso had never felt such anger. Was it so difficult to simply pass along a message? As Neru ignored him, Kaso turned to leave. Without you, can I not seek the Elder myself? Kaso scoffed, ascending into the sky, preparing to search for the Elder's whereabouts. Stop! Neru charged forward, attempting to obstruct Kaso. You would do well to vacate Namek immediately, otherwise I will show you no mercy, he warned. Upon hearing this, Kaso crossed his small arms over his chest, adopting a mature demeanor, eager to see how Neru would respond. Moments later, Neru exploded in rage. You seek your own demise. Seeing Kaso's indifference, Neru clenched his fists, unleashing tremendous power, his white aura expanding dramatically, an overwhelming force radiating outward. Is that all? Kaso smirked, unimpressed by Neru's display of energy, which he deemed rather trivial. If his senses were accurate, Neru's power level was around 1500, comparable to his own from over half a year ago. A mere child, achieving such a level of power, truly a testament to the Namekian's prowess in combat. However, that was the extent of it. After enduring rigorous training on Mumu Star for approximately half a year, daily battling fierce beasts had elevated Kaso's combat skills to a new echelon, coupled with a power level exceeding Neru's by 500. He was confident that this child would not pose a challenge. In an instant, Neru vanished from his original position, leaving Kaso alone in the sky. Kaso chuckled disdainfully. To attempt to engage him with such a tactic was futile. A year prior, he might have struggled, but during his time on Mumu Star, he had mastered the art of sensing energy. Kaso raised his gaze. Indeed, a subtle ripple emerged in the upper atmosphere. Xiao Nala transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly charging towards Kaso. He was reluctant to employ overly powerful techniques, as a moment's carelessness could inflict damage upon the planet, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, Xiao Nilu exerted only half of his strength. Kaso, sensing Xiao Nilu's movement, deftly sidestepped the impending attack. I bet you can't keep up with me, Kaso remarked casually. Soaring to the side. Go ahead. Upon realizing that his assault had been in vain, Xiao Nilu quickly distanced himself, curious to hear what this young human had to say. Yet, he no longer dared to underestimate this individual. His earlier surprise attack had been evaded by no one among his own kin. Yet this seemingly insignificant outsider had managed to dodge it effortlessly. Chapter 11. The bet of 10 moves. If you cannot lay a finger on me within the next 10 moves, you shall escort me to meet the Grand Elder. Should you succeed, I shall depart from Namek at once. Kaso observed Neru with a smile that concealed his intentions. Neru, a figure of immense pride akin to Vegeta and Piccolo, could not endure even the slightest provocation. Kaso, fully aware of this trait, devised a strategy to incite him. Employing a straightforward yet cunning tactic, even though his opponent was merely a child, he was certain that Neru would accept the wager. Kaso maintained his smile, yet the disdain in his eyes did not escape Neru's notice. 10 moves? Who do you think you were to look down on me? Neru's forehead throbbed with indignation. You're accepting the challenge, aren't you? Kaso prodded. Neru fell silent. It was common knowledge that while impulsive, Neru would never place the Grand Elder in jeopardy. In the anime, the grown Neru recognized the impending threat posed by Frisia's arrival, understanding the peril it brought to Namek. Even in the most dire of circumstances, he steadfastly upheld his duties, preventing Gohan and others from encountering the Grand Elder too easily. Moreover, during his conversation with Kaso, Neru sensed that this boy was not an adversary but merely sought assistance from the Grand Elder. Not agreeing? Then I shall seek the Grand Elder myself, after all. You cannot stop me. Kaso scoffed, turning to depart. Come on, Neru exclaimed. Kaso smirked, fully aware that this naive child remained oblivious to his true intentions. Poor Neru, caught in a web he did not perceive. However, one could hardly blame him, having grown up on Namek, a land of unblemished customs and devoid of outside influence. Its inhabitants were often rather simple-minded. Kaso, with over 20 years of life experience, could easily manipulate the unsuspecting Neru. Despite his past struggles with social anxiety that once made him blush at the mere act of conversing with girls. As the two fell into silence, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Neru shifted his approach, transforming into a serene presence amidst the sky, resembling a still pond, devoid of ripples. The clouds drifted lazily, and a gentle breeze caressed Kaso's bangs. Something felt amiss. Kaso abruptly sensed that Neru's energy had vanished, even though the boy was right before him. Could it be that Neru was capable of concealing his aura? With the Grand Elder's teachings, it was not entirely surprising. Yet why had he not masked his energy from the outset? Was he playing a deeper game? Impressive, Neru, I misjudged you. Kaso muttered under his breath. Just then, panic seized him. Where is he? Kaso exclaimed in shock. The figure of Neru had vanished. Kaso's eyes darted wildly, searching the surroundings, but found nothing above or below. Then, from behind, Kaso turned his body, and indeed, Neru soared towards him, fist clenched, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Just as Neru's blow seemed destined to connect, Kaso executed an astonishing evasion, narrowly avoiding the attack. Impossible. The first move surprisingly missed its target. Xiao Nilu was extremely frustrated. This was the ultimate technique he had painstakingly begged the Grand Elder to teach him, yet it had been evaded by this mere child, refusing to accept defeat. He believed the opponent must have been fortunate. Xiao Nilu once again suppressed his aura, merging himself with the sky, determined that this child could not escape again. Kasu let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have dodged the attack. He had claimed he would evade 10 strikes. To be hit on the first would have been utterly humiliating. Xiao Nilu's technique was particularly cunning. Without systematic training and energy manipulation, it was challenging to uncover a countermeasure. For someone like Kasu, only a novice in comprehending energy, even if his combat prowess surpassed that of Xiao Nilu, he would merely be on the receiving end of blows. At most, he could rely on his immense strength to remain undefeated, but defeating his opponent would undoubtedly prove difficult. Kasu initially perceived Nilu as merely a haughty child, unaware of the cunning behind his demeanor, which led him to underestimate him. He needed to devise a strategy quickly. Closing his eyes, everything seemed to revert back to Mumu's star. There, Kasu adopted Goku's meditative posture by the lakeside, striving for tranquility akin to the sky, faster than lightning. After meditating for a considerable time without grasping the key, the pressure from Xiao Nilu seemed to awaken something within Kasu. As Nilu concealed his aura, Kasu inexplicably smiled. He admitted that his earlier evasion had indeed been a stroke of luck, but now, circumstances had changed. It appeared he truly sensed something. In the sky, Xiao Nilu vanished once more. However, Kasu could perceive a dazzling light ahead, radiant like a beacon in the night, clearly revealing his position. A smirk crept onto Kasu's lips. The impudent boy intended to use the same tactic against him. Indeed, Nilu speculated that Kasu would not anticipate his approach from the front to launch an attack from behind. Come out. I know you're behind me. Kasu opened his eyes and smiled. Xiao Nilu remained silent, sensing that the boy was attempting to deceive him. Kasu turned to fix his gaze firmly on Nilu's location. As Nilu remained motionless, so did Kasu. They stood there like fools. Time passed, and after a quarter of an hour, the sky grew silent. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Nilu soon revealed himself. How did you discover me? Nilu asked, vexed. This is my secret, Kasu replied, unfazed. Humph. Nilu scoffed coldly. Shall we continue? Kasu inquired nonchalantly. Nilu fell silent. In his eyes, Kasu was nothing more than a little rascal. Despite his considerable strength, Nilu had hoped to win through stealth. Now that his combat strategy had been discerned, how could he continue to fight? Little did he know, Kasu harbored similar thoughts. He believed Nilu was just a novice, initially feigning distress to compel him into a wager, only to discover that he possessed this clever tactic as well, a true little rascal. You wouldn't dare to say your word is not binding, Kasu exclaimed, eyes wide. Let us go, Nilu replied coolly. Since we are engaging in a wager, and given that the other party is not a malevolent individual, it would be prudent to introduce him to the Grand Elder. The planet Namek has endured catastrophic climatic upheavals, yet it has only recently begun to recover. It predominantly consists of land and lakes, with scant forests, featuring only short blue grass and sparse trees dotting the terrain. The freshwater resources here are abundantly plentiful, with a small lake nestled between every few islands. On this day, the skies above Namek were pierced by 2 beams of white light, enveloping 2 figures, one a young boy and the other a diminutive green Namekian. How much longer? What is the rush? You'll find out when we arrive. The icy tone unmistakably belonged to Neru. Kaso had grown accustomed to his demeanor. Little Neru harbored no animosity toward him, for it was simply his nature to be consistent in his interactions with all. In a swift motion, the two descended upon a towering pillar of rock, upon which stood a structure styled in the distinctive white architecture of Namek. Grand Elder, I have brought the individual you requested. Chapter 12. Unleashing potential. Kaso stepped into the room and ascended to the 2nd floor, where he beheld an enormous Namekian seated in a chair. Although he was aware from the anime that the Grand Elder was a remarkably large Namekian, he was taken aback by the sheer scale, as the figure appeared to reach a height of 4 meters and a width of 2 meters while seated. The Grand Elder's appearance differed somewhat from Kaso's memories of his past life. He seemed more aged now, yet not as decrepit as during the tumultuous battles on Namek, and his eyes were still capable of opening. Greetings, Grand Elder. Kaso offered a polite salutation. Saiyan, what brings you here? The elderly Grand Elder's voice resonated with a deep timbre. Standing beside him, Neru was astonished, realizing that Kaso was a Saiyan, a race reputed to be a warrior nation, which explained his formidable prowess. Kaso momentarily paused before it dawned on him that the Grand Elder, as the leader of the Namekians, had survived the cataclysmic climate disaster and lived for so many years. It was not surprising that he possessed prophetic abilities. Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Kaso, and I wish to borrow your Dragon Balls. Kaso expressed earnestly. The imminent destruction of Planet Vegeta in approximately 3 months left him with little time. Should the Grand Elder refuse to lend the Dragon Balls, it would pose a significant dilemma. Given Kaso's current strength, seizing them was not a viable option. Absolutely not. Our sacred artifact cannot be lent to outsiders. Naru immediately objected upon hearing Kaso's request. The Dragon Balls were sacred to the Namekians. How could they be so casually entrusted to a stranger? What if this individual wished for something nefarious? The Grand Elder, seated and undistracted by Naru's protests, closed his eyes and remained still. Suddenly, his eyes flickered open, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. Very well, I shall lend them to you. But you must agree to one condition. Kaso listened intently as the Grand Elder continued. This request will be simple for you. In the future, our Namek will face a great calamity, and I hope that you will come to the aid of our people in this planet when that time comes. A future calamity for Namek? Naru was momentarily taken aback, then grasped the implication. The Grand Elder was beseeching others, indicating that his own strength might not suffice to protect Namek, nor could he safeguard the Grand Elder himself. Understanding the Grand Elder's capabilities, Naru recognized the truth in his words and clenched his fists in frustration. Very well, I shall fulfill this promise, Kaso responded with excitement. He pondered the Grand Elder's formidable foresight. Had he indeed foreseen the chaotic battle to come? In truth, even without him, Goku would be capable of rescuing the Namekians in the future. Nonetheless, he pledged to uphold his word, vowing to ensure that Frisia's forces would not harm a single Namekian. All right, I will have Naru accompany you to summon the Eternal Dragon, the Grand Elder declared. Thank you, Grand Elder, Kaso exclaimed with exhilaration, relieved to have secured the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Balls in his possession, he breathed a sigh of relief. There were still 3 months remaining before the catastrophic explosion of Planet Vegeta, and time was on his side. As soon as the wish was fulfilled, one could simply use instant transmission to depart from Namek, thus returning to Planet Vegeta. Little Naru felt a tinge of disappointment. But upon hearing the Elder's words, he quickly regained his focus. Just as he was about to lead Kaso away, he noticed Kaso hesitating, reluctant to leave. What on earth does this little rascal intend to do? Considering that he would have to rely on him in the future, little Naru fell silent. I heard that the Elder can help others unlock their potential without any side effects. Could you assist me in developing my abilities? Kaso blushed slightly. He felt somewhat embarrassed, having borrowed someone else's Dragon Balls, yet still seeking assistance to enhance his potential. Elder, are you feeling well? Little Naru expressed concern for the Elder's health. The Elder was quite advanced in age, and it would be prudent not to overexert himself. He had previously refrained from allowing Kaso to meet with the Elder for this very reason. However, before he could voice his concerns, the Elder interrupted. Not a problem. The Elder did not hesitate. Whether he was helping once or twice, he readily agreed to assist Kaso. Moreover, aiding others in unlocking their potential would not adversely affect his health, merely depleting his stamina, which could be replenished with rest. Kaso recalled the anime, where Gohan and Krillin had visited the Elder for potential development, significantly multiplying their fighting power. An exhilarating thought crossed his mind. Would he also experience such an increase in strength? He approached the designated spot as instructed by the Elder, and suddenly, a large hand enveloped his head. It felt warm, as if a soothing flow of heat coursed through him, from the top down, reaching every corner of his being. He closed his eyes, finding tranquility within, allowing the warmth to circulate through his body, reminiscent of a newly discovered hot spring, with every cell in a state of relaxation. Suddenly, Kaso sensed a mysterious force being awakened from deep within him. This essence was indescribable, nestled somewhere between his mind, heart, or perhaps even deep within each cell. Gradually, it surged forth. Boom. Kaso erupted with a formidable aura, as if he were in a state of battle. 3,000, 4,000, 8,000. His fighting power continued to ascend. The strength erupted like a volcano, unleashing a terrifying momentum from within. 12,000. His power ultimately reached an astounding 12,000. With a whoosh, the air pressure expanded, causing little Naru's clothing to flutter wildly. How incredibly powerful. Little Naru's eyes widened in disbelief. Kaso reveled in his newfound strength. After months of slumber aboard the spaceship, his fighting power had barely increased to around 2,000. To think that the Elder's ability to unlock potential was so remarkable, propelling him to a staggering 12,000, a six-fold enhancement. Indeed, the allure of immense power was intoxicating. Kaso steadied his mind, concealing the overflow of energy back within. Suddenly possessing such formidable strength, he realized the necessity of rigorous training. Otherwise, he would be unable to truly harness this newfound power. Much like Frisia, who possesses 3 transformation states, each unlocking increasingly formidable powers, he chooses not to remain in his third form. Why, you may ask? The reason lies in the overwhelming nature of this power, which Frieza finds beyond his control, compelling him to retreat to his base form. However, it would be an exaggeration to claim he cannot master it. Frieza, endowed with extraordinary talent, could easily harness this strength with diligent training. In the supplementary chapters of Dragon Ball Super, upon returning from the depths of hell, Frieza manages to attain his golden form after merely 3 months of training. Thus, it is not a matter of inability to control the power of his third transformation, but rather Frieza's own laziness. Thank you, Elder. Kaso sincerely bowed, conveying his heartfelt gratitude. It is but a trivial matter. Now, go ahead and fulfill your wish. The Elder waved his hand dismissively. Follow me. Upon saying this, Kaso turned to the sky and took flight. Nodding in acknowledgement to the Elder, Kaso hastily followed, lest he fall behind. Given Kaso's temperament, should he lag, Nelu would certainly not return to search for him, and might even prefer that Kaso gets lost. Chapter 13. 3 Wishes After a While. Son Goku traversed the remaining 6 villages, collecting a Dragon Ball from each. The Namekians held a profound reverence for nature, eschewing the use of supernatural powers. The Dragon Balls were sacred artifacts, seldom employed. The 7 Dragon Balls lay before them, distinct from those on Earth. While Earth's Dragon Balls were merely the size of an adult's fist, the Namekian Dragon Balls were as large as basketballs. These immense orbs possessed abilities unlike their earthly counterparts. While Earth's Dragon Balls could grant but a single wish, the Namekian ones had the power to fulfill 3 wishes. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls had a peculiar limitation regarding resurrection. They could revive only one individual at a time, provided the death was not natural. Yet they allowed for infinite revivals. Conversely, Earth's Dragon Balls could resurrect many at once, but each person could only be revived once in their lifetime. Come forth, Shenron. Son Goku stood beside the colossal Dragon Ball, invoking the incantation in the Namekian tongue. Dark clouds amassed overhead, casting a shadow that felt oppressive, as if a storm were imminent. The ominous clouds swirled above, yet no rain fell. Crackling thunder erupted from the clouds, illuminating the dim sky and casting a fleeting glow upon Goku and Son Goku's faces. A magnificent western dragon's head burst forth into the sky. Its form entwined with flashes of lightning, and moments later, the entire area was graced by the presence of this majestic dragon. The breathtaking sight pierced Goku's heart. This was Shenron. The Dragon Ball series primarily revolves around the 7 Dragon Balls, and now he found himself amidst this long-desired scene. Goku was awestruck, his mouth agape, frozen in place, eager to etch this moment into his memory forever. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. You may now make 3 wishes, and any desire shall be fulfilled, Shenron proclaimed, unveiling his iconic line. Speak, Son Goku remarked with a smirk. Goku's expression was noted by Son Goku, resembling that of a naive villager, utterly lacking in sophistication. For my first wish, let us Saiyans be able to survive in the vacuum of space, Goku declared. Son Goku repeated Goku's words in the Namekian language. Prior to arriving on Namek, Goku had contemplated which 3 wishes to make. It was well known that Saiyans could not survive in the cosmos. During the fateful battle between Goku and Frieza, the latter unleashed a planet-destroying attack, obliterating the entire Namekian planet. While Frieza could thrive in space, the Saiyans could not, which would inevitably lead to Goku's demise. Little did anyone know that Goku would ultimately discover the spaceship left by the Ginyu Force. Thus, this wish was of utmost importance. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Shenron's eyes glinted with a crimson hue as he spoke. At the moment when the Eternal Dragon granted his wish, Kaso felt a flicker of clarity within, as if his body had undergone some transformation. It appeared that he could indeed survive in the cosmos from now on. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, Bardock had just returned from a mission and was jolted on his way home. What was happening? An inexplicable force surged within him, leaving him feeling unusually light. Had he been overly anxious? After sensing his body, Bardock realized nothing was amiss and continued on his path home. Please restore the true homeland of the Saiyans, Planet Salad. Little Nera translated the second wish to the Eternal Dragon. Kaso understood that Planet Vegeta could not be preserved. The Saiyans would urgently require a refuge, and the authentic homeland of the Saiyans, Planet Salad, was the most suitable sanctuary. Your second wish has been granted. The location of Planet Salad has been imprinted in your minds. Please state your third wish. The third wish was to transfer the remaining Saiyans on the verge of the imminent explosion of Planet Vegeta to the restored Planet Salad. Little Neru opened his mouth and articulated the final wish. The Eternal Dragon's eyes turned momentarily red, followed by an eerie silence. In a subdued tone, the dragon replied, This wish cannot be fulfilled. Upon hearing the dragon's response, both Kaso and little Neru were left in a state of shock, frozen in place. How could this wish be beyond even the eternal dragon's power? The destruction of Planet Vegeta and the annihilation of the Saiyans were commands from the god of destruction, Beerus, making this wish unattainable. The dragon, perspiring slightly, continued, "Please state your third wish." Kaso had contemplated this predicament. As the most formidable deity in the seventh universe, Beerus's commands were not to be defied by ordinary dragons. It seemed that realization dawned upon him. Was the extermination of his race truly inevitable? As Kaso lingered in silence, the dragon urged once more, "Please state your third wish." The urgency in the dragon's tone was palpable. If they delayed any longer, the dragon would vanish. Little Neru glanced at Kaso. "Create a piece of land on planet Salad where the magical beans can grow instantly." Kaso casually uttered a wish. Little Neru translated, "Your wish has been granted." With a flash, the 7 dragon balls radiated a golden light, and the dragon in the sky suddenly vanished. As the golden glow faded, the dragon balls on the ground transformed into ordinary stones. With the dragon gone, Kaso remained, furrowing his brow. Were both Planet Vegeta and the Saiyans destined for destruction? After a moment of reflection, Kaso sensed something was amiss. Indeed, Beerus had merely instructed Frieza to destroy and annihilate the Saiyans, without concern for whether they were entirely eradicated. Wasn't the existence of Kakarot and Vegeta the perfect testament to this oversight? The Shinron is unable to resist the god of destruction due to the deity's overwhelming power. Since it cannot fulfill its wishes, could it not be possible for Kaso to save Bardock and the others through his own efforts? Kaso understood. It seemed indeed feasible. With this thought, he sighed in relief. Turning around, he gazed at the little boy beside him. "Neru, I must take my leave. Please convey my farewell to the elder. I shall honor the promise I made. The Namekians will forever remain my steadfast friends." "Are you leaving?" Neru felt a stir within him. Over this period of acquaintance, he discerned that Kaso was a remarkable young lad. Through Shinran's 3 wishes, he realized that Kaso had come to Namek to save his people. Neru admired Kaso. Despite being just a child, he chose not to flee in the face of his race's impending extinction, instead striving with all his might to rescue them. Such resolve is worthy of respect. In truth, Neru was similar. During the future Namekian conflict, he chose to merge with Piccolo, relinquishing his own dominant thoughts solely to defeat Frieza and save his people. Such parallel actions often resonate deeply, even though the Namekian battle has yet to occur. All right, in the battles to come, do your best. If you cannot overcome the enemy, do not hesitate to flee. Neru patted Kaso's slender shoulder. Kaso shook his head, surprised to see this side of Neru. Nevertheless, when Neru mentioned fleeing, Kaso shared the sentiment. With his current abilities, confronting Frieza would be akin to an ant challenging an elephant. There was no glimmer of hope for victory. To be honest, likening himself to an ant felt like an overestimation. Farewell. With that, Kaso soared into the sky. Neru watched the small white dot above, his mind a whirl of thoughts, before he flew back towards the elder's dwelling. Chapter 14. Osbier learns instantaneous movement. Little Nilu returned to the residence of the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I am back," he said in a subdued tone. The Grand Elder gazed quietly at little Nilu. After a moment, he smiled and remarked, "Are you perhaps resenting me for not unlocking your potential?" "No," Nilu responded. The Grand Elder shook his head, understanding the thoughts that lingered in little Nilu's mind. It was merely a matter of his insufficient strength, leaving him unable to safeguard Namek in the future. The Grand Elder chose not to elaborate further and began recounting the history of Namek's development. Once, a great calamity befell Namek, plunging its inhabitants into perilous circumstances, prompting many of them to flee. The Grand Elder continued to discuss matters regarding their clan, noting that the combat prowess of the Namekians was generally lacking. Even those endowed with exceptional talent were not exceedingly formidable. "In our clan, there was a combat genius named Shiragu, whose battle power exceeded 10 million, the Grand Elder elaborated. Yet even he could not withstand future adversaries. Do you understand, my child? Little Nilu's eyes widened in realization. It turned out that even such a remarkable expert from his clan could not contend with future foes. The Grand Elder had shared all this to convey that Namekians revere nature. Even during the aforementioned catastrophe, they refrained from utilizing the Dragon Balls to alter their fate. Thus, it was understood that they would only resort to the Wish Orbs as a last resort. Moreover, the general combat capability of the Namekians was quite low, rendering them incapable of overcoming future enemies, leaving them reliant on others for assistance. Upon hearing this, little Nilu nodded in resignation. "Kaso, you must not let me down in the future," he thought to himself. Since the Grand Elder had indicated that Kaso could save Namek, he had no choice but to place his hopes in him. Subsequently, little Nihilus stepped outside, resuming his diligent training, hoping to contribute to Namek's welfare in the days to come. Watching little Nihilu's retreating figure, the Grand Elder fell into deep contemplation. How much had the future changed? Meanwhile, Kaso arrived at the designated landing site of the spacecraft. He glanced back towards the Grand Elder's abode before touching the ship and executing his instantaneous movement towards the direction of Yadrat. Days passed. Kaso lay atop a peak in the southern region of Yadrat, panting heavily. With a battle power of nearly 12,000, his mastery of ki was still rudimentary. After employing instantaneous movement over 100 times throughout the cosmos, depleting his ki multiple times, and resting extensively, he finally returned to Yadrat. I have finally returned to Yadrat. Kaso sighed with relief. Though utilizing instantaneous movement was exhausting, it was considerably faster than traveling by spacecraft. As a result, he had become more attuned to the sensing of ki. Should he encounter little Nihilu again, he could likely locate him in under a second. Furthermore, having repeatedly drained his ki, his battle power had increased slightly, now standing at 12,500 points. Kaso gazed up at the sky, which was adorned in hues of purple, with a few violet clouds clustering together, floating ethereally in the horizon. A gentle breeze swept by, imparting a sense of otherworldliness. He couldn't help but wonder how little Beer was faring. Having been away from Osbier for several months, Kaso felt an intense longing. During his time on Planet Vegeta, he had never been separated from her for such an extended period. This departure was unavoidable. If little Beer successfully mastered instant transmission and emerged from her training without finding him, she would undoubtedly be anxious. The image of her weeping flooded his mind, and Kaso's heart raced with urgency to reunite with her. Yet, his energy had not fully returned, leaving him powerless. Seconds ticked away, and at last, he felt a resurgence of strength. Unable to contain his eagerness, he activated instant transmission. In the secret chamber of Planet Yadrat, a little girl sat before a stone tablet, her cherubic face scrunched in concentration, as if grappling with something of great importance. Suddenly, her expression brightened, and a radiant smile graced her features. She lifted her tiny hand, pressing her finger to her forehead. "Here," she murmured softly. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Outside the secret chamber, Kaso materialized, glancing at the two guards. As he had surmised, their power levels hovered around 5,000. Just then, a figure appeared in the air, a little girl. It was Osbier. Kaso's heart raced with excitement as he soared up to embrace her tightly. "Kaso, big brother," Osbier exclaimed joyfully. He held her soft form close, inhaling the sweet scent that was uniquely hers. "Little Beer," Kaso murmured, resting his chin atop her head. "Big brother Kaso, don't hold me so tightly." Osbier's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she struggled to breathe, sensing something peculiar about Kaso. I'm sorry," Kaso replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, before suddenly realizing something. "Have you mastered instant transmission?" he asked in astonishment. He had seen her appear suddenly in the air, rather than flying over, indicating she must have indeed learned the technique. But was it not a tad exaggerated? If memory served him right, little Beer had only been training for 11 months. Kaso was not the only one taken aback. The guards at the entrance of the secret chamber were equally astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. They had never encountered such prodigious talent, with each individual seemingly more formidable than the last. The boy named Kaso had learned instant transmission in merely 6 months, an achievement reserved for the greatest geniuses throughout the history of Yadrat. I can only do it a little," Osbier admitted shyly. She explained that she could only perform instant transmission over short distances and sometimes failed to succeed. Even so, Kaso was left utterly speechless. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Osbier is still unaccustomed to the energy and, combined with her inherent lack of strength, has led to such a situation. Kazuo pondered for a moment, thinking that Goku might not be much different. "Kazuo brother, I am hungry," Osbier shyly expressed. Kazuo gently patted her head and replied, "Let us go find something to eat." Osbier nodded happily. Kazuo led Osbier to a nearby planet, teeming with ferocious beasts, each one as large as a tiger. Before long, Kazuo managed to capture a gigantic stag. After preparing it, he placed it beside the fire to roast. Sitting next to Kazuo, Osbier inquired, "Kazuo brother, where have you been these past few months? I didn't see you when I woke up." Kazuo smiled and began recounting the events of the past months. When he mentioned Xiao Nilu, Osbier exclaimed that he was a little rascal. Upon hearing about the dragon's appearance, her eyes widened with curiosity. Soon, Kazuo shared everything, except for the unexpected incident that occurred when he made his third wish to the dragon. "Kazuo brother, next time, please take me to unlock my potential as well." I want to enhance my combat skills so that I can protect you. All right, I shall heed whatever Osbier says. Hee. Kazuo brother is truly wonderful. Osbier tightened her embrace around Kazuo's arm, her eyes fixated on the roasting meat before the fire. Chapter 15. The actions of Frisia. While Kaso and Osbiel indulged in roasted meat, far away at the headquarters of Frisia in the northern galaxy, a colossal planet brimming with advanced technology stood proudly. Surrounding it was a multitude of small asteroids, densely clustered in an orderly fashion, forming a formidable defensive system centered around this grand celestial body. Such an impenetrable defense speaks for itself. The cutting-edge cosmic technology enveloped these surrounding planets as if they were fortified walls, ensuring that even a mere fly could not penetrate their barriers. Coupled with the central command within the headquarters and various elite forces, it was indeed a bastion of invincibility. In the midst of this, an oval-shaped miniature spacecraft glided forward. Its form resembled that of an egg, with a surface interlaced in hues of black and brown, and a gaping opening at the front from which emerged a sinister-looking alien. With blood-red eyes and lips of a deep purple hue, 2 streaks resembling blood tears trailed beneath its eyes. Its glistening purple shell blended unsettlingly with its pallid skin, and the chilling aura it emanated sent shivers down the spine. This was Frisia? Mr. Dodoria, those Saiyan monkeys have been quite restless lately, Frisia remarked. His hands crossed before him as the oval craft glided a short distance. He squinted his snake-like, diamond-shaped eyes towards the heavens, elegantly exhaling a faint sigh. Dodoria, robust and pink-skinned, adorned with fleshy spikes upon his head and arms, hurried to respond to King Frisia's address, not daring to show a moment's hesitation. Those ungrateful Scions should consider it an honor to serve King Frisia. Had they not possessed commendable combat prowess, they would have been dealt with long ago. Dodoria scoffed disdainfully. Ah! Frisia's malicious, high-pitched laughter echoed throughout the opulent palace as the oval craft spun in place before turning back. Mr. Dodoria, your ability to alleviate my concerns brings me great satisfaction. Dodoria's face lit up with surprise. To receive such commendation from King Frisia filled him with exhilaration. He promptly bowed with one hand, performing a gesture of loyalty. I vow to serve King Frisia until my last breath. Frisia nodded in approval of his display, but suddenly, his demeanor shifted. A terrifying aura erupted from him, emanating an overwhelming power that rendered Dodoria's craft mere decoration in comparison. This aura spread throughout every corner of the palace, chilling the air as if it carried the frost of the underworld. Crack! A thin layer of ice formed in the shadowy corners of the room. Dodoria trembled uncontrollably, fearing he had misspoken. Mr. Dodoria, would you care to witness the most exquisite fireworks in the universe? Frisia's cold, hoarse voice pierced Dodoria's pink ears. In an instant, Dodoria grasped the implication, filled with elation. King Frisia was not blaming him. He remembered that every time Frisia uttered this phrase, a planet met its demise. If all went as expected, Planet Vegeta was unlikely to survive this time. Await your demise, Saiyan Monkey. Dodoria has long been intolerant of this arrogant group of low-power Scions. Mr. Dodoria, issue a command to King Vegeta. Summon all Scions currently on missions in 1 month's time, for I wish to witness the grandeur of Planet Vegeta. By the way, I have heard whispers of a highly talented son. Let him be brought to the headquarters to serve me. Understood. On Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta occupied the head of the table, with a multitude of other Scions seated on either side. Each warrior bore a tail wrapped around their waist, adorned in specially designed combat attire, among whom sat a Scion strikingly similar to Goku. Why have you summoned us with such urgency, King Vegeta? Bardock inquired, furrowing his brow. Kani had just given birth to Kakarot 2 months prior, and while attending to her, he had received the emergency summons, hastily making his way here. Upon arrival, he realized he was not alone. Other high-powered Scionkin had also been called forth. What could necessitate the gathering of so many powerful warriors? Are we to engage in battle on a superior planet? Frisia has issued a command for all Scions to return from their missions within a month. Really? Bardock, seated in the corner, felt a flicker of unease. What could Frisia be plotting? Are we to wage war on other advanced planets? The remaining Scions began to murmur among themselves, and Bardock glanced around, realizing he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. King Vegeta raised his hands to quell the noise. Frisia wishes to visit Planet Vegeta. We must gather all Scions to welcome him. For now, our priority is to bring our kin back. King Vegeta continued, our Scion race has been thriving lately, and we must ensure that Frisia does not uncover our clandestine activities when he arrives. Very well, if there are no further matters, we shall adjourn the meeting. With that, King Vegeta dismissed the assembly, as he still had arrangements to make for Vegeta's journey to Frisia's headquarters. After the meeting, Bardock felt a profound sense of unease. The gathering had ignited a powder keg of anxiety within him, shattering his previously tranquil state of mind. That evening, after tending to various household affairs, Bardock and Kani settled in for rest. Yet, half an hour into slumber, Bardock awoke drenched in sweat, his expression one of sheer terror, as if ensnared in a horrifying nightmare. He tossed and turned, and suddenly, Bardock shot up, his upper body springing forth. He gasped for air. Beads of sweat cascading down his face, enough to unsettle even those with a fear of clusters. Thump, thump. Bardock's heart raced violently. How terrifying. Frisia is truly terrifying. In the past, dreams would typically fade into obscurity upon waking. However, this time, the dream felt astonishingly vivid, as if I were truly immersed in it. Even after awakening, the memories remained remarkably clear, with every detail etched in my mind. In the dream, Frisia possessed an astonishing battle power of 530,000, an utterly terrifying figure. It is noteworthy that among the Saiyan race, not a single individual boasts a battle power of 20,000. Even the transformation into a great ape form only yields a battle power of a mere 100,000. Such a disparity is insurmountable. Bardock, what troubles you? Are you having a nightmare? Jine was startled awake by a series of actions. And no, it's nothing. Bardock hastily reassured her, not wishing to incite her concern. After so many years together, Jine understood Bardock's innermost thoughts with remarkable clarity. He simply wished to spare her worry. Then let us rest swiftly, Jine mused. Considering that nothing significant had transpired within the clan recently, it likely wasn't anything of great consequence. Very well, Bardock replied, lying back down. Yet, the orders issued by Frisia were far from simple. The events of today mirrored those in the dream with unsettling precision. What should I do? Chapter 16. Bidding farewell to Kakarot before the flickering campfire, two small figures were seated, one gnawing on a deer leg. Brother Kaso, that little rascal Neru is so weak. How dare he wager against you? Osbier remarked as she munched. He is not weak. He possesses a battle power exceeding 1,000, greater than yours, Kaso replied. Noticing the grease smeared across Osbier's cherubic face, he reached out to wipe it away, only to inadvertently spread it further, leaving her pouting in frustration. Really? He is that formidable? Osbier's spirits dampened, realizing that even a mere scamp surpassed her in strength. Through the elder's training, Kaso had reached a battle power of 12,000, while she languished at a mere 1,200, uncertain of when she might catch up. With a sulky expression, Osbier took a bite of the deer meat. Kaso chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Neru's potential was indeed impressive, seemingly surpassing even Piccolo, albeit lacking the latter's inner fortitude. Piccolo had long set his sights on defeating Goku. Driven by unwavering determination, though he could no longer keep pace with Goku, he had not surrendered. Had Neru possessed a similar ambition and a strong will, his achievements might well eclipse those of Piccolo. After a while, Kaso tossed the bones aside into the nearby river and reclined on the ground. He had subsisted on nutrient solutions aboard the spaceship for months, and the return of roasted meat was a gratifying indulgence. Shifting closer to Osbier, he said, "Little beer, now that you've mastered instant transmission, we shall prepare to leave this place and return to Planet Vegeta tomorrow." Wow, we're finally going home, Osbier exclaimed joyfully. Aunt Jine will surely be astonished by our battle powers. With that, she broke into an inexplicable smile. Kaso raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover her penchant for showing off. Yet, there was a certain thrill in playing the underdog in front of others. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. When Bardock witnessed his battle power, the expression on his face would surely be priceless. Just the thought of it brought him joy. The two of them suddenly fell silent, their small forms motionless in the night. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, which bore expressions that were almost smiles, as if lost in contemplation. If one possessed the ability to read minds, they would surely uncover the whimsical fantasies of both. Envisioning grand displays upon their return to Planet Vegeta, the following day arrived. All right, let us bid farewell to Elder Husu. After tending to the embers of the fire, Kaso and Osbier teleported back to Planet Yadrat. With a flash, Kaso and Osbier appeared before Husu's door. He knocked gently. Hearing the commotion, Husu emerged. Wise one. We are preparing to depart, Kaso said, a tinge of reluctance in his voice. He had spent half a year here, and the sudden farewell stirred a bittersweet sentiment within him. However, Kaso must return to Planet Vegeta to rescue his people, which is an unavoidable circumstance. So soon? Husu exclaimed in surprise. Kaso had spent half a year here mastering instant transmission, and just yesterday, Osbier had also learned the technique. Hyusu was acutely aware of their remarkable talents, which left him profoundly astonished. Thank you for your hospitality all this time, and for allowing us to learn instant transmission. The people of Planet Yadrat will always be my friends. If anything arises in the future, feel free to find me on Planet Salad. As Planet Vegeta was on the brink of destruction, Kaso provided Hyusu with the location of Planet Salad. Hyusu opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but ultimately uttered not a single word. It was entirely reasonable for Kaso and Osbier, not being natives of Yadrat, to depart after completing their training in instant transmission. With this thought, Hyusu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Well, until we meet again. Hyusu felt a tinge of sadness. After a year of interaction, even the most unfamiliar strangers had become friends. After bidding farewell to Hyusu, Kaso and Osbier proceeded to say their goodbyes to Supa before locating the spaceship they arrived in. Kaso and Osbier glanced back at the town of Yadrat. Let us depart. With that, the two, along with their spaceship, vanished from the spot. On Planet Vegeta, the sky echoed with a thunderous roar. Looking up, numerous Saiyan spaceships streaked across the heavens, leaving behind trails of white-silver light. These were the Saiyans returning from their missions. Countless ships descended from the sky. How did the mission go? Don't mention it. I nearly perished out there. What happened? Many Saiyans emerged from the ships, discussing their missions as they walked. At that moment, a nearby spaceship opened its hatch, and a robust figure stepped out. Clad in the distinctive combat armor of the Saiyans, with a tail wrapped around his waist and several minor scars adorning his face, the imposing man strode forward. Captain, I have returned, he declared confidently. Long time no see, Garrus, Bardock smiled, having come to greet his team members on a day when he had no pressing duties. Indeed. Where are Kaso and those two little ones? They went out on a mission. Weren't we supposed to keep them from missions until they matured? Garrus's expression darkened slightly. Kaso's parents had sacrificed themselves to save him, and Garrus had promised to protect Kaso diligently. Due to his frequent missions, he had entrusted Kaso to the captain, never anticipating that he would still be dispatched. It was Kaso's request. I merely assigned a very simple task. You must understand, Saiyans. Bardock's explanation was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous crash in the sky. This sound was far beyond what could be caused by the descent of Saiyan spaceships. The two looked up. What is that? A large interstellar ship. Captain Bardock, isn't that a vessel belonging to Frisia's forces? Garrus exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't it said that Frisia wouldn't arrive on Planet Vegeta for another 2 weeks? How could it have advanced so much, Frisia? Bardock exclaimed through gritted teeth as he gazed at the spaceship in the sky. Is the tale of dreams destined to repeat itself? Garrus, I shall explain the situation regarding Kakarot later, but I have pressing matters at hand. With that, Bardock turned and hurried home. Garrus stood bewildered, watching the captain's retreating figure. That evening, the delicate giant followed closely behind Bardock. He bore a spaceship on his shoulder, one he had pilfered from the launch center, containing the young Goku. Its listening devices dismantled. Tears streamed down Giant's face as she pressed her lips together, fearful of making a sound that could betray their covert operation. Bardock, are you truly sending Kakarot away? She choked out. There is no other choice. I can only hope I am mistaken. If that is the case, we can always retrieve him. Bardock gently placed the spaceship on the ground. The pair peered through the transparent hatch, their hearts heavy as they gazed at Kakarot. Kakarot, you must take care of yourself. Giant wept anew. Bardock held Giant tightly, watching the vessel until it safely soared out of sight. A day later, numerous ships returned to Planet Vegeta from afar. Suddenly, 2 older vessels plummeted from the sky. Through the transparent hatches, the figures of 2 children could be seen, alertly observing the scenery outside, yet remaining in a state of wakefulness rather than slumber. Chapter 17. The exile of Broly. The atmosphere on Planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense, likely due to the impending arrival of Frisia. In the eyes of the Saiyans, Frisia was a loathsome being. Years ago, he had subjugated King Vegeta, compelling the entire Saiyan race into servitude. At that time, the Saiyans were in dire straits, having recently overthrown the rule of the Zenkai, and their race was in dire need of recuperation. They were powerless against the oppression of Frisia's forces. Nonetheless, the Saiyans had witnessed Frisia's methods of subjugation and harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Now, Frisia had inexplicably summoned all the Saiyans back, leaving them to ponder his intentions. 2 spaceships descended from the sky, and Kakarot and Osbier emerged from within. Their journey from Planet Yadrat had not been solely by spaceship. Had it been so, the return would have taken them 6 months. Thus, Kakarot and Osbier first utilized instant transmission to arrive near Planet Vegeta, and then boarded a spaceship to return to the planet. This way, their return was legitimate, providing them with an excuse should anyone inquire. Upon returning home, they found the familiar arrangements of their abode unchanged. However, They were puzzled to discover that not a speck of dust marred the pristine environment. Osbier, brushing her hand across a chair, exclaimed in surprise, "It's so clean." Aunt Jine must have helped tidy up. Observing the state of their home, warmth filled Kakarot's heart. He did not believe that Bardock and Garrus would engage in such domestic tasks. While they were indeed kind to him and little Osbier, their attentiveness was limited to significant matters, leaving the mundane chores unattended. As night fell, Kakarot and Osbier lay in bed, cherishing the last moments of tranquility on Planet Vegeta, knowing that soon it would be obliterated by Frieza. Kakarot planned to seek out Bardock and Garrus shortly to explain the situation. Meanwhile, in the nursery of Planet Vegeta, an alarm blared. Warning! Warning! A massive energy signature detected. Energy levels exceeding 10,000. Within the nursery, 2 incubation pods stood side by side. One was empty. Its Saiyan occupant long vanished, while the other housed a Saiyan infant whose cries triggered the alarm, red lights flashing ominously in the dimly lit room. What is happening? Why is there an alarm? We cannot afford for the young prince to be in danger, otherwise, we are doomed. A group of extraterrestrial researchers clad in white lab coats rushed in. If anything were to happen to the Saiyan child inside the nursery, even 10 of them would not suffice to appease the Saiyan wrath. These researchers were captives brought back from the Saiyans' conquests, had it not been for their commendable technological expertise. The Saiyans would have sent them to their demise long ago. This cannot be. Look, they beheld an astonishing sight, a Saiyan infant named Broly, whose battle power was steadily escalating. 8,000, 8,500, 9,500. How is this possible? How can it be? A mere infant Saiyan, a novice, possesses such extraordinary combat prowess, and it continues to escalate. 10,000. Beep, beep, beep. Alert, alert. Quickly, report to King Vegeta. Within the palace of King Vegeta, disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "What? A newborn Saiyan named Broly has a combat power exceeding 10,000? Impossible. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? No, it cannot be. Only my Prince Vegeta is the mightiest." At that moment, King Vegeta's expression turned menacing, radiating a killing intent. "Broly, do not blame me. You must bear the consequences of possessing such formidable strength." He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to eliminate Broly, but suddenly inquired, "Whose son is he?" The response came swiftly. "He is Lord Paragus' son." Paragus' son? King Vegeta turned away from his subordinates. His blue cloak adorned with red lining billowing behind him. Clad in battle armor, his silhouette suggested deep contemplation. "Go. Arrange for a spaceship to exile Broly to a distant, desolate planet," he commanded his loyal subordinate. "As you wish." King Vegeta resumed his seat upon the throne, resting his chin on one hand, coldly declaring, "Paragus, do not hold it against me. I have shown you mercy." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Paragus, congratulations. Your son possesses a combat power of 10,000 at birth. A group of researchers, loyal to Paragus, rushed over to celebrate. Paragus stood frozen, mouth agape in disbelief. "Is this true? My Broly is truly that powerful?" They have already reported to King Vegeta, one of his confidants informed. Suddenly, Paragus recognized the gravity of the situation. Having served under King Vegeta for many years, he understood the man's ruthless nature, willing to eliminate any threat to his authority without hesitation. "Lord Paragus, it's urgent. Broly is to be exiled." A Saiyan rushed in, one of his subordinates. "Damn King Vegeta. After all my years of service, how dare he?" Paragus glared furiously. Realizing the cold-hearted nature of his fellow Saiyans, he never expected King Vegeta would disregard their past ties. "I'ma stop him." Boom. Paragus erupted with a tremendous aura, enveloped in white energy, and soared swiftly towards the spaceship launch center. At the launch center, the workers, all lower-tier Saiyan warriors, lamented, "What a pity. King Vegeta cannot tolerate him. If only he could accept Broly, our Saiyan race would surely produce an invincible war god." Indeed, they echoed. As the news of Broly's combat power exceeding 10,000 had already spread throughout the entire planet Vegeta. At that moment, a middle-aged Saiyan descended from the sky. With a sweeping gaze, Paragus swiftly located Broly's spacecraft. "Lord Paragus, you must not go there. Otherwise, King Vegeta will not spare us," cautioned the lower-class Saiyan warriors who sought to obstruct him. As Paragus prepared to charge forth to prevent the spacecraft's ascent, it had already begun to rise slowly, vanishing from sight in an instant. "No," Paragus roared, realizing he had arrived too late. "Tell me, to which planet was Broly banished?" He seized one of the lower-class warriors. His eyes ablaze with fury, his body trembling, as though he could scarcely believe that Broly had indeed been exiled. He has been cast away to the distant planet of Vampa." The Scion's complexion paled, fearing Paragus' wrath. "Prepare a ship for me at once." Paragus bellowed with ferocity. Moments later, another spacecraft ascended from the launch center. "I must rescue Broly." Paragus' vessel closely trailed Broly's, for he understood that the desolate Vampa was utterly inhospitable. And Broly could not possibly survive there. "Wait for me, King Vegeta. When I return with Broly, you shall regret this." Chapter 18. Unveiling Frisia's conspiracy. As Kaso and Osbier were preparing to depart, they were suddenly drawn to the discussions echoing from the street. "Have you heard of Broly? That little fellow born with a combat power of 10,000? Indeed, but what a pity." The tone of the Scions carried a sense of regret as they continued. If King Vegeta could have embraced Broly, within a decade, a formidable warrior god would emerge from our Saiyan lineage. "Broly," Kaso murmured, his eyes widening as he recalled the legendary Saiyan. He had almost forgotten about him. Broly possessed an extraordinary Saiyan physique. His incubation pod was situated alongside Kakarot's. And whenever Kakarot cried, Broly would inevitably follow suit. This led to Broly developing a profound animosity towards Kakarot, as he could not contain his rage upon seeing him. Yet, Broly was also a tragic figure, having been exiled by King Vegeta from a young age and subsequently controlled by his father, deprived of any semblance of freedom. Kaso grasped the hand of the Scion nearby, pressing for information. "Excuse me, sir, what has become of Broly now?" Osbier stood silently beside him, puzzled by her brother's fervent reaction to Broly's name. The Scion, taken aback by the politeness of the young boy, responded, "That little one has been exiled." "What is the matter? Do you know him?" "No. Goodbye, sir, we must be on our way," Kaso declared as he led Osbier away. As the two children departed, the Scions resumed their conversation. "Chris, do you know that little fellow?" "Not at all. I've just never encountered such a courteous child before. It is indeed peculiar." Kaso and Osbio continued their journey to Bardock's residence. Osbio looked up and asked, "Kaso, who is Broly?" You will find out soon enough," Kaso replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing news of Broly, he had contemplated ways to secure his presence. Since Broly was exiled, perhaps he should remain on Planet Vampa for the time being. Kaso had more pressing matters to attend to, and his mind lingered on the distasteful figure of Paragus. In his quest for vengeance against King Vegeta, Paragus had mercilessly manipulated his own son, failing to regard Broly as a human being. As they walked, they arrived at Bardock's home. However, just as Kaso was about to knock, he overheard a conversation from within. "Garrus, this is my explanation." "Sai, what can I say about this child?" "Perhaps this is the essence of being a Scion," Bardock's voice carried through the door. Kaso smiled, realizing Garrus was also present inside. He knocked gently, and the tightly shut door swung open, revealing Jean, whose expression bore signs of distress, as if she had encountered something troubling. Kaso pondered for a moment. Today, Broly had been exiled, which raised the question of whether Kakarot had also been sent away. Perhaps this was the reason for the sorrowful expression that graced Jine's face. "Kaso, little beer, you have returned." Upon seeing them, Jine's demeanor brightened slightly. "Yes." Kaso smiled and nodded. "And Jine." Meanwhile, Osbia joyfully embraced Jine. Jine had always cared for both her and Kaso, and in Osbio's heart, Jine felt akin to a biological mother. Nestling into Jine's embrace, Osbier savored the warmth emanating from her. "Little beer." Jine reciprocated the embrace. With Kakarot just having been sent away, Jine was at her most despondent. However, the return of Osbier and the others somewhat alleviated her sorrow. Garrus had just been discussing matters related to Kaso when he caught sight of him, and his excitement surged. "Kaso, little beer, you are back." Kaso's parents had once saved Garrus's life, leading him to regard Kaso as his own child. Thus, seeing his beloved child return safely filled him with joy. Bardock approached and ruffled Kaso's hair. 2 years had passed, and the little one was no longer so frail. Kaso cherished the kindness shown to him by these elders. Had it not been for them, he might have faced death countless times. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta, Kaso learned from the others that Frisia would arrive in just over 10 days. Time was of the essence. Kaso understood that this was not the moment for reminiscing. "Uncle Bardock, have you experienced any unsettling premonitions lately?" Bardock frowned slightly. "How do you know?" Kaso fabricated an unsettling narrative. "I dreamt of a scene where Frisia arrives and devastates Planet Vegeta, annihilating all of our Scion race." "What?" Jine could no longer contain her sadness. At Kaso's words, Garrus's breath hitched. The weight of Kaso's statement struck Bardock profoundly. He, too, had dreamt of a similar nightmare, initially dismissing it as mere fantasy. But now it seemed all too real. Frisia was plotting something sinister. "I, too, have dreamt of the same vision." Bardock recounted his prior dream, explaining that it was this very concern that led him to send Kakarot away. though he chose not to disclose the part about Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan. Jine's eyes widened in astonishment. Bardock and Kaso had both dreamt the same dream. It was at his urging that she had ultimately agreed to send Kakarot away. Now, she felt a swell of relief that Kakarot had indeed been sent off. Kaso, is this true? Garrus seemed to have stumbled upon an earth-shattering revelation. Yes. With this response, the atmosphere in the room instantly thickened, a palpable tension enveloping every corner. So quiet that one could even hear Jine's breath. Captain, what shall we do? We Scions cannot withstand Frisia, Garrus exclaimed, his face contorted with urgency and anxiety. Calm down and listen to what Kaso has to say. His decision to return must be backed by a certain strategy. Bardock, unlike Garrus, who was so anxious, took a moment to reflect before articulating his thoughts. From the moment Kaso spoke of that dream, Bardock had long ceased to regard him as a mere child. Kaso, share your thoughts with us. Over the past 2 years, I have completed my mission on Planet Mumu ahead of schedule, and then Kaso continued to elaborate on his subsequent endeavors. First, he traveled to Planet Yadrat to learn instant transmission, and then he ventured to Namek to summon the Eternal Dragon. Bardock and the others were momentarily taken aback upon hearing these revelations. It turned out these 2 young ones had experienced so much in just 2 years. When Kaso mentioned instant transmission, Bardock and Garrus widened their eyes in astonishment at the existence of such extraordinary abilities. Kaso continued, now, Frisia's forces are surely monitoring the entire planet Vegeta. If we attempt to flee by spaceship, our chances of success would be negligible. Bardock pondered this and remarked, so, are you suggesting we use instant transmission to escape Planet Vegeta together? Chapter 19. Sending off the Scions. Indeed, we intend to utilize instant transmission. However, it necessitates the cooperation of Uncle Bardock. In the past, Kaso remained inconspicuous on Planet Vegeta, devoid of presence, and was often bullied by Nappa and the others due to his lack of strength and influence. Who would heed his words? Who would obey his commands? He remarked, in the coming days, I need you to gather a portion of our kin. I, along with Little Burr, will escort them out in groups. Osbier sat silently beside him, absorbing Kaso's words. So, Kaso, can you take all our kin with you? Garrus inquired anxiously. Kaso offered a wry smile. To be frank, Uncle Garrus, with the combined strength of Little Burr and myself, we cannot possibly transport all our kin. The Yadralitarians, though not particularly strong, had managed to develop the art of instant transmission, demonstrating that even those lacking power could learn it, as it merely required talent and mental fortitude. However, to transport larger groups or to send individuals greater distances, one must possess formidable strength to support such feats. Furthermore, a profound mastery of energy sensing is essential for instant transmission. Kaso had only just begun to grasp its intricacies, and Osbier was even further behind. Upon hearing this, Bardock shook his head. Do not dwell on it. We cannot take all our kin. They both understood the impossibility of this task, which left Kaso and Osbier puzzled by Bardock's insistence. Do not forget, King Vegeta is the true leader of the Scions. Only my squad can follow my orders. Bardock's tone was laced with resignation. Under King Vegeta's rule, he was powerless to command the clan. The king was perpetually lost in dreams of overthrowing Frisia's tyranny. He would likely dismiss any claims, possibly suspecting ulterior motives. The Scions' plight is indeed tragic. Liberated from the rule of the Zephyrins, they found themselves under the leadership of someone so myopic, constantly fearing threats to his own status. The birth of Broly was also met with exile, a decision steeped in folly. The captain is right, Garrus lamented. He had observed the captain's struggles over the years. Had it not been for his formidable strength, Bardock might have been eliminated by King Vegeta long ago. Because of his strength, he had been marginalized. And now only about 100 could heed his commands. How many kin can you two take with you? Bardock asked again. Kaso and Osbier exchanged glances, estimating. We should be able to take approximately 150 individuals. Bardock nodded, acknowledging that this number aligned with his own. Uncle Bardock, please gather them. Starting tonight, Little Burr and I will commence the evacuation of our kin. Kaso resolved to save as many as he could. Garrus and Bardock rose, preparing to set their plan in motion. In the direst moments for the Saiyan race, Bardock set aside all other concerns. Even when Kakarot mentioned they could only take a little over 100, it was deemed sufficient. As long as they were not entirely annihilated, the Scions would rise again. When Kakarot achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he would surely avenge his kin. Amidst the darkness of night, in the northern forests of Planet Vegeta, a small group of Scions gathered. Their furtive demeanor and ashen faces suggested they were still reeling from some dreadful revelation. The murmurs among them echoed disbelief. Was it true? Could Frisia genuinely harbor such treachery? I had warned against trusting Frisia from the very beginning. At that moment, Bardock's stern voice cut through the air. Silence. Even at such a critical juncture, they still found the time for idle chatter. The group instantly fell quiet. Bardock glanced at Kakarot and Osbier, and they exchanged knowing nods. Kakarot instructed two Scions to grasp each other as hands and hold onto his shoulders without resistance. Osbier mirrored this action, having been forewarned of Frisia's sinister plot. These Scions were well acquainted with Bardock's plan. Upon hearing Kakarot and Osbier's commands, they nodded in compliance and stepped forward willingly. Uncle Bardock, I will return swiftly. With that, Kakarot and the two Scions vanished in an instant, and Osbier followed suit. Bardock was struck by the marvel of their sudden disappearance. He had experienced instant transmission 2 hours prior, yet witnessing it again was still astonishing. He looked up at the starry sky, teeming with countless points of light. Frisia's ships encircled Planet Vegeta from the cosmos beyond. Frisia had long exploited the Scions, relentlessly issuing missions and compelling them to conquer other planets, profiting immensely from the spoils of his invasions. Yet, even with such wealth, Frisia still prepared to obliterate Planet Vegeta and eradicate the Scion race, a notion Bardock found utterly unfathomable. 3 months prior, Bardock had sensed an impending doom. Otherwise, he would not have sent Kakarot to Earth. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope remained in his heart. A belief that the ominous dream was but a fabrication. That is, until Kakarot confirmed his fears. Thank goodness for Kakarot. Bardock shook his head. After more than 20 minutes, Kakarot and Osbier materialized before Bardock. Huh. Kakarot panted heavily. He had transported the two Scions to a secure planet, one that even Frisia's ships, at full speed, would take 2 weeks to reach. Until now, Kakarot had only ever transported Osbier, never more than 2 individuals at a time. Exhausted, he felt as though he might collapse. Brother Kakarot, I'm so tired. I have no strength left. Beside him, Osbier lay sprawled on the ground, panting, her face drenched in sweat, resembling a small, motionless worm. Kasser, what is happening with you all? Bardock inquired anxiously. It's nothing. I've just exhausted myself. Do not worry. I will ensure everyone is safely transported tonight. Allow me a moment to rest, Kasser replied. You two take a break for now, Bardock said, glancing at Kasser and Osbier. Despite his deep concern, little Osbier had already spent her energy. They could only rely on Kasser now. Kasser looked at Osbier, smiled gently, acknowledging her remarkable effort in transporting 2 individuals. The rest would be entrusted to him. After a while, once Kasser had regained his strength, he successfully sent another 2 Scions away. This cycle continued throughout the night until all of the dozen or so Scions had been transported. By dawn, Kasser lay in bed, his eyes vacant and his complexion pallid, as if his very essence had been drained. He longed for the senzu beans of Earth, vowing that once the affairs on Planet Vegeta concluded, he would make a pilgrimage to Earth. It is noteworthy that senzu beans have always been a peculiar anomaly within the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as there remains a breath of life, senzu beans can restore one to peak condition instantaneously. However, during Goku's childhood, Master Karen had not recognized the significance of the senzu beans, allowing that gluttonous little Yajirobe to consume them all, which later led Goku to wish he could split a single bean in half for use. In a matter of days, the remaining Scions returned home. King Vegeta was still busy preparing a grand welcome for Frisia, completely oblivious to the disappearance of over 100 Scions. Chapter 20. The arrival of Frisia within the grand palace of King Vegeta. An abundance of vibrant flowers adorned the surroundings, leaving a central pathway graced by a lavish red carpet, bestowing an air of festivity upon the hall. King Vegeta, observing that the preparations were nearly complete, resolved to summon all Scions for a meeting. Suddenly, a Scion emerged from the side, his demeanor strikingly reminiscent of Nappa, his face contorted with anger as he approached. Your Majesty, what progress has been made regarding my son's disappearance? This individual was none other than Nappa's father, who had been tormented by his son's inexplicable vanishing act 2 years prior, a mystery that remained unresolved. As a staunch ally of King Vegeta, his lineage held esteemed status among the Scion race, yet the lingering enigma surrounding his son had gone uninvestigated by the king until now. King Vegeta's countenance hardened. I have more pressing matters at hand. We shall discuss this later. With that, he turned and strode towards the hall's entrance. You, Nappa's father stammered, pointing at the king's retreating figure, his body trembling slightly. 2 years had elapsed without a word from Nappa, and the father had long sensed something amiss. Yet, the king's indifference chilled him further. After years of loyalty and service to King Vegeta, he was met only with apathy. The bond had frayed. On that day, just then, A piercing sound sliced through the air, the shriek of the atmosphere colliding with metal. The once bright sky darkened ominously, as if obscured by some unseen force. A swarm of spaceships traversed the void, resembling a locust plague. These vessels breached the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, ultimately coming to rest upon its surface. At the center, a colossal spaceship commanded attention, flanked by smaller crafts arrayed on either side. In this context, the smaller ships paled in significance. The massive vessel hovered majestically, an orange-yellow flame streaming from its base, encased in a band of jet-black metal that formed a circular corridor. A luminous glow emanated from specialized transparent glass, resembling gemstones adorning its structure. Within the control room of the ship, a curved canopy enveloped the area, allowing a clear view of the figure within a smaller craft. He bore two sharp horns atop his head, blood-red eyes, and lips of a deep purple hue, with streaks resembling crimson tears beneath his gaze. He was Frieza. Frieza delicately lifted a glass of crimson wine, his demeanor exuding an air of refined elegance as he casually remarked, "Have we arrived at Planet Vegeta?" "Indeed, Lord Frieza," came the respectful reply from Dodoria. "Summon King Vegeta and all Saiyans to meet with me." At once, King Vegeta convened a meeting with the Saiyan elite. Frieza hovered menacingly above Planet Vegeta, demanding an audience with all Saiyans. As King Vegeta presided over the final preparations in the palace, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that Frieza's actions were peculiar. Why had he not descended directly onto the planet? Something felt amiss. Let us summon Bardock and his companions to greet him. Otherwise, the consequences of Frieza's wrath could be dire. Indeed, the subordinates of King Vegeta engaged in fervent discussions. Disregard Bardock and the others. Come, let us proceed to welcome Frieza. With a gesture, Vegeta raised his hands, signaling readiness to depart. However, Frieza has summoned all of us Saiyans. Did you fail to hear my words? King Vegeta's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident at the descent. It was not that King Vegeta wished to exclude Bardock from the greeting. Rather, he simply could not locate his presence. Standing still for a moment, King Vegeta's eyes glinted with menace as he surveyed the crowd. The atmosphere fell silent, and no further objections were raised. King Vegeta led all his subordinates to prepare for Frieza's arrival. Upon exiting the palace, Vegeta looked up to behold a multitude of spacecraft, obscuring the sky, blocking out the light. The dimness of the sky made King Vegeta feel uneasy, his heart racing as if foreboding calamity awaited. Is it merely my imagination? I hope so. King Vegeta gathered a small orb of light in his palm, only to disperse it moments later. The energy he had concentrated was none other than an artificial moon. A fierce glint shone in King Vegeta's eyes as he silently hoped that Frieza would refrain from any rash actions. Frieza, seated upon his spacecraft, slowly descended from the massive ship, flanked by his subordinates. Upon closer inspection, it was notable that Frieza's elite squad, the Ginyu Force, was conspicuously absent from this grand assembly. "Long time no see, King Vegeta," Frieza remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, as though genuinely pleased to encounter an old acquaintance. "We pay our respects to Lord Frieza." King Vegeta soared into the air, bowing slightly in deference. As he bent, his subordinates echoed in unison, "We pay our respects to Lord Frieza?" Over 2,000 Saiyans gathered, their response thunderous, resonating through the heavens. A glance revealed the Saiyans, their expressions devoid of emotion, bowing deeply, regardless of their loathing for Frieza. They all adhered to the facade at that moment. Frieza remained silent, and his subordinates followed suit, allowing the Saiyans to remain bowed. The atmosphere turned eerily still. What does Frieza intend? Vegeta clenched his teeth, fists tight, stealing a furtive glance at Frieza, who regarded them with an amused expression. Just then, Frieza spoke. "King Vegeta, do you not have a fellow named Bardock among your ranks? Why do I not see him here?" Bardock's reputation extended beyond the Saiyans, having even reached Frieza's ears. A low-ranking warrior boasting a power level of 10,000 piqued Frieza's curiosity. The tone of Frieza's voice hinted at his displeasure, causing cold sweat to bead on Vegeta's brow. Only moments ago, King Vegeta had realized that Bardock and his subordinates were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they wished to assert themselves during Frieza's arrival. That wretched Bardock. Well, King Vegeta stammered, leaving his thoughts unexpressed. It is inconceivable that King Vegeta would admit to any discord with Bardock, nor would he dare to assert his inability to command him. As the esteemed ruler of the Saiyan race, how disgraceful it would be if he were incapable of directing his own subjects. Failing to receive the anticipated response, a chilling glint flickered in Frieza's blood-red eyes, and his diminutive form erupted with a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings in an unsettling coldness. The nearby spaceships swayed perilously as if they could plummet from the sky at any moment. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Frisia reigned in that overwhelming presence, as though nothing had transpired. Beads of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of King Vegeta and his subordinates, pondering the true extent of Frisia's formidable strength. Ha! No need to be alarmed, everyone. Just relax. Frisia commented nonchalantly, while the expressions of his subordinates were peculiar, as if they were merely spectators in a dramatic performance. Chapter 21. The collective transformation into giants far from the planet Vegeta. The planet Fire is situated at an immense distance, requiring even the most advanced ships of Frisia's forces a fortnight to reach its shores at full speed. The sky here is a vibrant green, accompanied by a dense forest, while a vast plain stretches into the horizon. At the juncture where the forest meets the plain, over 100 figures congregate, each adorned with a tail wrapped around their waists. The captain has successfully relocated everyone, Cass said. Bardock nodded. After weeks of nightly transfers facilitated by Kaso, he had finally brought all his subordinates and their families to Fire. He was well aware of the vast distance separating Fire from Vegeta. He had traversed this area during past missions. It was astonishing that Kaso had managed to transport their kin here. The ability to teleport is truly remarkable. Lord Bardock, is it true that Frisia intends to annihilate our planet Vegeta? Is it really happening? Despite having heard this once before, Bardock's subordinates sought further confirmation. Upon hearing their inquiry, Bardock furrowed his brow and solemnly nodded. Sighs of disbelief echoed among the 100-plus Saiyans. Even Bardock himself must retreat 3 steps in the face of Frisia. Seeking vengeance seemed utterly impossible. They were now the last glimmer of hope for the Saiyan race. Jine approached, cradling the weary Osbier in her arms. Where's Kaso? Why isn't he here? He has returned to Planet Vegeta, Bardock replied, gently patting the head of the young girl, albeit uncertain of Kaso's motives for going back. According to their schedule, today marked Frisia's arrival. Surely, Planet Vegeta must be engulfed in flames of war. However, with Kaso's teleportation ability, there was little to fear. Jine seemed to understand this as well. Thus, her worries were minimal. Above Planet Vegeta, the atmosphere was tense. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Frisia. King Vegeta failed to notice the subtle expressions of Frisia's subordinates, pondering how Frisia could be so foolish to attain the position of a cosmic tyrant. King Vegeta presumed that Frisia was easily deceived. Ha ha ha. I have always been lenient with my subordinates, as long as they harbor no ill intentions. Would you not agree? King Vegeta? Frisia's face twitched in a grimace, a chilling aura emanating from him. Why yes indeed. King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bewildered by Frisia's implications. Had he uncovered his schemes? That could not be. The Saiyans had concealed themselves too well. King Vegeta had always maintained a faade of obedience to Frisia while secretly amassing his own power, waiting for the opportune moment to overthrow Frisia's dominion over the Saiyans, much like he would against the Zephyrians. However, King Vegeta could never have anticipated that Frisia had already intercepted all communications via his surveillance devices. Yet, even in the absence of a Saiyan rebellion, Frisia had no intention of sparing the Saiyan race, for this was a directive from Lord Beerus himself. You think so too? Then that is excellent. Frisia, with his arms crossed over his chest, sat motionless in his spacecraft, turning in a slow circle, his back turned to King Vegeta. The metallic barrier obscured any glimpse of Frisia's expression as he remained silent, coldly facing away from all the Saiyans. A chill crept into King Vegeta's heart, as if some ominous event was on the verge of unfolding. King Vegeta, would you care to witness a beautiful fireworks display? Frisia spoke without turning, a statement that sent a shiver down Vegeta's spine. Something was amiss. It dawned on Vegeta just then that Frisia's previously concealed aura had erupted once more, causing chaos in the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta. The already thin oxygen vanished in an instant, tightening the breaths of King Vegeta and the other Saiyans. Retreat. King Vegeta recognized Frisia's intent to turn hostile. It was clear that the fireworks Frisia referred to signified the impending annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to King Vegeta and the Saiyans, they had been able to breathe in the atmosphere, their fright merely stemming from Frisia's overwhelming presence. As for the reason the Saiyans could breathe in space, it was due to a wish made by Kakarot on Namek. King Vegeta led the Saiyans in a desperate rush toward the planet's surface. Upon setting foot on Planet Vegeta once more, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Frisia, what do you intend to do? King Vegeta abandoned pretense and shouted Frisia's name directly. Men, attack. In the skies above. Frisia observed King Vegeta's lips move, but could not discern his words, nor did he care. With a command from Frisia, half of his subordinates surged forward while the other half dispersed throughout Planet Vegeta. keeping watch for any fleeing Scions. Mr. Dodoria, is the Ginyu Force in position? Frisia inquired coldly. Reporting to you, Lord Frisia, they are stationed around Planet Vegeta. I am confident these Scion monkeys will not escape. Dodoria replied respectfully. It became evident that the Ginyu Force was monitoring the entire planet from outside, preventing any chance of Scion flight. Excellent, Frisia remarked indifferently. On the surface of Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta seethed with rage. You leave me no choice. He was furious, truly believing that the Scions were mere soft fruits for him to manipulate at will. Gathering a surge of energy in his hands, he slowly formed a white, glowing sphere the size of a basketball, before hurling it upward. Everyone gazed skyward. All the Scions on the ground understood the gravity of their situation. They had longed to resist Frisia, but King Vegeta had been enduring, leaving them with little choice. With King Vegeta's declaration, the Scions knew precisely what was to come. Together, they lifted their heads, eyes fixed intently on the artificial moon. A resonant heartbeat reverberated through the air. Had it originated from merely one or two Scions, it would have been inconsequential. Yet, now, approximately 2,000 Scions simultaneously emitted a thunderous rhythm. This heartbeat gradually established a frequency, slowly stirring a profound resonance. Thump, thump. Soon, the faces of the Scions became etched with wrinkles, resembling the grotesque visage of a gorilla in a zoo, their features contorted, fangs protruding, and their eyes gleaming with a sanguine light. Roar, roar, roar. Their forms transcended human shape, becoming grotesquely enlarged, their armor expanding in tandem with their burgeoning physiques. Their heights surged rapidly, each gorilla growing to an enormous stature. Within mere seconds, all present Scions had transformed into colossal ape forms. Roar, roar, roar. The mighty gorillas pounded their chests and howled towards the heavens. Come forth, Frisia, bellowed King Vegeta, now a towering ape. He was accompanied by several similarly unhinged gorillas, all formidable allies. Meanwhile, Frisia's subordinates, undeterred by fear, charged recklessly into the fray. Chapter 22. A blow to Frisia soon. The scene descended into chaos. Almost every gorilla was surrounded by dozens of extraterrestrial beings. Boom. Energy shockwaves erupted, striking the houses inhabited by the Scions. Some structures merely collapsed, while others were utterly annihilated, reduced to mere dust and ashes. The once prosperous capital now lay in ruins, a testament to devastation. All of you attack. Charge. The extraterrestrials encircling the gorillas launched their assault. Energy waves bombarded the giant Scions. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosions resonated with deafening roars, illuminating the ground with a brilliance akin to the sun, while the smoke from the blasts enveloped the gorillas. We did it. The aliens shouted with exhilaration. They had expected the transformation into gorillas to be formidable. Yet the result was a feeble display. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What? Look over there." Impossible. As the smoke cleared, the gorillas stood unharmed, devoid of any injuries. Roar, roar. It appeared the gorillas were incensed, each letting out a fierce roar and randomly seizing large boulders to hurl in every direction. This can't be, one extraterrestrial screamed in terror, only to be crushed into the ground moments later. In this chaotic melee, several unfortunate souls were struck, their bodies obliterated, a gruesome spectacle. Yet, the gorillas remained undeterred, gathering energy to form laser blasts, reminiscent of the transformation Osbier had undergone into his giant ape form. From Kaso's previous encounter with Osbier, it was evident how formidable these gorillas could be. Without sufficient strength to dominate them, defeating them would be nigh impossible. Boom, boom. Hundreds of laser blasts rained down, catching the aliens off guard and striking them with horrific precision. In the face of the searing heat of the laser projectiles, the extraterrestrials were utterly vanquished. No, merely a few minutes had passed, and the extraterrestrials had thinned out considerably. It seemed they had already endured a two-thirds loss in that brief span. The surviving aliens began to sense something amiss. How could these Scion apes be so powerful? In haste, they activated their scanners. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 23,000. Battle power, 15,000. Battle power, 80,000. Rows upon rows of battle data appeared on the scanner's screen, shocking the extraterrestrials. Each gorilla possessed remarkably high battle power, most ranging between 10,000 and 50,000. How could this be possible? Weren't Scions rumored to have only a few thousand in battle power? The highest barely exceeded 10,000. This defies logic. In truth, Frisia had neglected to inform these extraterrestrials that a Scion's transformation into a gorilla would amplify their original battle power by tenfold. This is a tragic tale. Let us mourn for the extraterrestrials. Above, Frisia proclaimed. The Saiyan monkeys transforming into gorillas is truly terrifying. Doria trembled. Having previously taken pleasure in bullying the Saiyans due to their seemingly inferior combat prowess. At that moment, the Saiyans transformed into their mighty ape form, and their powers surged exponentially. Doria was clearly intimidated. The Saiyans possessed remarkable potential. It appeared my decision had been astute. Frisia, resting his chin on one hand, coldly observed the skirmish below. He was aware of the Saiyans' ability to transform into their ape state. Yet he was taken aback by the extent of the devastation they could inflict. This was an unexpected miscalculation. Frisia mused. Yet he showed no concern for the casualties among his subordinates. As Doria witnessed the fierce battle below, where former comrades suffered grievously, he felt a pang of compassion. He cast a sidelong glance at Frisia, who remained utterly composed, devoid of any reaction, as if the fallen were mere vermin in a refuse heap. Lord Frisia, this cannot continue. If this persists, none of our comrades will survive, Doria implored, unable to bear the sight any longer. The Saiyans, now in their ape forms, had surpassed combat powers of over 10,000, with some formidable individuals nearing 100,000. In contrast, even the members of Frisia's Jinyu force fell short, with only Captain Jinyu boasting a combat power that exceeded theirs at 12,000. Those exceeding 10,000 could dominate the cosmos. How could mere minions contend with this ferocious band of Saiyan warriors? What? Do you dare to question me? Frisia's eyes glinted with a serpentine malice, his demeanor shifting ominously, as if he might strike at any moment. Doria recoiled in fear, fully aware of Frisia's volatile temperament, and hastily offered his apologies. Ah, how dreadfully dull. Very well. I shall. Frisia yawned, raising a hand to his mouth, preparing to recall his forces and engage directly. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure appeared before him. Oh, friend, who might you be? Frisia exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of a mysterious child. Despite the child's formidable aura, Frisia felt no fear, only a sense of intrigue. Frisia, I have a piece of advice for you, the child stated, his presence eerily reminiscent of the Frisia from the animated tales of old, exuding the same sinister essence. Oh, and what sort of advice do you offer this king? Frisia, typically self-assured and gentlemanly, felt his composure slipping upon hearing the child's audacious words. The smile faded from his face, and his usual pretense vanished entirely. No one had ever dared to offer him counsel. The last to show such disrespect was the presently beleaguered King Vegeta. With a mere flick of his hand, Frisia could obliterate Planet Vegeta in less than a minute, not to mention the king himself. Intrigued, Frisia awaited the child's response. The advice is simply this. The words hung in the air. Kaso unleashed all his strength, darting forward like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before Frisia, delivering a fierce punch. Thud! Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth twisted, and the red muscles on his face slightly caved in. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the skin on his face had suffered some damage. Whoosh! While Frisia was still in a daze, by the time he regained his senses, Kaso had vanished without a trace. Who are you? Frisia bellowed in rage, unleashing a staggering combat power of 530,000. Instantly, the earth trembled and the surrounding spaceships swayed perilously. The already thin atmosphere of Planet Vegeta formed vacuums, as if threatening to shatter the very fabric of reality. Dodoria, witnessing the entire scene, felt a surge of panic. Surely, King Frisia would not resort to silencing witnesses by murder. Crackle! Crackle! The furious aura emanating from Frisia disturbed the surrounding ions, which coalesced into serpentine arcs of silver lightning. Unforgivable! A furious roar erupted from Frisia once more, his eyes scanning every corner in search of Kaso's elusive form. Yet, Frisia soon realized that the mysterious child had truly vanished into thin air, just as he had appeared. Where did he go? Disappeared without a trace. The child's appearance bore a striking resemblance to a Saiyan. Could he possibly be one of them? Frisia gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, yearning to locate that enigmatic boy and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 23. The Death of King Vegeta in the Past. Even his brother Goldo had never dared to treat him with such insolence. Now, however, he found himself struck by a mere child, and Frisia was seething with rage. He cast a cold glance at Dodoria. Frisia's ruthlessness was no secret. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he was particularly concerned about maintaining his composure. If anyone were to witness him lose his temper, it would spell certain doom for them. As Frisia's deathly gaze fell upon Dodoria, the latter felt as though he were being targeted by the most venomous snake in existence. Trembling uncontrollably, Dodoria thought to himself, "This is the end." Frisia raised a finger, aiming it at Dodoria, exuding an aura of murderous intent that seemed to freeze the very sky. Ha ha ha! Do you pitiful creatures dare to challenge me, the King of Vegeta? King Vegeta, in his great ape form, opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily. Though the number of aliens was considerable, they posed no lethal threat to the gargantuan beast. As the powerful great ape unleashed its might, the alien ranks dwindled. Ha ha ha! Frieza, your subordinates are inept. King Vegeta lifted his foot and crushed an alien as though it were an insignificant ant. He then commanded his subordinates, "Come, let us march against Frieza." After dispatching a portion of the aliens, the now magnified King Vegeta felt invincible, convinced that Frieza was no match for him. 5 colossal figures erupted in white flames. Soaring into the sky, their immense forms obscured the light above, casting the ground into darkness. The 5 great apes, cloaked in white flames, streaked through the sky, searching for Frieza. There, King Vegeta spotted the largest spaceship, with Frieza hovering in front of it. With a loud thud, they accelerated, charging toward Frieza's direction. At that moment, Frieza still had his finger aimed at Dodoria, who was on the verge of panic. Upon seeing King Vegeta and his allies approaching, Dodoria felt as though salvation had arrived. Indeed, upon witnessing King Vegeta's advance, Frieza lowered his finger aimed at Dodoria. King Vegeta, a glint of light flickered in Frieza's eyes. The appearance of that child bore a striking resemblance to a Saiyan. Thus, he resolved to hold the Saiyans accountable for this affront. Frieza, your minions are nearly all dead, and yet you do not strike? Are you afraid of us? King Vegeta laughed heartily. He surveyed his subordinates, feeling invulnerable in his current state. How dare the diminutive Frieza infringe upon the Saiyans? This was utterly unforgivable. King Vegeta, you seem quite confident. Frieza's piercing gaze locked onto him as he spoke with a dispassionate tone. Those familiar with Frieza recognized that his expression signified his mounting anger, indicating that he was about to get serious. After all, who could tolerate being struck by an inexplicable child, especially a cosmic overlord? Let me see if your confidence is backed by true strength. Frieza employed a detector, and the device emitted a series of beeps. Beep, beep, beep. 80,000, 95,000, 120,000. Each of these colossal apes possessed a battle power exceeding 80,000, with the highest being King Vegeta at 1,200,000. Clapping his hands, Frieza observed their battle powers and remarked, I must say, you Saiyans truly have some remarkable capabilities. Do you now regret invading Planet Vegeta? I assure you, it is too late. King Vegeta roared in fury, then gestured to his subordinates. The other 4 Saiyans received the command and charged at Frieza, launching a fierce assault. Vegeta confronted Frieza head-on, thinking, is this how one seeks death? Indeed, Frieza's previous calm dissipated, replaced by a furious wrath. An energy erupted from within him, akin to a stellar core explosion. A tremendous force permeated every corner of Planet Vegeta, causing the seas to churn violently and fierce winds to howl, summoning a tempest of unimaginable proportions. As if heralding the apocalypse, this was merely the aura unleashed by Frieza. What? As the energy surged, waves of pressure crashed forth, overwhelming even the massive forms of King Vegeta and his companions, sending them tumbling. Impossible! After being knocked over and sliding a distance, King Vegeta and the others hurriedly regained their footing. The ferocious winds tore at them, as if threatening to strip away their flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. The giant apes exchanged glances, their crimson eyes betraying their fear, reflecting disbelief at one another's expressions. This was inconceivable. How could Frieza be so powerful? If he truly possessed such strength, why had he tolerated the Saiyans for so long? Was it not a simple matter for him to annihilate them? The overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza filled King Vegeta with trepidation, shaking him to his core. Impossible, absolutely impossible. King Vegeta shook his head, unable to fathom that Frieza could wield such formidable power. King Vegeta, are you truly astonished? Frieza suddenly appeared before him, crackling with energy, his purple-black lips curling into a smirk, once again exuding an air of calm and self-assured elegance. The entire Saiyan cadre trembled, their fear manifesting in their quaking forms. They had never witnessed Frieza display his true strength and had assumed he was merely a slight degree stronger than their transformed ape state, believing that together they could pose a challenge. How naive! They were indeed terribly naive. Regret washed over King Vegeta and his companions. Was it not expected for a cosmic emperor to possess extraordinary might? At that moment, King Vegeta finally awakened from his delusions, though regrettably, it was a bit too late. Ha! Were you not just overflowing with confidence? Frieza sat once more in his spacecraft, having unleashed several waves of formidable energy, yet under his deliberate protection, the vessel remained unscathed. Can you fathom the extent of my combat power? Frisia inquired with a playful glint in his eye, relishing the terror etched upon his adversaries' faces before dispatching them. An exquisite delight. Indeed, King Vegeta and his subordinates struggled to suppress their inner dread, their lips parting to speak, yet under Frisia's oppressive aura, they found themselves utterly voiceless. 530,000. My combat power stands at 530,000. He bellowed with laughter. Surprised, are you? Ha ha ha. Frisia's mirth echoed as he observed the fear in King Vegeta's eyes, his earlier anger dissipating in a heartbeat. The king and his entourage staggered back, eyes wide with horror. Was the frost demon truly this powerful? Was this the pinnacle of what a being could achieve? King Vegeta and his comrades had never heard of anyone possessing such an astronomical combat power. 530,000. The Saiyans, in their transformed states, merely reached 100,000. Such levels were not attainable under normal circumstances. Now, let the spectacle come to a close, Frisia declared, extending a solitary finger from his throne. The scene was set. The impending explosion of Planet Vegeta loomed ominously. An orb of orange energy, the size of a marble, materialized atop his fingertip, its power gradually coalescing. The surrounding pressure becoming erratic, crackling as though the very fabric of space were about to rupture, swelling into a sphere of energy approximately 50 meters in diameter. Planetary destruction sphere. Ha ha ha, Frisia proclaimed, flicking his finger as the colossal orb hurtled towards the planet below King Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite its immense size, the descent of the planetary destruction sphere was swift. No, King Vegeta snapped back to reality, realizing the sphere had already appeared before them. In the face of this dire peril, they found their resolve, and alongside King Vegeta, they concentrated 5 energy waves. The collision of the 5 waves with the planetary destruction sphere was akin to ants attempting to shake an elephant. The impact caused a rapid surge in pressure, generating a powerful gust that swept outward from the orb. The fur atop King Vegeta and his allies stood on end, completely defying gravity. The violent energy enveloped them, eliciting cries of agony. Their gathered energy waves were utterly insufficient against Frisia's planetary destruction sphere, which rushed toward the faces of the 5 great apes. The intense heat ignited their fur into ashes, the searing pain unbearable, provoking their desperate screams. As the planetary destruction sphere descended, King Vegeta fixated on the immense energy orb, aware that even with every ounce of strength, he could not alter its course. He glanced at his subordinates, their fur ablaze, their cries of anguish echoing in the air. In this final moment, a flicker of resignation appeared in King Vegeta's unwilling gaze. And then he closed his eyes, as if liberated. Vegeta. Upon uttering these 3 syllables, the voices of King Vegeta and his 4 subordinates abruptly ceased, fading away. Thus, the reign of a generation of Saiyan kings came to an end. Chapter 24. The cataclysm of Planet Vegeta. Cass arrived at a distant planet near Planet Vegeta, whereupon a brilliant explosion of white energy erupted, soaring into the vastness of space. The pitch-black cosmos flickered occasionally with glimmers of light as Cass emerged from the planet's surface. Gazing into the distance, he beheld Planet Vegeta radiating an increasingly dazzling brilliance. A colossal sphere of energy materialized above the planet's atmosphere, illuminating the terrain below with the fervent glow akin to that of a newly born sun. Before him lay Planet Vegeta, and Cass observed in silence as the planet-destroying missile gradually descended towards the surface, patiently awaiting the impending explosion. Having spent 2 years in the Dragon Ball realm, witnessing the impending doom of Planet Vegeta did not incite anger or fury within him. He had already done enough for his former ties. First, he had journeyed to Namek to make a wish, and subsequently utilized instant transmission to relocate a portion of the Saiyans, accomplishing all that was within his power. Perhaps influenced by his Saiyan heritage, or perhaps due to his awareness of the unfolding narrative, Cass remained undisturbed, even as Planet Vegeta faced annihilation. After all, he had preserved nearly 200 Saiyan bloodlines. Within the interior of Planet Vegeta, the planet-destroying missile emanated an overwhelming pressure. The great apes, in their colossal forms, braced themselves against the ground, straining to raise their heads. Though devoid of rational thought, a primal fear gripped their subconscious, causing their massive bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The missile penetrated through the bodies of the 5 great apes, rendering their attempts at resistance futile. Even their gargantuan forms could not impede the relentless advance of the energy sphere. Boom, boom. As the missile descended through the atmosphere, it plummeted towards the ground, its immense energy threatening to shatter the very fabric of space, producing a deafening roar. With each moment of its descent, the atmosphere compressed further, causing the mountains below to crumble, massive boulders plummeting from above, each measuring over 10 meters in width. As the boulders struck the ground, the earth quaked violently. The surface erupted with cracks that extended into the distance until they met more solid ground, halting their advance. Roar! Roar! As the planet-destroying missile neared the great apes, they emitted cries of terror. Fearful instinct compelled them to flee. Their subconscious warned them that remaining in place meant certain death. The transformed scions scattered in a frantic escape, some racing towards the forest, others towards the mountains, all desperate to vacate the perilous vicinity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, no matter how far they ran, escape was futile. Boom! Boom! The planet-destroying missile finally impacted the surface. From above, one could see the energy sphere slowly embedding itself into the earth, eventually vanishing, leaving behind only a vast crater. Crack! Crack! Nearby, the soil surrounding the crater began to fracture. Unlike the damage caused by falling boulders, these cracks widened gradually, starting at 10 centimeters and expanding to 50. With no inclination to cease their growth, the tempestuous hurricane upon the sea, having ceased due to the cessation of hostilities, inexplicably stirred once more, summoning gentle winds that conjured waves leaping from the water's surface. What was this? A tornado had emerged upon the ocean? With a resounding roar, the towering tornado, 1,000 meters high, began to wreak havoc across the sea, lifting great fish into the heavens. As a consequence of the tornado, a tsunami gradually took shape. Its towering waves, dozens of meters high, surged forth, causing the shores to crumble before their might. 5 minutes elapsed. A thunderous boom reverberated as Planet Vegeta experienced a profound tremor, colossal tectonic plates floating haphazardly upon the ground, while scalding magma erupted from the depths, sending forth billowing plumes of steam, showering the surroundings in a torrid rain of molten rock before crashing back to Earth. 10 minutes passed. The planet-destroying device had plunged deep into the core, leaving no corner of Planet Vegeta unscathed. Floodwaters surged, tsunamis raged, and magma splattered everywhere, as all manner of catastrophic weather assailed the planet. Amidst the volcanic eruptions, the searing magma spewed forth clouds of steam, soaring into the atmosphere for thousands of meters, enveloping Planet Vegeta in a shroud of smoke, rendering its interior unseen from the cosmos. At last, with a resounding explosion, Planet Vegeta transformed into a brilliant spectacle of light, radiating into the depths of the universe from every direction. Outside, Frieza erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me." An aura of malevolence emanated from him. "Mr. Dodoria, is this display of fireworks not exquisite?" Frieza, regaining his former elegance, crossed his arms, seemingly oblivious to Dodoria's previous embarrassment. "Indeed, Lord Frieza, your fireworks are the most magnificent in the universe," Dodoria replied, his heart racing, anxious to appease Frieza in the face of such a query. Just moments before, when Frieza had pointed at him, Dodoria felt as though he had stepped halfway into the abyss. Even witnessing the destruction of his comrades on Planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza did not embolden him to speak out. Now was a time for flattery. "Oh dear, the scions were quite useful, what a pity. Now I must seek out another group of free laborers," Frieza mused with a hint of regret in his tone. "Once the name of Lord Frieza is proclaimed, I am certain many will flock to my side." Dodoria continued to flatter. "Let us return to our base," Frieza declared with satisfaction, nodding in agreement. At the moment Frieza turned away, Dodoria patted his chest, relieved to have narrowly escaped calamity. Subsequently, Frieza and Dodoria re-entered their spacecraft, with surrounding ships following closely behind as they made their way back to headquarters. In the distance, Station Jinyu announced through communication devices, "Let us return as well." Following this, 5 ships hastily pursued the leading vessel. Across the stars, hundreds of ships, all part of Frieza's formidable fleet, streaked through space, making their way homeward. At the forefront of this fleet was a massive spaceship. Within the confines of the spacecraft, Frieza reclined in the vessel, eyes closed in contemplative repose, murmuring, "Lord Beerus, I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me." He gazed upon the image of Planet Vegeta's catastrophic explosion. Kaso remained in serene solitude amidst the cosmos. The Saiyan race had endured the internecine strife of Planet Salad, fought against the Zufferites, and weathered myriad tribulations, yet they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Frieza. One must always look forward. The past must remain in the past. Even if the Scions yearned for vengeance, it would only be possible when the Dragon Ball saga commenced. In a mere decade and a half, the narrative of Dragon Ball would unfold. The thought stirred a wave of excitement within Kaso. At long last, would the saga commence? Preparation was imperative, for he had no desire to share the fate of Piccolo and others, relegated to mere background characters. After a brief moment, As the final glimmer of Planet Vegeta faded into oblivion, Kaso too vanished without a trace. Chapter 25. The Settling of the Science Captain. What shall we Science do now? Garrus inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment. For the surviving Science, the death of King Vegeta was a bitter reality. Yet the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza left them without a home. Were the Science destined to wander the cosmos indefinitely? At this, Bardock hesitated momentarily. Let us first await Kaso's return and hear his counsel. Previously, when he dreamed of Planet Vegeta's explosion, Bardock had merely seen Kakarot off, neglecting to ponder the ensuing circumstances. However, given the current predicament, the situation for the Science was dire. Bardock was acutely aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan that circulated among his people, a tale that the Frost Demons held in deep trepidation. As Kaso had previously mentioned, the annihilation of Planet Vegeta was orchestrated under the orders of King Cold, compounded by the existence of an even mightier foe than Frieza Cooler. Thus, the Science were not merely tasked with evading Frieza's dominion, they were also compelled to elude the entire Frost Demon clan. Garrus nodded in agreement. The fact that over 100 of their kin had managed to escape was largely thanks to Kaso. It was prudent to hear his thoughts. From the unmasking of Frieza's conspiracy to the relocation of the Science, Kaso had toiled tirelessly for over 10 days without respite, and the surviving Science had taken note of his unwavering dedication. Unbeknownst to him, Kaso had come to occupy a significant place in their hearts, instinctively becoming the focus of their thoughts in times of trouble. At that moment, a rustling sound heralded the arrival of a child. Kaso! It's Kaso returning. The Science seated upon the grass sprang to their feet, smiles illuminating their faces. Bardock hurried forth. Kaso, what has become of Planet Vegeta? Garrus and Castor echoed the urgency of his query. What is the situation? The eyes of the standing Science glimmered with hope, eagerly anticipating news of their home as safety from Kaso's lips. Kaso approached slowly, halting before the gathering. Meeting their gazes, he shook his head with a heavy heart. It has already exploded. A collective gasp echoed in the hearts of all the Science present, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, plunging them into despair. The explosion had indeed transpired. Cursed Frieza. Kaso surveyed the somber faces around him, noting their despondence. How intriguing. The Science could exhibit such emotions. He recalled watching an anime in which Vegeta displayed no reaction upon learning of his planet's destruction, a testament to his cold-hearted nature. Reflecting further, it dawned on him that most Science likely mirrored Vegeta's demeanor. No wonder this group followed Bardock, and no wonder King Vegeta had sought to undermine him. After a moment, Bardock shook his head vigorously. Kaso, with Planet Vegeta gone, what are our plans moving forward? I have already devised a strategy, Kaso declared, revealing his thoughts. We will rest for a few days on Fair Star. Then I shall lead everyone back to our true homeland, Planet Salad. Kaso had long since prepared for this eventuality, having summoned the Eternal Dragon to restore the Science's genuine homeland. Planet Salad. The planet Salada serves as the finest refuge for the Science, and Kaso senses that it is quite extraordinary. During his previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, Kaso speculated that the elevated battle power of the Science from the 6th universe could very well be attributed to the Salada planet. Of course, this is merely Kaso's conjecture. The truth can only be revealed when he arrives on Salada. The surrounding Science, momentarily taken aback by the mention of Salada, expressed their astonishment. Our original homeland? Salada? Was it not destroyed? Indeed, Salada had met its demise long ago due to internal strife, prompting the Science to relocate to Planet Plant. After overthrowing the Tuffles on Planet Plant, it was subsequently renamed Planet Vegeta. Upon hearing Salada, Bardock suddenly recalls Kaso's earlier mention of the 3 wishes made to the dragon. Initially dismissing it as mere fantasy, Bardock now wonders if Salada has truly been restored, and if all Science can survive throughout the cosmos. With this thought, Bardock erupts in a blaze of white energy, launching himself into the depths of space. What is Lord Bardock doing? Captain, where are you going? The group of Science is perplexed by Bardock's sudden departure. Observing this, Kaso chuckles softly, realizing that Bardock had never believed in the Dragon Balls from the start. As Bardock ascends, Kaso surmises that he is likely seeking to verify the authenticity of those 3 wishes. As he nears the vacuum of space, Bardock holds his breath. Upon bursting forth into the cosmos, he attempts to inhale. If he finds himself unable to breathe, he will immediately return to the surface. Gazing into the inky void, Bardock feels a twinge of anxiety, fervently wishing for the validity of those 3 wishes, yet struggling to believe it. He takes a breath, only to realize that no air enters his lungs. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Although there is no gas available in the universe for him to breathe, he can nonetheless exist in the vastness of space. Remarkable. Achieving the desired outcome, Bardock returns to the ground, erupting into laughter. Ha! The Scions regard him with puzzled expressions, wondering what has transpired. Noticing their confusion, Bardock ceases his laughter and offers an explanation. It appears that we Scions will become even stronger. The Scions clench their fists, excitement radiating from their faces. Indeed, the Scions, true to their warrior nature, have momentarily forgotten their sorrow over the destruction of their planet. Captivated by the prospect of newfound strength, Kaso, bemused, smiles and chooses not to intervene further. Uncle Bardock, where is Osby? Kaso, having returned for some time, realizes he has not seen Osby and finds it curious. She's back there, Bardock gestures. Navigating through the crowd, Kaso finally spots Jine sitting under a large tree, cradling Osby in her arms. It turns out that a group of burly men had obscured his view, explaining his earlier inability to locate Osby. As Janae encountered Kaso, she placed her finger on her lips, signaling for silence. Kaso glanced at the cherubic little buyer nestled in Janae's arms, peacefully slumbering. He gently traced his finger across her soft, plump face. After countless days of travel, even Kaso felt utterly exhausted, let alone the weary Osbier. The sight of Osbier's fatigue tugged at Kaso's heartstrings, prompting him to extend his arms towards Janae, silently requesting to hold the little one. With a playful giggle, Janae placed Osbier into Kaso's embrace. These two little ones had been under her watchful eye since their infancy, and now their sweet affection for one another resembled that of a young couple. It seemed they were destined to grow into a loving partnership in the future. This thought transported Janae back to her own childhood, recalling the bond she shared with Bardock, which mirrored that of the two children. Everything felt so familiar. A gentle smile graced Janae's lips. Unaware of Janae's contemplative expression, Kaso held Osbier close, admiring her fair, round face. Unable to resist, he pressed a tender kiss upon her cheek. Suddenly, it seemed that Osbier had been stirred by Kaso's affection. Her delicate brows fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Brother Kaso, she beamed, you're back. The warmth of her smile enveloped Kaso's heart as he leaned his forehead against hers, whispering, I have returned. Chapter 26. Exploring the planet Salada. Listening to the gentle voice of Kaso, Osbier squinted her eyes and nestled closer to him. Brother Kaso, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything for nearly a day, Osbier pouted. Stroking her little belly, with her eyes glistening, she resembled a small kitten. What a little glutton. Kaso chuckled at her pitiful demeanor, unable to resist her charm, even managing to soften the spirit of a man in his 20s residing within him. Nightfall approached. Before leading the Scions back to their homeland, Kaso decided to explore the planet Salada first. Little beer, let me show you the true homeland of our Scion race. Osbier nodded adorably. Kaso initiated instant transmission, transporting them to the planet Salada. The environment of Salada closely resembles that of Earth, with 70 covered in water and only 30 land, making it quite suitable for human habitation. The land is lush with various green plants, untouched by human development, with wild grasses sprawling chaotically. Amidst this disorderly greenery, a few vibrant flowers occasionally dotted the landscape. Each unique, yet sharing a common trait. Their blossoms were strikingly bright and beautiful, akin to youthful maidens dancing, embodying the spirit of blossoming youth. At this moment, it was still daytime on Salada, and two small figures appeared on the planet. Wow, is this Salada? It's so beautiful. Joy radiated from Osbier's face. The scenery was indeed enchanting, and the air was refreshingly crisp. Suddenly, Osbier felt something was amiss. She experienced an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if she were nestled in her brother's embrace, warmth enveloping her entire being. Brother Kaso, do you feel anything? Osbier inquired. Kaso gently patted her little head, saying nothing. The moment they arrived on Salada, he sensed that this place was extraordinary. As the ancestral planet of the Scions, Salada is steeped in legend. In the previous life depicted in the Dragon Ball anime, during the Dragon Ball Super Saga, the 6th and 7th universes were twin universes, initially mirroring each other. However, as time progressed, the Salada of the 7th universe faced annihilation, while the Scion ancestral planet of the 6th universe remained intact, inhabited by many Scions. During the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, Goku and Vegeta discovered that the Scions of the 6th universe could not transform into Super Scions. Yet their inherent strength was astonishing, leaving them quite astounded. Speculations arose that perhaps the Scions of the 6th universe thrived on their ancestral planet, where the nurturing environment activated an abundance of S cells within them, yet lacking the corresponding transformation methods prevented them from transforming. Others conjectured that S cells might only proliferate during times of peace. After all, the original Scions were subservient to Frisia, invading other planets for plunder and destruction. resulting in a scarcity of S cells among them, thus rendering them incapable of transforming into Super Saiyans. Until the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the remaining Saiyans lived in harmony on Earth, where an abundance of S cells thrived within them, ultimately transforming them into Super Saiyans. Naturally, there were numerous speculations in previous lives, yet most were rather implausible. It was only when Kaso set foot on Planet Salad that he realized these two conjectures might indeed hold truth. He attentively sensed the changes within his body, as if something was gestating inside him, accompanied by an indescribable sensation akin to being immersed in a hot spring, with the warm water flowing over his chest, providing immense comfort. Kaso squinted his eyes. Truly, this was the ancestral planet of the Saiyans. Restoring Planet Salad was undoubtedly the right decision. However, at present, there were no significant changes in his body. It was likely that only when the internal quantity reached a sufficient level would a qualitative transformation occur. Patience was required. Holding the small hand of Xiao Bayer, Kaso advanced step by step, eager to explore the primitive homeland of the Saiyans. The diminutive plants gradually vanished, giving way to towering trees, each trunk so robust that 3 adults could not encircle it. Kaso surmised that these grand trees must be over 50 years old. The lush forest, with branches extending magnificently, created a dense canopy that shielded the sunlight, rendering the ground beneath as dim and cool as twilight. Eek! Kaso brother, look! A melodious squeal reached Osbier's ears, as she joyfully leapt up, pointing at the tree. Kaso glanced upwards and beheld a bird of an unknown species, perched on a branch, emitting sharp calls. Its feathers were pristine and orderly, of vibrant red hue, slender of build, with a pointed beak raised high, producing delightful chirps. At the sound of Osbier's exclamation, the startled bird took flight, flapping away in a flurry. Did I scare it away? Osbier pondered, a hint of confusion in her expression. No worries, let us continue. As they traversed through the woodland, they arrived at a vast plain, adorned with fine, fluffy grass resembling a meticulously maintained golf course, devoid of any disorder. In the center of the plain rose several large stones, similarly cloaked in verdant grass. Kaso and his companions approached, intrigued by the presence of such boulders amidst the expanse. One stone stood impressively tall, comparable to the entrance of a typical villa, with a width of approximately 2 meters. Huh! Kaso furrowed his brow, raising his hand to gather a surge of energy. With a powerful breath, he blew away the grass atop the stone. To his astonishment, several walls were revealed. Shielded by the grass and thus not exposed to the elements, the surfaces had not significantly weathered. Judging by their style, they bore a resemblance to the palace walls on Planet Vegeta. Kaso contemplated. It seemed these were remnants of ancient Saiyan architecture. Brother, I don't want to wander anymore. I am so hungry. Osbiel plopped down onto the ground, her little tail restlessly swaying behind her, as her stomach grumbled. She had been exploring all day and was on the verge of exhaustion, while Kaso brother still wished to roam, leaving her quite displeased. Little one, why are you hungry again? Kaso chuckled, covering his face. Truly, she was quite the little foodie. After sharing a laugh, Kaso, unwilling to let little Beer go hungry, sensed the surroundings of the planet and discovered that Salada was teeming with large creatures. In the blink of an eye, Kaso vanished for 5 seconds, only to reappear with 2 gigantic wild boars slung over his shoulder. Little Beer, how about we feast on roasted wild boar today? Yes, I adore the wild boar roasted by Brother Kaso, replied Osbier sweetly. Kaso dug a small pit in the ground and then ventured into the forest to gather some firewood. Although he could have cooked the meat using a scorching energy wave, mastering the cooking time proved challenging, and it lacked the delightful aroma of a traditional fire. As he often said, cooking without fire lacks soul. With deft hands, Kaso skillfully eviscerated the 2 wild boars, cleaned their entrails, and set them upon branches. Once the preparations were nearly complete, he ignited the fire and placed the wild boars beside the bonfire to roast. As night began to fall, the crackling of the fire filled the air. Here you go, be careful, it's hot. Kaso handed a piece of wild boar to her. Thank you. I can hardly wait to dig in. Osbier exclaimed, her mouth watering at the enticing aroma. Unable to resist, she took a hearty bite. Kaso glanced at her and smiled, joining in on the feast of roasted meat. Lately, I have been quite busy. Once I finish, I shall share more. When I accumulate 100,000 words, I will debut my work. I hope for your generous support. Additionally, if there are areas needing improvement, please feel free to point them out. Chapter 27. A fierce beating for Bardock beneath the darkened canopy of the sky, speckled with twinkling stars. A campfire crackled on the plain. The warm orange glow illuminated the faces of 2 small children. One little girl was voraciously devouring meat, prompting Kaso to glance over and smile. The exploration of the Salada planet had concluded, and it was nearly time to lead the Scions back to their homeland. The Dragon Ball saga had transformed due to his presence. Initially, apart from a few stragglers, all other Scions were destined to perish in the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta. Now, nearly 200 Scions remained alive. Once these Scions returned to this land, combined with its unique attributes, it was truly hard to fathom what the Scions might become in the future. With the explosion of Planet Vegeta, the Dragon Ball narrative was poised to unfold. As Kaso pondered this, he felt an exhilarating surge, perhaps influenced by his Saiyan lineage. He longed to reunite with Kakarot. He yearned for a fierce battle with Kakarot. Kaso pressed his lips together, realizing he must enhance his strength. His current power was insufficient for a duel with his favorite character from his previous life. Despite Kaso's battle power being 13,000, and Goku's a mere 2, the protagonist would inevitably rise. When Vegeta invaded Earth, Goku would only need to sustain a single injury to surpass Kaso. Nevertheless, Kaso did not entertain the notion of defeat at Goku's hands. He was an elite warrior, fortified by the memories within his mind. Even the protagonist would find it challenging to catch up with him. Suddenly, a hiccup escaped him. Blushing, Osbier covered her mouth. "Hey Kaso brother, I'm full." "That's good to hear," Kaso replied with a wry smile. "What a little glutton." Upon returning to Fair Star, in the ensuing month, Kaso and Osbier were tasked with relocating the Scions to Salada planet. The journey was exceedingly distant, and a month of relentless back-and-forth travel left Kaso and Osbier utterly exhausted. After transferring the last Scion, they collapsed onto the ground of Salada planet, gasping for breath. Osbier's face was pale, her small feet trembling, and even her growling stomach lacked the energy to protest. In stark contrast to Kaso and Osbier's plight, the group of Scions nearby was exuberantly exploring Salada planet, oblivious to the duo's miserable state. Truly a heartless bunch. Before long, the Scions erupted with excitement. "This place is so comfortable. I can feel that it is extraordinary." Hearing this, Bardock broke into a cold sweat, as if only they were aware of the planet's significance. He glanced again at Kaso, pondering how Kaso had conceived the restoration of Salada planet. It had been obliterated long ago. And while Bardock was unaware of what his ancestral planet looked like, he sensed its peculiarity the moment he set foot on it. Bardock furrowed his brow. Yet in his heart, he believed Kaso to be the most extraordinary of all. Utilizing the dragon to restore the planet Salada is truly a stroke of genius for the Scions of today. This lad seems to possess an uncanny knowledge. Is his foresight truly that formidable? A prophet of sorts? Bardock shook his head. His own precognitive abilities only allowed him to glimpse a few significant images. Perhaps with the presence of that little rascal Kaso, the Scions will venture further than ever before. Returning to the moment, Bardock instructed, "Garrus, prepare to settle our kin. Henceforth, we shall thrive on our ancestral planet." He cast a glance at Kaso, sprawled on the ground, seemingly fatigued at such a young age. It appeared he needed more rigorous training. Watching Bardock's departing figure, Kaso gritted his teeth, cursing Bardock for his perceived blindness, as he paid him no heed. Once he recovered, he vowed to give Bardock a sound thrashing. On the planet Salada, Scions could be seen soaring through the skies, carrying timber to construct their dwellings. In a picturesque valley, a river flowed alongside numerous wooden cabins. With their accommodations established, the Scions commenced their training. Elsewhere in the sky, two figures darted past, one large and one small. "Huh!" Bardock exclaimed sharply, directing his hands towards Kaso, unleashing a golden-hued energy wave. "Is that all?" Kaso scoffed. In his perception, Bardock's combat power barely exceeded 10,000. Yet after a month of relentless effort exhausting his internal energy, he had ascended to 14,000. He was determined not to lose without delivering a proper thrashing to Bardock. With a stoic expression, Kaso charged towards the oncoming energy wave. The speed was breathtaking, creating a sharp sound as he cut through the air. Just as the attack seemed poised to strike him, Kaso deftly sidestepped, propelling himself forward in the same direction as the wave. "I knew you were something special." Bardock remained unfazed. Ever since Kaso returned to Planet Vegeta, Bardock had sensed something extraordinary about him. Although the readings from the scouter indicated merely a few hundred points, something felt amiss. It was only when Kaso divulged Frisia's conspiracy and later facilitated the relocation of their people that Bardock realized Kaso had been concealing his true capabilities. As Kaso charged towards him, Bardock seemed to have anticipated this scenario, vanishing from sight immediately after launching the energy wave. Soon, the sky was filled with the sounds of violent clashes, with each encounter shaking the very earth. The air crackled with their unleashed energies, swiftly forming a whirlwind in the vicinity, uprooting towering trees. The impact could be felt even thousands of meters away. As the fierce wind swept through, Garrus and the others glanced towards Bardock's direction before resuming their construction. Over the past few days, Bardock and Kaso had been engaged in combat, and the Scions had grown accustomed to the spectacle. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Bardock roared with laughter. Kaso hovered in midair, smirking coldly. Exhilarating? Just wait. I'll ensure you experience true exhilaration. In an instant, Kaso vanished from sight. Bardock's laughter abruptly ceased. Where are you? What are you searching for? Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind. When did he? Just as he intended to defend himself, it was already too late. Kassar appeared behind Bardock like a specter. Silently, with a swift kick, a powerful punch, and a horizontal hook, a flurry of attacks struck Bardock's back. You lack martial ethics. Bardock cried out in agony. Kassar's combat prowess exceeded his expectations, undoubtedly surpassing 10,000 in battle power. How could such a young child possess such formidable strength? It was truly terrifying. Bardock, caught off guard, fell prey to Kassar's relentless onslaught. In a duel among masters, a single flaw can render one vulnerable. Now Bardock was besieged by Kassar's barrage of strikes, unable to mount any resistance. With a thunderous force, Kassar landed a punch that sent Bardock flying. Whoosh! Bardock crashed to the ground like a cannonball, producing a deafening sound. Boom! The shockwave rippled through the air, toppling trees in the vicinity, while a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter formed on the ground, surrounded by a web of cracks. Chapter 28. Arrival on Earth. Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched like the character for Big, occasionally coughing. His chest and back bore the brunt of countless blows, his armor thoroughly battered. The searing pain coursing through him made Bardock gasp. Damn it! How is this little brat so formidable? He managed a bitter smile, feeling ashamed that he couldn't even best a mere child. Lying there, he seemed to concede defeat. However, just as Bardock believed Kaso's assault had come to an end, a sudden blue shockwave surged through the air. Damn it! Bardock growled, his thick neck straining as he cursed. Despite his foul words, he dared not linger. With a swift motion, he executed a nimble roll to evade Kaso's strike. If that shockwave were to hit him, without a medical pod, he would surely be bedridden for weeks. Bardock, not looking back, turned only to see a barrage of energy blasts hurtling toward him. You little brat. Do I have a grudge against you? Why are you so relentless? He muttered as he escaped. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the forest, smoke billowing and dust swirling around. In a distant valley, Garrus heard the commotion and chuckled. The captain is certainly enjoying himself. Indeed, Bardock was having quite the adventure. A shadow darted swiftly through the forest, energy blasts raining down from above, explosions ringing out continuously. Kaso, witnessing Bardock's predicament, smirked. You mocked me not long ago. I am a man who holds grudges. A basketball-sized energy orb materialized in his hand. My dear Uncle Bardock, behold what I have prepared for you. As Bardock heard the taunts from above, an ominous feeling washed over him. He turned to see a massive energy orb looming before him. Kaso, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Bardock roared. Suddenly, with a cry, Bardock lay flat against the ground. Ha ha! In the forest, only Kaso's sinister laughter remained. At that moment, a bright light appeared on the horizon. Kaso, I'm hungry. Osbier floated over, her expression vacant. Come on, let us get my little bee something to eat. Kaso, feeling elated after defeating Bardock, flew off with Osbier, leaving Bardock behind without a second thought. Coughing, Bardock slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust. Thankfully, that kid showed some restraint. Otherwise, he would have been in real trouble. Watching Kaso and Osbier's retreating figures, Bardock muttered in frustration, those two ungrateful brats. After all I did for them. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped by. Kaso had meticulously explored the planet Salada and finally located the land created by the dragon at the northernmost part of the planet. Gazing upon the land before him, the rich black soil lay spread out, emanating a remarkably unique essence. At that moment, when Kaso made his wish on Namek, the failure of his third wish prompted a spontaneous desire. Could he possibly cultivate the legendary senza beans? After contemplating for a while, Kaso decided not to dwell on it. To ascertain the possibility of growing senza beans, he would first need to journey to Earth and procure the seeds. Upon returning to the valley, a grand river meandered leisurely nearby, its waters gurgling melodiously. Towering trees surrounded the area, providing shade for the Scion dwellings nestled beneath them, shielding them from the sweltering sun. With mountains and rivers gracing the landscape, the environment was exquisitely beautiful. The ground, meticulously leveled by the Scions, bore witness to numerous Scions engaged in rigorous training. Among them was Bardock, who was performing one-handed push-ups on the flat earth, murmuring, 22999, 23,000. Ever since Kaso had decisively defeated him, Bardock had been consumed by a sense of humiliation, dedicating himself to relentless training, aspiring for the day he could exact revenge on Kaso. Yet, the foremost thought in his mind was to enhance his strength for vengeance against Frisia. Bardock, my dear uncle, relinquish the notion. You shall not reclaim your honor. Kaso approached with a smile, seemingly perceiving Bardock's thoughts. The audacity of the youth nowadays was astounding. Bardock merely scoffed, ignoring him as he persisted with his push-ups. Just wait. Kaso shook his head. The Saiyan physique was indeed formidable, but without the correct training methods, even decades of effort would not allow Bardock to catch up, let alone surpass Frisia. Currently, the remaining Saiyans exhibited commendable strength, with mature warriors boasting power levels exceeding 1,000. One named Chris even reached an impressive 4,000, surpassed only by Bardock, Garrus, and Casto. Thus, the training methods of Master Roshi had become obsolete for the Saiyans. The gravity chamber was the true passion of the Saiyans. Clearly, a trip to Earth was imperative. Uncle Bardock, little buyer, and I shall embark on a journey. I cannot predict when we shall return, Kaso stated calmly. This time, he was resolute about visiting Earth. The legendary Senzu beans, known far and wide, could sustain one for 10 days without hunger and heal even the gravest injuries instantaneously. The thought of such effects, combined with the Saiyan constitution, was truly formidable. Upon reaching Earth, he must seize the beans before Yajirobe could squander them and seek the guidance of the Grand Kai on their application. Lastly, he would request Dr. Briefs to construct some gravity chambers. Go, do not disturb my training. Bardock continued his push-ups, sweat glistening on his brow. Humph. Kaso cast a disdainful glance at Bardock before departing. As Kaso turned away, Bardock sat up, observing his silhouette. From the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta to the miraculous art of instantaneous movement that allowed him to relocate the Saiyans, Bardock had come to deeply appreciate the extraordinary abilities of this young man. Perhaps this excursion would yield unforeseen treasures. Shaking his head, Bardock thought, why ponder so much? It was time to focus on training. Otherwise, he would face humiliation at the hands of Kaso once more. With that thought, Bardock shivered and resumed his rigorous training. Meanwhile, Kaso, holding the small hand of Osbier, bid farewell to Jine and Garrus before vanishing from Planet Salad. In the North Galaxy, amidst the inky expanse of the universe adorned with countless shimmering stars, a magnificent azure planet floated, radiating beauty. On this day, two diminutive figures appeared on Earth. Kaso lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He had retrieved a star map from the spacecraft he once traveled in and had instantaneously transported himself toward Earth. However, he did not anticipate overshooting his destination, necessitating a return instantaneously in the opposite direction. Darn it, he muttered. Kaso, are you all right? Osbier asked, her heart aching at the sight of him drenched in sweat. I'm fine. After a moment of rest, Kaso finally regained his composure. In his previous life, watching Goku perform instantaneous movement had seemed far less arduous. Could it be that his understanding of Ki was too rudimentary? Regardless, having arrived on Earth, he was determined to acquire those magical beans and the gravity chamber. Chapter 29, an audience with Dr. Briefs in a forest in the northern part of the Earth. There stands a towering edifice that pierces the clouds. The structure is adorned with ancient, weathered engravings that tell of its long and storied existence. Some assert that this tower has been present since the primordial ages of Earth, while others claim it was constructed by civilizations from other realms of the universe. Various rumors circulate, leaving the truth obscured in mystery. Atop this tower, a feline creature, known as the guardian cat of Kalinta, stands before 3 water basins. The sight of a cat walking upright is inherently disconcerting. This venerable being, often referred to as the cat sage, has lived for over 8 centuries, primarily tasked with training martial artists who ascend the heights of Kalinta. Beads of sweat glisten on the cat sage's brow, as it seems to have witnessed something profoundly terrifying within the water basins. What an ominous aura! The cat sage, in a moment of distress, produces a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere to dab at its perspiring visage. Who are those 2 children? Where have they come from? A cloud of perplexity envelopes the cat sage. Never before has it encountered such formidable beings on Earth. Though the children conceal their true essence, their crude attempts at subterfuge are glaringly inadequate, revealing the terrifying energy that resides within them. The cat sage speculates that should the energy contained within these 2 youths be unleashed, it could very well lead to the obliteration of the Earth itself. The mere thought sends shivers down its spine as it breaks into a cold sweat. If such powerful entities were to turn malevolent, it is doubtful anyone could thwart them. The cat sage gazes skyward, pondering if even the celestial being above would be able to intervene. High above the clouds, at the pinnacle of Kalinta, a sanctuary floats in the void. This semicircular temple features a small indentation at its base, surrounded by hues of white and red, with a staircase affixed to its wall. Ascending the staircase reveals a floor paved with white tiles, adorned with verdant flora. A pathway unfolds before one's eyes, leading to a grand chamber, where a mystifying white essence envelopes the temple's surface. An elderly Namekian stands at the edge of the sanctuary, accompanied by a coal-like entity dressed in traditional Indian attire. Known as Mr. Bobo, the aged Namekian is none other than the Earth's deity. Having fled from Namek to Earth in his youth, he endured countless tribulations before ultimately ascending to divinity. Throughout the years, Earth has remained untouched by extraterrestrial invasions, beset only by natural calamities and human conflicts. The sudden appearance of these two children, infused with explosive power, fills the deity with trepidation. Like the cat sage, he too is bewildered by the origins of these enigmatic youths. Observing them is akin to gazing upon two barrels of gunpowder. Should they ignite, the consequences would be cataclysmic. Even if his counterpart, the formidable King Piccolo, were to arrive, he would likely kneel in reverence before such overwhelming force. If these children were to wreak havoc upon Earth, the deity finds himself utterly powerless to intervene. The celestial being sighed, hoping that the mortals would not cause any disturbances. In the lower realm, towering skyscrapers surrounded him, and the streets were bustling with vehicles, teeming with high-tech marvels. As Osbier strolled along the thoroughfare, she was captivated by the dazzling array of goods, her curiosity akin to that of a country dweller visiting the city for the first time. Hand in hand with Kaso, she eagerly scanned her surroundings, her mouth watering at the sight of delectable treats. "Kaso, there are delicious snacks," she exclaimed. "Patience, I will take you to eat shortly," Kaso replied, ruffling her hair with a resigned smile. Osbier resembled a young Wukong, unable to move away from the enticing food. Fortunately, she was quite obedient and listened to whatever Kaso said. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. "Hurry, grab everything and let's go. If we don't leave soon, the police will arrive." A group of a dozen burly men, their heads covered with black stockings, were ransacking a store. The leader of the gang brandished a submachine gun with one hand while frantically scooping up capsule-shaped items from the display cases with the other. His underlings mirrored his actions. The surrounding staff cowered on the ground, trembling in fear, too terrified to intervene. Kaso observed the scene with amusement. He recalled a character from an anime he had watched. A beautiful female thief whose hairstyle changed with each sneeze, along with her personality. Initially, she had a significant role, but eventually, she faded into obscurity. Kaso pondered, unable to recall her name, and surmised that she was probably just a child now. "Let us move quickly," the gang leader bellowed, leading his cohorts out of the store. As the robbers emerged, the onlookers displayed expressions of terror, hastily stepping aside to avoid becoming collateral damage. Kaso shook his head, regarding the pitiful fighters with a power level of merely 5. He finally understood the disdain that Raditz had felt. Such weaklings held no interest for him. After a bit more wandering, he intended to seek out Dr. Briefs. Just as he was about to depart, he glanced up and noticed the logo of the Universal Capsule Company emblazoned on the storefront. "Are these fools robbing Universal Capsules?" Kaso smirked. He had been contemplating asking Dr. Briefs to help him construct a gravity chamber. In that case, he thought it would be fitting to present Dr. Briefs with a gift. The robbers hastily sprinted to their vehicle, preparing to flee. "Where's Kaso?" Osbiel exclaimed, realizing that he had vanished from her side. At that moment, a flash of white light streaked down the street, and a small figure suddenly appeared before the robbers. In an instant, Kaso disappeared again. Thud! Several robbers inexplicably fell to the ground. Their bizarre behavior only served to send the bystanders fleeing even further away. Kaso seized a bulging bag from one of the robbers, opening it to reveal it was filled entirely with universal capsules. Those small pouches likely held considerable value. He gestured to little Osbiel in the distance, beckoning her to come closer. Osbiel merrily followed Kaso into the shop. "I have retrieved the universal capsules for you, and I wish to speak with Dr. Briefs." Kaso assisted in reclaiming the capsules, and the shopkeeper, filled with gratitude, informed the company headquarters of the visitor's desire to meet Dr. Briefs. Upon learning that his store had been robbed and subsequently aided in its recovery, Dr. Briefs expressed his willingness to meet this individual. West City, the most prosperous area on Earth, is home to the wealthiest elite. On this day, two small figures stood before the grand estate of Dr. Briefs. Chapter 30. Gravity Chamber. In just a few short years, Dr. Briefs ascended to the pinnacle of wealth, becoming the world's richest individual through the invention of a universal adhesive capsule. The grandeur of his estate is truly astonishing. This vast expanse spans several tens of thousands of acres, meticulously divided into residential, professional, and research zones. At the heart of the property lies a hemispherical villa, surrounded by a plethora of exquisite greenery, while intelligent machines occasionally traverse the pathways. Gazing upon such opulence, Kaso cannot help but reflect. In his previous life, countless young individuals mortgaged their futures in pursuit of a modest abode in bustling metropolises, often shackled by decades of debt for mere apartments barely exceeding 100 square meters, an inconceivable comparison to the estate before him. Fortunately, he had inherited a building from his parents, allowing him to sustain a comfortable life through rental income. Yet, now that he has traversed into this new reality, he muses, why dwell on the past? Regaining his focus, Kaso presses the doorbell and informs the intercom that he is the individual from the morning. They await each other's arrival. Kaso, will there be delicious food soon? Asks Osbier, her eyes wide with anticipation as she licks her lips. Little one, you're always thinking about food. Have you been diligent in your training lately? Kaso replies, feigning sternness. I have been training hard. I must protect you, Kaso, she exclaims. Laughter bubbling between them as Kaso affectionately ruffles her hair. Over the past month, Osbier has indeed shown remarkable dedication, sneaking out to train before dawn and returning only after nightfall. Kaso has observed her progress, noting her combat power has reached an impressive 2,500 points, surpassing the majority of Saiyans. When Bardock witnessed her prowess, he was left astounded, declaring her a true elite warrior. Aside from her fondness for food, Osbier possesses few other quirks. Oh, and she does have a tendency to be clingy. Kaso chuckles to himself as these thoughts swirl in his mind. Suddenly, the sound of the gate opening draws his attention. A striking blonde woman with cascading waves stands at the entrance. Her figure is alluring, her fair skin radiant. Clad in a short skirt that accentuates her long, elegant legs, glistening under the light like polished marble. Kaso swallows hard, captivated by her presence. Wait, are those two little children? Tai's muses, puzzled. She had heard from her family about a robbery at their store, which a martial artist had intervened to resolve. Logically, such formidable martial artists should be older gentlemen, not mere children. Yet, they appear rather endearing. Hello, I am here to see Dr. Griffiths. Kaso recognizes her instantly. She is none other than Bulma's sister, Tai's. Having forsaken a life of privilege to pursue her dream as a science fiction writer, Tai's left home to experience the world. Yet her literary efforts have met with dismal failure, each manuscript more lackluster than the last. By the looks of it, Tai's has not yet fully severed ties with her home, as her hair remains uncut. Long hair suits you best. Are you the martial artist who helped my family reclaim the universal capsule? Tai-Si walked home with 2 children in tow. Kaso nodded. It is said that those bandits wield machine guns. Little brother, you are quite impressive. Tai-Si was aware that Earth harbored many formidable martial artists, and these 2 children were likely heirs to such legacies. No wonder they were so remarkable. Observing the young boy, Tai-Si found inspiration for her writing. Bombarding Kaso with questions, she inquired if he could master techniques that fell from the heavens, and whether his extraordinary potential made him a rare martial prodigy, thus attracting the attention of esteemed martial masters. Kaso was momentarily at a loss for words. Tai-Si appeared so stunning, yet spoke incessantly. Moreover, I am not a little brother. Standing beside them, Osbiel paid no heed to Tai-Si, her mind solely focused on the prospect of delicious treats. After a while, they finally arrived at the brief's residence, and Tai-Si ceased her peculiar questioning. At that moment, a youthful girl's voice chimed in. Are you that martial artist, Bulma? Kaso was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Bulma stood at a height comparable to Osbiel, both just over a meter tall, with light blue hair and a cherubic face that resembled a doll. Kaso internally compared her to Osbiel and thought, Osbiel is still cuter. Just then, a couple emerged, Dr. Briefs and his wife. Dr. Briefs appeared relatively young, and Kaso felt a bit embarrassed, surprised to find he was quite handsome in his youth. No wonder he fathered 2 beauties like Tai-Si and Bulma. Mrs. Briefs covered her rosy lips, exclaiming, what adorable little siblings. She then crouched down, ruffling Kaso and Osbiel's heads. Dr. Briefs was equally astonished that a mere child would assist in reclaiming the universal capsule, and with keen interest, he asked, Children, what brings you to me? Kaso, somewhat irritated, brushed aside Mrs. Briefs' delicate hand. Why does this family possess such peculiar personalities? I wish to request Dr. Briefs' assistance in constructing something. What is it? Dr. Briefs inquired with curiosity. Given that this little fellow had aided his shop, it would be no trouble for him to create something. Tai-Si and Bulma stood nearby, watching Kaso, eager to see what this little rascal intended to do. Soon, Kaso mentioned the gravity room. specifying that it should achieve 100 times gravity. During the Namek saga, Goku utilized 100 times gravity, and after a month of training, he surged from a battle power of 8,000 to 90,000. Although Goku had the advantage of Senzu Beans and the protagonist's aura, it is undeniable that the gravity room had a substantial impact on the Saiyans. Subsequently, Vegeta also trained in the gravity room, visibly enhancing his strength. Therefore, considering the current capabilities of the Saiyans, a gravity room with 100 times gravity would suffice for their prolonged use. A gravity room? Grievous stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. This is no issue at all. You may come to collect it in a month. Upon hearing his words, Kaso leapt up in exuberance. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, apart from the initial excitement of entering this realm and the exhilaration of having his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder on Namek, he had not experienced any significant emotional shifts. Even when Planet Vegeta was obliterated, he regarded it merely as a spectator. Now, with the prospect of a gravity chamber finally within reach, Kaso felt a renewed hope for the enhancement of his combat abilities, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. Once he acquired more Senzu Beans, he believed he could achieve what Kakarot could. After all, he was a superior warrior. Osbier stared blankly at her brother, puzzled by his fervor. Meanwhile, Tais and Bulma gazed at Kaso in astonishment. Did he just leap onto the roof? The ground was a considerable distance from the rooftop. Was this something an ordinary human could accomplish? Tais and Bulma exchanged glances, realizing that this little fellow indeed possessed remarkable strength. Mrs. Brevis squinted her eyes and smiled, exclaiming, "Such an impressive little brother." Dr. Brevis maintained a serene expression, as if he had witnessed far grander spectacles before. Chapter 31. A visit to Corinta in his youth. Dr. Breves was a workaholic, determined to resolve any significant issue or challenge immediately, even if it meant spending a month in the research lab. Now, he had departed to assist Kaso in constructing a gravity chamber. It was no wonder that Dr. Breves aged so rapidly in the future. Kaso mused as he observed the older man's retreating figure. With Mrs. Breves possessing an ageless constitution, he must be under considerable pressure. Bah, why ponder such matters? They are of no concern to me. Kaso snapped back to reality, glancing at Tais and Bulma. What was with their expressions? Perhaps it was a trick of the light. But he perceived an almost predatory gleam in their eyes. Bulma had been startled when Kaso leaped onto the rooftop. Her home was expansive and tall, and she had never encountered someone with such prowess. "Hey, how did you do that? Can you teach me?" Bulma feigned nonchalance, though her eyes betrayed her eagerness. Tais, on the other hand, withdrew her curious gaze, aware that martial artists on Earth adhered to strict traditions. Certain techniques were meant to be kept within their schools, and some were passed on only to males. She was intrigued to see how Kaso would respond. Kaso smirked, thinking how children are drawn to anything entertaining. In the world of Dragon Ball, the physical potential of ordinary Earthlings was limited. This was not meant to belittle them, but simply a fact. Among all the Dragon Ball series, the strongest human was likely Krillin, yet he ultimately could not even catch a glimpse of Goku's tail lights. Observing Bulma's restless demeanor, Kaso privately contemplated that he might relent if her sister were to inquire. "You are too young. Come back when you are as old as your sister," he replied, though he secretly entertained the idea of teaching her. While Tais was also curious about Kaso's abilities, her interest lay more in writing novels. However, upon hearing Kaso's response, she laughed heartily, clutching her slender abdomen. "Ha! I never expected my sister would have such a day." "Humph," Bulma scoffed, clearly displeased. It was simply a refusal to teach, disguised behind a multitude of excuses. At school, Bulma was always the center of attention, but now she found herself treated this way by Kaso, and her sister's teasing only added to her frustration. Yet, recalling the image of Kaso's impressive leap, she couldn't help but desire to learn. If she mastered such formidable skills, she could undoubtedly dominate at school, but he was unwilling to teach her. Bulma felt her temper rising. At that moment, Osbier tugged at Kaso's sleeve with a pitiful expression. "Kaso brother, I'm hungry." Kaso glanced at Tais, who smiled helplessly. These two little ones truly did not see themselves as guests. Still, she instructed the servants to bring forth 2 plates of food. In her mind, how much could these 2 little rascals eat? They might not even finish these 2 plates. The subsequent scene left her utterly astounded. Within mere seconds, 2 plates of food had been devoured completely. Osbier gazed at Tais with an innocent expression and exclaimed, "I want more." The simplicity of her request left Tais dumbfounded. Which child could consume such an enormous quantity of food? Surely, they were like 2 little gluttons. Could it be that martial artists possessed such hearty appetites? Despite her astonishment, Tais continued to summon servants to bring forth more food, 1 plate after another. An hour later, The table was piled high with empty dishes. Osbier finally let out a satisfied burp. Kaso was indeed correct. There was truly delicious food to be had. Until now, she had only tasted the roasted meats prepared by Kaso, but this new culinary experience was simply exquisite. Yet, why was this older sister staring at her with such wide eyes? Osbier found herself perplexed. Kaso licked his lips. The food from Earth was undeniably remarkable, explaining why Bylus became so enamored with Earth's cuisine. However, with the meal concluded and the gravity chamber commencing its operations, it was time to attend to business. Kaso smiled at Tais and Bulma, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality, and assured them that he and little Osbier would return in a month. With that, he took Osbier's hand and soared into the sky. After a while, as Kaso and Osbier's figures faded from view, Bulma stammered, "Sister, they can fly?" Still recovering from the shock of the two children's voracious appetites, she was now witnessing Kaso and Osbier ascend into the heavens. This revelation truly made Bulma question her understanding of the world. Could science still be trusted? Tais stood motionless, remaining in place. Bulma tugged at her, "Sister, they can fly?" Tais was taken aback. Above, two streaks of light pierced the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, traversing bustling cities, desolate deserts, and finally reaching an endless ocean. With a swift motion, they continued northward, soon encountering a dense forest, where an ancient white tower loomed majestically at its center. "Here I come, sends of beans." Kaso accelerated with Osbier, the scenery around them rapidly retreating. His speed was so immense that it created a sonic boom in the air, echoing throughout the forest. The indigenous people residing within the forest, startled by the sound, looked up to the sky but saw nothing. "Karen Tower, here we are." The cat sage was drenched in cold sweat. The two little beings that had appeared that morning had now reached Karen's domain at an extraordinarily terrifying speed. As Kaso hovered mid-air, he suddenly felt a mental influence, but it dissipated just as quickly. He recalled from past anime that in order to ascend Karen Tower, Earthlings had to climb it barehanded. Those who attempted to ascend with external aids would only witness the tower vanish into the sky. Kaso shook his head, realizing that they were being affected by some form of mental energy. The architect of Karen Tower was indeed quite ambitious. However, Kaso has mastered even the art of instantaneous movement, rendering him impervious to such trivial mental influences. While Kaso was lost in thought, Osbiel regained her senses and exclaimed, "Brother Kaso, Tada has appeared again." With a smile, Kaso continued to ascend with Osbiel. At the pinnacle stood a flattened spherical edifice, supported by a dozen stone columns, where the cat sage leaned against the railing, gazing down below. The two explosive auras drew ever closer, prompting the cat sage to retrieve a small handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. From whence do these formidable beings hail? He had never encountered such terrifying entities. The turtle hermit, who had ascended here over a century ago, seemed rather impressive, yet he paled in comparison to these two peculiar creatures. Even the demon King Piccolo from 3 centuries past would likely falter against a mere casual strike from them. What to do? The cat sage paced restlessly on the circular platform, while the deities standing atop the temple sensed the impending arrival as Kaso flew towards Corinta. Chapter 32. The Divine Being appears beside the Divine Being. The black-haired Bobo observed the mortal realm. In stark contrast to the Divine Being's tense demeanor, Bobo remained remarkably calm, his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well, seemingly indifferent to the two small creatures before him. How swift! The Divine Being furrowed his brow. The speed of the two children was astonishing, allowing him only to catch fleeting glimpses of their dark silhouettes zipping through the air. This was only because Kaso had slowed down. If he were to unleash his full combat prowess of 14,000, the Divine Being feared he would scarcely perceive a thing. "They have arrived." The Divine Being spoke in a low voice. Atop Corinta, two little figures suddenly materialized. Kaso appeared abruptly, startling the cat sage, who instinctively took a step back. Trembling, the cat sage inquired, What brings you here?" It is said that those who ascend Corinta may receive guidance from the cat sage. "We seek your counsel on our training methods," Kaso replied with a smile. Upon hearing Kaso's tone, the cat sage felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I possess limited strength. I fear I may not be able to offer guidance to you too," he said, quickly discerning the children's situation. They possessed immense power, yet lacked the finesse to wield it effectively. Their control over energy was utterly chaotic. Through 2 years of self-discovery, Kaso had learned the art of instantaneous movement and believed he had a decent grasp of energy manipulation, even managing to obscure his presence slightly. Little did he know, to the cat sage, his attempts at concealment were utterly laughable. For words, utterly pathetic. The cat sage wished for Kaso and Osbiel to depart swiftly. not wanting to entangle himself in the affairs of such formidable beings, even if they were merely two children. Kaso, perceiving the cat sage's apprehension, spoke directly. Though we are not from Earth, due to certain circumstances, we assure you we mean no harm to it. He paused, then continued. We kindly request your guidance on mastering our control over energy. So these little ones truly hail from beyond Earth. No wonder I have never encountered them before. The cat sage responded, then let me witness your true strength. Given their insistence, the cat sage felt compelled to comply. Refusal could provoke these two, and the fate of Earth hung in the balance. He earnestly hoped Kaso was truthful in his claim of harboring no malice towards Earth. Kaso secretly chuckled. This hefty feline was indeed a formidable adversary. He then tightened his brow and, with a fierce command, ceased to mask his inner power. In truth, whether he concealed it or not made little difference to the cat sage and the divine being. A torrent of terrifying energy erupted from within Kaso, akin to a catastrophic landslide. The entire Corinta began to tremble as a violent aura surged forth, scattering clouds across a vast expanse. The cat sage was drenched in cold sweat, his legs involuntarily shaking. He recognized Kaso's strength, but had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his true power. As the ferocious energy swept toward him, the cat sage found it hard to breathe and urgently exclaimed, "Stop, please." Upon hearing this, Kaso retracted his power. "Brother Kaso, I wish to join as well," exclaimed Osbier with innocent enthusiasm. Boom! Another surge of formidable energy emanated from Corinta, causing the clouds that had just gathered to disperse once more. Enough, enough! Though the little girl's power paled in comparison to that of the boy, it still left the cat sage profoundly astonished. With such prowess, are you certain you won't wreak havoc upon Earth? The cat sage inquired once more. Receiving a reassuring affirmation from Kaso, the cat sage felt a wave of relief wash over him, hoping it would indeed be the case. He continued, "In truth, the moment you descended upon Earth, I sensed your existence. Your strength is considerable, yet you lack the wisdom to wield it judiciously. Please, I humbly seek your guidance." Esteemed cat sage, Kaso replied earnestly. The glimmer of longing in Osbier's eyes mirrored his own. Witnessing their demeanor, the cat sage's anxious heart found a measure of tranquility. We understand that it is far easier to transition from modesty to opulence than the reverse. With such immense power at your disposal, mastering it without the appropriate methods is an insurmountable challenge. Kaso and Osbier sat upon the ground, attentively listening. To be honest, I possess the knowledge of how to harness your energy, but at this moment, I am unable to assist you. The cat sage shook his head. What? Osbier suddenly sprang to her feet, displaying an uncommon fury. You claim to know how to control energy, yet say you cannot help us. She felt deceived by the corpulent feline. Having frequently heard Kaso speak of Earth, she had long yearned for the mastery of its energy cultivation. If she could learn this method, she would undoubtedly grow stronger and be able to protect her brother Kaso in the future. Little beer, do not act rashly. Let it finish speaking, Kaso urged, startled by Osbier's sudden impulsiveness. When had she become so headstrong? He promptly embraced her, apologizing to the cat sage and encouraging it to continue. As Osbier stood, the cat sage's heart skipped a beat, fearing for its life. Thankfully, the young boy was present. No longer daring to leave any ambiguity, the cat sage hastily clarified, I possess the method, but your overwhelming strength necessitates that you first subdue the vast power within you. The cat sage swallowed hard and continued, my meager abilities are insufficient to contain your might. Only the deities upon the temple can assist you in this regard. Only then can I teach you. Finally, having completed its explanation, the cat sage exhaled in relief. Kaso fell into contemplation. Having traversed through time for 2 years, with the elder unlocking his potential, he had attained a combat power of 14,000, whereas this hefty cat barely exceeded 200. It was indeed incapable of aiding him. He glanced skyward, wondering if only the deities could accomplish such a feat. Osbier remained snugly in Kaso's embrace, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. Just as they were lost in reverie, 2 figures emerged outside Corinta, one green and one black, embodying the extremes of color. The deities. The cat sage exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the voice of the cat immortal, Kaso regained his senses and gazed outside. Is it the celestial being? Ultimately, they could not resist making an appearance. Kaso chuckled inwardly. Brother Kaso, why does that person's complexion resemble a watermelon? And that peculiar charcoal-like head is quite strange. Osbier inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Kaso hastily covered Little Beer's mouth. Truly, she dares to utter anything. If others fail to teach them the proper methods of harnessing their emotions, it would be disastrous. The celestial being's lips twitched slightly, yet Bobo beside them maintained an expression of tranquility. Reflecting upon the similarity of the names Karen Immortal and Kaso, It seemed prudent to refer to Karen as the cat immortal instead, for it would be more pleasing to all. Chapter 33. Donning the weighted garment. If you wish to learn the application of chi, I can assist you. The voice of the celestial being resonated with a slight heaviness. Casting a glance at the elderly deity, Kaso replied nonchalantly, "Thank you, celestial being." He refrained from inquiring why the deity would extend assistance. Speculating that the celestial being shared a common concern with the cat sage, the fear of their potential to wreak havoc upon the earth. But could this truly be the case? The celestial being, oblivious to Kaso's thoughts, nodded in acknowledgement before reboarding the flying carpet with Bobo, returning to the temple. The aura that Kaso had just unleashed was not lost on the deity. He had never witnessed such a formidable force residing within a single individual, an energy surpassing even the cataclysmic explosion of a planet. Should Kaso turn his malevolence towards Earth, not a soul would stand against him. The deity, mindful of this reality, sought to curry favor with Kaso, hoping he would remember this goodwill. The celestial being was indeed devoted to the safety of the earth, albeit unknowingly. His actions were superfluous. "Let us proceed," Kaso said, leading Osbier onward. Observing the departing figures, the cat sage expressed his concerns. All shall be entrusted to the celestial being. As they ascended to greater heights, the air grew thinner, and the mundane world receded further into insignificance. Upon stepping into the temple, Kaso felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if a spiritual essence permeated the atmosphere, invigorating him with each breath. Everything within the temple felt strikingly familiar, resembling precisely what he had seen in animated depictions. Yet, he recalled that this very location would later become the battleground for numerous confrontations. Reflecting on this, Kaso shook his head slightly. The celestial being instructed Kaso and Osbier to wait momentarily while sending Bobo to retrieve some items. "I have come to understand your circumstances. The cat sage speaks the truth. Your powers are indeed formidable and require proper restraint before further cultivation can commence," the celestial being stated. At that moment, Bobo emerged from the chamber, bearing 2 sets of orange training garb. "Weighted garments?" Kaso exclaimed upon seeing the attire in Bobo's hands. "You are aware of weighted garments?" the celestial being inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. He had overheard the conversation between the child and the cat sage, astonished that an extraterrestrial being possessed knowledge of such a concept. "I've done some research," Kaso replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The celestial being nodded, recognizing the wisdom in refraining from excessive inquiry, as probing too deeply could lead to discomfort and detract from the experience. He instructed Kaso and Osbier to don the weighted garments. As Kaso and Osbier accepted the garments from Bobo and adorned themselves, they simultaneously uttered in astonishment, "So heavy, so heavy." Kaso felt as though a staggering 99% of his strength was being suppressed. Even during his time on Mumu's star, carrying boulders had never felt this burdensome. Now, even taking a single step felt immensely laborious. Is this the effect of the weighted garments? Observing this scene, the celestial being furrowed his brow, astonished by the sheer extent of the capabilities of these 2 young individuals. The effects of the weighted attire were abundantly clear to him. Donning such a significant burden, yet still managing to stand upright was indeed astonishing. This striking image left the deity in a state of profound contemplation. "While you were channeling energy at Corinta, I had already gleaned a rough estimation of your capabilities. The disparity in strength between the 2 of you is considerable. Thus it is only natural that your weighted garments differ." The deity, leaning upon his staff, remarked with a hint of admiration. "It is one thing for this young boy to exhibit such prowess, but I am equally surprised by the formidable abilities of this young girl. You may call me Kaso." He gestured towards the petite girl beside him. "Her name is Osbiel." The deity observed Kaso for a moment, contemplating whether he had misjudged the situation. Could it be that they truly posed no threat to the earth? Subsequently, his tone became more casual. "Kaso, the weighted attire you wear exerts a gravitational force of 25 times, while Osbiel's attire has a gravitational effect of 15 times. Familiarize yourselves with the weight you bear. Once your bodies are capable of normal movement, I shall instruct you on the concept of chi." With that, the deity ambled back towards the temple, feeling his presence was of little utility at that moment. "Brother Kaso, this is so heavy." Osbiel pouted, her small face contorted in discomfort. This burden was even more challenging than carrying small boulders on Mumu's star. Internally, she chastised the green-skinned deity for imposing such a heavy garment during their chi training. "Little Osbiel, persevere. You promised to protect your brother." Kaso encouraged her. In truth, he too felt the weight pressing down upon him, yet for the sake of mastering chi, this minor hardship seemed inconsequential. He reflected on how Goku had trained under Son Gohan since childhood, later receiving guidance from Master Roshi. enduring countless trials to ascend Corinta, and engaging in a series of rigorous training sessions, all aimed at surpassing the limits of his physical form. With this thought, Kaso's resolve solidified. If Goku could achieve it, so could he. Thus, the two began to acclimate to their weighted garments. Initially, they could only manage a few steps at a time, each movement accompanied by beads of sweat and the creaking of their bones. After half a day, Kaso had traversed less than a full circle. Now he lay against the temple's periphery, gritting his teeth in an attempt to rise, yet he found himself utterly unable to do so. Feeling the exhaustion draining his strength, he took a brief respite before continuing to adapt to the weight. 3 days passed in this manner, during which the pair tirelessly adjusted their movements, striving to adapt to the burdens imposed by their attire. Whenever fatigue set in, they would rest briefly, then resume their activities within the temple. Eventually, they reached a point where they could walk normally. Witnessing the two conversing and strolling within the temple left the observing deity utterly astonished, in his estimation. It would take these children a month to achieve such mobility. Yet, within mere days, they had accomplished this remarkable feat. Truly incredible. In the ensuing days, Kaso and Osbier appeared to have found their rhythm in adapting to the weighted attire, showing significant progress each day. A week later, both Kaso and Osbier were able to run within the temple. "Brother Kaso, come chase me." Osbier laughed joyfully as she dashed away. "You better stop right there," Kaso called out as he pursued her. The celestial being stood nearby, gazing at the two little ones as if he had encountered a ghost. "All right, Kaso, come over here," he called. After a week of interaction, the celestial being had discerned the personalities of these two small children. They were indeed not malevolent beings, but rather possessed a certain innocence, especially the little girl. This realization brought him a sense of relief. Kaso and Osbier approached, their burdened attire having little impact on them. "Your progress has exceeded my expectations. Your talents are truly remarkable," the celestial being exclaimed. "You flatter me," Kaso replied with a smile. "No, this is not mere politeness. I have genuinely never witnessed such formidable talent." Having expressed his admiration, the celestial being continued, "Now that you have adapted to the weighted garments, I shall explain to you the concept of chi. Chi is omnipresent. It resides within the human body, within animals, and even within stones and plants. As humans possess the highest wisdom among all beings, endowed with 5 senses and a range of emotions, these attributes influence our perception of chi. Thus, we must strive to be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning to achieve mastery." Kaso fell into contemplation, understanding the celestial being's final words. Yet he pondered the significance of being as calm as the sky. He was eager for guidance, longing for the celestial being to instruct him on how to attain this state. The celestial being, in a serene tone, replied, "Next, I shall have Bobo train you. He will provide you with guidance." With that, the celestial being returned to the temple. At that moment, Bobo appeared before the two, standing silently without uttering a word. "Brother Kaso, his skin looks quite peculiar." Osbier pointed at Bobo. Kaso quickly pressed down on little Osbier's hand. To be honest, he found Bobo to be somewhat inscrutable. There was an air of mystery about him that persisted both in the anime and in reality. It seemed that nothing could stir Bobo's emotional state. Kaso recalled that in the anime, Bobo was capable of exchanging blows with little Goku, and by the time of the Buu saga, he could even hold his own against the Super Saiyan Trunks. Truly enigmatic. Chapter 34. The first stage of training. "Hello, Mr. Bobo," Kaso greeted with a chuckle. "Hello, Mr. Bobo," Osbier mimicked Kaso's words. "Is this little girl imitating me?" Kaso shot a discontented glance at Osbier, who stared back at him. The two children locked eyes, engaging in a silent standoff. Standing nearby, Bobo said nothing, and the three figures remained still in the heart of the temple. In this profound silence, Bobo unexpectedly spoke. "You both are quite impressive." Kaso was taken aback by Bobo's words. Since their first meeting, Bobo had not spoken to him, and now his opening line was a compliment, leaving Kaso pleasantly astonished. "All right, let us commence our training," Bobo declared with an impassive expression. "Okay," Kaso nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Kaso had employed his rudimentary sensing method to probe Bobo, only to find nothing of note. Ironically, the absence of any findings only deepened the enigma surrounding Bobo. At that moment, Bobo produced 2 small bells from seemingly nowhere. "Each of you shall tie a bell to your ankle," he instructed, handing 1 bell to each of them. They were to seize the apple from Bobo's hand without causing the bells to ring. Any means would suffice, and success would lead them to the next challenge. Kaso was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the bells and the apple in Bobo's hand. Wasn't this the very method that Wukong had employed when he first ascended the temple for training? Considering his current strength compared to Wukong's at that time, Kaso found himself questioning the efficacy of Bobo's approach. Just as doubt crept into his mind, he noticed the weighted clothing he had been wearing for a week. Am I really that foolish? Kaso mused, giving his head a light slap in self-mockery. With the weighted attire on, he could only rely on his physical strength, rendering him no different from the young Wukong. To Kaso, the principle was elegantly simple. Methods were universally applicable. Meanwhile, Osbier had already commenced her training. Mr. Bobo, here I come, she exclaimed as she dashed forward. However, the bells jingled. Despite the sound, Osbier pressed on, intent on snatching the apple from Bobo's grasp. In a remarkable display, Bobo evaded her attempt without moving his body, raising a hand as if to tap her head in playful reprimand. Yet, suddenly reconsidering, he redirected his hand to gently flick Osbier's outstretched fingers. Ouch, that hurts. Osbier immediately crouched down, cradling her little hand. She silently cursed, realizing that this coal ball was surprisingly agile, her hand nearly swelling from the flick. How infuriating. Remember, you must not let the bell ring, Bobo calmly reminded, remaining stationary. However, Bobo abruptly turned around. Indeed, the sound of a bell chimed behind him. Without hesitation, Bobo raised his hand and flicked Kaso on the head. Ah, that hurts. Kaso pressed his hand against his forehead, only to discover a sizable bump had formed. What the hell? Was it really necessary to hit me so hard, just for a little sneak attack? He thought, feeling a surge of frustration. And why did the bell not ring for little Buyer, but instead for me? Isn't this a classic case of gender bias? At that moment, Kaso's mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief. Bobo observed the two with an inscrutable gaze, urging them to continue. Kaso and Osbier exchanged a determined glance. They were unwilling to back down. Cautiously, they took a step forward. Suddenly, the bell rang, followed by two sharp sounds, and they both crouched down, clutching the areas that had been struck, emitting cries of pain. After a considerable time had passed, having endured dozens of impacts, Kaso lay exhausted on the temple floor, while Osbier leaned against him. One bore a head full of bumps, the other had red hands, and both wore expressions of utter resignation. This was undeniably challenging. Initially, Kaso believed this training would be straightforward, but the reality proved to be a nightmare. No matter his actions, he could not prevent the bell from ringing, which was utterly despairing. He closed his eyes, deciding to rest for a moment. He recalled how Goku had faced a similar challenge. No matter what he did, the bell would ring, and the only way to silence it was to remain still. Yet, how could one remain still and still seize the apple? Caught in this paradox, Kaso pondered Goku's approach. What did Goku do? He murmured. He remembered Bobo's words. Be as calm as the sky. Yes, that was it. To prevent the bell from ringing, tranquility was essential. Both body and mind must be still. By harmonizing the two, one could align with nature, letting the spirit guide the body, integrating the bell into one's very being. Mr. Bobo, let us continue. Kaso seemed to grasp something profound. He sprang to his feet, addressing Bobo with newfound determination, while Osbier, remaining in her previous position, muttered, Brother Kaso, are you rushing to present yourself as a target? In the distance, Kaso and Bobo aligned themselves, and Kaso suddenly closed his eyes. Observing this, Bobo's calm demeanor flickered with intrigue. Impressive insight. Soon, Kaso's entire being entered a state of tranquility. His mind was exceptionally clear, and he felt an awareness of the bell's location. Suddenly, Kaso moved. Osbier, lying on the floor, widened her eyes in disbelief. Brother Kaso is actually moving quickly without ringing the bell, she exclaimed in astonishment. However, just 2 seconds later, the bell rang again. Osbier pouted. Who are you trying to fool? Kaso remained silent. After a while, Osbier had also recovered, and the two resumed their training. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. In the temple, Bobo balanced an apple on his head while holding a banana in hand. He peeled the banana and took a bite. Suddenly, unbeknownst to them, two figures emerged silently. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy. One targeted Bobo's lower body, while the other aimed at his upper torso. Yet, Bobo remained unfazed, calmly savoring his banana, his toes lightly exerting force. His entire form curling into a ball, perfectly positioned between their strikes, unscathed. Astonishingly, the apple perched atop his head remained utterly still. Kaso and Osbiel leaped into the air, ready to descend. Suddenly, Kaso inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and with a mighty exhale, he sent the apple flying directly into Osbiel's embrace. Thud! The three landed simultaneously on the ground. At that moment, the temple was enveloped in an eerie silence, the trio standing motionless as if time itself had halted. Bobo's hand, still filled with banana, remained unmoving. Moments later, Bobo, with a deadpan expression, uttered, next level. As he turned, unseen by Kaso and Osbiel. A subtle smile graced the corner of Bobo's mouth. "Oh yeah, brother Kaso, we did it," Osbiel exclaimed joyfully, leaping onto Kaso. Laughter erupted between them. Who could fathom the effort they had expended to seize the apple? Though they ultimately resorted to cunning tactics to claim it, a victory was a victory. With their hearts alight with joy, they danced exuberantly. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the bells finally chimed. At the temple's entrance, the deity's lips twitched slightly, as if a stampede of wild horses raced within. Truly, they were two little monsters. While Kaso and Osbiel reveled in their triumph, Bobo approached once more, holding 2 strips of black cloth. "Your bells have ceased ringing. You have achieved a state of inner tranquility akin to the sky. The first phase of training is complete. Now, we shall commence the second segment, where your movements must be swifter than lightning." Chapter 35. The second phase of training. As Bobo approached, Kaso and Osbiel stood there, momentarily stunned. Was the second phase about to commence so soon? Ignoring their reactions, Bobo handed a black cloth to Kaso and Osbiel, instructing them to blindfold themselves and attempt to seize the bell from him. Upon hearing this request, Kaso felt a cold sweat break out. After spending a week with Bobo, he had come to realize that his identity was far more complex than it appeared. Could he truly engage in a game of hide and seek with such a mysterious being? With a resigned shake of his head, Kaso replied, "I'm fine." He took the cloth and covered his eyes. "Let us begin." With Bobo's shout, Osbiel quickly entered the zone, while Kaso suppressed his doubts and began to attune himself to the sounds around him. Calming his mind and body, he listened intently for the sound of the bell. Suddenly, a jingle resonated behind him. Kaso spun around swiftly, eager to pounce on the source of the sound, and Osbiel had the same thought in mind. They both leapt simultaneously. Bang! "Ouch, that hurts," Osbiel exclaimed, clutching her head as she stumbled away in distress. Kaso winced, gasping at the pain in his head. He had been too focused on the sound of the bell, completely oblivious to the presence of Osbiel. How careless of him. In comparison to the bell, Osbiel's movements had been nearly inaudible, and he had failed to notice her approach. The second phase was proving to be more challenging than anticipated. Kaso began to reflect. He understood that blindly chasing the bell was futile, as it would only drain his energy without enhancing his sensitivity and understanding of the chi. During the first phase, he had learned to master the control of his physical strength, silencing the bell. But what was the purpose of the second phase? Was it to be swifter than lightning? It seemed so. Kaso began to grasp the necessity of first undergoing the initial training before progressing to the second phase. The first phase centered on the self, cultivating a tranquil mindset akin to the vastness of the sky, allowing one to act freely without superfluous movements. This was the key to silencing the bell. Thus, the second phase should focus on the external environment. One must first maintain a calm mind to sense the trajectories of external movements. In simpler terms, it involved perceiving the surrounding chi, and while the actions need not be as fast as lightning, they must be executed with precision and decisiveness, similar to the principle of avoiding unnecessary movements in the first phase. Kaso began to realize that he had reached the stage of sensing chi. While Kaso stood in contemplation, Osbiel was fervently chasing after the sound of the bell. Yet, each time she was on the verge of grasping it, she fell just short. Once again, Osbiel dashed forward. But Bobo deftly evaded her little hands and cast a glance at Kaso. Had he noticed so quickly? Quite perceptive. A faint smile graced Bobo's lips. At that moment, Kaso suddenly sprang into action. A shadow darted across the temple square, swiftly approaching the sound of the bell. As he neared Bobo, Kaso's movements were precise and decisive. However, just as he was about to grasp the bell, its sound floated away to another direction. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed, Kaso mused. At this juncture, Osbier hurriedly moved to Kaso's current position. Kaso, concealing his face, seemed to sense Osbier's movements and quickly sidestepped. Hearing the bell sound shift again, Osbier attempted to chase after it, but Kaso restrained her. "Little Osbier, do not rush. Reflect carefully on what this phase of training entails," Kaso advised. Caught off guard by Kaso's grip, Osbier appeared momentarily bewildered, but upon hearing his words, she began to realize something. Indeed, our little Osbier is quite clever. She may be dazed, but she is certainly not foolish. Bobo glanced over and saw the 2 young students crouching on the ground, seemingly pondering something. "Bobo." After a considerable deliberation, the 2 children finally stood up. "Mr. Bobo, let us commence," Kaso announced. "Mr. Bobo, let us commence," Osbier echoed in a sweet, childlike voice. Soon, 2 small shadows flitted across the temple once more. 2 weeks passed. At the divine temple, 4 figures stood, the deity and Bobo on one side, while Kaso and Osbier occupied the other. Kaso and Osbier pulled aside the black cloth before them. "Brother Kaso, we have succeeded," Osbier exclaimed with joyful exuberance, leaping into the air. "Indeed," Kaso responded, equally exhilarated as he watched Osbier jump with delight. Over these 2 weeks, under Kaso's guidance, Osbier had made remarkable progress. No longer floundering like a headless fly chasing the sound of the bell, but gradually learning to sense it. Just moments ago, Kaso and Osbier had completed their second phase of training. However, Kaso felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although he and Osbier had developed the ability to perceive the presence of chi after 2 weeks of training, capturing the bell from Bobo was an impossibility. It seemed that Bobo had intentionally allowed them to succeed. Kaso cast a glance at Bobo, who happened to meet his gaze, leading to a moment of inexplicable connection between them. "Congratulations to both of you, young friends," the deity said with a smile, evidently astonished by the 2 children. At a loss for words, having lived for centuries, he had never encountered anyone with talent surpassing that of these 2 youngsters, especially Kaso, whose comprehension was astonishingly profound. Typically, it takes gifted individuals over 6 months to grasp the application of chi, yet Kaso had achieved mastery in less than a month. At that moment, Bobo suddenly interjected. "There is, in fact, a 3rd phase, known as the state of no mind." He paused before adding, "However, given your current level, there is no possibility of comprehension." After speaking, Bobo fell silent once more, standing quietly beside the deity. Upon hearing this, the deity appeared momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something, yet he chose to remain silent. Kaso appeared contemplative, acknowledging that he was aware of this phase within the realm of anime, seemingly recognizing that Goku had undergone similar training. However, the subsequent developments remained unclear to him. "You may now remove your weighted clothing," the deity remarked, casting an odd glance at the 2 individuals. The effects of this training method were well understood by the deity. Kaso and his companion had endured a full month while burdened by weighted garments, relying solely on their physical prowess for training. Now, possessing the ability to control their energy, it was difficult to fathom the transformation that would occur upon shedding their weighted attire. The deity felt a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming spectacle. In a moment of realization, Kaso smacked his forehead, having momentarily forgotten that he was still clad in the weighted clothing. Initially perplexed by the concept of energy, his understanding had evolved through the deity's theoretical exposition and, subsequently, through a month of rigorous training alongside Bobo. He had now gained commendable control over the power within him, achieving a qualitative leap in his perception and comprehension of energy. It dawned upon Kaso that the difficulty he experienced while utilizing instant transmission stemmed from his inadequate sensitivity to energy. He recalled a scene from the anime where Raditz invaded Earth, noting that Goku and Piccolo donned weighted garments. Their combat prowess surged dramatically once they removed them. Unlike those 2, the weighted clothing worn by Kaso and Goku merely suppressed their internal strength to a slight degree. Goku's first encounter with 10 times the gravity occurred on King Kai's planet, where he was overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. If Goku struggled under 10 times the gravity, the weighted clothing Kaso now wore, which was equivalent to 25 times the gravity, promised extraordinary effects. With this thought in mind, Kaso eagerly anticipated the moment he would discard his weighted attire. He exchanged a glance with Osbier, ultimately deciding that Kaso would be the first to proceed. Chapter 36. Shedding the burden garment, he slowly lifted the hem of his garment, inch by inch, until the collar passed over his head. The burdened attire on the verge of being cast off. Suddenly, a dense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The air within the temple, already thin, became increasingly oppressive, rendering each breath a challenge. The celestial beings, including Osbiel, were taken aback by the tense ambience, swallowing hard in response. As Kaso fully removed the burdened garment, his body emitted a sound akin to beans hitting the ground. With a crackle and a pop, the heavy pressure was released. Every cell within him danced with joy, and Kaso felt an overwhelming desire to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. The long-suppressed power within him awakened, reminiscent of a slumbering eastern dragon, fully roused with the shedding of the burdened attire. Boom, boom. As Kaso's strength gradually unfurled, the temple seemed to tremble slightly, while a surge of chaotic energy stirred the air above, transforming the previously stifling atmosphere into a boiling tempest. An overwhelming force radiated from Kaso, and a terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, enveloping his entire being in a massive white flame, akin to a miniature war deity standing at the temple's center. How formidable! The white cloak of the celestial being billowed backward, nearly toppling under the pressure of his might. Kaso, you are truly remarkable. Osbiel's wide, cat-like eyes fixed intently on Kaso, Bobo stood expressionless, rooted in place, unyielding. At that moment, ha ha ha, Kaso erupted in laughter, his fists clenched, causing the sky to resonate with a sudden hum. Taken aback by the display of his own power, Kaso sensed an unending source of strength surging within him, more than double his might from just a month prior. Yet, without a detector, he remained oblivious to his current combat prowess. Is this what they call chi? Kaso gazed at the energy sphere that had materialized in his palm. After a month of training, he had come to understand the energy within him as chi. Kaso, it's my turn now. Osbiel advanced quickly. Upon hearing her words, Kaso instantly dissipated the energy in his hand, retracting his power as well. The effortless control over his chi suggested he was no mere novice in this art. The celestial being observed this scene, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Surely, this must be a monster, with the wild energy no longer raging. The temple began to settle into tranquility. Osbiel took her place where Kaso had just stood. As the burdened garment fell away, she exclaimed sharply, "Ha!" The previously calm atmosphere erupted into chaos once more. The wind howled, the temple's verdant foliage swayed violently, the leaves brushing against one another, creating a cacophony of rustling sounds. An incomprehensibly terrifying aura erupted from Osbiel. Boom! A plume of white energy surged skyward. Kaso, witnessing this, marveled aloud. She has become twice as powerful. A month ago, according to his perception, Osbiel's strength was merely adequate. Yet now, she had grown to this extraordinary level. The divine being remarked, Osbier's talent is indeed formidable. He glanced at Kaso, shaking his head. The potential of this little fellow was undeniable. Just moments ago, Kaso's explosive energy had nearly propelled him into the air. Turning his gaze to Osbier, he noted that while her gift might not rival Kaso's, it surpassed that of any other prodigy he had encountered. Soon, Osbier's energy peaked. A moment so potent that even Kaso felt a tremor. Surely, her combat power had reached 6,000. Indeed, the effects of the weighted clothing are extraordinary, Kaso mumbled to himself. If the weighted clothing had such remarkable results, one could only imagine the prowess of the gravity chamber. Elated, Kaso recalled that he had commissioned Dr. Brevis to construct the gravity chamber. Once he returned to Planet Salad, the expressions on the faces of the Scions would be priceless. With this thought, Kaso felt an overwhelming eagerness to return to Planet Salad. Suddenly, Osbier in the center of the temple dispersed the Karen energy enveloping her. The whirlwind vanished in an instant, and the surrounding trees resumed their tranquility. Kaso brother, am I impressive? Osbier rushed over, her small face radiating a glimmer of yearning. Well, it seemed he had to offer her some praise. Kaso smiled wryly. He embraced Osbier, beaming, my little Osbier is the most remarkable. Ha ha. The divine being could not help but chuckle at this scene. He almost forgot that these two monsters were merely children. Kaso, holding Osbier, approached the divine being and Bobo. Having spent some time on Earth, he had accomplished two things, commissioning Dr. Brevis to create the gravity chamber and arriving in the heavenly realm to learn about the application and perception of energy. However, his purpose for coming to Earth extended beyond these endeavors. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Thank you, divine being and Mr. Bobo, for your care over the past month. Kaso sincerely bowed, preparing to depart from the heavenly realm. Thank you, divine being and Mr. Bobo, for your care over the past month. Osbier echoed Kaso's sentiments. Then, sticking out her tongue, she smiled shyly. Are you leaving? Inquired the divine being. Yes. Kaso affectionately ruffled Osbier's hair. Until we meet again. The divine being found himself at a loss for words. A month prior, these two had suddenly appeared on Earth, their presence nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Yet, as he spent time with them, he discovered that these little monsters were not the malevolent demons he had feared. Rather, they possessed a hint of innocence. Now, with their departure, he pondered when they might cross paths once more. Farewell. Kaso waved to the divine being and Bobo. Osbier mimicked Kaso's gesture. Afterward, the two erupted in a burst of white energy, soaring upward, plunging straight down towards the lower realm of the heavenly domain. As Kaso departed, Bobo regarded him with a peculiar gaze, though none noticed this detail. In the sky, two streaks of white light raced across the horizon. On Kalinta, a plump cat stood, observing as the two beams of light approached. What brings them here? The cat immortal pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion. Shouldn't they be mastering the manipulation of chi in the celestial realm at this time? Had they truly mastered it? The cat immortal shook its head, convinced that such a feat was implausible. It had never witnessed anyone grasp the perception and application of chi within the span of a mere month. However, upon seeing the two youngsters approach, the cat immortal no longer felt the initial trepidation it had experienced upon their first encounter. From the celestial messenger's words, It understood that they were not malevolent beings. When the cat immortal first heard this, it found it utterly astonishing, sensing the intense and turbulent energy emanating from the two. How could they possibly be virtuous? Despite its astonishment, the cat immortal held a firm belief in the words of the celestial deity. Chapter 37. The exchange for the magic beans. Two diminutive figures stirred up a tremendous wave, causing the cat sage's delicate whiskers to cling tightly to its cheeks, rendering its eyes unable to open amidst the fierce winds. What were these two up to? Why had they left their training in the celestial realm to come here? The cat sage found itself utterly perplexed. As the two white auras drew closer, just before reaching Kaso and Osbier suddenly retracted their energies. The sky returned to tranquility. The cat sage, witnessing this spectacle, was astonished as if struck by a thunderclap. The energies of Kaso and his companion had vanished in an instant. Had they truly comprehended the essence of energy? The cat sage rubbed its eyes and scrutinized once more. It seemed to have forgotten that energy was invisible. Hello, Kaso greeted as he descended onto Kaso. Noticing the cat sage's bewildered expression, he touched his own face, wondering why it looked so strange. The cat sage's astonishment was not without reason. In the anime, Goku had defeated the Demon King Piccolo and spent 3 years in the celestial realm mastering energy. Of course, the cat sage was only aware of Goku's training in energy. It was oblivious to any subsequent training. Now, witnessing two young children mastering energy in less than a month and controlling it with such finesse was truly terrifying. The cat sage extended a tiny paw, trembling slightly as it pointed at Kaso. You have learned to harness energy? Yes, what's the problem? Kaso replied, puzzled. What was the matter with the cat sage? He hadn't harmed the earth, so why the peculiar expression? Osbier widened her eyes in astonishment, finding the plump cat rather odd. Brother Kaso, is it silly? She whispered, believing her voice to be soft. Unbeknownst to her, the cat sage was taken aback. Kaso chuckled inwardly. The little girl remained as adorable as ever. However, he too sensed something unusual about the cat sage's expression. When he had landed on Kaso, he had instinctively retracted his energy, which likely explained the cat sage's astonishment. Throughout the entire anime, no one had ever grasped energy so rapidly. While he had been on the planet Yadrat, mastering instant transmission, he felt his comprehension was exceptionally strong. And now, on Earth, he was acquiring the application of energy at an impressive pace. He pondered whether this rapid advancement was a result of the fusion of their two souls. What are you thinking about, Brother Kaso? Osbier inquired, noticing his stillness. Nothing. Kaso smiled at the little girl. In fact, her talent was quite remarkable as well. The time she took to learn instant transmission was comparable to Goku's. And under his guidance, she quickly grasped the application of energy. Do you have business here? The cat sage regained its composure, regarding Kaso and Osbier with a peculiar gaze, as if observing two extraordinary beings. I hear you possess a certain bean that allows one to go 10 days without feeling hunger if consumed, Kaso stated. Are you referring to the magic beans? Indeed, there is something, but may I inquire about your purpose? This item is intended for the martial artists who ascend Kaso. It holds little value for you too. The cat sage scratched its head. Of little use? Kaso chuckled softly. For such a miraculous healing treasure, every single bean counts. As time progresses, Goku and his companions would be desperate to split a single bean in half for use. How could it dare claim it to be of no value? The corners of Kaso's mouth curled upwards. If that is the case, then this would be manageable. Might you be willing to part with some celestial beans for me? Or I could offer something in exchange. What could you possibly offer? The cat sage, still unaware of the significance of the celestial beans, was nonetheless reluctant to part with something it had cultivated over centuries. However, it considered the possibility of exchanging this seemingly useless item for something else. Seeing the cat sage's reaction, Kaso smiled slightly. It seemed there was hope. Initially, he had suggested that the cat sage gift him the celestial beans. But then he introduced the notion of barter, allowing the sage a sense of choice. He understood that even something deemed worthless should not be freely given away. As anticipated, the cat sage did not disappoint in its response. How about I trade you fish? Fish. The cat sage paused for a moment. Then its eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. However, after realizing its own enthusiasm, it feigned composure and proposed, how about 20 fish for one celestial being? Noticing Kaso's lack of reaction, the cat sage pondered whether its demand was excessive. After a moment of reflection, it cleared its throat. If you find my request too steep, 10 fish for one celestial being would suffice. You must understand, the power of the celestial being is extraordinary. Consuming one allows one to go 10 days without hunger. No. Let us stick with 20 fish for one celestial being. Kaso maintained an impassive expression, though inside, he was elated beyond measure. not to mention 20 fish for a single celestial being. He would gladly offer even 20,000 fish for just one. Little Bii, please wait here for me a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Kaso vanished from sight. Before long, he reappeared in the same spot. During his absence, Kaso had ventured to the city and borrowed dozens of capsules from a large multifunctional capsule store. He then plunged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean, engaging in a frenzied fishing spree until he had filled the capsules to the brim with fish. On Corinta, Osbier's eyes widened in astonishment at Kaso's sudden appearance. She scratched her head, surprised that Kaso had returned so swiftly in less than 10 minutes. Take a look at the fish here. Kaso pressed the button on a capsule, and a large box materialized on the ground. He gestured toward the box and said, I have dozens of these boxes. With a swift motion, he pulled open the box's door, and a cascade of fish tumbled out. Fish, so many fish. The cat sage felt a tightening in its breath. It had never seen such an abundance of fish before. The last time it had savored fish was a century ago, and the taste was nearly forgotten. So many fish should last for quite a while. Upon this thought, the cat sage's heart raced wildly. You have taken all those celestial beings. The cat sage estimated that this box contained no fewer than 50,000 fish, and Kaso had dozens of similar boxes in his possession. It was nearly overwhelming with excitement. What a good person, Kaso. It appeared that he was indeed a good person, a realization he had not anticipated. Observing the cat sage reclining atop the pile of fish, Kaso chuckled and proceeded to where the cat sage had just pointed. 3 wooden tubs rested on the ground, each covered with a wooden lid. Upon lifting the lids, he discovered them filled to the brim with celestial beings, causing Kaso to catch his breath. His reaction mirrored that of the cat sage just moments before, filled with unparalleled exhilaration. So many. Kaso was nearly beside himself. All 3 tubs brimmed with celestial beings, surely containing tens of thousands. He still held a capsule borrowed from the Universal Capsule Shop. Just as he was about to gather it all, Kaso hesitated. Contemplating something, he poured only 2/3 from the last tub. There should still be a few thousand celestial beings remaining. Chapter 38. Encounter with Goku. Leave them a few. Kaso had initially intended to carry away all the Senzu beans, for he reasoned that if he left them, they would eventually be consumed by Yachirobe. However, upon reflection, he pondered the consequences of taking them all. What would Goku and his companions do then? Goku was, after all, his favorite protagonist. Master Cat, surely you are aware of the Senzu bean's significance, Kaso asserted. These beans can restore an individual from a critically injured state in an instant. It was imperative for him to convey the importance of the Senzu beans to Master Cat, as he could not bear to witness the later stages of Goku, who would be reduced to splitting a single Senzu bean in 2, a sight most pitiful. After expressing his thoughts, Kaso disregarded Master Cat's reaction and took hold of Osbier's small hand, soaring into the sky. What is happening? Master Cat murmured, observing the retreating figures of the 2, perplexed. I am the one who cultivated the Senzu beans. How could I be unaware of their effects? Truly a peculiar individual. After a moment, he settled atop a pile of fish, lost in contemplation. It seemed he began to grasp the meaning behind Kaso's words. Having resided on Korin Tower for so long, Master Cat had only learned of the events on Earth through 3 water jars. In recent years, few exceptional martial artists had ascended to Korin Tower from Earth. Consequently, the Senzu beans had seldom been utilized. Furthermore, after harvesting them, he had merely regarded the beans as sustenance for fasting, causing him to forget their true efficacy. Indeed, the Senzu beans were remarkable, Master Cat mused. Recalling the commotion caused by Kaso and Osbier's arrival on Earth, he wondered if all extraterrestrials possessed such prowess. What would happen to Earth if it were invaded without the Senzu beans? The more he contemplated, the more he felt a sense of unease. It seemed necessary to discuss this matter with the god of Earth. Gazing at the mountain of fish, he grimaced, muttering a curse under his breath. Wasteful. In the sky, 2 streaks of light darted through the air. Kaso and Osbier flew side by side, entirely oblivious to Master Cat's subsequent musings. Kaso, where are we headed now? Osbier inquired with curiosity, gliding alongside him. You shall see shortly, Kaso replied, guiding her toward a distant forest. As they soared over the dense woodland, surrounded by undulating mountain peaks, they occasionally glimpsed some large wild beasts. Soon, a narrow path emerged within the thicket, the grass on either side meticulously cleared, indicating frequent passage. Following the path, they soon encountered a hill resembling a steamed bun. Kaso, that hill looks just like a bun, Osbio exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought of something delicious. This little hill was known as Bun Mountain. Kaso chuckled, surprised that little Osbier had remembered its shape after tasting a bun at the Tai's home. Bun Mountain was the residence of Goku and his grandfather, Son Gohan, and later, After Goku wed Chi-Chi, they continued to dwell there. At that moment, Kaso contemplated whether Goku had also descended to Earth by now. As they continued to fly, they swiftly approached a house. In Wukong's home, there exists a Dragon Ball, a detail that Kaso remembers distinctly. He intends to retrieve the Dragon Ball to request Dr. Briefs to create a dragon radar. Prior to his arrival on Earth, Kaso had contemplated that even if Dr. Briefs were to assist him in constructing a gravity chamber, he would likely only manage to produce a single unit. Yet, one chamber would be insufficient for the utilization of over 100 Saiyans. Thus, he devised a plan to use the Dragon Ball to wish for the Eternal Dragon to replicate more than 100 gravity chambers. Pondering this, Kaso applauded his own ingenious idea. However, why not simply have the Eternal Dragon create over 100 gravity chambers directly? Why go through the unnecessary step of having Dr. Briefs build one first? It remains uncertain whether Kaso considered this point. Kaso, there's no one here. Osbier followed Kaso as they descended from the sky, and upon entering the house, they discovered it was completely deserted. Presumably, everyone had gone out. Kaso wandered about, observing the unremarkable surroundings, finding nothing particularly special. It was astonishing that Wukong had grown up in such a place and turned out to be so formidable. Kaso understood that Wukong's prowess was largely due to his pure heart and unwavering dedication to martial arts. Kaso chuckled, I found it. In a corner, he picked up a Dragon Ball adorned with 4 stars. No matter the angle from which it was viewed, the shape and position of the stars remained unchanged. Quite remarkable indeed. Kaso marveled and turned to Osbier, saying, Little Osbier, shall we go? Did you find something? She inquired. Yes, Kaso replied. He planned to temporarily borrow Wukong's Dragon Ball. Once his wish was granted, the Dragon Ball would revert to its original state, allowing him to return it to Wukong. Ascending into the sky, he admired the distant sunset as orange rays bathed the clouds, transforming them into a beautiful shade of tangerine. As Kaso inspected the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly noticed an elderly man in the mountains carrying a newborn baby in his back pocket. Kakarot? Kaso raised an eyebrow and promptly descended with Osbier. In the mountains, Sun Wufan appeared to be searching for something. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked up. The flying technique. Sun Wufan's eyes widened as he beheld the 2 children. They were performing the legendary flying technique. He had previously learned about this extraordinary skill from Master Roshi, who had mentioned that it allowed one to soar through the skies. He remembered asking, Master, can you do it? However, the response he received was merely a dismissive roll of the eyes from Master Roshi. Seeing his master remain silent, Wufan assumed he was incapable of performing it. In truth, given Master Roshi's strength, mastering the flying technique would have been quite simple. However, he deemed it beneath him as it belonged to the Crane School. Now, witnessing 2 children capable of such a feat left Sun Wufan utterly astonished. Hello, old man. Kaso greeted as he and Osbier landed. Sun Wufan opened his mouth in surprise. You. Hello. Upon encountering these 2 children, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Save for the fact that he had just witnessed their descent from the heavens, one might easily mistake them for 2 lost little ones. When did such remarkable beings emerge on Earth? Kaso lifted his gaze towards the small basket behind Son Gohan, where a plump infant sat quietly, a fluffy tail dangling from the edge of the basket. However, Kaso noticed that a strip of cloth was wrapped around Goku's head. Had he sustained an injury? He recalled that Goku, during his childhood, had fallen from a cliff and struck his head, which subsequently altered his temperament entirely, even leading him to forget his own identity. Observing this scene, Kaso couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed the plot was about to unfold. Son Gohan felt a twinge of confusion. What was this child attempting? Why was he silent? As he scrutinized the 2 children, he discovered that both possessed tails at their waists, akin to his grandsons. Chapter 39. The gravity chamber is completed. Son Gohan, filled with anticipation, inquired, Are you relatives of Goku? After a moment, he patted his head. Realizing that the name Goku was one he had chosen himself, and the others might not even know who he was, Son Gohan continued, Goku is the infant behind me. It was no wonder Son Gohan felt anxious. While training in the mountains, he had unexpectedly discovered a spherical object descending from the sky, only to find a baby nestled within. Now, observing that the strangers also possessed tails, it was quite likely that these 2 little ones were indeed Goku's family. If they were, it would be most prudent to have them take the child back. Yet, the thought of this made Son Gohan somewhat reluctant. Although Goku had initially been rather temperamental, he had become quite docile after the incident, and such an adorable little creature was hard to dislike. Osby floated behind Son Gohan, gazing at the infant in the basket. Is this Kakarot? She mused. Upon her return to Vegeta, she had heard Aunt Jine speak of Kakarot, and now, seeing the little one, she found him rather endearing especially with that hair, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Bardock's. Kaso chuckled. We can consider ourselves part of Goku's family, but there has been a bit of trouble at home, so we will trouble you to take care of him. Son Gohan was taken aback, realizing that they were indeed Goku's family. What kind of trouble had befallen Goku's family? Hearing Kaso's words, Son Gohan surmised that perhaps enemies had sought vengeance, prompting Goku's parents to send him away. Poor child. Yet, this also meant he need not worry about such a delightful little being taken from him. At that moment, Kaso remained unaware that Son Gohan had conjured an entire dramatic narrative of revenge in his mind. He only understood that Goku's future achievements were not solely due to his protagonist's halo, but also heavily influenced by Earth's martial arts. Goku had trained under Son Gohan from a young age, later followed Master Roshi, and ultimately ascended to the heavenly realm. This series of training had laid a solid foundation for his eventual rise to the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, keeping Goku on Earth was indeed the wisest choice. Kaso then glanced at the elderly Son Gohan, who wore a black hat and sported 2 wisps of white beard, his posture slightly hunched, exuding an aura of benevolence. Would such an elder ultimately perish beneath Goku's feet? However, Kaso had no intention of mentioning the transformation that Saiyans undergo upon reaching the full moon. Life is often riddled with inevitabilities. Sometimes, it is best to let things unfold naturally. He sighed, but the thought that this old man might find his true love in the afterlife rendered the conclusion somewhat perfect. Grandfather, this orb belongs to you, does it not? I shall borrow it for a time and return it to Goku later, Kaso proclaimed, producing the Dragon Ball. He said he would return it to Goku, not to him, and it remained uncertain whether Son Gohan would comprehend this. Son Wukong, unable to comprehend Kaso's intent, stroked his beard and remarked, "Oh, how did this orb come to be in your possession? I found it many years ago and kept it for its beauty. If it proves useful to you, feel free to take it." "Thank you, Grandpa. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." With that, Kaso shook his head and departed with Osbier, leaving Son Wukong to ponder their formidable strength before resuming his search for medicinal herbs. He still needed to tend to Goku's wounds. Oni-chan Kaso, that must be Kakarot. He resembles Uncle Bardock. Osbier clung to Kaso's back, her small face nestled against his neck, her warm breath tickling him. Kaso, feeling a delightful itch, pulled Osbier closer, cradling her against his chest. Indeed, Goku bore a striking resemblance to Bardock, and even Goten, in later years, looked just like the two. Though it was perplexing how he seemed to have grown into an unrecognizable form. Amused by this thought, Kaso chuckled inwardly. Perhaps it was the doing of Toriyama. He planted a kiss on Osbier's cheek and declared, "Come, let us indulge in some delectable treats." "Oh yay." Upon hearing of the tasty delights, Osbier clenched her tiny fists, her eyes sparkling like a playful kitten. Kaso soared through the skies with Osbier in his embrace, eager to unwind after a month of rigorous training in the heavenly realm. After all, it would be rather dull to teleport directly to Tai's home. In West City, the residences exuded opulence. Within one grand courtyard stood an inverted bowl-shaped structure, surrounded by various zones. In the research area, Dr. Briefs, donned in a white lab coat and wielding an array of incomprehensible tools, scrutinized a black metallic edifice before him. It's nearly complete. After a month of laborious creation, Dr. Briefs had finally constructed the gravity chamber. Remarkably, the materials required were extensive, particularly the rare metals. Though he had a modest stock at home, should Kaso wish to forge a second gravity chamber, it would likely prove unfeasible. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, drawing his attention to the arrival of his daughter, accompanied by Kaso and the others. "Well, that was quite prompt. Just finished, and here you are?" Dr. Briefs chuckled. "Dad, Kaso and the others have arrived," Tai's announced as she led Kaso and the others forward, with a curious little girl trailing behind, her gaze fixed on the two. Bulma muttered inquisitively, "How did they manage that?" "You've arrived just in time. I've completed the gravity chamber." Dr. Briefs gestured to the side. Kaso turned to behold a black metallic structure that resembled a fortress. The gravity chamber spanned approximately 40 square meters, its metallic walls adorned with 4 robust pillars, seemingly designed to stabilize its operation. Under the illumination, the entire chamber radiated a deep, lustrous metallic sheen. "Is this truly the gravity chamber?" Kazuo approached the gravity chamber with measured steps, gently caressing its surface. Dr. Brevis smiled and remarked, "I have fulfilled all the requests you mentioned." Kazuo had previously suggested that the gravity chamber's speed adjustment be controlled by voice commands, and if temperature regulation could be included, that would be ideal. In Dr. Brevis's eyes, these requests were mere trifles. His primary focus was to design an exquisite music system. He could not abide the thought of a flawless creation lacking a sophisticated audio experience. Thus, he dedicated a substantial amount of time over the past month to engineer a music system capable of functioning under 100 times the force of gravity. Fortunately, he succeeded in his endeavor, silently commending his own ingenuity. He mused to himself, "These two little ones should appreciate it. Indeed, they will undoubtedly adore it." Chapter 40. You are my little apple. The gravity chamber was impressively vast. Could it truly be transformed into a universal capsule? Kaso felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the gravity chamber, yet he pondered how such a grand structure could possibly be transported. This was merely its fundamental function. Rest assured. At that moment, a glint of wisdom flickered in the eyes of Dr. Briefs. Concealed behind his black-rimmed glasses, would you care to experience the effects of the gravity chamber? He was eager to hear Kaso's assessment of the music system he had designed. Absolutely. Kaso replied, a hint of eagerness in his tone, oblivious to Briefs' keen gaze. He was well aware of the gravity chamber's capabilities. After all, Vegeta had lived on Earth, spending countless hours within the gravity chamber, relentlessly trailing Goku, largely due to its influence. Following Dr. Briefs' explanation, Kaso had gained a fundamental understanding of how to operate the gravity chamber. He slowly opened the door, revealing an exceptionally simple interior, nearly devoid of any equipment. Reminiscent of a typical training room, save for a circular box nestled in the corner, the purpose of which remained a mystery, as Dr. Briefs had not elaborated on it. Never mind that for now. Kaso was impatient to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. Increased to 25 times gravity. He murmured, and in an instant, the gravity chamber roared to life like a beast poised to pounce. Suddenly, Kaso felt the air grow thick, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped his entire body. Fortunately, he had acclimated to 25 times gravity while in the other world. Otherwise, he would have surely collapsed to the floor. Nonetheless, his limbs felt heavy, and he sensed that both his body and internal organs had become significantly burdened in that moment. Indeed, everything unfolded as Kaso had anticipated. The weighted training suit proved beneficial solely for his physique, offering no assistance to his internal organs. The gravity chamber was truly formidable. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the small box in the corner. Who could that be? Kaso was startled, having braved the 25 times gravity only to find himself now thrown to the ground in shock. A cacophony of music filled the air. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much. That scoundrel Briefs. Upon hearing the melody, Kaso immediately recognized it as the doctor's handiwork. He had sensed something amiss in Briefs' demeanor earlier, but never could he have anticipated such an extravagant surprise. Curse it all. Disable gravity. Kaso slowly rose, helplessly calling out. Suddenly, he felt the pressure dissipate entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. The gravity chamber was indeed extraordinary, in just a brief moment. Kaso realized a newfound looseness in his strength. Was the Saiyan physique truly this exceptional? Shaking his head, Kaso reflected on his time in Namek, where he had undergone significant potential enhancement under the Elder's guidance, followed by a month of training in the otherworld, undoubtedly amplifying his latent abilities once more. Under this immense pressure, potential was swiftly unleashed. He did not believe that the gravity chamber could infinitely enhance one's strength. If it were truly that formidable, then Vegeta would have long surpassed Goku. Outside the gravity chamber, Dr. Briefs gazed at the tightly shut door, contemplating that the young lad must surely appreciate his music system. Kaso is coming out, Osbier exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the door. Slowly, it creaked open, revealing Kaso stepping out. So what do you think? My music system is quite splendid, I assenti it, Dr. Briefs declared with confidence. He firmly believed that no warrior could endure rigorous training without a fitting soundtrack to accompany them. Noticing Kaso's silence, Dr. Briefs assumed the young man was thoroughly pleased. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. Thus, Dr. Briefs experienced a profound sense of accomplishment. Kaso, however, felt a tumult within, utterly speechless. After a brief pause, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Dr. Briefs." While he found the earlier antics somewhat perplexing, he was nonetheless grateful to Dr. Briefs. After all, he had not contributed much to the doctor, merely retrieving a few universal capsules. Those capsules paled in comparison to the value of the gravity chamber. At that moment, Bulma approached, placing her small hand on Kaso's shoulder. "Kaso, how effective is the gravity chamber that my father constructed?" "It's quite effective," Kaso replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. He had indeed felt a slight enhancement in his abilities after just a brief time inside. Yet, he wondered what her intentions were. "Since my father has created this gravity chamber for you, how about teaching me to fly?" Bulma proposed, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Kaso. She had been utterly astonished to witness Kaso soaring through the sky. She had never heard of anyone being able to fly unaided. noticing Kaso's silence. She was left wondering what he was thinking. Was he declining? How infuriating. Apart from Kaso, this slightly older sister seemed capable of flying as well. With this thought, Bulma approached Osbier, affectionately asking, "Sister Osbier, would you teach me?" She felt compelled. Without Kaso's agreement, her only option was to seek Osbier. And if this young lady could teach her, she would be the envy of her peers at school. The mere thought delighted her. Tais watched in silence, fully aware of her sister's intentions. Kaso, unfazed by the unfolding drama, requested Dr. Briefs to assist him in reverting the gravity chamber back into capsule form. Given the chamber's considerable size, he could not use instant transmission to transport it, but fortunately, Dr. Briefs was a genius who had invented the universal capsule. Once transformed into capsule form, it could easily fit in his pocket, allowing him to transport it back to Salada Planet effortlessly. After a short while, Kaso turned around to see Osbier and Bulma engaged in lively conversation, both laughing and enjoying each other's company. Beside them, Tai Si cast a glance at him and shrugged her shoulders, displaying a hint of exasperation. "Kaso," she said, "over here, please. Little beer, would you be so kind as to take me flying?" Bulma eagerly grasped Osbier's small hand and shook it. Having often seen characters soaring through the skies in films, she yearned to experience the sensation of unrestrained flight for herself. "Very well," Osbier pouted, speaking with an air of maturity beyond her years. "Having just made a new friend, I suppose I should indulge her. Children these days can be quite bothersome." It seemed Osbier had forgotten that she, too, was merely a child. Kaso and Tai Si exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. What peculiar influence had seized little beer? Yet, upon witnessing her puffed cheeks, Kaso felt an inexplicable warmth envelop his heart, as if it were melting. In the blink of an eye, the two diminutive children, both about a meter tall, soared into the air, gliding out through the grand entrance. Chapter 41. Ascending with Taizo. Dr. Breeze was somewhat astonished to see his little daughter soaring into the sky. It turned out that the little one could fly. In Dr. Breeze's mind, he thought the youth of today were truly remarkable, completely oblivious to the fact that this was an extraordinarily shocking occurrence. His reaction was indeed peculiar. While a typical person would be utterly astonished to witness someone flying, he merely felt a tinge of surprise and then exhibited no further response. Could it be that the minds of geniuses are so whimsically detached? Dr. Breeze then moved to the other side of the research area to embark on a new project. At this moment, Kaso had tidied up the gravity chamber and concealed the capsule in his pocket. "Tais, what are you doing?" Kaso inquired, pressing against his pocket, only to realize that Tais was gazing at him with a rather peculiar expression. He touched his own face, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that he was simply too handsome? Could you take me flying as well?" Tais asked, her face buried in her hands as she lowered her gaze. Although she had flown on planes quite a bit, she had never experienced the unrestrained freedom of flight like Kaso's. Seeing her younger sibling ascend into the heavens filled her with envy. A bit bashful about being observed by Kaso and her shy demeanor, Tais reflected that it was merely a request to be taken skyward. It was not a monumental matter after all. Kaso paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "No problem." He examined Tais earnestly. Her lustrous hair floated behind her, and her fair complexion seemed to blush slightly from embarrassment. Her alluring figure, complemented by her ample curves, made him swallow hard. He had not anticipated that this older sister of his would be so captivating. If only she had mentioned wanting to fly sooner. Even disregarding Dr. Breeze's reputation, seeing her physique would certainly earn her a few points in his favor. Kaso privately chastised Tais. The way he shook his head made Tais feel as though he was reproaching her for not speaking up earlier, which struck her as somewhat odd. However, the prospect of flying filled her with joy, and she envisioned the exhilarating sensation of gliding freely through the air. How liberating and joyous it would be. "Come on." Kaso extended his hand, smiling gently. He had essentially completed everything on Earth, save for gathering the Dragon Balls, which would require Dr. Breeze to craft a Dragon Ball radar. For now, he would simply take Tais on a delightful flight. What should I do?" Tais asked, feeling a bit anxious. Just moments ago, she was brimming with excitement, but now she felt somewhat lost. "Just do what feels comfortable for you." Kaso chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, Tais clung to him like a koala to a tree. Kaso felt the softness of her form against his back, which was undeniably pleasant. Yet it also rendered him a tad apprehensive. Having never had a girlfriend in his previous life, he had no concept of what it felt like to interact with a girl. Now, being embraced by Tais stirred a subtle flutter within him. He remained motionless, prompting Tai Si to wonder if her own actions were inadequate. "Why aren't you flying?" she questioned, her confusion evident. "Didn't you say to move as comfortably as possible?" Now he seemed hesitant. "All right then." Kazuo snapped back to reality, channeling the energy within him. and gradually began to levitate with Tai Si on his back. Suspended in midair, it was clear that Tai Si was quite anxious. She clutched his neck tightly, fear of falling evident in her demeanor. Relax, it's all right, Kazuo reassured her, gently grasping her delicate thigh with both hands. Hold on tighter, I'm scared. Tai Si's voice trembled slightly. Ascending to a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground, the sensation of impending plummet filled her with dread. All right. Kazuo tightened his grip, declaring, get ready to go. In an instant, they vanished from their spot. Kazuo and Tai Si soared swiftly into the sky, the fierce wind battering against her face. As they ascended, adrenaline surged through Tai Si, prompting her to scream, "Ah, Kazuo, hold me tight." After a moment, laughter erupted from her. This feels amazing. With arms outstretched, she playfully disturbed the clouds as they glided through, experiencing an intimate connection with the sky, unrestrained. This was the essence of free flight. Initially, she had been quite nervous, but with Kazuo's protection, she soon felt at ease. Regardless of her movements, his small hands steadfastly held onto her legs. Hanging onto his petite frame, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Stealing a glance at Kazuo, she suddenly found his youthful face rather charming. At this thought, her heart fluttered slightly, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. After all, he was just a child. What was she thinking? While Tai Si was lost in her reverie, Kazuo executed a sharp turn in midair, followed by a rapid drift. Ah! Tai Si's piercing scream echoed through the sky once more. Upon returning to solid ground, she finally felt a sense of security. To Tai Si, Kazuo was a mischievous little rascal, seemingly unaware of how to cherish the delicate. He had flown so swiftly that it nearly frightened her to death. Are you okay, Tai Si? Kazuo inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. It was his first time carrying such a beautiful girl, and he had inadvertently forgotten to moderate his speed. I'm fine, Tai Si replied, rolling her eyes, now realizing he was showing concern. However, as she reflected, she found the experience of flying exhilarating. Will you take me flying again next time? She asked. Kazuo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had she not just been terrified? Nevertheless, he nodded in affirmation. Good girl. Tai Si affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling broadly. This little fellow often put on a facade of maturity, yet it turned out he was quite adorable. At this moment, joyful shouts echoed from above. How delightful. It turned out that Bulma had returned as well. Osbier gracefully descended from the sky, guiding Bulma down. Upon landing, Bulma eagerly rushed to Tais, chattering animatedly about recent events. Upon hearing her sister, Tais rolled her eyes, as if everyone had not experienced the heavens. With this thought, she cast a furtive glance at Kaso, who remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in laughter with Osbier. Bulma, I'm famished, Osbier exclaimed as she approached. She had heard Kaso mention delectable treats earlier, yet she had not yet had the pleasure of indulging, feeling as though she might faint from hunger. Let us go feast. Indeed, Osbier disregarded Kaso and merrily followed Bulma. Kaso, observing this, thought to himself, this girl has certainly grown bold, leaving me out of the feast. Tais noticed his expression and found it amusing. She gently ruffled his hair and inquired, Are you not hungry as well? Kaso shot her an exasperated glance, as if the answer were painfully obvious. Come on, let us go eat. Tais pulled Kaso along in haste. Upon entering the banquet hall, Osbier was voraciously devouring meat, while Bulma sat beside her, watching with amusement. Kaso swiftly joined the feast, diving into the meat brigade. Kaso, why are you stealing my meat? Osbier complained, sulking at him for snatching a piece. I took it because you didn't invite me to eat with you, Kaso thought mischievously. Yet, seeing Osbier's disgruntled expression softened his heart, and he returned it to her. Kaso, you're so kind. Osbier beamed with joy once more. Chapter 42. Crafting the Dragon Ball radar. Although this is not the same Earth, the food here is equally delectable, leaving Kaso's face smeared with grease. Tai Si, resting her fair chin on her hands, sat beside Kaso, observing him with a faint smile. However, she couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity at the sight of the empty plates strewn across the table. How could he possibly consume so much with such a small stomach? Furthermore, his belly showed no sign of distension. Burp. Kaso set down his plate, comfortably releasing a burp. Thoroughly satisfied and ready to attend to more pressing matters. Tai Si, is Dr. Briefs available at the moment? Kaso inquired, hoping to enlist his assistance in crafting a Dragon Ball radar. He felt somewhat guilty, as they had only just completed a gravity chamber for him, and here he was, asking for yet another favor. What is the matter? Do you have something else to attend to? At that moment, both Tai Si and Bulma turned their gaze towards Kaso, while Osbier continued to battle with her meal. I was hoping Dr. Briefs could help me with a little something, Kaso admitted. a hint of embarrassment in his tone. What is it? Taisi asked, her curiosity piqued. His demeanor suggested that it must be of significant importance, otherwise he wouldn't feel so bashful about bringing it up. However, what could it be? She was intrigued. Bulma, seated nearby, wore a puzzled expression, eager to hear what Kaso had to say. Slowly, he retrieved a Dragon Ball from his pocket, pointing at it as he explained, I would like Dr. Briefs to create a device that can sense its location. Bulma felt a sense of familiarity with the orb and took it from Kaso's hand. She scrutinized it closely, realizing that she had indeed seen it before, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall where. The device you're referring to. I should be able to construct it without bothering my dad, Bulma declared with a shrug, indicating her willingness to take on the task. Bulma, can you really do it? Taisi questioned, somewhat skeptical. She was aware of her sister's brilliance, often indulging in small inventions. Nevertheless, given the significance of this device for Kaso, she believed it would be better to have their father handle it. Why don't you have faith in me? Bulma rolled her eyes at her sister. I believe she can do it, Kaso interjected, siding with Bulma. He recalled that the adventure of the Dragon Balls began with Bulma's quest to find them, starting with her discovery of a Dragon Ball in a storeroom, which led her to extensive research and ultimately the legendary quest for the 7 Dragon Balls. Even though Bulma was still young, Kaso felt confident in her abilities. With renewed hope, he looked at her expectantly. You finally said something sensible. I await your news. Bulma, with a hint of pride, snatched the Dragon Ball and walked away without looking back. Her assistance to Kaso was merely a means to learn the technique of flying from him. That girl, Taisi chuckled, deciding to let her be. Since Bulma and Kaso have said so, it seems there should be no issues. Half a day has passed. Osbier reclined on one side, her small hands resting on her belly, displaying an expression of sheer delight. Having never tasted anything so delectable, she wished to remain on Earth forever. In this moment, the Saiyan's fierce and combative nature vanished entirely from Osbier, leaving only gluttony and languor. This girl, Kaso shook his head, a smile of resignation on his face. Typically, Saiyans had little regard for food, but Kaso was convinced that once they experienced Earth's culinary delights, they would be utterly enamored. Even formidable beings like Whis and Beerus were not immune to such temptations. Thus, witnessing Osbier in this state, Kaso refrained from commenting. How is Bulma? Taisi stood up immediately upon seeing Bulma emerge from the workshop, her face alight with anticipation. Kaso looked at her expectantly. According to the Dragon Ball narrative, it was Bulma who first created the Dragon Ball radar, but given her young age, could she truly accomplish it? He felt a twinge of nervousness. If Bulma were unable to succeed, he would have to rely on Dr. Briefs. I did it. Bulma nodded with a smile. When she obtained the sphere, several design concepts had already formed in her mind. The first was to conduct a wave detection. She understood that most objects emitted a specific ripple. If the sphere showed no ripple, it would not be a setback, as she had alternative plans. However, upon detection, she discovered that the sphere exhibited a remarkably unique ripple, simplifying her task immensely. Thus, she swiftly constructed the Dragon Ball radar. Such a trivial matter could hardly pose a challenge for her. And Bulma looked at Kaso with a triumphant expression. She slightly raised her pristine chin, resembling a regal little swan. Observing this scene, Kaso chuckled. Bulma, at such a tender age, was indeed impressive, truly deserving her reputation as one of the most brilliant minds in the Dragon Ball universe. Now that I've prepared this for you, will you teach me how to fly? Bulma inquired with a cheerful gaze fixed on Kaso. Initially, when she asked Kaso to instruct her, he did not respond, so she turned to Osbier for guidance. However, upon seeing the little one sprawled on the sofa, she reconsidered. It seemed far preferable for Kaso to teach her. Bulma was aware that relying on others often made one pliable to their whims. Thus, Kaso would undoubtedly find it difficult to refuse her request. With this thought in mind, she began to envision herself soaring through the skies. Kaso, indeed, one who offers flattery without cause is often up to no good. Yet, given that Bulma's family had assisted him so greatly, teaching her to cultivate her energy was a reasonable exchange. This way, when the true Dragon Ball saga commenced, she would at least possess the ability to defend herself. After all, during this tranquil period, he had little else to occupy his time. Moreover, transporting the gravity chamber back to Salad Planet would not take much longer. Then I shall remain here for another month to teach you how to cultivate energy. Kaso then solemnly remarked. However, I must inform you that cultivating one's energy is indeed a strenuous endeavor. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? Bulma vigorously nodded her head. After pleading numerous times, Kaso finally consented, and Bulma, fearing he might retract his agreement, hastily affirmed her decision with a vigorous nod. After all, where is the path of cultivation devoid of hardship? She had long since prepared herself mentally for the challenge. Observing the exchange between her sister and Kaso, Thais found the interaction quite amusing. She knew that if she expressed a desire to learn, Kaso would undoubtedly teach her as well. Yet, her interest in cultivation was rather tepid, as she found herself more captivated by the idea of writing novels. Realizing this, she began to contemplate her future aspirations. Having struggled to find inspiration for her writing, Thais had already spent a considerable amount of time at home. It was just a month ago that she had met Kaso and Osbier, two diminutive children whose martial prowess was exceptionally formidable. Now, a month later, Kaso had even taken her soaring through the skies for an exhilarating adventure. The speed and exhilaration of flying in the open air left an indelible impression on her. Thais felt as though she had finally unearthed the inspiration she needed to write her novel. Chapter 43. Teaching Bulma. Time flew by swiftly. And in the span of half a month, Thais had left her home, declaring that she had found inspiration and sought a tranquil place to create in peace. Kazuo refrained from commenting on Thais' aspirations. After all, everyone harbors dreams. He himself had once fantasized about traversing into the Dragon Ball universe, an ambition that surprisingly materialized. However, he was aware that Thais' novels had not gained popularity until she encountered that fellow, Gak, who provided her with stories from beyond the cosmos, thereby breathing new life into her writing. One day, in the courtyard, Kazuo admonished, "Mind your posture, and do not fidget." He gestured toward Bulma's petite form. There she stood, her stance resembling that of a martial artist, beads of sweat cascading down her youthful face. Upon hearing Kazuo's words, she instinctively raised her bottom again. Kazuo smirked. The physique of Earthlings was rather unimpressive. Yet, in order to teach Bulma how to harness her energy, he first needed to ensure she developed a strong body. Much like Master Roshi had done with Krillin and Goku. Without a robust physique, one could neither sense nor store energy. In the Buu saga, Gohan similarly trained Videl, who, having practiced martial arts from a young age and benefiting from Mr. Satan's financial support, naturally possessed a superior constitution. Coupled with her innate talent, she found it relatively easy to cultivate her energy. Bulma, however, was in a vastly different situation. Not only was she young, but she had also been a pampered princess since childhood. The prospect of her cultivating energy was, in a word, daunting. Fortunately, the existence of the senzu beans brought a smile to Kazuo's face. Over the past 2 weeks, he had subjected Bulma to grueling training, rousing her before dawn, making her stand in horse stance for an hour, and running with weights for another hour. There were moments when he thought she might collapse, but the miraculous senzu beans revived her vigor in an instant. Bulma continued to endure this inhumane regimen, to the point where she now harbored a slight fear of Kazuo. Nevertheless, her desire to soar into the skies fueled her determination. Having come this far, she would never surrender. To be honest, witnessing this transformation, Kazuo found it utterly astonishing. In his memory, Bulma had always been a sheltered princess, initially seeking the Dragon Balls merely to find a handsome boyfriend. He never expected that she could withstand such excruciating trials. "Continue your horse stance. I shall return shortly," Kazuo said nonchalantly, placing his finger to his forehead before vanishing in an instant. Bulma, accustomed to his sudden disappearances over the past fortnight, merely shook her head and resumed her stance. At last, he had discovered the 7th Dragon Ball. Kazuo found it within a castle. Half a month earlier, he had located the first Dragon Ball in Bulma's storage room, and after several excursions, he had now successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. As he gazed at the Dragon Ball in his hand, a sudden cacophony from downstairs interrupted his thoughts. Have the Dragon Balls been hidden? Rest assured, King Pilaf. They are safely tucked away in the secret chamber on the 2nd floor. These sounds reached Kaso's ears, and he chuckled, realizing that the Dragon Ball belonged to Pilaf and his little minions. Kaso was aware that these fellows collected the Dragon Balls merely to serve others, truly embodying the essence of laborers. It was only in Dragon Ball GT that they finally made a wish, though that wish, well, it was certainly less than admirable. Paying them no mind, Kaso activated his instant transmission and departed from the scene, returning to Bulma's courtyard. Bulma was still gritting her teeth, maintaining her horse stance. This young girl showed remarkable tenacity. Kaso nodded. Bulma's performance had genuinely surprised him, completely altering his perception of her. "Bulma, come here." "All right." Bulma, exhausted from an hour of maintaining her stance, plopped down on the ground. Yet, despite the grueling half-month of training under Kaso's rigorous regime, she felt herself growing considerably stronger, even able to lift the 100-plus-pound experimental machinery at home with one hand. It was the tangible results that motivated her to persevere. Otherwise, she would have given up long ago. "Are you going to teach me how to fly?" Bulma struggled to her feet and approached Kaso, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Kaso replied, "You wish to fly after only a month of training?" He spoke calmly. "First, I will teach you how to sense the energy within you." In truth, flying was not overly complicated. It merely required a sufficient amount of energy within, much like the Saiyans, who, despite their initial inability to harness energy, could effortlessly soar through the skies when supported by a formidable force. As for understanding energy, that depended entirely on her innate talent. He had endured a month of arduous training to grasp it himself. Kaso mused silently. He then instructed Bulma to sit on the ground, conjuring a sphere of white energy in his hand. As the orb materialized, a fierce wind swept through the courtyard, causing the surrounding trees to rustle wildly. Dr. Briefs and his wife, hearing the commotion, hurried over, but upon witnessing Kaso instructing Bulma, they discreetly retreated from the yard. Clearly, they were aware of Bulma's training. Remember this sensation. Kaso hurled the energy sphere towards her, enveloping Bulma in a flash of light. In truth, Kaso was uncertain how to teach her. To soar through the skies, one needed not only to comprehend energy, but also to possess a substantial reservoir of it within. However, Kaso doubted Bulma could achieve such a feat. For now, he could only guide her to sense the existence of energy, hoping that someday she might grasp it for herself. As the energy mass approached, Bulma found herself enveloped in a cocoon of white mist. She felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to soaking in a perfectly tempered hot spring during winter. The discomfort from her earlier stance dissipated, leaving her in sheer bliss, almost ready to exclaim her delight. How exquisite! Yet, despite her overwhelming comfort, she recalled Kakarote's words. Remember this sensation. Quickly, Bulma settled into a tranquil state, immersing herself in the essence of the energy mass. Kakarote refrained from interrupting her, allowing her the solitude to comprehend this experience, for this was a journey that no one could undertake on her behalf. Glancing back, Kakarote vanished from the courtyard. On the opposite side of the courtyard stood a black metal structure, from which the sounds of vigorous training occasionally emanated. Huh. Kakarote appeared before the gravity chamber, and, upon hearing the commotion within, called out, "Hey, Beulah, let me show you something fascinating." Chapter 44. Summoning the Earth Dragon Soon. The gravity chamber slowly opened. A charming little girl emerged, her face glistening with sweat, a small tail wagging energetically behind her. At that moment, Osbier, having just completed her training, exuded a ferocious aura reminiscent of a raging giant ape, instilling an involuntary dread in those around her. It was hard to believe that just a fortnight ago, she was merely a carefree child who relished lounging about. "Brother Kaso, where are we going?" "Follow me, and you'll find out." Kaso smiled, marveling at the efficacy of the gravity chamber as he retracted it into a multifunctional capsule, tucking it away in his pocket. In no time, two small figures soared into the sky, traversing the bustling city before arriving at a desolate expanse. Osbiel watched as Kaso pulled several orbs from his small backpack, which began to hum when brought together. "How fascinating. Little B, didn't you want to see what the dragon looks like?" "Now you'll have the chance," Kaso declared, turning to the 7 Dragon Balls and bellowing, "Come forth, dragon." As his words echoed, the sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously, heralding an impending storm. In an instant, bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the 7 Dragon Balls with a cataclysmic force. Just as Osbiel feared the orbs were doomed, they began to glow ever more brightly, the humming intensifying into a resonant sound that initially discomforted her ears, yet she quickly acclimated to it. At that moment, a radiant beam of golden light shot skyward, twisting and coiling as it ascended. The thick golden light transformed into a massive dragon's head, its elongated body soon appearing before Osbiel's astonished eyes. "Brother Kaso, what is this?" Osbiel gasped, her eyes wide, a tiny hand covering her mouth. "This is the dragon." "Oh." Osbiel was taken aback, realizing that this was indeed the dragon Kaso had spoken of earlier, said to grant 3 wishes. In her mind, she had always believed that the Dragon Balls could fulfill 3 wishes. Unbeknownst to her, the Earth's Dragon Balls were quite different. Before long, the immense and slender dragon fully materialized before them, its presence somewhat somber against the darkened sky. "Speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I can grant it." The dragon's raspy, ancient voice echoed across the firmament. At that moment, Osbiel was brimming with excitement, finally encountering the dragon Kaso had described. Yet, she found the dragon rather ugly. If Kaso had known her thoughts, he too would have remarked on the dragon's lack of beauty, noting how it paled in comparison to the majestic 5-clawed dragon of his home. He tossed out a multifunctional capsule, and a gravity chamber swiftly appeared on the ground. Pointing at the gravity chamber, Kaso proclaimed loudly, "Help me replicate 200 identical gravity chambers on the planet Salad." Upon hearing this wish, Osbier's little eyes sparkled with excitement. She had previously experienced the effects of the gravity chamber, and if similar chambers could be provided for her kin, the power of the Science would undoubtedly become immensely formidable. Yet, she felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the feasibility of this wish. The atmosphere grew still, and suddenly, the dragon spoke. Your wish is exceedingly simple. It has been granted. Far away on planet Salad, in the northern region, not far from the fields where the sacred beans were cultivated, 200 gravity chambers materialized out of nowhere. This sight startled the passing Science, who hurried back to inform Bardock. The dragon continued, until we meet again. With that, the dragon swiftly transformed into a brilliant golden light, while the Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, shooting off in various directions. At that moment, Kaso seized the opportunity, leaping into the air just as the Dragon Balls were about to vanish, capturing two of them, one belonging to Bulma and the other to Gohan. Kaso, the wish has truly been granted. This is fantastic, Osbier exclaimed, jumping with joy. With so many gravity chambers, it would be nearly impossible for the Science not to ascend in power. However, wasn't there a stipulation regarding 3 wishes? In response to Osbier's confusion, Kaso enlightened her on the fact that different dragons possess varying abilities. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai and the Cat Sage, upon hearing Kaso's wish, felt their earlier tension dissipate. Although their previous interactions assured them that these two were not malevolent, the act of summoning the dragon still provoked anxiety. If they had wished for something wicked, it would have been disastrous. Thankfully, the Supreme Kai exchanged a glance with the Cat Sage, acknowledging the validity of its concerns. Currently, exceptional martial artists on Earth were alarmingly scarce. The only noteworthy figures were Master Roshi and Master Shun, with Gohan also being a potential candidate. Faced with such a precarious situation, Earth would be vulnerable to an unprecedented catastrophe in the event of an alien invasion. It was imperative to intervene in the development of martial arts on Earth. On the ground, Kaso remained oblivious to the Supreme Kai's watchful gaze from the temple. And even if he had known, he wouldn't have been concerned, as he harbored no intentions of harming Earth. Having accomplished his objectives on Earth, Kaso was eager to witness the impact of the gravity chambers on Osbier's training. Little Beer, let me see the fruits of your labor over the past half-month. Hee. Kaso, just don't cry after I give you a good beating, she retorted with bravado. Such audacity. Kaso chuckled, bemused by the youthful exuberance. Suddenly, Osbier unleashed a powerful aura, enveloping her entire being in a brilliant white flame. Her small figure soared into the sky, with a resounding boom. It was as if a supersonic jet had flown overhead, the sound breaking the silence with a deafening crack. Osbier moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving a trail of brilliance in the sky as she rapidly approached Kaso. With a swift kick and a flurry of punches, her relentless onslaught struck Kaso with overwhelming force. The winds of battle surged violently, the fierce storm crashing down upon the ground, shattering the earth in an instant. Not a single spot within a kilometer remained unscathed. Fortunately, this was a desolate area. Had it occurred in an urban setting, countless lives would have been lost. Quite the spectacle. Kaso remained unperturbed, fending off every strike from Osbier with remarkable composure. The force of their collisions reverberated, reminiscent of meteors descending from the heavens with formidable might. Just as Kaso felt a tingling in his limbs, Osbier abruptly vanished from sight. Again with this maneuver, Kaso swiftly turned, and indeed, Osbier charged at him from behind. Kaso, how did you know I was there? She inquired, even as her onslaught continued unabated. A massive energy wave materialized in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, it descended upon Kaso's head with ferocity. In that moment, the Saiyan blood within Osbier surged to a fever pitch. Though she was acutely aware that this attack would likely be ineffective against Kaso. Indeed, the energy wave struck Kaso with precision, yet inexplicably, it did not explode. Instead, it passed straight through him. Chapter 45. Bulma's awakening. At the very moment Osbier vanished, he sensed a slight disturbance behind him, reminiscent of the technique employed by Naru. A ki blast surged toward Kaso's face, yet Kaso transformed into a streak of lightning, relocating to the opposite side. The speed was so astonishing that his original position retained a fleeting afterimage, unnoticed by Osbier. Boom! The ki blast pierced through Kaso's shadow, crashing into the ground and unleashing a violent explosion. The earth, which had just been shattered by Osbier's punch, erupted as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Smoke billowed, and dust surged into the air. Do not lose focus. Just as Osbier searched for Kaso, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Dread filled her heart. Osbier clenched her teeth. It was too late to react upon hearing the voice. However, just as she felt the impending doom, Kaso merely patted her hand. Silly girl. How could I ever bring myself to strike you? Through their recent skirmishes, Kaso had discerned Osbier's strength, estimating her battle power to be around 9,000. Just half a month prior, when she had shed her weighted clothing in the celestial realm, her power was approximately 6,000. Now it had surged to 9,000. Truly formidable. The Saiyan ranks are categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, in addition to the elite class of warriors. In the Saiyan psyche, only elite warriors and a select few upper-tier fighters can reach a battle power exceeding 10,000 upon maturity. Should Osbier return to Planet Salad, revealing her current prowess to Bardock and the others, they would undoubtedly be astounded. However, her rapid ascent in battle power was largely thanks to the magical beans, as Kaso had distributed hundreds of them to her long ago. Kaso, am I weak? Osbier curled up, clinging to Kaso's chest. In truth, she had trained diligently, often exhausting herself to the brink of collapse within the gravity chamber, and though Kaso's beans aided her, she still could not keep pace with him. How could that be? I can't even defeat you. Osbier tightened her grip on Kaso. Why do you need to surpass me? I want to protect you, Kaso. She blurted out without hesitation. Back on Planet Vegeta, Kaso had always shielded Osbier from Nappa's bullying. She had witnessed this, feeling utterly inadequate, consistently burdening her brother Kaso. Thus, she trained fervently, striving to catch up to him. Yet the more she trained, the more she perceived his unfathomable depth. Even employing her newly acquired sensing techniques, she could not gauge Kaso's true strength. Having me to protect you is sufficient, Kaso replied with a gentle smile, observing Osbier's silence. Uncertain if she had absorbed his words, the two gradually soared back toward Bulma's home. Meanwhile, in the temple of the celestial realm, the celestial beings and the cat sage gazed down upon the mortal realm, where the ground, struck by shock waves, resembled a battlefield ravaged by war. At first glance, the immense craters appeared as dark abysses, concealing their depths from sight. The atmosphere in the heavens was particularly hushed, allowing the two to hear each other's heartbeats, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the devastation. As a fortnight passed, in the courtyard of Bulma's home, she sat upon a small blanket with her eyes closed. As time progressed, she began to sense a faint warmth coursing through her limbs, reaching her core, where it radiated a comforting glow. Upon opening her eyes, Bulma was startled to find Katsu staring intently at her. You, Bulma began, but Katsu interrupted, urgently inquiring, do you feel something warm inside you? How did you know? Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. Initially intending to pose the question to Katsu, she was taken aback when he directly addressed her. You've got something there, Katsu remarked, astonished. He sensed a weak energy within Bulma, faint as a strand of hair. What do you mean? Bulma was puzzled by Katsu's words, but suddenly, a thought struck her, and she excitedly asked, can I fly? Have you lost your mind? Katsu replied, his expression incredulous. Bulma, momentarily buoyed by Katsu's words, felt misled into believing she could soar through the skies. Katsu, casting a dubious glance at her, questioned whether an ordinary earthling could simply take flight. Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, only a few earthlings possessed the ability to fly, all of whom had trained from a young age and exhibited exceptional talent. Nevertheless, the emergence of a trace of energy within Bulma indeed left Katsu speechless, surprising him with the realization that she possessed some latent potential. However, the path to flight was still distant. First, Bulma needed to persist in her training to amplify her energy, and second, her combat power must surpass 80 points. In Katsu's estimation, a combat power of 80 should suffice to enable Bulma to take to the skies. Humph. Bulma rolled her eyes at Katsu, questioning the necessity of his astonishment if she could not yet fly. Given Katsu's previous tone, one might have assumed that she was indeed capable of flight. The two lapsed into silence once more, the courtyard enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, Katsu broke the stillness, saying, since you have begun to cultivate your energy, continue down this path. One day, you will soar into the heavens. Bulma turned her gaze toward him, contemplating the implication of his words. Was he preparing to depart? I intend to leave here. Katsu continued, and from now on, you must train on your own. Also, without my presence, do not rush your training. You cannot afford to push yourself as I once advised. You lack the miraculous senzu beans. Katsu's lengthy admonition stemmed from his concern that Bulma might recklessly overexert herself in his absence. The absence of senzu beans meant that a reckless approach could lead to dire consequences. However, deep down, Bulma was already aware of such matters. Do not underestimate her intellect, for she was among the brightest minds in the Dragon Ball universe. Upon hearing Kaso's words, Bulma curled her lips in disdain. She was not foolish. I'm leaving. With that proclamation, Kaso vanished without a backward glance. Gazing at the empty courtyard, Bulma felt a pang of unease. Over the past month, Kaso had consistently maintained a frigid demeanor during her training, yet afterward, he would linger behind her, claiming to admire the surrounding scenery. It was evident he was merely concerned for her safety. Contemplating this, Bulma muttered, "In truth, he isn't so insufferable after all." Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a small pouch atop the table. Momentarily taken aback, she approached and opened it, only to discover 10 magical beans within. Bulma exclaimed, "What a contradictory fellow." Yet, before long, the corners of her mouth began to curl into a smile. Having spent 2 months on Earth, she reflected on her considerable gains. Not only had she mastered the specific application of energy, but she had also prepared 200 gravity chambers for the Saiyans. Ultimately, she returned the 2 petrified Dragon Balls to their original positions. With all tasks completed, Kaso cast one last glance at Earth before vanishing into the cosmos alongside Osbier. Meanwhile, on Planet Salad, a month prior, 200 dark structures had abruptly materialized, leaving Bardock perplexed about their purpose. However, considering Kaso had been away for 2 months, Bardock pondered whether that lad was responsible for their creation. Chapter 46. Return to the Planet Salad. At that moment, 2 small figures emerged against the azure sky. Lord Kaso. It is Lord Kaso returning. The Saiyans in training below exclaimed in unison upon spotting Kaso. The Saiyan race is inherently proud, unable to tolerate anyone of lesser strength who dares to look down upon them. However, Kaso had demonstrated extraordinary abilities while rescuing the Saiyans, and he had even triumphed in single combat against Bardock, solidifying his status as the strongest among them. It is in the nature of Saiyans to submit to power. Thus, at some point, the title of Lord Kaso began to circulate among the Saiyan populace. When uttering this name, the Saiyans felt no shame, only genuine admiration. Outside the wooden cabin, a cacophony of voices arose. Bardock paused, contemplating how to deal with the mysterious black structures. He was uncertain of their origin. Should they belong to an enemy, he would promptly destroy them. Yet, considering that Kaso had been away for a month, what if these were items he had brought back? One must not forget that Kaso had the ability to ensure the survival of Saiyans in the cosmos. What could he not procure? Stepping outside, Bardock caught sight of the 2 figures above. "Kaso, did you bring back those black structures from the Planet Salad?" Bardock sought clarification on their origin. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. "Those black structures suddenly appeared here half a month ago and startled me. Indeed, I thought Frieza was pursuing us." The Saiyans engaged in animated conversation. Upon hearing Bardock's words, they realized that these might indeed be Kaso's doing. Kaso had previously accomplished many miraculous feats. What purpose could these black structures serve? Kaso descended slowly from the sky, observing the gathered crowd. He decided to explain the function of the gravity chambers. These are gravity chambers, capable of adjusting gravitational intensity. They are the finest training tools for us Saiyans. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Kaso glanced at Osbier. "Little Osbier, show everyone your current strength." "Understood." Osbier obediently moved to an open area, distancing herself from the Saiyan cabins. At Kaso's command, every Saiyan present held their breath, anxiously anticipating Osbier's next move. Kaso's series of actions had already alerted Bardock and Garrus that something remarkable was about to unfold, and they watched Osbier with wide eyes, fearful of missing a single moment of the spectacle. Osbier understood Kaso's intentions. He merely wished for their kin to witness the effects of the gravity chamber. With determination, she clenched her small fists at her waist, allowing her bangs to flutter in the breeze. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from her, centered around her being, creating a pressure field that rapidly expanded outward, reminiscent of a mountain's weight bearing down. Bang! Bang! As Osbier gradually unleashed the power within her, the pressure intensified, causing the rocks beneath her to develop faint cracks. The wind surged, and the surrounding leaves rustled violently. How formidable! How is this possible? Even Lady Osbier possesses such strength. Under this terrifying aura, the Saiyans instinctively referred to Osbier as Lady, without any sense of resistance. Bardock gazed intently at Osbier, sensing that the power within her was far beyond what was initially apparent. Indeed, with a fierce roar, Osbier's might surged, her battle power of 9,000 erupting all at once. Boom! The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and the overwhelming aura enveloped the entire area. The rocks beneath her feet could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into a web of cracks that spread throughout the vicinity. The ferocious energy swept through, howling like a tempest, causing the Saiyans to be pushed back a step by the oncoming wave of power. Only Kaso and Bardock remained unmoved. 2 others, Garrus and Chris, struggled to maintain their footing. Bardock swallowed hard, wishing to say something, but at a loss for words. Little Osbier, perhaps you should rein it in, Kaso chuckled. Upon hearing Kaso's words, Osbier nodded vigorously, swiftly retracting her exposed power. Without her energy wreaking havoc, the surroundings quickly returned to calm. However, the scene of devastation left the Scions in a prolonged state of shock. This is the effect of training in the gravity room. Noticing that the others were still in a daze, Kaso continued, those gravity rooms can increase gravity from 1 times to 100 times. As Kaso elaborated, the Scions gradually regained their composure. He went on to explain the effects and precautions of the gravity room, emphasizing its remarkable ability to unlock physical potential in a short time. Especially for those who had never used a gravity room, their first experience often yielded unexpected enhancements. However, one must not rush the process. Increasing the gravity too drastically in one go could lead to internal injuries. Such injuries are no trivial matter, even for Scions, who possess robust physiques. Negligence could result in severe consequences, even death. Nevertheless, Scions have grown up on Planet Vegeta, where the gravity is 10 times greater, giving them a higher starting point, allowing them to begin at 10 times gravity. Kaso, is the gravity room truly that extraordinary? Bardock asked, gripping Kaso's shoulder. Hearing the potential of the gravity room, Bardock found it hard to believe, yet the vivid image of Osbier's display lingered in his mind, prompting him to seek further confirmation. Indeed, Kaso glanced around at everyone before nodding. It is real. Haha. The Scions present erupted with excitement, leaping into the air. Although 2 months have elapsed, the haunting imagery of the explosion of Planet Vegeta remains etched in their hearts, fueling their dreams of vengeance against Frieza. With the presence of these gravity chambers, they feel a flicker of hope for retribution. Uncle Bardock, these gravity chambers can transform in such a manner. Kakarot demonstrated the method of opening and retracting the universal capsule. Such a wondrous object exists? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. Never before had he encountered such a remarkable creation, capable of transforming into a diminutive capsule shape, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Kakarot stifled a chuckle. Bardock's expression over the past few moments was akin to that of a country bumpkin witnessing something extraordinary for the first time. However, it is quite understandable that the Scions had never encountered such an invention, for it was only recently developed by Dr. Briefs and circulated exclusively on Earth. Uncle Bardock, I shall leave the gravity chambers in your capable hands. I have pressing matters to attend to, Kakarot stated earnestly. Chapter 47, Cultivating the Mystic Beans. Bardock nodded thoughtfully. Upon first encountering the 200 black structures, he was taken aback, bewildered by the inexplicable appearance of so many dark edifices. These black houses were densely clustered together, exuding an eerie aura even in daylight. He initially feared they were the resting places of the departed. However, it became apparent that they were treasures. Bardock resolved to spend his days within these black chambers. No, he meant to train in the gravity chambers. In the northern region of Planet Salad, surrounded by lush, verdant forests, there lay a vast clearing that seemed somewhat jarring, as if it had abruptly claimed a portion of the original woodland. At the center of this clearing stood over 200 gravity chambers, dark and imposing, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty. Well, they certainly projected an impressive presence. Not far off, there was a special plot of land, approximately 40 square units in size. Bardock brought Gallic to this location. Captain, do you truly believe that little Beulah achieved such prowess through this equipment? Gallic scratched his head. It should be so. To be honest, Bardock was still in a state of shock. Even if Osbula was a superior warrior, it seemed improbable that she could have attained such accomplishments during her youth. If that were the case, it must indeed be the influence of the gravity chambers. Then he pondered, if he were to utilize the gravity chambers, would he experience similar results? That would lead to our prosperity. Shut your mouth. Why shout so loudly? Have you never seen such things before? Bardock scolded, exasperated by Gallic's ignorance. If others were to learn that he was part of Bardock's team, it would be a source of embarrassment. After Bardock departed, Gallic raised a middle finger at his retreating figure. You were just gaping at little Beulah not long ago. However, fearing retribution, he kept this thought to himself and quickly hastened to follow Bardock. You go left, and, following Kakarot's previous instructions, retrieve all the gravity chambers, Bardock commanded decisively. Pointing to the left, he then proceeded to the right, and the two of them began to collect the gravity chambers. After a brief span of minutes, the ground was littered with a substantial pile of capsules, prompting onlookers to wonder if these two were afflicted with an insatiable ailment, requiring such a vast quantity of medicine, and of such considerable size. Soon, only a few dozen gravity chambers remained on the ground, as Bardock and Gallic converged from opposite sides, gathering the chambers. Although they appeared indifferent to the remaining capsules, Anyone who thought so would be gravely mistaken. These 200 gravity chambers were the very foundation of the Saiyan resurgence. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on them, Bardock and Gallic would ensure they regretted their very existence. At last, they completed their task. Bardock and Gallic exhaled in relief. For now, they merely needed to distribute the chambers among their kin. The Saiyans, known for their warrior spirit, possessed an insatiable thirst for battle and strength. The gravity chambers were truly tailor-made for them. Thus, there is no need to fret about whether the Saiyans would disapprove of these gravity chambers. Captain, do remember to reserve one for me. Garrus gazed longingly at the pile of capsules. Having witnessed Osbier's prowess, he too yearned for a gravity chamber. Why worry? There are 200 chambers available. Everyone will have their share. Indeed, Garrus scratched his head, an endearing display of innocence. To Bardock, this fellow appeared utterly comical. Off we go. Bardock and Garrus took the capsules and soared into the sky. As the two departed, a small figure emerged in the vacant space. Kaso observed Bardock and Garrus's retreating silhouettes. Having overheard their entire conversation, he chuckled softly. To be frank, Garrus was rather endearing in his simplicity. Turning back, Kaso approached the edge of the blackened earth, scrutinizing it closely. To his surprise, the soil was not truly black. Its authentic hue was brown. The visual disparity stemmed from the accumulation of earth. He reached down to touch the soil, discovering it to be somewhat moist. Kaso lifted his gaze to the heavens. Remarkably, in such sweltering weather, the ground had not dried out. Moreover, a subtle mist seemed to emanate from above the soil, quite extraordinary indeed. When Kaso made his wish on Planet Namek, the third wish yielded an unexpected turn. Subsequently, he utilized the dragon's third wish to create this patch of land. However, the area appeared somewhat limited, roughly 40 square units in size. Kaso recalled that growing the mystical beans likely required the divine water for irrigation, and he wondered if the land created by the dragon could indeed produce these beans. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Once he planted the beans, he would know for certain. With that thought, Kaso resolved to take action. He carefully planted a single mystical bean, not wanting to sow too many and risk waste. After planting the bean, Kaso sat quietly beside it. Half a day passed. At noon, under the blazing sun, Kaso remained motionless, initially filled with anticipation. If the bean truly sprouted, the rise of the Saiyans would be unstoppable. Yet, as time wore on and the heat intensified, Kaso wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as if he were about to become a desiccated husk. The ground remained utterly silent. Was the dragon deceiving him? Damn it! Kaso muttered under his breath, frustration bubbling within him, almost compelling him to stomp on the earth. But considering there was still a mystical being buried within, he refrained from such wasteful antics. Just as Kaso contemplated unearthing the bean, suddenly, he beheld a scene he had long anticipated. The brown clump of soil inexplicably shifted, fine particles cascading down its edges, and soon, a hint of green caught his eye. Could it be that he had successfully cultivated it? Ha! Kaso laughed heartily, gazing skyward. Initially, he had approached the dragon with a mindset of experimentation. Though the dragon had granted his wish, he had harbored doubts about the bean's viability. To his astonishment, this land was indeed capable of nurturing mystical beings. Gazing at the faint touch of greenery, Kaso's mind raced with contemplation. He pondered the potential yield of a single seed, musing that if it bore only one bean in return, the land would serve no purpose. However, should it yield 2 or even 3, he would not suffer a loss. Thus, the celestial beans would cease to be a rare commodity. He decided to wait until the beans matured to assess the situation, but during their growth phase, it was imperative to shield them from any predatory beasts. He contemplated summoning the Saiyans to guard the area. With a plan firmly in place, Kaso turned to depart, eager to relay his thoughts to Bardock. Now, he could only await the harvest of the celestial beans, hoping it would not be a mere one-for-one exchange. Shortly after Kaso's departure, the tender greenery seemed to have grown a bit taller, and beneath the expanse of land, a mysterious sound echoed, reminiscent of an underground river flowing. Yet, the already departed Kaso remained oblivious to this subtle phenomenon. Chapter 48. The Maturation of the Divine Beans upon returning to his residence. Kaso sought out Bardock that very evening to recount the events of midday. Initially, Kaso anticipated that Bardock would be skeptical about the existence of such miraculous beings. To his surprise, Bardock exhibited no disbelief. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding of Kaso's plan and assuring him that arrangements would be made to safeguard that piece of land. From Bardock's perspective, if Kaso could ensure the survival of the Saiyans in the cosmos, what could be more astonishing? After all, they were merely a few beings capable of instantaneously healing all wounds. It was as if Bardock had never encountered the wonders of the universe before. With a hint of irritation, he glanced at Kaso. I have made arrangements for our kin. Tomorrow, I shall commence my training. Remember to protect the divine bean seedlings." With that, Kaso departed without a backward glance. Observing Kaso's retreating figure, Bardock crossed his arms and rested his chin in contemplation. What if this young man were to assume the leadership of the Saiyans? Given Kaso's esteemed reputation among his people, it seemed unlikely that anyone would oppose him. Yet Bardock shook his head, pondering that Kaso was still too young. Perhaps in a few more years in the valley, wooden houses surrounded the area, with a small river meandering before them. Bathed in sunlight, sparkling reflections danced upon the water's surface, harmonizing with the picturesque surroundings to create a tranquil and delightful atmosphere. Not far along the river, there stood a small dark house, from which the sounds of punches cutting through the air could occasionally be heard. 9998, 9999, 10,000. The heavy panting echoed from within a gravity chamber. A small figure exerted every ounce of strength, each punch generating a fierce gust of wind. Sweat cascaded down, only to dry and become damp once more. This was Kaso's third set of punch training, and as the count reached 10,000, he collapsed to the ground. Bulging veins adorned his forehead, rendering his face quite fearsome. "Restore gravity." A hoarse voice escaped Kaso's lips, his muscles twitching after such intense training. With a muted thud, the gravity chamber acknowledged his command, swiftly returning to its normal intensity of 35 times gravity. As the oppressive weight dissipated, Kaso felt as if the mountains pressing upon him had vanished. Finally, he lay on the ground, experiencing a moment of relief. Over the past month, he had gradually adapted from 25 times gravity to 35 times. In the pursuit of training, one must not focus solely on cultivating energy or the physical body. Neglecting one aspect while overemphasizing the other would inevitably limit one's potential. Take Vegeta, for instance. He spent countless hours within the gravity chamber engaged in strenuous training, overlooking the cultivation of energy or the refinement of his mindset. While his combat power remained formidable, he would forever lag behind Goku in terms of mastery. This principle was also validated by Piccolo, who, while donning weighted clothing, frequently engaged in meditation. Balancing both practices kept his body in equilibrium, thus enabling him to achieve remarkable heights. Otherwise, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for a Namekian to attain such an extraordinary level of training. Simply put, it is arduous. Kaso meticulously devises a training regimen each day, holding himself to stringent standards for every movement. Under the oppressive force of gravity, he ensures that every part of his body is adequately trained. Beyond the physical aspects, Kaso also places great emphasis on the cultivation of his mental state. He recalls that Bobo had once mentioned that after completing the second phase of training with Osbier, there exists a third phase, the state of emptiness. Kaso ponders the true nature of this state, yet finds himself unable to grasp its essence after much contemplation. However, he remembers that in Dragon Ball Super, Goku had entered the state of emptiness, attaining the realm of Ultra Instinct. He wonders if there is any connection between the two. Kaso recalls that Goku had undergone training under Bobo during his youth. Perhaps it was this very cultivation of emptiness that enabled Goku to subsequently break through to Ultra Instinct. Nonetheless, given Kaso's current strength and realm, the state of emptiness remains a distant aspiration. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the gravity chamber. "Lord Kaso." "Lord Bardock requests your presence." Kaso opened the door to find a Saiyan standing before him. This Saiyan, named Castor, serves as the captain of one of the 8 squads recently formed by Bardock. "You may return for now. I will join shortly," Kaso replied. Feeling drenched in sweat and quite uncomfortable, he intended to take a shower before seeking Bardock. "Farewell, Lord Kaso." Castor quickly vanished from sight. After half an hour, Kaso emerged from his shower and made his way to Bardock's residence. "You slowpoke, what took you so long?" Bardock's face bore a hint of displeasure. He had sent someone to summon Kaso half an hour prior, only to find him arriving now. "What is the rush?" Kaso raised an eyebrow, sensing that there might indeed be an urgent matter at hand. "The senzu beans have borne fruit," Bardock replied, rolling his eyes, his tone somewhat irritable. "What? The senzu beans have borne fruit?" Kaso was taken aback. Just a month ago, he had planted the beans, assuming it would take at least 6 months for them to yield results. To his astonishment, they had produced fruit in such a short span. "Uncle Bardock, hold my hand." Before Bardock could react, Kaso grasped his hand, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot, reappearing in the northern region of Salada Planet. As he surveyed the familiar scenery, Bardock's mouth fell open in awe. That was fast. He glanced at Kaso and shook his head. "Young man, such haste is imprudent." Kaso, oblivious to Bardock's expression, twisted his body and suddenly found himself at the edge of the black soil. The station Saiyans nearby took note of their arrival. "Lord Bardock." Lord Kaso, what brings you here? We came to take a look. You may continue your patrol, Bardock gestured dismissively. Kaso remained silent, gazing intently at the Senza seedlings. Before him lay 40 square meters of black soil, where approximately 40 Senza seedlings had been planted, in the span of a month. These seedlings had grown from mere sprouts to 1-meter-tall Senza trees. Their roots were substantial, and their branches and leaves flourished abundantly. Fortunately, Kaso had initially intended to experiment with the cultivation of Senza beans, assessing the results of the first batch before deciding on the approach for the subsequent planting. To his astonishment, the spacing of the first batch of planted seeds was just right. Kazuo glanced over, and above each celestial bean tree, 2 vibrant green beans hung. They appeared plump and round, exuding an enticing allure. The celestial beans contained within Kazuo's universal capsule differed slightly from those now adorning the plants. But he understood that this was merely due to their unprocessed state. A change from 1 to 2 was quite commendable. Each celestial bean tree bore only 2 fruits, which was, in fact, within Kazuo's expectations. In the anime, the cat sage had mentioned that the yield of celestial beans was particularly low, with only a few harvested in the later stages. The tens of thousands of celestial beans Kazuo possessed were remnants of the cat sage's centuries-long stockpile. Chapter 49. Osbier faces Bardock. Why do these Senza beans seem somewhat different from the ones you provided? Bardock inquired, gesturing towards the Senza bean tree with a hint of confusion. Not to worry, they simply haven't dried yet. Kaso paused before continuing. Even if the beans are not fully dried, I assure you their efficacy remains intact, though they may be less convenient to store. That's fantastic, Bardock exclaimed, clenching his fist. The intensity of his recent training in the gravity chamber had nearly taken his life, but thanks to the Senzu beans Kaso had given him, a single bean had restored him in an instant. Now, with this bountiful harvest of Senza beans, while it may not be sufficient for the entire clan's needs, with careful rationing, it should suffice. Having already experienced the miraculous effects of the Senza beans, Bardock felt an exhilarating thrill within him. When Kaso had bestowed upon him over 100 beans, Bardock had sensed that Kaso possessed even more, but he pondered why one would reveal all their treasures to others. If he were in possession of such a remarkable resource, he might choose to keep it private as well. From the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta to the retrieval of over 200 gravity chambers, Kaso had already accomplished so much. Gazing upon the lush expanse of Senza bean trees, Bardock felt a fierce hope ignite within him. With these extraordinary beans, the resurgence of the Science would no longer be a mere fantasy. Bardock's excitement was understandable. As the current leader of the Science, he bore the immense responsibility of guiding his people back to glory following the devastation of Planet Vegeta. Observing Kaso's commendable efforts and his formidable combat prowess, Bardock contemplated entrusting the future of the Science to him. Yet, Kaso was still quite young. Kaso, what is your current battle power? Bardock quickly regained his composure. Are you challenging me to a duel again? Bardock replied, somewhat taken aback. He had no intention of subjecting himself to humiliation. He sighed. In that dream, I witnessed Frisia's true strength. Oh, Kaso responded, surprised that Bardock had dreamt of Frisia's actual power, implying that his ability was quite formidable. 530,000. Bardock suddenly became animated. He possesses a battle power of 530,000. Do we Scions still have hope for vengeance? Currently, the strongest among the Scions was Kaso, but Bardock speculated that Kaso's power did not exceed 50,000, a mere fraction compared to Frisia's might. How could he possibly stand a chance against Frisia? Bardock glanced at Kaso, recognizing his impressive talent. With the advantages of the gravity chamber and the Senza beans, Kaso might one day achieve the strength necessary for revenge. However, that seemed a distant prospect. Bardock felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of remaining and hiding on Planet Salad for an extended period. Once a fearsome warrior race known throughout the universe, the Scions had now been reduced to this pitiful state, which felt tragically disheartening. Uncle Bardock, there's no need to rush into vengeance, Kaso remarked, shaking his head with a resigned smile. In Bardock's heart, he believed Frisia's battle power was merely 530,000. But did he truly grasp Frisia's actual might? A staggering 12 million. Frisia's true battle strength was indeed 120 million. Kakarot could not conceive a method to defeat Frisia either. After much contemplation, it seemed that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the only viable solution. Let us depart, and remember to safeguard the Senza beans. It appears they will take a few more days to be harvested. Kakarot waved his hand, and then vanished from sight. Bardock gazed at the fading figure, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Kakarot, you scoundrel! You brought me here, but did not take me back. Previously, Kakarot had utilized instantaneous movement to transport him to the northern region of Planet Salad. Now, in his departure, he neglected to return Bardock, inciting his ire to the point of grinding his teeth in frustration. From a distance, patrolling Scions overheard Bardock's furious outbursts and quickly distanced themselves, wary of becoming entangled in the affairs of these two. Half an hour passed, and Bardock, having exhausted his tirade, turned to instruct the station Scions to diligently protect the Senza beans. With a sense of resignation, he soared back to his dwelling alone. A month slipped by. In the southern desert of Planet Salad, under the scorching rays of the sun, the sands blazed with heat. A keen observer could perceive the undulating waves of heat spiraling above. Take that! A young girl hurled an energy blast towards the figure in the sky. The formidable energy stirred up a tempest of yellow sand that rapidly filled the air, obscuring vision in an instant. The adult figure deftly evaded the incoming energy orb, zipping away with extraordinary speed. Little girl, your uncle is not so easily vanquished. Bardock chuckled, then vanished from sight in a flash. Don't get too cocky, Uncle Bardock. I'll knock you sky high. Osbier pouted, her expression far from endearing, as she swiftly turned around and unleashed a punch into the air behind her. Boom. The two fists collided, and the violent shockwave caused the surrounding sands to erupt, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. The desert was engulfed in a storm of dust and debris. You have changed, little brat. You are no longer adorable. Bardock teased, laughing. He recalled how Osbier used to trail behind Kakarot, often coming to him in tears when they were bullied. Now, she was threatening to defeat him, truly. She had lost her charm. Bardock took a step forward, shifting positions in midair, yet Osbier remained tenaciously in pursuit, refusing to be shaken off. Raising his hand, Bardock concentrated and unleashed a shockwave towards her. The explosive energy seemed to tear through space itself, creating a fierce gale that raced toward Osbier's location. Humph! Osbier suddenly clapped her small hands together, and the shockwave, as if struck by an unseen force, instantly altered its trajectory, crashing downward. Boom! The surrounding desert appeared to be bombarded as if by hundreds of miniature nuclear explosions, with sand erupting into the sky. Driven by the cyclone, it swiftly coalesced into swirling sandstorms that engulfed the entire battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Two dark shadows streaked through the air, moving from left to right and top to bottom. Each collision unleashed a tempest, shaking the very heavens and earth. As Bardock rushed forward to throw a punch, he suddenly felt his fist strike nothing but air. This is bad. By the time Bardock realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Osbier appeared above him, her small hands clasped together, and with the force of thunder, she brought them crashing down upon Bardock. How infuriating! Caught off guard, Bardock could only brace himself for the impending blow. Yet, in battles between masters, a single flaw can plunge one into dire straits. Bardock found this scene eerily familiar, reminiscent of his previous duel with Kakarot. Is it truly the case that he could not even best a little girl? Blast it all. Chapter 50. The visitor from beyond. Bardock grimaced and muttered a curse under his breath. In a moment of distraction, he found himself at the mercy of his opponent, unable to mount any resistance. Though Osbier was but a child, the strength coursing through her was not inferior to Bardock's, each punch landing with painful precision. Uncle Bardock. Off you go to eat dirt, she proclaimed, channeling her inner power to concentrate at her calves, spinning in the air for a staggering 82 rotations, each revolution accumulating force in her legs. At the completion of her rotations, Osbier's calves shimmered with a radiant glow. With a determined kick, she struck Bardock squarely in the back. Under the weight of such formidable force, Bardock plummeted like a cannonball into the yellow sands below. Boom! The once tranquil sands erupted anew, swirling and engulfing the sky. After a moment, the scorching wind swept through, dispersing the dust and restoring visibility. There lay Bardock, half buried in sand, with only his fluffy tail twitching occasionally above the surface. Hee hee, Uncle Bardock, are you all right? Osbier laughed lightly as she gracefully descended beside him. The tail twitched a couple of times, but the figure beneath remained still. Moments later, Bardock emerged from the sand, spitting out a mouthful of grit, and grumbled. You little brat, hurry up and help me up. Feeling the lingering pain across his body, Bardock reflected on his fortune. Thankfully, Osbier had exercised restraint, or he would have needed to consume a precious healing bean. However, her taunt about eating dirt had turned into an unfortunate reality, leaving him utterly humiliated. Not long ago, Bardock had sensed that Osbier was not his match, and when she challenged him to spar, he had assumed it was merely for her to hone her combat skills. Little did he know, he was destined to eat the dust. With an estimated combat power of around 50,000, he had been bested. What then could be the extent of Osbier's strength? The thought sent a shiver through Bardock. Was it truly the case that upper-tier warriors possessed such prowess and audacity? He glared at Osbier like a petulant child. Hee hee. Osbier helped Bardock to his feet, her innocent smile disarming his frustration. Faced with her unpretentious demeanor, Bardock found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly say, "Little girl, let me give you a sound thrashing to relieve my vexation." His pride would not allow it, and her innocent appearance made it all the more difficult to act. "Let us be on our way," Bardock sighed, spitting out another mouthful of sand, resigned. In the valley, a gentle stream meandered, and beneath the towering trees, two figures materialized in front of a quaint wooden cabin. Osbier had utilized instant transmission to return with Bardock beside the cabin. "The captain has returned," Garrus exclaimed upon seeing their sudden appearance, smiling brightly. "Captain, who emerged victorious?" "Bardock." Although Garrus did not utter much, Bardock had an incessant feeling that the lad was mocking him. If he could not best Kaso and Osbier, could he truly be outmatched by this impudent youth? Bardock spoke coldly. "Garrus, I believe your training today is insufficient. You shall undertake another 10 sets following Kaso's regimen." "What? What do you mean? Complete another 20 sets. If you cannot finish, just allow me." Before Bardock could finish, Garrus had already vanished from their sight without a backward glance, muttering curses under his breath as he departed. Overhearing their exchange, Osbier could not suppress a light chuckle. Covering her mouth with her hand, "Jine, where's that rascal Kaso?" Bardock inquired as he entered the dwelling, observing Jine preparing lunch. Without lifting her gaze, Jine replied, "I do not know." Bardock nodded. It was not uncommon for Kaso to disappear without a trace. The Scions now needed only to make effective use of the gravity chamber and the Senzu beans for their training, leaving the affairs of the cosmos aside for the moment. Especially since Frisia's forces were still hunting down the remnants on Planet Vegeta. Should their indiscretion lead Frisia to discover over 150 stragglers on Planet Salad, the Scions would once again plunge into chaos. Bardock wished to avert such a scenario, though with Kaso's ability to teleport, he felt a degree of reassurance. "It's time for lunch," Jine announced, having finished setting the table, beckoning the two to join her. Very well. The duo, one large and one small, sat at the table in quiet anticipation of Jine's offerings. "Little Osbier, you," Bardock began, but was abruptly interrupted by Osbier's serious tone. "Uncle Bardock, please do not speak." As her words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the small cabin, and Bardock felt a sudden chill in his heart at her icy tone. What was amiss? Jine continued her preparations in the kitchen, while the small hall fell into a hushed stillness. As time wore on, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bardock dared not even breathe. Osbier's brow furrowed. Someone has intruded upon Planet Salad. What? Bardock sprang to his feet in alarm. Had Frisia's forces tracked them down? Following the explosion on Planet Vegeta, Frisia was aware that many Scions could not return, and he sought to eliminate every last one of them. Naturally, Goku and Vegeta, the protagonists, were spared. This knowledge heightened Bardock's anxiety. He feared that Frisia might uncover Planet Salad. There can be no mistake, Osbier asserted with conviction. Presently, without their scanners, Bardock's inability to perceive others' movements was understandable. However, through her sensitivity to energy, Osbier discerned two distinct energy signatures rapidly descending upon Planet Salad. One was trailing the other, the latter being significantly stronger, as if pursuing the former. "Little Osbier, take me to their landing site at once." Bardock's entire face was contorted with worry as he felt an overwhelming urgency to reach the scene. If their adversaries truly belonged to Frisia's forces, he needed to devise a plan to evacuate the Scions from this planet post-haste. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed upon Frisia's arrival. "Bardock, please remain calm. Their strength is not formidable. Any one of our kin could easily vanquish them." Within Osbier's perception, the two energy signatures were merely a confluence of several weaker forces, the most formidable among them boasting a combat power of only 5,000. The Scions had been training in a gravity chamber for the past 2 months. While not every Scion could match Goku's extraordinary ascent from 800 to 90,000 in just a month, there had still been significant improvements. As Osbier understood, aside from the few logistical Scions, every warrior among them now possessed a combat power exceeding 6,000, including the female Scions. Thus, there was no cause for concern regarding these extraterrestrial intruders. "Little Osbier, my anxiety is not directed towards those weaklings. It is their potential to expose our Scion location that truly troubles me." As Osbier remained silent, Bardock's anxiety escalated. Upon hearing his words, Osbier suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "Bardock, we must leave at once." Osbier quickly placed her hand on Bardock, activating instant transmission. Chapter 51, Princess Philia over the planet Sharada. A colossal spacecraft swiftly pierced through the atmosphere. Its exterior was crafted from an exceedingly rare metal known as zero metal. prized for its exceptional durability. Had it not been for the myriad of combat scars adorning its hull, the vessel would have undoubtedly appeared magnificent. Its design was peculiar, resembling an egg, encircled by a band of black metal, with windows at intervals revealing glimpses of the interior. Through these windows, one could discern a dozen figures huddled together. In the center stood a woman whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the elven race. She had cascading azure hair draped over her shoulders, a pristine white veil resting atop it, and her graceful form combined with an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial goddess. Such an ice queen is often irresistibly captivating to men. However, her icy visage was marred by a pallor that suggested she had endured a severe blow. The gravity on this planet is overwhelming. Activate the gravity adjustment bracelets. Upon hearing this, the gathered figures hastily activated the bracelet-like devices on their wrists. The moment the gravity adjustment devices were engaged, a shiver coursed through them, and they felt the weight of gravity restore itself. "Princess Philia, how do you fare?" Yuna implored anxiously. "Hold on a little longer, Your Highness. You must persevere," the surrounding women urged, their voices laced with urgency. "Elder Yuna, when did this planet come into existence?" Philia queried, furrowing her brow as she endured the pain. The Zero-class spacecraft had traversed the cosmos for half a day and was about to breach the skies to land on this planet. Yet, Philia recalled that the star chart did not indicate the presence of such a planet within this star system. "Is that so? Never mind for now. Once we land, we shall confront those space pirates," Yuna declared with grim determination, her teeth clenched. Philia's brow remained furrowed, the acute pain and mental strain rendering her speechless. Philia was the princess of the Lolita clan, a lineage steeped in antiquity, seemingly linked to the ancient Scions. The Lolita clan was small in number, even fewer than the Scions of old, comprising just over 200 individuals, yet each was exceptionally intelligent, particularly in technological advancement, making them among the foremost in the cosmos. The Zero-class spacecraft she was aboard employed the finest materials and technologies from her clan. However, during her excursion to gather materials, she had been targeted by space pirates. As the ship took off, one of its engines was struck by an energy cannon fired by the pirates to ensure the spacecraft's successful launch. Philia had battled the alien marauders for numerous rounds, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and she ultimately sustained grave injuries while retreating to the ship. Fortunately, the other engine remained intact, allowing the vessel to narrowly escape thanks to the extraordinary technological prowess of the Lolita clan. However, the band of cosmic pirates relentlessly pursued them, and the energy aboard the Zero spacecraft was dwindling, forcing an emergency landing on this planet. "Brother, we've struck it rich," exclaimed a particularly excited frog-like alien, his grayish skin radiating an unusual crimson glow, giving him an eerie appearance reminiscent of someone who had ingested an aphrodisiac. "Let us catch up with them first." "Follow my command and accelerate," barked the dog-headed extraterrestrial from the ship. "Understood." A fierce wind howled, and ominous clouds loomed overhead as the two spacecraft descended onto the planet Salata, one trailing the other. The Scions nearby, alerted by the commotion above, hastened toward the source of the noise. "They're coming out." Osbier, who had arrived earlier, spoke in a low voice. Bardock fixed his gaze intently on the two vessels. Having served under Frisia for many years, the Scions were well acquainted with his fleet's designs. However, the models of these two ships did not resemble those of Frisia's forces. With this thought, Bardock felt a modicum of reassurance. As soon as Osbier's words fell, the hatches of the two spacecraft swung open simultaneously. "Princess Philia, we must exit swiftly," Yuna urged, supporting Philia as they, along with their kin, rushed out of the ship. The female guards, armed with energy cannons, followed closely behind. From the other vessel, the dog-headed alien laughed heartily. "Ha, everyone, follow me." Yet, just as his laughter subsided, he sensed something amiss. His subordinates had fallen silent. Turning around, he was taken aback to see them sprawled on the ground. "Useless fools," he cursed, although his own strength rendered him largely unaffected by the gravity. Nevertheless, he disregarded it and pressed forward to seize the occupants of the leading ship. The dog-headed alien, accompanied by a few who could still stand, emerged outside. Soon, both parties met on the ground. Philia's naturally fair complexion had turned ghostly pale, exacerbated by her injuries. "Princess Philia, hold on. We will fight them," Yuna urged, her anxiety mounting at the sight of Philia's waning strength, wishing fervently to vanquish the cosmic pirates and return to their tribe for healing. The surrounding female guards shared her concerns as they watched Philia with trepidation. Philia shook her head in silence. She understood that escape was futile, for they were up against foes possessing a combat power of 5,000, rendering their weapons utterly ineffective. "Ha ha ha, surrender without resistance." The dog-headed alien taunted as he closed in. "You all, protect the princess." Yuna commanded the guards. The two sides clashed, and a battle was imminent. However, at that moment, dozens of figures descended from the sky. "These fools," Bardock muttered under his breath. Had the Scions approached stealthily without alerting those in front, the situation might have been different. The Scions, brazenly appearing before everyone, would undoubtedly incite a sense of wariness among the onlookers. If their location were to be transmitted via wireless devices, the situation for the Scions would become exceedingly precarious. Indeed, upon seeing the newcomers, both factions huddled together, cautiously observing the arrivals. Yuna, supporting Philia, murmured, "It seems this planet harbors a group of natives." They had been so preoccupied with their escape that they had neglected to take note of the circumstances on this planet. On the other side, the dog-headed alien furrowed its brow, surprised to discover the existence of natives on this planet as well. Natives? Fortunately, Prince Vegeta was not present. Should he hear anyone refer to his kin as natives, his proud and haughty nature would likely result in both factions being obliterated. Upon seeing his compatriots approaching, Bardock, hidden behind the mountain, resignedly stated, "Little B, we should make our exit. Remaining concealed serves no purpose." At that moment, two figures reappeared in the sky. Bardock, accompanied by Osbier, descended before the Scions, casting a cold glance at the leader, Castor, and declared, "I will settle the score with you later." Initially, upon seeing Bardock, Castor had intended to inquire about the unfolding events. However, upon hearing Bardock's frosty retort, he found himself perplexed. "What is happening? I have done nothing wrong." Ignoring Castor's bewilderment, Bardock swiftly descended to the ground, followed closely by the other Scions, leaving Castor suspended in midair, dumbfounded. On the ground, a new group suddenly emerged, creating a tripartite stalemate, with silence enveloping the scene as each faction assessed the others. After a moment, the dog-headed alien could no longer contain itself and remarked, "Natives, it would be best for you to take your people and depart. This matter does not concern you." Faced with dozens of unknown native beings, the dog-headed alien wished to avoid unnecessary complications, aiming only to seize the spoils and flee. Chapter 52. The outburst of Bardock upon hearing those words. Bardock couldn't help but laugh in anger. The Scions were an exceedingly proud race, and they had always referred to others as natives. Never had anyone dared to address a Scion in such a manner. Not even Frisia had ever uttered such a term. At that moment, the Scions behind Bardock were seething with rage, their bodies poised for action. Yet, they dared not make a move without Bardock's command. Bardock curled his lip in disdain. Their current location was one that could not be divulged to outsiders, and given the recent dialogue, it was certain that whoever these individuals were, they would soon meet their end. From their conversation, it was evident that this was merely an ordinary act of cosmic robbery. In the past, under King Vegeta's reign, the Scions had engaged in such activities frequently, though he had never permitted his subordinates to act in such a manner. Now understanding the situation, Bardock felt a wave of relief wash over him. He recognized that these small-time space pirates were merely individuals trying to make a living, devoid of any organized structure. And thus, it was highly unlikely they possessed any means of external communication. He decided to observe the spectacle before eliminating them all afterward. Bardock stood quietly with his comrades, refraining from speech, while Castor merrily rejoined the crowd. "Ha ha!" The dog-headed alien laughed heartily upon noticing Bardock and his companion's discretion. Hearing the alien's words, Yuna, filled with fury, retorted, "Do not heed them. We are of the Lolita clan, and if you assist us, we shall never forget your kindness." "Uncle Bardock." Osbier tugged at his sleeve. Bardock interrupted her. "Shoo, do not speak. Let us watch the performance." "Oh." Little Beer nodded innocently. Yuna, frustrated, observed that despite her fervent pleas, the burly man seemed solely intent on teasing the girl beside him, completely disregarding her words. This infuriated Yuna even more. In truth, the Lolita clan was not far from this planet. Aboard the Zero spacecraft, they could reach it in just a day, if they could wait for reinforcements from their clan. Yuna could afford to buy some time, but seeing Philia's expression, she feared it might soon be too late. The surrounding female guards were equally anxious. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Philia, leaning against Yuna, inexplicably coughed up blood. "Princess Philia." The crowd erupted in panic. Yuna, noticing Philia's increasingly pale complexion, glanced once more at Bardock and his group. At that moment, she noticed that the figures ahead had furry tails coiling around their waists. Yuna blurted out, "Scions?" Upon hearing her words, Philia's dim eyes brightened slightly as she struggled to lift her head to gaze at the figures. Bardock raised an eyebrow. These two women were aware of their Scion identity? Following Yuna's gaze, he realized that the tales of his kin had betrayed their identity. Intriguing, but ultimately inconsequential. They still had to die? Bardock's eyes were devoid of emotion as he coldly regarded Philia and her companions. He could not allow the news of the Scion's survival to escape. Meanwhile, among the space pirates, the dog-headed alien seemed oblivious to Yuna's words, arrogantly proclaiming, "No one can assist you now. Surrender." After drifting through the cosmos for so long, he had never encountered such a plump target. The entire ship was crafted from rare metal, and he could hardly contain his excitement, swallowing hard at the sight. In such a situation, no one could resist temptation. Even if Jesus himself appeared, it would be the same. Charge! With a command from the dog-headed alien, his subordinates drew forth energy cannons, aiming them at Philia and her companions. Faced with several energy cannons, the group of female guards momentarily panicked. The tips of the energy cannons began to glow brightly, the fierce energy causing disturbances in the air, accompanied by the crackling sound of explosive energy. Elder Yuna. The female guards looked to Yuna, unsure of what to do. Yuna fixed her gaze on Bardock and, with a desperate attempt, called out, "My ancestors once bestowed kindness upon the Scions." In truth, Yuna's statement was inverted. It was the Scion's ancestors who had once aided the Lolita tribe. Her intention was merely to capture the Scion's attention, hoping they might intervene and save them. However, Yuna had underestimated the Scion's cold-heartedness. Upon hearing her words, Bardock's eyes flickered for a moment, yet he offered no response. He was responsible for the Scions. Even if Yuna spoke the truth, Bardock would not hesitate to act ruthlessly for the safety of his kin. Despair washed over Yuna as she glanced at Philia in her arms. As a princess of the Lolita tribe, Philia was exceptionally gifted, quickly mastering the tribe's advanced technologies. While the Lolita tribe lacked innate cultivation talents, Philia was an exception, demonstrating remarkable prowess since childhood, now boasting a combat power of 1,500. Such an impressive princess. What a pity. Yuna seemed resigned to her fate. Closing her eyes as the energy cannon reached its full charge, a terrifying pressure emanating from all around. The dog-headed alien cast a glance at Bardock. Noting his lack of reaction, he was somewhat discerning. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate this group as well. The dog-headed alien coldly commanded, "Fire." 7 or 8 energy cannons simultaneously unleashed brilliant beams of laser light. Naturally, the group of female guards refused to sit idly by, firing their own energy cannons in response. Seeking death, the dog-headed alien, a formidable opponent with a combat power of 5,000, intercepted the female guard's attack before it had traveled halfway. The laser beam soared forward. Just as they were about to strike Yuna and the others, a small figure suddenly appeared before them. With a simple gesture, the laser beams transformed into wisps of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. "Who?" the dog-headed alien shouted. "Uncle Bardock, why don't you save them? Their fate is of no concern to me, and you have yet to tell me where you have been." Bardock approached. The Scions that followed behind shouted in unison. "Lord Kaso." The cacophony of voices resonated deafeningly. The canine-headed alien appeared to witness a horrifying spectacle. A mere child had withstood the onslaught of several energy-laden laser beams. Surely, even he could not accomplish such a feat with such ease. The alien swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the group of female guards, who had closed their eyes in fear, opened them to discover they had sustained no harm. "It was this child who saved us," Yuna exclaimed in disbelief. She had thought they were doomed. Could it be that this child was also a Scion? As Yuna looked closer, she noticed a small tail wrapped around the boy's waist. Chapter 54. Another celestial being. "I shall speak with you later," Kaso remarked nonchalantly. Bardock nodded in agreement. The recent exclamations of Lord Kaso from the crowd had ignited a fervor. Even he could not help but acknowledge that Kaso's prestige had likely eclipsed his own in the hearts of the Scions. This, however, played into Bardock's plans perfectly, as in 2 years' time, he would be able to entrust the Scions to Kaso. As Kaso effortlessly deflected all assaults, the dog-headed alien widened his eyes in astonishment. This little brat not only possessed terrifying strength, but also seemed to have a remarkable lineage. The dog-headed alien inquired sharply, "Who are you?" The inquiry reached Kaso's ears. Yet he chose to disregard it, advancing towards Yuna. There, a striking beauty with flowing blue hair lay against Yuna, emanating an aura that repelled any approach, an epitome of the icy beauty. Kaso could not help but marvel. Only Bulma and Android 18 could be likened to her in allure. Yet, her pallor was alarming, her complexion resembling that of ash, unmistakably on the brink of demise. The woman resting against her, upon closer inspection, appeared to belong to the same lineage as the icy beauty, exuding a mature charm, particularly accentuated by her prominent bosom, which would certainly captivate the gaze of any admirer. The remaining female guards were clearly subordinates, their demeanor suggesting such without need for elaboration. You mentioned that your ancestors once had benevolence towards the Scions? Kaso raised an eyebrow, inquiring. The history of the Scion race was extensive and muddled, with many events shrouded in obscurity. Kaso was only aware of the migration from Planet Salad to Planet Vegeta. Anything prior remained a mystery. However, according to Yuna's narrative, could this be tied to the ancient Scions? At that moment, Philia coughed up blood, which trickled down her chin and stained her garments. Princess, Yuna, momentarily forgetting Kaso's question, spoke with a quiver in her voice. Little brother, do you have a healing chamber? Our princess is on the brink of death. Little brother? Kaso was momentarily taken aback, a dark line of exasperation crossing his mind. It seemed that in the realm of Dragon Ball, ample-chested sisters had a penchant for addressing others as brother. I do not possess a healing chamber, Kaso began. But before he could finish, Yuna's body began to falter. Had she not been clutching Philia, she would have likely collapsed. Princess, Yuna's tears flowed freely. The Lolita clan had never produced a talent as exceptional as Philia, whom she had watched grow from childhood. Their bond was akin to that of a mother and daughter. Deeply entrenched, Kaso cleared his throat. I do not have a healing chamber, but I possess this. With that, he produced a celestial bean from his pocket. Though the thought of giving it to Yuna pierced his heart as if it were being sliced by a knife. Philia lay against Yuna's chest, her face ashen. From an external perspective, she bore no visible wounds, yet the blood she had just expelled indicated severe internal injuries, undoubtedly grave in nature. Such an injury, not to mention that she belongs to an obscure race. Even a formidable scion with such resilience would struggle without a healing pod. Although it wouldn't lead to death, she would likely be incapacitated for half a year. Thus, one can hardly expect more from a frail woman like her. What is this? Yuna gazed at the beans that Kaso had handed over, feeling that this little brat truly lacked compassion. Her beloved Princess Philia was on the brink of demise. And yet, he dares to jest with them using a single bean. This bean could be her salvation. Kaso retorted brusquely, don't want it? Fine, I'll just save my sins of beans. He truly believed that mere beauty was impressive. If not for his curiosity about the Scions, he wouldn't even bother with them. Meanwhile, the dog-headed alien, filled with indignation, cursed under his breath. Ever since he had spoken, he noticed that everyone around him was ignoring him, despite possessing a fighting power of 5,000, which would allow him to dominate in the early Dragon Ball narrative. He felt utterly disregarded. Big brother, they are ignoring you. His subordinates provoked. In the universe, reputation held paramount importance, and spurred by his underlings, the dog-headed alien felt an inferno igniting within his chest, seemingly forgetting that Kaso had effortlessly blocked all attacks with one hand. Die! The dog-headed alien abruptly ascended to a height of 100 meters, conjuring a yellow energy sphere in each hand. A halo of light encircled the orbs as they grew larger with his concentration. In a desperate bid to reclaim his dignity before his subordinates, he channeled all his strength and hurled them downward. On the ground, Yuna, upon hearing that the bean could save lives, found it hard to believe. However, with no healing pod available, she had no choice but to gamble on this desperate remedy. Just as Yuna grasped the Senzu bean, a brilliant light appeared above. The oppressive aura of the energy was terrifying, rendering anyone with a fighting power below 2,000 unable to stand. The winds howled violently, sand and stones swirling chaotically. The female guard scrambled, huddling together to withstand the onslaught of the tempest. Yuna held Philia tightly. Even with her 1,000 fighting power, she too could not maintain her footing in that moment. Don't. Faced with the terrifying energy above, Yuna felt utterly hopeless. How could one resist a master with 5,000 fighting power? There was no escape. Yuna's body kept retreating, and she slowly closed her eyes. Just before they shut, a sudden exclamation reached her ears. Enough noise, you bastard. Then a shockwave surged into the sky with a deafening roar. Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yuna, perplexed, opened her eyes. A cloud of smoke shrouded the sky, and the dog-headed alien's figure had vanished, leaving a profound stillness in its wake. Kaso maintained his pose, lifting one hand effortlessly. And Bardock couldn't help but smirk. Does this kid think he's impressive? Osbier clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, Kaso, you look so cool. As the smoke cleared, the anticipated scenario of injury without harm did not unfold. The canine-headed extraterrestrial was utterly obliterated. A mere fighter with a power level of 5,000. It was hardly worth the ink to elaborate upon such trifling matters. Dead? Truly deceased? Yuna's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a master of such power perish so easily? It was not surprising that Yuna reacted this way, as within the Lolita clan. The highest combat strength belonged to Philia, yet that canine-headed alien had effortlessly defeated her. Yuna glanced at the small hand that Kaso had yet to relinquish. Was this little brat responsible for it all? At that moment, a profound truth echoed in her mind. How terrifying indeed. If she did not save her soon, Philia would truly perish. Kaso remarked nonchalantly. Yes, yes indeed. Yuna hastily placed the mystical bean into Philia's mouth, hoping that such a remarkable child would not deceive her. In this moment of despair, she glimpsed a flicker of hope. However, despite Yuna's persistent efforts to feed Philia the bean, the dazed girl simply could not swallow it. What to do? Panic surged within Yuna once more. No matter how potent the bean's effects might be, it was futile if Philia could not ingest it. Kaso furrowed his brow, sensing that the elder sister's aura was growing increasingly faint. Hurry, or it will be too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaso suggested. Why not crush the bean with your teeth and pass it to her? Chapter 55. The Time Machine. The Lolita clan suffered devastating losses during their encounter in ancient times, and their reproductive capabilities are exceptionally weak. After many years, their population has dwindled to just over 200. The current leader of the Lolita clan has aged significantly and will soon abdicate. Princess Philia, the sole daughter of the leader, possesses formidable talents in every regard and is highly regarded by her kin as the most suitable candidate for the next leader. Should she perish, it would be a tremendous loss for the Lolita clan. Mouth to mouth, Una's fair visage flushed slightly, but with the urgency to save Princess Philia, she set aside her hesitations. Soon, their lips met in a tender embrace. The following details have been omitted. Meanwhile, the demise of the dog-headed alien startled the nearby group of extraterrestrial beings. Among space pirates, there exists an unspoken rule. To forage in a particular star domain, one must pay a fee to the mightiest pirate in the area. The dog-headed alien was the most formidable pirate leader in the nearby star region. The group of space pirates never anticipated that their leader would meet such a fate. Brother, what do we do now? We must flee, one exclaimed. Indeed. The band of space pirates hastily retreated towards their vessels. When did Salada Planet become a place that anyone could visit at will? The Scion's location was not something that could be disclosed. A bunch of fools. Bardock scoffed. Let us take action. Yes. Castor, unable to meet Bardock's gaze, recalled Bardock's warning, and was the first to ascend into the sky. The remaining Scions followed suit, launching into the air. Boom, boom. A series of explosions resonated from the distance, resembling the grandeur of fireworks. The effects of the magical beans are widely known, yet Una was unaware of their specifics. She only recognized that this was Philia's sole hope for salvation. Hastily, she chewed the bean into a pulp and administered it to Philia's lips. As they parted, a thin strand of transparent liquid lingered between their red lips. Is it gone? Kaso was momentarily stunned. Watching the two older sisters kiss was quite a sight. He felt he hadn't seen enough. Una, are today as children so improper? As Una pondered in disbelief, Philia, resting against her chest, coughed softly. Cough. Slowly, Philia opened her eyes to find elder Una holding her and a child nearby. She recalled being struck by a creature and sustaining grave injuries. Was she not on the brink of death? Before losing consciousness, she seemed to have heard news of the Scions. Princess Philia, how do you feel? Una inquired anxiously. The universe is filled with wondrous things. Typically, injuries necessitate entering a healing pod for treatment. And the healing pods within the Lolita clan are quite remarkable. For someone with Philia's injuries, prompt delivery to a healing pod could ensure her recovery, albeit it would take several months. However, to Una's astonishment, the bean had miraculously healed Philia in mere seconds. It's all right now. Philia's tone was somewhat flat, betraying none of the fact that she had just recovered from severe injuries. That is reassuring. Una held Philia tightly, while Kaso glanced at her. She appeared remarkably calm, speaking without a hint of panic, yet the emotions reflected in her eyes were far from the tranquility one might expect. She was a beauty who seldom revealed her feelings on her face. Indeed, a stunning one at that. Meanwhile, Lord Bardock, all foes have been vanquished. The Scions soared back to the ground. That group of cosmic pirates possessed no more than a combat power of 2,000. Even if those canine-like aliens were still alive, they would surely meet their demise. But what of Casto? Not seeing him, Bardock felt a twinge of confusion. Captain Casto has already returned to training. The Scions exchanged glances, aware of the farcical relationship between Casto and Bardock. With Casto having fled, he might soon face a grim fate. Bardock mused, is this lad truly so exceptional? If he wishes to leave, let him be. I'll ensure he faces the consequences later. He then turned his gaze towards Kaso. Among the cosmic pirates, communications equipment was a rarity. Bardock had instructed his kin to act precisely because of this, harboring no concerns that the Scion's whereabouts would be disclosed. However, the group of females was another matter entirely. Bardock was uncertain of their origins and had never heard of the Lolita clan. Yet, From the advanced technology evident in their spacecraft, it was clear that their faction was quite sophisticated. Bardock feared that before they had even landed on Salada, information about this place might already be transmitted. Capturing them for thorough interrogation was imperative. With the gravity chamber and Sinza beans at their disposal, the Scions merely needed to develop steadily, showing no mercy to their enemies. Nevertheless, Bardock found Kaso's demeanor rather lewd as he stood before the two women, the future leader of the Scions. Bardock's eyes flickered. The Scions, proud as they were, would never willingly submit to Frisia. King Vegeta, once the ruler of the Scions, was secretly amassing strength, biding his time until he could overthrow Frisia's reign. However, King Vegeta was overly complacent, lacking foresight, and cruel towards his kin. To preserve his throne from threats, he even exiled Broly to Planet Vampa. Such a leader was unfit. Yet Kaso bore the potential to become the Scion chief. It remained uncertain whether he possessed the ruthlessness required for significant matters. Bardock murmured to Kaso, "Do not disappoint me." On another note, since all seemed well, let us discuss the Scions. Kaso smiled, eager to delve into the mysterious origins of the Scions, a topic that piqued his interest greatly. The Scions, you say? Philia regarded Kaso calmly. At this moment, Yuna felt a touch of awkwardness. She had previously stated that their ancestors had once bestowed kindness upon the Scions, a claim that was far from the truth. Yet, upon seeing the yearning glimmer in the boy's eyes, coupled with the fact that others had saved her people, she hesitated. Yuna could only muster the courage to say, "Long ago, it is unclear when exactly, our Lolita clan achieved significant breakthroughs in technological advancement." What breakthroughs? Kaso inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he thought they were discussing the Scions. However, intrigued by the mention of technology, he leaned in. Well, our people have developed a time machine. Kaso's eyes widened in astonishment. The kind that future Trunks travels in? The Lolita clan possesses something remarkable. Indeed, the time machine has been successfully created, but it can only transport individuals randomly through time and space, without any ability for precise targeting. Furthermore, once a person is sent through, they cannot return, Yuna admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. TCH. Kaso scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. So it's merely a prototype. As expected, my Bulma is the true genius. Chapter 56. The incorporation of the Lolita clan. Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, remaining silent, for she was well aware of this historical narrative. Yuna, mustering her courage, continued. It was precisely due to the invention of the time machine that we were discovered by others, ultimately resulting in a relentless pursuit across the entire universe. It was not surprising to be hunted after being discovered, but to be pursued by the whole universe seemed rather exaggerated, Kaso mused internally. The time machine first made its appearance in the saga of Sheru, where the narrative's timeline was notably intricate. Nonetheless, it was clear that the time machine was an extraordinary invention. Thus, it was no wonder that so many were eager to pry into its secrets. Kaso pressed on with his inquiries, and then, at that time, the most formidable race in the universe was the Scions, among whom was a Scion named Amosi who took us in. Yuna paused momentarily, then continued. Subsequently, our Lolita clan followed Lord Amosi, and with our technological support, the Scions reached their zenith. So, the Scions owe you a debt of gratitude? Kaso pondered for a moment, realizing that rather than the ancestors of the Lolita clan bestowing benevolence upon the Scions, it was indeed the Scions who had extended their favor to them. Indeed, Philia affirmed with a subtle nod. With her icy blue hair and the bloodstains adorning her chest, she exuded an air of aloofness. Yuna, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded in agreement. The circumstances had left them no choice, and had they not spoken thus, Princess Philia might have met her demise. However, the impact of the Lolita clan's technology on the Scions was profound, for the Scions equipped with technological advancements were fundamentally different from those without. Please, continue, Kaso urged. Very well. Yuna complied, gathering her thoughts. Later, for reasons unknown, a great internal strife erupted among the Scions. Lord Amosi led our Lolita clan to escape, settling us on a planet not far from Salada. What transpired thereafter is beyond my knowledge. Nevertheless, our Lolita clan suffered heavy casualties and has yet to recover. A hint of sadness tinged Yuna's voice, as she too found it perplexing that such a powerful race as the Scions could descend into chaos. All right, I understand now. Kaso chuckled wryly, realizing that after listening to so much, he had garnered only a fragment of the tale concerning the Scions. Yet, he felt he could piece together the subsequent events. Amosi was a kind-hearted and upright Scion who, in his struggle against the malevolent Scions alongside his 5 companions, first transformed into a Super Scion. The transformation and formidable combat prowess of Amosi astounded the other Scions. although he was ultimately defeated by sheer numbers. This marked the inception of a legend. In time, Amosi's spirit wandered, continually seeking 6 Scions with hearts of justice, in pursuit of a more powerful savior. The Super Saiyan God. In the Dragon Ball Super Saga, it was under the influence of Amosi's spirit that Beerus descended upon Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. Kaso glanced at Philia and the others, astonished to learn that they had once followed Amosi. How intriguing. Little Kazuo, having expressed everything that needed to be said. Might we now take our leave from this planet? Upon hearing the name Kazuo, Yuna's anxiety deepened as she gazed at him intently. Philia's bright eyes shimmered with anticipation, clearly eager to return to her own world. To where? Kazuo's expression grew stern. Did you not claim that revealing our knowledge about the Scions would grant us our freedom? Yuna's urgency escalated. Despite his youthful appearance, this child possessed immense power, and should he refuse, their escape would be impossible. Although she had deceived the Scions earlier, her ancestors had indeed aided them in the past. How could he act in such a manner? I never made such a statement, Kazuo replied coldly. As Bardock had asserted, the Scions must remain confined and hidden from discovery on planet Sharada. Yuna pondered briefly and realized that Kazuo had not uttered such words. Philia furrowed her brow as well. The might of the Scions was indisputable. The Lolita tribe had once followed Yamosi and understood the Scions' formidable strength. However, after a significant upheaval, the Scions began to descend from their celestial pedestal in the universe. Even so, the Lolita tribe had contemplated realigning with the Scions, only to discover that the latter had transformed into something utterly different. The Scions had succumbed to malevolence, committing unspeakable acts, and now, they thrived under Frisia's banner, invading planets at will. Yet, these present-day Scions still dared to call themselves a warrior race. Yuna recognized that this title had been passed down since the era of Yamosi, and she believed the current Scions were unworthy of such a designation. Thus, she felt little inclination to engage further with them. Yet, why were they not permitted to leave? Philia, too, regarded Kazuo with curiosity. Was this young boy truly the legendary Scion race? Was it not said that the Scions had fallen from grace? She found this little brother to be remarkably impressive. Did you know that the Scions were destroyed by Frisia? Kazuo circled before them. Since hearing about Yuna's ancestors, he had refrained from explaining his reasons for their detention, instead contemplating this as a potential opportunity. Yuna and Philia's eyes widened in disbelief, as though they had misheard. The entire universe knew of the Scions' loyalty to Frisia. Who would believe that the Scions could be vanquished by their own master? It was no wonder their expressions reflected such incredulity. Let me put it this way, Kazuo began, preparing to articulate his intentions. It is impossible for you to leave. You either pledge your entire tribe to the Scions, or I shall annihilate the Lolita clan. His words were devoid of emotion, akin to a concealed assassin poised to take a life at any moment. Even the icy Philia trembled at his proclamation. This child was truly terrifying. Yuna gasped, startled by Kazuo's menacing declaration. When were the Scions destroyed? Yet, why do these Scions still exist? Yuna was utterly perplexed. However, according to Kaso, if the Scions were indeed annihilated by Frisia, they would merely be remnants of their race, which is why they sought refuge on this planet. The intention to prevent their departure stemmed from a fear of information leaking and the possibility of them relaying news back to their kin. To eliminate any uncertainties, it was decided to assimilate their entire ethnic group. Upon this realization, Yuna and Philia exchanged a glance, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. This Kaso observed their expressions keenly, noting their newfound understanding. Quite astute indeed. Chapter 57. Arrival at Lolita Star Kaso allowed them to continue pondering their situation. In truth, there was little to contemplate. They faced two stark choices, either align with the Scions or perish. Even the most insignificant creatures strive to survive, let alone an entire race. Thus, it was inevitable that Philia and Yuna would choose to merge with the Scion lineage. Approaching Bardock, Kaso remarked, "Boy, have you lost your composure upon seeing the beautiful elder sister?" Bardock replied coldly, "Spare me your nonsense. You'll see soon enough." He playfully pinched Osbier's cheek, causing her to yelp in frustration, calling him a wicked brother. Bardock possessed commendable foresight, yet it was impossible for him to foresee every outcome. He was unaware of the transformations that the alliance with a technologically advanced race would bring to the Scions. As Yuna had noted, with Amoxi leading the Lolita clan back into the fold of the Scions, the support of advanced technology would enable the Scion Dominion to expand rapidly to unprecedented heights. At present, the Scions were devoid of any resources, lacking even the most rudimentary of detection devices. They were blind in battle, akin to the sightless. Before long, Yuna and Philia approached, while the other female guards remained stationary. "I have agreed," Philia stated matter-of-factly. The leadership of the Lolita clan would eventually rest in her hands. She understood the precarious state of her kin. Frankly, apart from their prowess in technological research, the Lolita clan possessed little else. They lacked innate cultivation talent and were incapable of safeguarding their own research outcomes. Though the Lolita clan exhibited remarkable unity, they lacked the requisite strength to protect their findings. Consequently, they were compelled to rely on more powerful factions to assist in marketing their products, resulting in minimal profit for the Lolita clan, often barely enough to recoup their initial investments. Upon hearing Kaso's remarks, Philia, initially taken aback, soon realized the formidable strength of the Saiyans. Perhaps aligning with them would usher in a transformative era for the Lolita clan. Observing their nods of agreement, Kaso was not surprised. Disagreement leads to death, he asserted. Now that you have chosen to join the Saiyan forces, tell me, have you divulged any information regarding the Saiyans? His tone was unsettlingly calm. Those familiar with him sensed an underlying tension. When we were pursued by that mutt, we sought aid from our clan. But we had not yet arrived on this planet. Yuna stammered, avoiding Kaso's gaze. However, our spaceship is equipped with a positioning system. Suddenly, the sky trembled violently. In that instant, no one could maintain their footing. Bardock's pupils constricted, his heart racing with tumultuous dread. This boy is terrifying. Kaso's clenched fist relaxed as he spoke coldly. Now, tell me, where is your planet located? Yuna appeared confused. However, speak. Kaso bellowed. He had no time to waste. If the Lolita clan disseminated information about this planet, all his efforts would be in vain. The child's furious outburst startled both Philia and Yuna. Instinctively, Philia pointed towards the northern direction. Do not resist, Kaso impatiently declared, taking Philia's delicate hand and initiating a teleportation. Amidst the peril threatening their race, the beauty before him was insignificant, unless, upon witnessing Kaso's disappearance, Osbier expressed her displeasure. Brother Kaso has run away again. Bardock remained silent. Not far from the Sharada planet, on Lolita Star, the sky was a pale green adorned with a few brownish clouds. Light filtered through the clouds, illuminating the towering buildings, casting a grayish hue that melded with the advanced metallic materials, exuding an aura of technology. In a spacious conference hall filled with dark golden chairs, the majority of the attendees were women, strikingly beautiful, yet possessing an entirely different demeanor from Philia. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane and flanked by two female guards, sat in the highest chair and solemnly announced, I have just received news that our princess is being pursued and has landed on an unknown planet. At her words, the conference hall erupted in chaos. Over 200 Lolita individuals shouted in unison, Who is it? It must be the Sharbers. How dare they treat us this way if we are still allied with the Saiyans? Indeed, leader, we must retaliate. The princess cannot be in danger. Once, the Lolita clan had been hunted across the universe, but since aligning with the Saiyans, who dared to challenge them, other cosmic beings bowed before them in deference. Silence. The woman, Iweni, continued, it was not they who attacked. Philia and her companions merely encountered cosmic pirates, and those pirates possess a combat power of 5,000. The mention of 5,000 combat power silenced the hall instantly. The highest combat power among the Lolita clan was Princess Philia, with merely 1,500 points. What should we do? I intend to seek assistance from the Sharbers. Iweni's voice was low, tinged with resignation. The heavens bestowed great intelligence upon the Lolita clan, yet stripped them of their cultivation talents. Otherwise, they would not be so quick to seek help from others when trouble arose. However, the Sharbers were notorious for their ruthlessness. Enlisting their aid would surely exact a heavy toll on the Lolita clan. Indeed, as soon as Iweni finished speaking, dissent arose once more within the hall. Yet, within mere moments, calm returned, for the Lolita clan, possessing remarkable intellect, grasped the crux of the situation in an instant. In the nearby star regions, the Sharbers wielded immense power, their combat strength exceeding 10,000. Thus, the only hope for rescuing Philia lay with the Sharbers. Within the Grand Hall, the over 200 members of the Lolita clan were acutely aware that their only hope rested upon the shoulders of the Sharber. Without their intervention, the fate of their princess would be dire. How frustrating. In that moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over the Lolitas as they reminisced about the days spent in the company of Yamosi. Suddenly, with a swift motion, two figures emerged within the hall, one tall and the other short. It was Princess Philia. The princess had returned. All the Lolitas rose to their feet, their hearts brimming with excitement as they gazed upon her radiant silhouette. They had been contemplating seeking the aid of the Sharber, only for Princess Philia to appear unexpectedly. Approaching the gathering, Philia nodded to everyone before making her way to Yevini, exclaiming, Leader, I have returned. Chapter 58. The Submission of the Lolita Clan. Welcome back. Ivany's voice was tinged with excitement, but she quickly composed herself in front of her kin. Speak, Kaso urged, eager to resolve the matter at hand. Philia frowned, finding the young warrior rather fierce and far from charming. She calmly inquired, Leader, has the news of my pursuit spread? Ivany shook her head, having just considered seeking assistance from the Sharborians, unaware that Philia had returned. Thus, no one yet knew of her peril. A wave of relief washed over Philia, thankfully. The information regarding that planet had not been transmitted. Otherwise, this young scion might have obliterated Lolita Star. Leader, let us once again ally with the Scions. Philia understood her clan's predicament all too well. Rather than endure further oppression from the Sharborians, aligning with the Scions seemed a far better option. If this child possessed such formidable power, how strong must the entire Scion race be? Yet, there was a significant drawback. The Scions on that previous planet were remnants hunted by Frisia, and following them carried considerable risk. However, refusing to ally with the Scions could result in the complete annihilation of Lolita Star. Having contemplated all aspects, Philia patiently awaited Ivany's response. At that moment, the Lolita people rose once more. Princess, are we truly to follow the Scions again? Have they not turned wicked? Their voices echoed in the assembly hall, revealing a lack of consensus. Perhaps due to prolonged oppression by the Sharborians, most Lolita individuals felt little aversion to joining the Scions, some even wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Ivany furrowed her brow. How can you say such things? As the clan leader, she had considered many factors, knowing that some decisions could not be made lightly. She had to think of her people and could not act impulsively. For if we do not join the Scions, we face extinction. Philia stated matter-of-factly. She promptly recounted the events that had transpired. As Philia's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The Lolita people turned their gaze toward Kaso, disbelief evident in their eyes. Could this diminutive scion truly possess a battle power exceeding 10,000? After a moment of silence, Ivany nodded. Very well. The clan's historical records contained much about the terror of the Scions, and none knew better than she, the leader, that failing to heed this child's counsel might indeed lead to the destruction of Lolita Star. Furthermore, aligning with the Scions might not be entirely detrimental. Witnessing this development, Kaso was taken aback. The agreement had come swiftly. Typically, during times of crisis, one would expect fierce resistance. But he brushed aside his concerns. As long as they consented to join the Scion clan, everything else could be negotiated. I shall grant you 1 day to prepare, after which I will lead you away from here. Very well. Philia tossed her icy blue locks, preparing to depart from this place. Suddenly, an announcement echoed from outside. Chief, the Shalbarian requests an audience. However, before the speaker could finish, a figure clad in blue, with a hooked nose, burst through the door. The Shalbarian, indifferent to the expressions of the Lolitas, sauntered over to Yvonne, arrogantly proclaiming, Old hag, how is the latest research coming along? The sooner you sell it, the sooner you profit. The Shalbarian, boasting of their formidable combat prowess of 10,000, was exceedingly brazen. Yvonne seethed with anger, yet felt powerless. In the cosmos, strength was the ultimate truth. No matter how advanced one's technology, without power, one would be oppressed. The Lolitas had faced such indignities in the past, and the present was no different. Now, Yvonne had entrusted the research outcomes of her clan to the Shalbarian, yet they treated the Lolitas with such disdain. This scene was witnessed by Kaso, who tugged at Philia's sleeve and remarked, Has this guy always been so arrogant? Little brat. Philia shot him an irritated glance. She found him exceedingly bothersome. Nevertheless, she nodded in acknowledgement. The Shalbarian's arrogance was notorious throughout this sector of space, especially towards the Lolitas. As a princess, she was acutely aware of this. Should I take him down? Kaso, feeling uncomfortable speaking while standing, floated up to hover beside Philia. However, as he turned his head, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her pristine bosom. Wow, that's quite white. Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Can I really? Of course. Kaso quickly averted his gaze, lest he be accused of being a little rogue. Yet, the prospect of recently incorporating a highly advanced race thrilled him, and he felt no qualms about avenging the Lolitas. Meanwhile, seeing Yvonne remain silent, the Shalbarian's fury erupted. Old hag, I'm talking to you. The Lolitas, accustomed to the Shalbarian's oppression, could not suppress their anger at his treatment of their leader. It was no wonder that some among them displayed eager expressions at the prospect of joining the Scion forces. In the hall, only the voice of the Shalbarian resonated. Yvonne remained silent, her gaze icy. Now that the Lolitas had allied with the Scions, Yvonne was aware that the Scions would never allow their own to be mistreated. As if on cue, a youthful voice rang out. Ugly creature, Who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, the Shalbarian puffed out his chest, responding arrogantly. I am Shabi. So what? Kaso nearly burst into laughter, but his expression suddenly turned cold. You can go die. He raised his small hand, conjuring a cerulean energy sphere that unleashed a violent surge of energy, igniting the surrounding ions and forming swirling silver dragons. No, the Shalbarian cried out in terror. Boom. The azure waves of light danced through the air, striking him instantaneously with a resounding explosion. In less than half a minute since its debut, the sand currency vanished. How remarkable! Philia clasped her delicate hands together, her eyes sparkling with starlight. The Lolita, oppressed for so long, felt a surge of hope as someone finally stood up for them. At that moment, she believed that joining the Saiyan clan was indeed a wise decision. Ivany revealed a faint smile, affirming her faith in the Saiyans. Hey, am I impressive or what? Kaso glanced back at the icy beauty, clearly in high spirits today. If you annihilate the Shalber clan, I will concede your prowess. Philia remarked, a playful smirk gracing her lips. This cheeky demeanor left Kaso momentarily stunned. Could the Ice Queen truly exhibit such expressions? However, upon hearing the mention of exterminating the Shalber clan, he let out a cold chuckle. Since they had already taken action, why not ensure their complete obliteration? Where are they? Philia's eyes widened. She had merely spoken in jest. Chapter 59. The son of Philia, the Sherbians were not strangers to their boisterous demeanor, and as the princess of the Lolita clan, Philia had encountered their arrogance on numerous occasions. In such situations, she often found herself stifling her anger, unable to voice her frustrations. For they possessed formidable combat power exceeding 10,000. After enduring oppression from the Sherbians for an extended period, the sudden appearance of someone willing to assist her felt akin to traversing a parched desert for 3 days and nights, only to stumble upon an oasis. Philia's gaze softened as she regarded Kaso. The little rascal wasn't so intolerable after all. Hurry and gather your belongings, for I shall escort you away tomorrow. Now, I am off to vanquish the Sherbians. Consider it a welcome gift for your induction into the Saiyan clan. Kaso grasped Philia's delicate hand and, lifting his gaze with a smile, declared, let us go. In an instant, they vanished from their location, igniting a fervor within the assembly hall. The image of Kaso effortlessly dispatching the Sherbian lingered in the minds of the Lolitas. Although the Sherbian was not particularly strong, Philia could have dealt with him herself. Albeit with some effort, Kaso had defeated him with a single strike. Leader, he is truly remarkable. We are finally returning to the Saiyan clan. Ha ha. The Sherbians are in for a world of trouble. The Lolitas erupted with excitement. Ivania nodded in agreement, her anticipation of rejoining the Saiyan clan palpable. Observing the close bond between Philia and Kaso, she felt it was time to pass the leadership of the Lolitas to Philia. With her daughter and this little rascal-esque connection, the Saiyans would surely treat the Lolitas well. A smile of maternal satisfaction graced Ivania's lips. Amidst the dazzling stars, with twinkling lights scattered across the cosmos, a small figure accompanied by a stunning beauty materialized upon the gray planet. Is this the Sherbian planet? It doesn't seem too impressive. How could you all be overpowered here? Philia's lips curled in a slight twitch. A combat power of 10,000 was already quite formidable in the universe, capable of securing a position as a squad leader within Frisia's forces. Should we obliterate this planet outright? Kaso pondered before deciding. No, let us first allow you to take a breath. Through his perception, Kaso discerned that the highest combat power on Sherbian planet was merely 10,000, with the remainder comprising nothing but weaklings. In fact, one could assert that everyone on this planet was utterly inept. Give me your hand, Kaso spoke calmly. His intention was merely to facilitate instantaneous travel with Philia, not to act like a lecherous scoundrel. Understanding his intentions, Philia willingly extended her hand to Kaso. As he felt the cool, silky touch of her hand, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Let us proceed. With a swift motion, the two individuals vanished without a trace. Inside a gray palace, a blue-skinned Shalber spoke. Lord Shaley, the creations of the Lolitas are truly remarkable. Our coffers are nearly overflowing. Seated at the pinnacle of the palace, Lord Shaley erupted into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, those women are indeed quite impressive. Lord Shaley, considering the wealth the Lolitas have brought us, should we not treat them with a modicum of kindness? Suggested the blue-skinned Shalber. Not at all. They are merely a bunch of trash. Shaley replied dismissively. Yes, indeed. The blue Shalber, recognizing the shift in Shaley's demeanor, quickly plastered a smile on his face. Within their tribe, Shaley's commands were absolute, and no one dared to contradict him. Suddenly, two figures materialized within the palace. This is the place, exclaimed one. Oh, could you perhaps exhibit a more engaging reaction? Your demeanor is rather dull. Kaso remarked, casting an irritated glance at Philia. Philia, unfazed by his comment, remained silent while Kaso turned his attention back to the uppermost part of the palace. In his perception, the pinnacle of Shalber's combat prowess resided there. As he gazed upward, he beheld a towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, with a striking blend of blue and gray skin, most notably featuring an exceptionally pronounced nose, far more curved than that of other Shalbers. "Who are you?" Shaley inquired, his gray eyes narrowing, startled by the sudden appearance of the two. The speed of these individuals was unnerving. Shaley had not sensed their approach at all. At that moment, the blue-skinned Shalber recognized Philia. "Aren't you the princess of the Lolita tribe? Have you brought us your latest research?" To the Shalbers, the Lolitas were viewed as free labor, and their inventions were exceedingly practical. However, it was surprising that she had brought a child along with her. The blue-skinned Shalber suddenly barked. "What business do you have bringing your son here?" Upon hearing this, Kaso's eyes widened in disbelief, and Philia's previously icy countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, her image as a frosty beauty shattering in an instant. Meanwhile, Shaley merely chuckled, realizing they were from the Lolita tribe. Given his understanding of the Lolita's capabilities, he surmised that they were so weak that he had inadvertently overlooked their movements. Indeed, that must be the case. Shaley coldly instructed, "Place the new research down, and you may leave." Kaso, having returned to reality from his moment of confusion, glanced at Philia's ashen and flushed expressions. "Am I really your son?" he retorted, finding humor in the absurdity of the blue Shalber's comment. Philia, at last comprehending the situation, raised her hand, trembling as she pointed at the blue Shalber. "You." Her heart raced in indignation. She was still a young maiden, and the audacity of being called Kaso's mother infuriated her. "I regret not having destroyed this planet at the first opportunity." Kaso released Philia's hand and floated in midair, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. The palace instantaneously transformed into a frigid abyss, as if Shaley had stepped into an ancient ice chamber, struggling to breathe, his blood sluggish in circulation. Who is this child? Suddenly, he noticed a furry little tail wrapped around Kazuo's waist. "A Saiyan," Shaley exclaimed. Previously, during Frisia's campaign against the Saiyans, he had fortuitously learned of their existence. Yet he never anticipated encountering one now. "Oh," Kazuo smirked, amused that this fellow recognized a Saiyan. What Bardock cared about was also his foremost concern. The information regarding the Saiyans must remain concealed. However, it mattered not, as long as the roots of the problem were severed. Yet, in an instant, Shaley vanished from his seat. He understood that when facing a Saiyan, one must not entertain any notions of luck. The Saiyans were an exceedingly formidable race, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Thus, Shaley chose to take the initiative. Chapter 60. The destruction of Shalber Star. Shaley's dominance over this star domain is not without justification. He does not underestimate any adversary, particularly when that opponent is a Saiyan. A streak of blue lightning cleaved through the skies above the palace, as if chasing the very winds. The aura emanating from Shaley disrupted the tranquil atmosphere, overwhelming energy cascading forth. In an instant, he materialized behind Kaso, raising his fist with the intent to deliver a devastating blow. Yet, he was met with utter stillness from the child before him. A sudden unease washed over him, a fleeting cessation of his heartbeat. With a sharp intake of breath, Shaley instinctively recoiled a few steps, his heart resuming its frantic rhythm. Anxious, he regarded the small boy with trepidation. Saiyans, while not inherently powerful in their normal state, possess an extraordinary resilience. Years prior, when Shaley's battle power was merely 5,000, he encountered a Saiyan whose strength was around 2,000. Initially, he easily overwhelmed the Saiyan, but as the battle intensified, the Saiyan's ferocity escalated, culminating in an equal match. Just when Shaley believed he had the upper hand, the Saiyan hurled a wave of light into the sky, transforming into a colossal gorilla. Fortunately, Shaley had managed to escape quickly, otherwise he might have met his demise. Now, this child exuded an even more potent aura than the Saiyan of his past. An instinctive dread gripped Shaley. He felt that advancing even a single step could lead to his obliteration. Why is the little brat not moving? At the moment Shaley activated his attack, Philia was taken aback by his sudden immobility, unaware that Shaley had narrowly escaped death moments ago. Furious, Shaley could hardly bear the humiliation of being frightened by a mere child. With a violent sweep of his arm, he unleashed a blue energy projectile towards Kaso. The energy sphere tore through the air, generating a searing heat akin to that of the sun, even causing Philia on the ground to feel its terrifying warmth. "Be careful," Philia exclaimed urgently, as the energy seemed poised to strike Kaso. In a swift motion, Kaso turned, raising a small hand to grasp forward. The formidable energy sphere halted in his palm, swirling ominously and emitting a chilling hiss. With a decisive squeeze, Kaso dissipated the energy sphere into a dazzling display of light, scattering it like fairy dust across the surroundings, radiant and mesmerizing. Witnessing this, Philia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an astonished O. What incredible prowess! Conversely, Shaylee was engulfed in terror, retreating incessantly while muttering, "Impossible." The Scions, besieged by Frisia's forces, had produced this fearsome remnant. That last attack had drawn upon 80% of his strength, only to be effortlessly extinguished. How dull! Kaso remarked coldly, his interest waning. With his words, he vanished in an instant. The chilling aura erupted once more, suffused with murderous intent, filling Shaylee with sheer dread. No matter how diligently he searched for Kaso, he could not discern his presence. At that moment, suddenly, Shaylee felt a sharp pain in his heart. Looking down, he discovered a small hand piercing through his chest. A searing agony radiated from his heart, cascading to his brain and throughout his entire body. With a gasp, a stream of blue blood erupted from Shaylee's mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. 3 seconds later, he fell backward with a thud, collapsing to the ground. Was this how he met his end? Philia approached him slowly, finding it surreal to see the once mighty Shaylee lying lifeless on the ground. Moments passed, and he remained utterly still. Perhaps death was a blessing. She shook her head, her blue hair flowing gently behind her, as the pent-up frustrations of the past were suddenly released. Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, fixating intently on the small figure before her. From this day forth, the Lolita clan would look to the Scions as their leaders. "Let us go," Kaso said, joining Philia at her side, instinctively taking her delicate hand. "Hold your breath for a moment." In an instant, the two vanished, leaving the palace in an eerie silence, with only the boastful Shalber remaining, gazing at his fallen leader. He patted his chest, relieved that the two had ignored him. Kaso and Philia transformed into a streak of lightning, slicing through the sky and bursting out of the atmosphere into the vast cosmos. Philia recalled Kaso's instructions and held her breath. They paused just outside Shalber Star, when suddenly Kaso raised one hand. A brilliant blue radiance ignited above his palm, growing ever brighter as energy surged forth, resembling a newborn sun illuminating the dark expanse of space. Abruptly, a blue energy sphere, 10 meters in diameter, materialized before Philia's eyes. The sheer magnitude of its power sent her heart racing, prompting her to clasp her little hand over her chest, whispering to herself, "He must possess at least 100,000 battle power." The scorching energy continued to compress, the pressure surrounding the sphere intensifying. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the fabric of space within the universe were tearing apart. Kaso furrowed his brow and flicked his wrist sharply. The colossal energy sphere plummeted downward at a terrifying speed. Without looking back, Kaso vanished with Philia, leaving the universe behind. The energy sphere breached Shalber Star's atmosphere, unleashing a cataclysmic force that caused the planet to tremble violently. It was as if the very world was on the brink of collapse. Inside the palace, the blue Shalber sat upon Shaylee's throne, finding the position rather uncomfortable. Yet in the next moment, a thunderous explosion rocked Shalber Star. Half a day later, Kaso returned with Philia to Lolita Star. The planet bustled with activity, everyone appearing to be engaged in joyful pursuits. "Little girl, it seems your kin are not averse to joining the Scion forces." Upon their arrival, Kaso continued to hold Philia's hand, seemingly forgetting to let go. Perhaps it was indeed an oversight. Philia cast a frosty glance at Kaso, her entire demeanor exuding an air of icy elegance. At that moment, Iweni approached from a distance. "You arrived just in time. I have obliterated all the Sharberians," Kaso remarked nonchalantly. "Really?" Iweni exclaimed in astonishment. Kaso nodded with a hint of resignation. It was hard to believe that someone who claimed to have once followed the Scions would even question their prowess. Iweni turned to Philia, who also nodded in affirmation. "Marvelous! Marvelous!" Iweni exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as tears welled in her eyes. One could discern from her tone the immense grievances the Lolitas had endured over the years. Clearly, joining the Scion clan had proven to be a most prudent decision. After a brief pause, Iweni regained her composure and inquired, "My Lord Kaso, we are nearly prepared. When shall we depart?" Chapter 61. The Return of the Lolita clan. Have all the equipment been prepared? Kaso inquired, aware that for the Scions to rejuvenate their civilization, a significant investment in technology was paramount. The equipment was precisely what the Scions required at this juncture. Otherwise, transporting them back to Planet Salad would render them helpless. For there was nothing there. Even a top-tier scientist like Bulma would be at a loss. "Everything is ready." Yvonne, leaning on her cane, gazed at Kaso. astonished by the prowess of such a young child. It was unfathomable how he had managed to reach Sharber in such a short span and obliterate the entire planet. Were the Scions truly this formidable now? Kaso, oblivious to her musings, nodded and declared, "All right, gather all of Lolita's friends." Given the proximity of Lolita Star and Planet Salad, the journey aboard the Zero ship would take merely a day. However, Kaso intended to employ instant transmission to transport them in batches. His strength had evolved significantly, and moving the Lolita clan along with the equipment should only take half a day, especially with the aid of the Sinza beans. Perhaps it wouldn't even take a full day? With this thought, Kaso felt a wave of relief wash over him. Friends? Kaso had casually mentioned the term, prompting a shared glance and a soft chuckle between Philia and Yvonne. This little rascal was rather endearing. "Lord Kaso, I shall summon the clan members at once." Yvonne nodded at Philia before making her way back to the conference hall. Half a day later, as night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, illuminating the square. 200 Lolita people stood at the center, their hushed whispers punctuating the stillness. "I wonder if the Scions are fierce." Surely not, right? Our ancestors once followed the Scions, and now we are returning to them. The thought alone is exhilarating. Anticipation radiated from the faces of the Lolita people. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Planet Salad has a gravity 10 times that of our home, so do take heed." Kaso recalled how Yuna and the others had landed on Planet Salad without discomfort, likely due to some advanced technology, yet he felt it prudent to issue a warning. Planet Salad? Philia and Yvonne gasped in astonishment. Their clan records indicated that Planet Salad had exploded amidst the Scion's internal strife. How could Kaso still speak of it? "I'll explain later. Surely you have methods to cope with tenfold gravity?" Kaso was eager to expedite the relocation of the Lolita clan. Indeed, Philia nodded. Their race had always prioritized technological advancement. Even during the Yamaxi era, the Lolita clan had developed gravity regulation devices, which had enabled them to accompany the Scions. However, was that previous planet truly Planet Salad? Philia was profoundly shocked, as she vividly remembered the clan records detailing the extraordinary significance of that planet to the Scions. When the Lolita clan was oppressed by the Shalber people, they contemplated returning to the Scion tribe. However, upon realizing that the Scions no longer had the support of the Shirata planet, their hopes ultimately faded away. Philia's heart trembled. Although the Scions were fewer in number than before, with the support of the Shirata planet, the possibilities lingered. As she pondered this, a captivating smile unconsciously graced her lips, her beauty blooming like a snow plum blossom in an instant. This scene did not escape the notice of Kaso, who mused to himself, "What is this silly girl thinking?" Soon, the Lolita clan had gathered completely, with the Lolita people standing to one side and the technological equipment arranged on the other. "Let us prepare to depart," Kaso declared. And as planned with Yvonne, he first transported the Lolita people to Shirata planet, followed by the equipment. On Shirata planet, near Bardock's modest cabin, a group of about 20 individuals suddenly appeared. Upon stepping onto the Shirata planet, their bodies quivered momentarily before returning to normal. They had adjusted to the gravity. Observing this, Kaso nodded to himself. If they could not handle such a minor change in gravity, the Lolita people would indeed be lacking. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the cabin. "Brother Kaso." Osbiel dashed forward, leaping onto Kaso, her small legs tightly wrapping around his waist. At that moment, Bardock emerged from the cabin. "Uncle Bardock, these are friends of the Lolita clan. Please take good care of them. I still need to bring over more of their kin," Kaso said, glancing at the clinging Osbiel. "Little Beer, come help your brother." "Okay." In an instant, the two vanished from sight. Bardock, unfazed by the departure of the two youngsters, found himself somewhat bewildered by the number of female figures before him. Did Kaso just bring over an entire clan? With Osbiel's assistance, Kaso's transportation speed significantly increased. In less than half a day, all the Lolita people and their technological equipment had been transported back, leaving only Philia behind on Lolita Star. With an expressionless gaze, she surveyed the landscape of her home and then shook her head. The future will be brighter. She recalled the little rascal and involuntarily smiled softly. At that moment, Kaso returned to Lolita Star. "All right, it's your turn." With a swift motion, the two disappeared from Lolita Star. On Shirata planet, when Kaso and the 20 Lolita people arrived, the Scions were all alerted and stood waiting for Kaso's return. As Kaso and Philia materialized, the entire Lolita clan had been successfully transported back. "Brother Kaso," Osbiel exclaimed, jumping onto him once more. Kaso, with her hands resting on her petite backside, turned to Bardock and said, "Uncle Bardock, these are friends from the Lolita tribe. They once followed us Scions." In no time, Kaso recounted the origins of the Lolita clan. Upon hearing that the Lolita tribe had once accompanied Yamushi, the Scions, including Bardock, remained relatively unresponsive. It was only when Kaso declared that Yamushi was the first Super Saiyan that the Saiyans erupted in an overwhelming cacophony of excitement. Was the legend of the Super Saiyan indeed true? Did such beings truly exist? Each Saiyan spoke over one another, unable to contain their exhilaration, while Bardock maintained a stoic expression, observing the fervor around him. For he knew the truth behind the legend. His son Kakarot was destined to become the second Super Saiyan. Yet, as he glanced at Kaso, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Kakarot might even be the third. Chapter 62. Filia's Dilemma Yuvini. This is our Saiyan leader, Bardock. Kaso pointed out rudely. Upon noticing this, Bardock merely curled his lip. Had he possessed the power, Kaso would likely be sprawled on the ground by now. Greetings. Yuvini had learned from Filia that the Saiyans were being hunted by Frisia's forces, forced to hide on Planet Salad. However, she felt little concern for them. From the moment Kaso brought his kin here, it was evident that this little brat possessed a rather extraordinary ability. Regardless of the circumstances, Frisia could never capture the Saiyans. Thus, the safety of the Lolita tribe was not a pressing worry. Moreover, Planet Salad seemed to have inexplicably recovered, and Yuvini held a favorable view of the Saiyan race. Welcome to our ranks, Bardock stated nonchalantly, observing the Lolita people, most of whom were women with only a few men. He understood why Yuna had mentioned their low reproductive capabilities. Initially, he had thought Kaso might eliminate Yuna and her kin, yet it was surprising to see Kaso return with all of Yuna's people. While this could prevent the leakage of Saiyan information, Bardock remained puzzled by Kaso's motives. Bardock, come here and arrange accommodations for our Lolita friends. Bardock called out to Casto, who was hiding among the crowd. Why yes, Casto stammered, glancing nervously at Bardock. He vividly recalled Bardock's previous training session, which left him trembling in the leader's presence. Kaso, cradling Osbiel, spoke to Filia. First, let us ensure your kin is settled. Indeed. Filia replied with a nod, leading the Lolita tribe to follow Casto. The Saiyans gave her a rather mundane impression, markedly different from Kaso. Nonetheless, Filia believed that their interactions would evolve positively over time. Once they departed, Bardock barked, "Why are you all standing around? Do you plan to remain here until dawn? And no. Let us go. We must explain to Lord Bardock. Do you wish to perish?" In an instant, the Saiyans vanished without a trace. Uncle Bardock, you'll end up friendless if you keep this up, Kaso chuckled. Despite Bardock's stern demeanor towards his kin, Kaso understood this was merely his leadership style. The Saiyans were aware of this too, often engaging in playful banter. There was a reason Bardock was so well loved by his people. Bardock shot Kaso an annoyed glare. What are you scheming, you rascal? Had he not known of Kaso's prophetic abilities, he might have intervened against such behavior. The more people who learned about the Saiyans, the greater the risk of exposure. Kaso approached Bardock, holding Osbiel close. Uncle Bardock, the Saiyans cannot remain on Planet Salad forever. Indeed. But what does bringing them back have to do with it? Bardock clasped his hands and gazed upward at the sky. The vast expanse filled with countless stars captivated him, leading his thoughts to wander. The quest for vengeance against Frisia would take considerable time. With a sigh, Bardock mused, I understand you have your reasons. Do share them. Cradling Osbier, Kaso noticed that the girl had fallen asleep. He gently brushed his fingers across her small nose and remarked, for Saiyans, a gravity chamber alone is insufficient. We cannot do without spaceships and scanners. Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded, recalling how Kaso and Osbier had mastered a remarkable technique that allowed them to conceal their power and detect enemies without the aid of scanners. Kaso had attempted to teach the Saiyans this skill, but their ingrained, aggressive manipulation of energy hindered their understanding. Bardock had only grasped a fragment of it. Yet he was aware that mastering such a unique ability would yield lifelong benefits. You are indeed correct. We Saiyans cannot remain on Planet Salad forever, and scanners and spaceships are indispensable. Although Saiyans can survive in the cosmos, Bardock was acutely aware that one day they would seek retribution against Frisia. Kaso's words resonated with profound wisdom. Contemplating this, Bardock glanced at the young boy, pondering how he could conjure such thoughts, truly a remarkable child. Observing Osbier's slumbering form, he couldn't resist planting a kiss on her forehead. The technology of the Lolita clan is exceptionally advanced. You shall witness it in due time. With that, he soared into the sky, holding the little girl close. As time quietly slipped away, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Planet Salad had been transformed by the Lolita people into distinct zones: residential, ecological, training, and research areas. Everywhere, the presence of high technology was evident, and the environment suitable for Saiyan habitation had been remodeled into a modern metropolis. Occasionally, one could spot the Lolita people traversing the roads in their new energy vehicles. Within a room in the research area, Filia examined a universal capsule, scrutinizing it from every angle and even employing various scanners to test its properties. Yet, the underlying principles eluded her. How could items be stored within it? 6 months prior, she had received a universal capsule from Kaso and had tirelessly researched it day and night, but to no avail. Philia tugged at her icy blue hair, nearing the brink of frustration. I must consult that little brat. She exhaled deeply, feeling utterly exasperated. Exiting the research building, she erupted in a plume of white energy, soaring skyward towards the training area, passing through the ecological zone en route. The ecological zone represented a complete ecosystem, encompassing plains, forests, oceans, and a variety of wildlife. The Lolita people, recognizing that Planet Salad could not consist solely of training and residential areas, had wisely preserved some of its original characteristics. Before long, Philia arrived at the training zone. At a glance, the room was shrouded in darkness. These gravity chambers could be effortlessly constructed by Philia, provided she had the necessary materials. However, she found herself utterly perplexed by the enigmatic universal capsule. With a soft thud, Philia descended before one of the gravity chambers, which promptly opened its door from within. A young boy wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, and upon suddenly encountering the strikingly beautiful woman before him, he momentarily froze. Kazuo, puzzled, inquired, "What do you want, girl?" Philia brandished the universal capsule, shaking it before Kazuo, and through gritted teeth demanded, "Where did you acquire this?" Kazuo frowned slightly, pondering her words. Given her visibly agitated demeanor, it was apparent that she had indeed studied the universal capsule. Yet, could the inventions of Dr. Brevis be within her realm of understanding? This girl seemed to be in quite a conundrum. Chapter 63. The purple cat. It is not that Kaso desires to crush Philia, but rather that this universal adhesive capsule is truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to fabricate. Throughout the entirety of the anime, one can discern that in the vast cosmos beyond Earth, no one possesses the skill to create such a marvel. Where did you procure this, little brat? Philia arched her brows and inquired once more. A fellow named Brevis developed it, Kaso replied. Do you know him? Upon hearing this, Kaso instantly grasped her intentions. He sighed and said, I do, and perhaps I shall introduce you to him in due time. Despite Philia's alluring figure and striking beauty, Kaso was acutely aware of her aloof demeanor and stubborn nature. If her goals were not met, she would undoubtedly pester him daily. At that moment, another gravity chamber opened, and a young girl emerged. Ah, Philia, you are here too? Indeed. Philia nodded at Osbier and then turned to Kaso, declaring, Little brat, let us agree on this. She then soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Kaso, why did Philia come to find you? Osbier approached him, her tone laced with curiosity. Just a matter of concern, Kaso replied, observing Osbier. Nearly 2 years had passed since the cataclysmic explosion on Vegeta, and Osbier was now nearly 9 years of age. Standing over a meter tall, Kaso understood that Saiyan spent a considerable portion of their youth in a prolonged state of development, maintaining a youthful vigor until their later years, when they would age rapidly. Her lustrous black hair was tied back with a red ribbon, and her starry eyes sparkled like the night sky. Her complexion was as radiant as jade, with a youthful blush gracing her cheeks. Though still young, she stood with remarkable poise, leaving Kaso momentarily spellbound. Kaso, the transformations among the Saiyans are remarkable, Osbier exclaimed. Hearing her tone, Kaso chuckled ruefully, realizing that the girl was no longer the naive follower she once was. However, over the course of the past year, the Lolita people had fully integrated into the Saiyan community, embodying a symbiotic relationship. The technological advancements brought by the Lolita had significantly impacted Planet Salad, enhancing daily life and substantially elevating the Saiyan strength. They redesigned the gravity chambers, enriching their functionalities. Notably, they removed the music system within. Moreover, they engineered numerous healing pods, rendering the use of senzu beans unnecessary for minor injuries. After all, with the limited production of only 80 senzu beans per month, it would hardly suffice for the Saiyans' demands. Currently, the Saiyans' power levels had seen a considerable augmentation, with even the lowest-ranking personnel boasting battle powers of at least 20,000. Bardock had reached an astounding 120,000, rivaling the strength of the captain of Frisia's Ginyu force. Contemplating this, Kaso felt a surge of warmth within. As long as they did not confront Frisia's elite combatants or other hidden bosses, the Saiyans, with their current might, should be able to dominate their realm. Brother Kaso, what are you pondering? Osbier furrowed her brow and gently patted Kaso's waist. Nothing much. I was just contemplating whether we should venture to Earth. Upon hearing this, Osbier's feline eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, you must be craving some delectable treats. Kaso replied with a hint of annoyance. However, at that moment, A commanding voice resonated from behind Kaso. "Young man, did you just mention delicious food?" Kaso turned around to find a slender purple feline creature standing behind him. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. The creature sported pointed purple ears, adorned with a golden collar, and donned attire reminiscent of ancient Egyptian fashion, bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary Anubis. "This is the god of destruction, Beerus." Kaso's pupils dilated, and his heart raced, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The appearance of this feline deity surely meant that another powerful being accompanied him. Indeed, beside Beerus stood a tall, flamboyantly dressed man, his pupils and lips a shade of purple, with a large light blue halo around his neck. "Whis, who are these two gentlemen?" Osbier inquired with a smile, gazing at the duo. Upon hearing her voice, Kaso quickly covered her mouth, despite her futile attempts to wriggle free. How had these two divine beings suddenly appeared on the planet Salada? Kaso recalled that Beerus had returned to his realm to slumber after issuing commands to Frisia years ago. "Young man, I am speaking to you." Beerus regarded Kaso with an icy stare, as if he were merely an insect. Whis, standing beside him, observed the two children with intrigue, noting that they were Scions. Hadn't the Scions been annihilated by Frisia a year prior? Beerus also noticed the tails around Kaso and Osbier's waists, his tone laced with amusement. "Oh, Scions." Kaso felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill creeping over him as if he might lose his life at any moment. Yet, Beerus had addressed him. Failing to respond could lead to dire consequences. "Yes, Lord Beerus, I have discovered a place where the cuisine is exceptionally delightful. You know of me?" Beerus squinted, recalling his visit to Planet Vegeta some years ago, which made Kaso's recognition of him less surprising. However, wasn't Frisia tasked with obliterating the Scions? As this thought crossed his mind, Beerus frowned, realizing Frisia had dared to defy his orders. Suddenly, a wave of destructive energy enveloped the entire Salada planet, causing it to tremble as if it were on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, far away at Frisia's headquarters, Achoo, the tyrant, seated in his spacecraft, sneezed. Who was thinking of me? Now that the Scions had been discovered by Beerus, hiding was no longer an option. If no action is taken, the Scions are destined to face annihilation once more, and it is likely that even Goku on Earth would not escape such a fate. Kaso recalled that Lord Beerus had ordered Frisia to obliterate Planet Vegeta because King Vegeta had concealed his most comfortable pillow. Reflecting on this, Kaso felt a glimmer of hope for the Scion's salvation. "Lord Beerus, the delicacy I mentioned truly is exquisite. Would you care to sample it?" Upon hearing Kaso's words, the destructive aura emanating from Beerus receded. Even Whis displayed a look of yearning. As the most formidable beings in the seventh universe, aside from their usual duties, their greatest delight lay in the realm of gastronomy. Beerus fixed Kaso with an icy glare and warned, "Should you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be dire." Chapter 64. The temptation of street food. When Beerus spoke, an exceedingly dangerous glint flickered in his eyes, and a purple aura enveloped him. The last individual who dared to deceive him was King Vegeta, whose grave grass was likely over 2 meters tall by now. Whis, holding his staff, gazed at Kaso with a benign smile, embodying an appearance of harmlessness. He paid no heed to whether Kaso's claims were true or false. If the food did not meet their expectations, Beerus would take action, rendering any concern unnecessary. Kaso timidly remarked, "Lord Beerus, the delicacies originate from a planet known as Earth." The flavors of Earth's cuisine were beyond question, as even the gluttonous Osbier had personally experienced it. One could discern from her expression that it was a rarity of culinary delight. Moreover, he recalled from the anime that Beerus had a particular fondness for Earth's gastronomy, leading Kaso to believe that this could perhaps persuade Beerus to spare the Scion race. "Whis," Beerus uttered with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly tapped his staff against the ground. A sacred radiance emanated from the orb atop the staff, resembling a treasured luminous pearl cultivated over millennia, dazzling in its brilliance. After retrieving the information, Whis respectfully stated, "Lord Beerus, the planet known as Earth is quite distant, estimated to take 3 seconds to arrive." Among the 12 universes, Beerus was notoriously indolent, spending most of his time in slumber, roused only by hunger. Indeed, this awakening was prompted by such a need. 3 seconds? Beerus snorted, expelling 2 puffs of irritation from his nostrils, seemingly enraged by the considerable distance. When he first encountered the Scions, he felt an impulse to annihilate both them and Frisia. Yet upon hearing Kaso mention delectable food, he restrained himself. However, he did not anticipate that it would take 3 seconds to reach their destination. Considering Whis's words, Kaso contemplated whether to utilize instant transmission to transport them. With his current strength, he would need to rest before employing instant transmission to reach Earth. Thus, it was best to allow Whis to facilitate their transfer. Boy, if I do not see the culinary delights you speak of after 3 seconds, you shall know the consequences, Beerus declared coldly. Let us go. A broad, colorful beam enveloped the four of them, ascending into the sky. As the radiance gradually dissipated, the four vanished from sight. 3 seconds later, four figures materialized near Karen on Earth. Is this the Earth you speak of? Indeed. Kaso nodded, realizing they had arrived at the Karen Tower, confirming their location on Earth. However, he pondered how Whis had chosen to transport them here. Just as Kaso was lost in thought, Whis remarked, Lord Beerus, do take a look at this architecture. He seemed puzzled, for he had merely teleported them randomly to Earth. How could such a familiar structure appear here? As Beerus arrived on Earth, he found himself amidst a desolate forest, devoid of any signs of life or the delectable cuisine he had anticipated. A sense of betrayal ignited within him, a smoldering rage brewing in his chest as he contemplated the destruction of Cassio and his companion. Yet, upon hearing Whis' words, he paused, momentarily taken aback. If even an angel such as Whis was astonished, what could possibly be the origin of this ancient tower? Casting a sidelong glance at Cassio, Beerus approached and ran his hand along the tower's surface. As the deathly gaze shifted, Cassio exhaled in relief, having feared for his life. After a brief inspection, Beerus nonchalantly remarked, "There's nothing particularly special about it." Meanwhile, Whis furrowed his brow, disregarding Beerus' comment as he remained engrossed in contemplation of the tower. It was peculiar. Why couldn't he recall? Whis muttered to himself. In the cosmos, each angel serves a god of destruction. Should the deity perish for any reason, the angel would fall into a deep slumber, only to awaken with the birth of a new god of destruction. Angels typically do not meet death, allowing them to live long lives filled with vast experiences. Yet, Whis was struggling to remember. This was indeed curious. Never mind, he thought, turning to Cassio with a smile. He said, "Young one, lead us to some delightful cuisine." Observing the duo's curiosity while touching the tower, Cassio found it strange that these two supreme beings were intrigued by something he assumed they had seen countless times before. Nevertheless, he decided to first take them to enjoy a meal, lest the Saiyans truly face annihilation. "Please, esteemed gentlemen, rest your hands upon me," Cassio requested. Upon reaching Earth, he found that utilizing instant transmission was far more convenient for close-range travel. Whis immediately discerned Cassio's intention to use instant transmission from Yadrat. Beerus, however, remained unfazed. Considering such a skill trivial, true strength lay in one's own power, not in flashy techniques. In his eyes, if Cassio attempted to flee with such a maneuver, he would easily crush him in an instant. "Let us proceed," Beerus stated calmly. Subsequently, the four vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm above, a coal-like figure observed. Bobo watched the four below, a flicker of emotion crossing his countenance before it quickly settled back to neutrality. On the other side of West City, this area, adjacent to the thriving metropolis, appeared starkly impoverished in comparison. A bustling street was lined with tables, where numerous patrons sat chatting amiably. If Bulma were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Street food?" Indeed, Cassio had brought Beerus and his companions to a humble eatery. After all, these two lacked sophistication. Starting them off with the simplest of fare would be prudent, preventing them from developing a taste for only the finest delicacies. "Brother Cassio, I'm hungry," Osbier lamented pitifully. Beerus, captivated by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the adjacent table, couldn't help but swallow hard. In that moment, thoughts of annihilating the Saiyans faded from his mind. All that occupied him was the urgency of being served before it cost Cassius dearly. Whis had turned his gaze, fixated on the neighboring table, unable to resist the temptation as he watched others savoring their meals, causing him to swallow in anticipation as well. "Child, do you wish for death?" Beerus thought, his patience wearing thin. Never before had he encountered such delectable scents. And yet this young man still failed to attend to him promptly. Under the weight of Beerus's piercing gaze, Cassius shuddered and shouted, "Waiter, bring the dishes." Before long, the bustling eatery was laden with a bountiful spread of food. However, Cassius was acutely aware that this meager offering would scarcely suffice for their party. In no time, another establishment complied with his command, delivering every morsel they possessed. One by one, the eateries along the street joined in, each bearing platters of food towards them. Chapter 65. Bulma's fierceness. The dining table was laden with an exquisite array of delicacies, featuring both the bounty of the skies and treasures from the sea. Although the presentation of each dish lacked the refinement of a high-end restaurant, it was far from unappealing, and the enticing aromas wafting from the spread were utterly irresistible. As Beerus and Whis inhaled the fragrant air, their appetites were instantly piqued. Whis, unable to contain himself, delicately lifted a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. Savoring the moment as its flavor erupted within him, stimulating his salivary glands and prompting an abundance of saliva. Upon swallowing, Whis' violet eyes widened, as if his very soul were bathed in divine radiance, and he sighed contentedly. How delightful! Beerus, having long since swallowed several times in anticipation, could no longer restrain himself. He dove in, devouring one dish after another with unabashed enthusiasm. Witnessing this scene, Kaso smirked. Look at you two. A simple eatery is more than enough to handle your appetites. Hey, don't snatch. This is mine. Mine. Do you dare to destroy me? The little girl exclaimed, her voice filled with playful defiance. Beerus merely observed. Whis stifled a chuckle at the sight. While the young boy might show deference to the god of destruction, this girl clearly had no such awareness. However, Whis noted that despite her ordinary talent, she possessed a certain innocence. Individuals like her might progress slowly in their training, yet their potential remained boundless. Moreover, like Beerus, she harbored an undeniable passion for food. With this thought, Whis regarded Osbier with a curious glint in his eye. Little Osbier, come and try this, Kaso said, genuinely fearful of the girl's audacity to challenge Beerus for food. He swiftly retrieved another platter of roasted meat. Fine, Osbier huffed, biting into the meat with a sulky demeanor. Meanwhile, Beerus remained oblivious to her earlier antics, his face smeared with grease as he indulged in his feast. Before long, the clinking of bowls and chopsticks filled the air once more. Half a day passed, and all 10 tables in the eatery were piled high with dishes, each towering to a height of 5 meters. Passers-by gaped at the sight, incredulous that such individuals could exist. Beerus reclined in his chair, resembling a well-fed, slender cat. A look of pure satisfaction etched across his face. This isn't bad, he remarked with a hearty belch, feigning nonchalance. Turning to regard the two Saiyans, he found them more agreeable than before. It appeared their claims of delectable cuisine were indeed justified. In that moment, Beerus recalled his plump brother, wondering if he had ever tasted such delights. Most likely not. With that thought, a smile crept across his lips as he relished the comfort of the day. Lord Beerus, do you still wish to annihilate the Saiyans? Whis inquired, elegantly dabbing at the remnants of grease at the corner of his mouth. If not for the towering stack of dishes before him, he would have appeared quite refined indeed. Upon hearing those words, Kaso perked up, feeling a twinge of anxiety. It is not surprising that Kaso would be so apprehensive. After all, King Vegeta, in his folly, chose to provoke a deity of destruction rather than any other adversary. Even if he had antagonized the entire Frieza clan, Kaso would not have been intimidated. But who is the god of destruction? This being wields the power of annihilation throughout the universe, mastering the art of destructive energy to a remarkable degree. In the realm of the anime, only a select few possess the ability to withstand such destructive force, excluding the angels and other formidable entities, of course. Enough with the chatter, Beerus exclaimed, reclining with his hands behind his head and casting a sidelong glance at Whis. Whis smiled gently, already aware of Beerus's decision. The actions of King Vegeta had led to the obliteration of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, and as an angel, Whis would not question the god of destruction's judgment. Even now, despite Kaso bringing them to Earth for a delightful meal, if Beerus chose to eradicate the Saiyans, Whis would remain indifferent to the matter. Angels are not permitted to interfere with the workings of the world. Kaso understood this well. Although angels possess immense power, surpassing that of the gods of destruction, they remain mere servants to the latter. To sway Whis into acting against protocol, one would need to cultivate a rapport, much like Bulma did in the anime. Bulma cleverly utilized her culinary skills to endear herself to the peculiar duo, resulting in a strong bond between them. When Whis and Beerus discovered that Bulma had created a time machine, they merely forbade her from using it, allowing her to escape without severe consequences. King Vegeta had truly overstepped when he dared to hide Beerus's pillow. For a deity of his caliber, erasing an entire race is a trivial task. Now, hearing Beerus's tone, Kaso finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. The lives of the Saiyans were spared, and he and Little Beer were safe as well. Whis, let us depart. We shall return another time, Beerus declared, rising to glance at Osbier. This insolent girl had the audacity to compete with him for food. Had he not been in a good mood? Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, having indulged himself sufficiently, and in an instant, he and Beerus vanished from the dining table. Within the teleportation pathway, Beerus furrowed his brow, casting an exasperated look at Whis. In West City, Bulma, hands on her hips, pointed at Kaso. Are you both famished ghosts from a past life? One entire street isn't enough for your appetites. A year had passed, and Bulma had diligently trained every day, feeling the warm energy within her growing ever more potent. She believed that soon she would be able to unleash that energy and proudly showcase her prowess to Kaso. However, who could have anticipated that one evening Kaso would suddenly appear before her, requesting her assistance in settling the bill for a meal? If it had only been one bustling eatery, that would have been manageable, but these two had devoured their way through an entire street of food stalls. Unbelievable. Kaso and Osbier stood obediently, acknowledging that their actions were indeed improper. As she gazed at the two youngsters, slightly taller than her, standing so obediently, Bulma found herself at a loss for where to direct her frustration. "Forget it," she said with an exasperated sigh. She did not genuinely lament the loss of that trifling sum. To her, money was merely a numeral. Bulma sought the opportunity to vociferously berate Kaso, recalling how harshly he had trained her in the past. Indeed, after delivering her scathing words, Bulma felt an overwhelming warmth envelop her entire being. How delightful it was to unleash her ire. "Kaso, Bulma is quite fierce," Osbier remarked timidly. She wasn't nearly as fierce when she aspired to fly. Observing Bulma's demeanor, Kaso found himself swallowing hard. It became evident that she had always possessed such ferocity, which perhaps explained why even the formidable Vegeta had grown wary of Bulma in later years. Chapter 66. The Temporal Sanctuary in a Realm Far Removed from Earth. A colossal inverted purple pyramid floated amidst the void, adorned with an array of azure flora, enveloped in an aura of sanctity. After a span of over 20 minutes, Whis finally escorted Beerus back to the realm of destruction. "How was the meal, Lord Beerus?" "Average," he replied dismissively. "Shall we visit Earth again next time?" "Yes," was Beerus's succinct response, uttered without so much as a glance back. Upon hearing this, Whis stifled a chuckle, well aware of Beerus's stubborn demeanor, which had become a long-standing trait. Nevertheless, the cuisine of Earth was indeed delectable. The duty of a god of destruction entails obliterating subpar planets within a designated time frame. Otherwise, these inferior worlds would impede the average power level of the entire universe, while other gods of destruction diligently fulfilled their responsibilities. The god of destruction of Universe 7 was notoriously lethargic. Observing Beerus's retreating figure, Whis smiled wryly. It was only a matter of time before Beerus returned to his temple for slumber. One could only wonder how long this hibernation would last. Just as Beerus was about to enter the palace, Whis casually inquired, "Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on that young girl we encountered?" Beerus paused, foot hovering at the entrance, before retracting it back. "Quite intriguing," he remarked gravely, before finally stepping into the palace to resume his slumber. At Bulma's residence, Kaso confronted her with a stern expression. "Bulma, it has been a year, and you have only cultivated this meager amount of energy?" Bulma stood her ground, her small head drooping in defeat, reminiscent of Kaso's earlier chastisement. Indeed, fortunes ebb and flow. While she viewed Kaso's stern demeanor with a tinge of defiance, she felt she had exerted considerable effort in her training, having consumed 3 senzu beans. Furthermore, her strength had significantly increased. She could lift heavy machinery with one hand and apprehend robbers encountered on the street. "Why can't Kaso just offer me a compliment?" she muttered resentfully. Noticing Bulma's sulky expression, Kaso felt a twinge of guilt. He had merely intended to divert the conversation, never anticipating that reprimanding would become so addictive. However, Bulma's potential was indeed formidable. Kaso sensed that her energy level was approximately 30 points of combat power. Should she cultivate to over 80 points, she could attempt to channel her energy like Videl, bringing her dreams of flight within reach. "Keep up the good work, and soon you shall soar through the skies," Kaso encouraged, unsure how to placate Bulma. "Really? Indeed. Oh. Yay." Upon hearing Kaso's words, Bulma, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, sprang into action, nearly leaping to the ceiling. "Such a child." Kaso chuckled quietly to himself. He is currently in high spirits, having resolved the most daunting fears of the Saiyans. Now, the only challenge that remains is to confront the Frost Demons. This formidable trio comprises Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold, each possessing astonishing combat prowess, surpassing one another in strength. In the anime, Cooler makes his debut with an astounding battle power of 470 million, significantly eclipsing that of his brother Frieza. Furthermore, during his second appearance, Cooler's internal energy escalates to a staggering 10 billion. Then there is King Cold, who accompanied Frieza to Earth. Vegeta once remarked that King Cold's energy is tenfold that of Frieza, indicating that his battle power is at least 1.5 billion. Contemplating this, Katsu felt no trepidation upon learning of their formidable strength. Rather, his blood surged with excitement. Perhaps this is the essence of being a Saiyan. "Bulma, you used 3 senzu beans, didn't you? I shall now provide you with 3 more, bringing the total to 10. Dedicate yourself to your training, and I hope to witness you soaring through the skies soon. Katsu had mentioned his intention to visit Earth primarily to access the hyperbolic time chamber located within the Supreme Kai's temple. With the greatest fear of the Scions now alleviated, it is time to make that journey. The hyperbolic time chamber, situated in the temple, allows 1 year inside to equate to merely 1 day outside. Truly a premier training ground. In the anime, it is this very room that significantly enhances the strength of the Z fighters in a remarkably short span of time. Additionally, it is well stocked with food and water, though the air within is thin and stifling, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, and gravity being 10 times that of Earth, all within a space as vast as Earth itself. However, the chamber does have its drawbacks. An individual may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, else the exit will vanish, trapping them indefinitely. Of course, those of considerable strength, such as Majin Buu or Gotenks, may break through the dimensional barriers within. Are you leaving again? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide. Throughout the year, each time she trained, she would recall Katsu's infuriating visage. Now that she finally sees him again, he intends to depart once more. Did he come here merely to have her foot the bill? Ugh, what a cad. Little girl, train diligently. Little Bulma, train diligently. Osbier puffed her cheeks and declared, before she and Katsu vanished from sight. At the temple on Earth, with a swift motion, 2 small figures materialized within the temple. As Katsu and Osbier sought out the Supreme Kai, a voice resonated from behind them. Do you have business here? Who is there? Katsu, having mastered energy sensing 2 years prior, could only detect the presence of the Supreme Kai, unaware of any other beings. Startled by the voice, he quickly turned around. It's Mr. Bubbles. Osbier tugged at Katsu's sleeve. It's Mr. Bubbles. Katsu wiped the sweat from his brow. Bobo remains as enigmatic as ever, capable of silently appearing by one's side, much to Kaso's lack of surprise. Do you have business here? Bobo inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. We wish to enter the temporal sanctuary, Kaso replied candidly. He intended to phrase his request more delicately, yet in the presence of such a mysterious entity as Bobo, he deemed honesty the better approach. Very well, Bobo responded without questioning how Kaso was aware of the sanctuary's existence or its purpose, merely nodding in a subdued manner. Kaso glanced at Osbier, feeling somewhat bewildered. If the celestial realm were solely populated by deities, gaining entry to the temporal sanctuary would indeed be a straightforward endeavor. However, the presence of an enigmatic figure like Bobo complicated matters. Nevertheless, he sensed that even a forceful intrusion into the celestial realm would likely elicit little reaction from Bobo. Yet, Kaso believed it prudent to maintain a semblance of politeness. To his surprise, success came with such unexpected ease. Chapter 67. A day later, the celestial temple was enveloped in a profound tranquility, the atmosphere remarkably rarefied, while the surrounding greenery rustled softly in the gentle breeze. On this day, 2 young children trailed behind a figure with a charcoal black head, making their way towards a peculiar structure. Above this edifice, a round clock hung, accompanied by 2 grand hourglasses positioned beside it, from which emanated a faint, enigmatic aura through the crevice of the door. As Kaso approached the building, the tendrils of that mysterious essence entwined around him, seeping through his skin and into his being, imparting a distinct sensation reminiscent of time slipping away. Upon entering through the doorway, he found himself in the room of spirit and time, aware that it would one day serve as a battleground, with the formidable Majin Buu as the intruder. In the past, when Piccolo had obliterated the entrance, he had resolved to perish alongside Majin Buu. Yet little did he anticipate that Buu would manage to escape from within. Kaso pondered, given his limited strength, how long it might take for him to emerge if he were to become trapped inside this room. Bobo mused aloud, offering Kaso and Osbier insights into the various precautions associated with the room of spirit and time. While Kaso was already well versed in its functions and limitations, he chose to listen attentively to Bobo, for it was prudent to absorb any details that might not have been conveyed in the animated series. Upon concluding Bobo's discourse, Kaso realized that his prior knowledge aligned closely with what Bobo had articulated. Remember, you two must exit before the sands of the hourglass run out. Bobo remarked gently. I will remember. Kaso nodded in acknowledgement. Having only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few years, with the storyline scarcely unfolding, he would not recklessly jeopardize his safety. Shall we proceed? Kaso urged, grasping Osbier's hand as they stepped inside. Observing their retreating figures, Bobo remained stationary, deep in contemplation. Upon entering, Kaso was immediately struck by the overwhelming whiteness of the interior, an expanse devoid of color, seemingly boundless, and incredibly vast. The atmosphere was stifling. After only a few steps, Both Kaso and Osbier felt their throats parched. He recalled how Goku had exited the room of spirit and time shortly after his first entry. If even someone as determined as Goku could not endure for long, the harshness of this environment was indeed formidable. However, having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, Kaso was resolute in his determination not to retreat. "Can you endure, little beer?" Kaso inquired with a hint of concern. "I can do it," Osbier declared. Her small fist clenched in determination. The path of the strong was destined to be fraught with challenges. They were merely advanced warriors, not blessed with the legendary Saiyan physique of Broly. If they could not withstand such trials, how could they hope to defeat a god of destruction, let alone Frieza? Yet, from Osbier's unwavering gaze, it was evident that she too was fearless. The purity of her heart and her indomitable spirit were commendable traits that shone brightly within her. This was precisely why was held her in such high regard. Time flowed swiftly. Within the confines of the Spirit Time House, two diminutive figures were engaged in a fierce display of power. With a swift and forceful punch, Osbier channeled all her strength upwards, her rapid and resolute movements stirring a tempestuous wind that swept through the entire space. The clash of fists resonated like thunder, causing the very air around them to tremble. In that moment, Osbier transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens, soon entangled with Kaso in a whirlwind of motion. The sky was filled with countless afterimages. Each collision reverberated with earth-shattering force, accompanied by an incessant cacophony of battle sounds. "Little beer, let us head back," Kaso exclaimed, as he grasped her tiny fist. The two descended to the ground, taking a moment to steady their emotions before sitting cross-legged in midair to meditate. Kaso and Osbier had spent nearly a year within the Spirit Time House. The environment there was exceptionally harsh, and those with weak wills were prone to hallucinations. Initially, both felt that every second within was a grueling ordeal. However, their resolve and mental fortitude were formidable, particularly Kaso, whose spiritual strength was extraordinary. He merely experienced slight physical discomfort, but was largely unfazed mentally, even finding the experience somewhat tolerable. Of course, Kaso did not emerge empty-handed. He utilized the year to meticulously refine his combat skills and deepen his understanding of energy manipulation. He was confident that even a casual energy wave from him now would surpass his previous capabilities. In the Celestial Temple, the deity stood at the edge, gazing down upon the mortal realm. A year prior, the deity was taken aback by Kaso's cataclysmic strength, especially since he was not of earthly origin. Had Kaso harbored ill intentions, it would have spelled disaster for the planet. Fortunately, Kaso's intentions were benign, only taking a few insignificant magical beans from the Cat Sage. However, the Cat Sage later expressed concerns about the lack of formidable martial artists like Wu Tai Do on Earth, warning that an extraterrestrial invasion could plunge the world into irreparable chaos. The deity pondered this, acknowledging the truth in the Cat Sage's words. Earthlings exhibited little foresight. If the catastrophe the sage warned of were to occur, the planet would indeed face annihilation. Thus, utilizing his divine abilities, the deity subtly guided the thoughts of the populace, making them aware of the legendary temple above Corinta, where those who earned the Cat Sage's approval could ascend to receive the deity's teachings. While observing the world below, the deity also noted a particularly intriguing child, whose innocent nature resembled that of Osbier. Such pure-hearted individuals often excel in martial arts. Yet, the deity also observed a fluffy tail protruding from the child's rear, similar to Kaso and his companions. Were they of the same kind? Just then, two small figures emerged from the Spirit Time House. "Ah, the deity is present." Kaso chuckled. "Are you not due back yet?" The deity replied with a smile, leaning on his staff. He also learned from Bobo that Kaso and another individual had returned to Earth and had entered the room of spirit and time. The deity did not oppose their entrance. Rather, he welcomed it with delight, aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by these two. He believed that by bestowing upon them some favors, he could cultivate a sense of indebtedness. In the event that Earth were to fall into peril, he could seek their assistance. Just one day would suffice. Kaso shook his head. During the year spent in the room of spirit and time, he meticulously refined all of his techniques. Although his combat power did not increase significantly, his personal fighting skills had undergone a remarkable transformation. Fortunately, they harbored no malice towards Earth. The deity nodded to himself, increasingly perplexed by the depth of their strength. Chapter 68. Battling for the Senzu Bean's God. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Kaso's arrival on Earth had a singular purpose: to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. However, upon encountering Beerus, Kaso had no choice but to bring him along, coincidentally addressing the latent threat posed by the Saiyans. With both objectives now accomplished, It was nearly time to return to Planet Salad. Very well, until we meet again. The deity nodded in agreement. Under his influence, Earth's martial arts had flourished remarkably. And in years to come, some promising talents were expected to emerge. Kaso departed the other world with Osbier and arrived at a store in West City. Kaso, brother, what on earth are you buying all these instant noodles for? You'll understand in due time. Kaso refrained from elaborating, acquiring the noodles merely as a precaution. He diligently gathered every variety of instant noodles available on the shelves, sparing none, though he hesitated at a brand featuring pickled cabbage. Perhaps not this one. That should suffice. Having nearly emptied the store of its instant noodles, he packed them all into a universal capsule. Exiting the shop, Kaso let out a sigh of relief, thankfully. The black card provided by Bulma contained enough funds to last him a lifetime. Indeed, relying on others had its own rewards. Let us depart. With that, the two vanished from sight. Planet Salad. As time progressed, the Saiyan strength grew formidable, leading Bardock to divide them into 10 small teams, each overseen by a captain, while he and Kaso managed all the captains. The Saiyans had no objections to Kaso's oversight. In fact, they welcomed it with enthusiasm. On this day, a colossal arena occupied the center of the training area, filled to capacity with spectators, half Saiyans and half Lolita people. Among them was Philia. Bardock surveyed the list in his hand and stated flatly, the next match features Team Chris against Team Casto. Given that only 80 Senza beans could be produced each month, and with 40 reserved as seeds, Bardock had to retain a portion for emergencies as well. Consequently, there were not enough Senza beans to distribute among the Saiyans. To address this, Kaso proposed a contest between teams, whereby higher-ranked teams would receive more Senza beans. This way, the Saiyans would earn their beans through merit, harboring no grievances. Bardock found this method of competition quite appealing, as it would instill a sense of pressure among the Saiyans. When a Saiyan experiences pressure, it can lead to formidable outcomes. Much like during the Namek saga, where Vegeta could hardly fathom that Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could ascend to Super Saiyan, while he, a noble Saiyan prince, remained unable to transform. The humiliation spurred Vegeta to great lengths, ultimately transforming into a Super Saiyan within a year. The arena spanned 10,000 square meters, occupied by 30 Saiyans. Casto taunted, Chris, you might as well concede. A year ago, the Lolita clan had developed a detector which revealed that Chris possessed a mere combat power of 70,000, while most of his team members hovered around 40,000. In stark contrast, he himself boasted a formidable strength of 80,000. How could Chris possibly contend with him? Surrender? A smirk curled at the corner of Chris's mouth. The word surrender held no place in a Saiyan-esque lexicon. Even in the face of certain defeat, they would never concede. Besides, they might not even lose. So let the battle commence. As Cast's declaration echoed, the atmosphere in the duel arena thickened with tension, signaling that combat was imminent. At that moment, two diminutive figures appeared beside Philia. Oh! Witnessing the spectacle of the duel, Kaso paused momentarily. He had envisaged such a combat style since the maturation of the Senza beans. Yet he hadn't anticipated encountering this fight upon his return. He was determined to observe keenly. Cast swiftly soared towards Chris's position, while the other team members engaged their respective opponents. In an instant, 30 waves of white energy erupted, filling the arena with a blinding light. And the rolling gusts swept across the battlefield, even causing Kaso's hair to stand on end. Hey, how many matches have we had now? Kaso asked, cradling Osbier while sitting next to Philia. The penultimate match, Philia responded nonchalantly. She had grown accustomed to Kaso's sudden appearances, even during her bathing hours. The team that had already advanced was likely Garrus's team, Kaso thought, narrowing his eyes. Among the Saiyans, aside from Bardock, Garrus was the strongest, boasting a staggering combat power of 90,000. Other team leaders stood no chance against him. Indeed, Philia nodded before turning away. Garrus's strength is rather unfair to the other Saiyans. Philia had already experienced the effects of Senza beans. When paired with a Saiyans physique, it could yield terrifying results. She believed that acquiring Senza beans through such a duel would only serve to amplify the prowess of the strong. Fairness? Kaso chuckled. Life is inherently unfair. Without pressure, where lies the motivation? Seeing Kaso silent, Philia refrained from further comments. After all, this was a matter concerning another clan, and if he was indifferent, why should she invest so much thought into it? Instead of worrying about others, she would do better to ponder the principles behind the creation of the universal capsule. With that thought, Philia shot Kaso a glare. Look, Kaso, oblivious to Philia's expression, pointed towards the duel arena. The number of participants had diminished significantly. Yet Kaso understood that the true battle was just beginning. A surge of energy erupted once more, the hurricane expanding violently, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that shattered the entire arena, turning stones into dust amidst the tempest. Cast ascended into the air, his hands coming together as he channeled his energy, swiftly condensing it into a dazzling energy sphere. Chris, brace yourself. The ferocious energy sphere hurtled toward Chris. Get out of the way. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the Scions on the ground immediately ascended into the sky. Should they be struck by Cast's formidable attack, they would likely find themselves bedridden for weeks. Unable to withstand such force, Chris clenched his teeth, fully aware that defeating Cast with his current strength would prove to be an arduous task. After all, his opponent possessed a staggering combat power of 80,000. While a mere 10,000 may seem insignificant in some respects, it is by no means negligible. However, it would not be an easy feat for Cast to vanquish him merely based on that disparity in power. With a thunderous roar, Chris swiftly evaded the energy blast, which subsequently crashed into the arena, resulting in a violent explosion. In an instant, the entire battleground was reduced to ruins, shrouded in smoke that enveloped even the Scions hovering above. Observing the chaotic scene, Kaso chuckled. Chris is destined to lose. Philia furrowed her brow, questioning. But didn't Chris evade that attack? How could he possibly lose? Just wait and see, Kaso replied. Chapter 69. Announcing a crucial decision, the smoke from the explosion continued to spread, resembling a dark mist emerging from the depths of an abyss, obscuring all vision. Rush out. Quickly. The arena was shrouded in a haze of gunpowder, with all the Scions eager to escape at the earliest opportunity. In such a murky environment, ambushes were all too easy to fall victim to. Both sides harbored the same thoughts. Chris was acutely aware of this. Their team was already at a disadvantage, and if he, as the captain, were to be ambushed by Castor, their squad would be doomed. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Chris, lie down for a moment. A flash of light pierced through the fog, akin to a guiding beacon in a dark forest, leading the lost sheep back to the right path. To the onlookers, this light appeared stunningly beautiful, yet Chris felt a chill at its sight. When had this happened? After being hammered by Lord Bardock countless times. Did Castor truly believe he was of no consequence? Castor had materialized behind Chris, a larger energy orb coalescing in his hand than before. Before the Scions relocated to the planet Salad, Castor and Chris were nearly equal in strength, but Castor had a penchant for provoking Bardock, often inciting his wrath. His current superiority over Chris stemmed from the frequent training delivered by Bardock's small fists. Prepare to receive, Castor commanded sharply. The massive energy orb shot forth from his hand, creating a brilliant passage through the gray smoke that engulfed the sky, hurtling towards Chris with unmatched ferocity. No, Chris's pupils constricted as the energy orb sped towards him, stirring up colossal waves, and a fierce wind howled around him, appearing before him in an instant. Boom. The position Chris occupied ignited with golden brilliance, erupting in an explosive detonation that reverberated throughout the entire arena. In an instant, the gray mist was dispersed by the shockwave that radiated outward. The visibility in the arena was restored, revealing only Castor at the apex, while the remaining figures were members of the two teams. Lord Castor is incredible, truly remarkable, exclaimed the members of Castor's team. As long as their captain could eliminate the opposing leader, victory would undoubtedly tilt in their favor. Over the past few months, aside from their encounter with Garrus's team, they had consistently reached the finals. Now, Castor's squad once again glimpsed the prospect of victory. Meanwhile, the members of the Lolita team cheered in unison. As expected of Lord Castor, Lord Chris was so close. The Lolita had already integrated with the Scions, and witnessing their growing strength filled them with great joy. How did you know? Philia fixed her beautiful eyes on Castor, her gaze unwavering. The battlefield is ever-changing, and she does not perceive Castor's strength as surpassing that of Chris, believing that victory for Castor is not guaranteed until the very last moment. No one can predict what will transpire. That rascal Castor is nothing but a troublemaker, even if Chris dodges his attack. Castor will undoubtedly have other underhanded tactics at his disposal, Kaso remarked with a shrug. Who is Castor, after all? He dares to provoke even Bardock. Can he possibly be a good person? Were it not for Kaso's formidable combat prowess, he might not even dare to challenge Bardock. Considering Bardock is the father of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball universe, Philia furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Ever since Kaso proposed this intense form of duel, Philia has watched every electrifying match. She has noticed that as long as Castor's team does not face off against Garrus's team, they manage to reach the final duel. Furthermore, she has observed that Castor employs some rather unscrupulous moves during these duels, such as the infamous groin strike. The thought of this made Philia's lips twitch uncontrollably. You're quite similar. What did you say? Kaso did not catch Philia's words and turned to look at her. He saw her gently tousling her blue hair by her ear, her usual icy demeanor melting away, revealing an aura of bashful allure. And no, Philia's gaze darted about nervously. Oh, noticing Philia's fidgeting, Kaso chose to ignore her and continued watching the match unfolding on stage. Indeed, Chris was unable to rise after that last blow, and his teammates were swiftly defeated by Castor's team. After a day filled with duels, the confrontation among the 10 teams finally culminated in the final match. Bardock allowed Castor's team a brief respite of 15 minutes before promptly commencing the next battle. This match is unnecessary to watch, Kaso said, cradling Osbier and smiling. Why not? Osbier lifted her head, her round eyes filled with confusion. Philia regained her composure and turned to Kaso, eager to voice her thoughts. Garrus is a former member of Uncle Bardock's team. Kaso replied nonchalantly. Though the Scions are now divided into 10 teams, Garrus can be considered one of Bardock's closest subordinates. Given this context, it is no surprise that Bardock would afford Garrus special attention during training. Thus, it is not astonishing that Garrus possesses such formidable combat abilities. In the face of Garrus, whose experience and strength far exceed those of Castor, it is exceedingly unrealistic for Castor to rely on his underhanded tactics. Philia paused, realizing Garrus indeed had such a background. However, as Kaso pointed out, in the previous team duels, Castor had never managed to win against Garrus. It seems this time Garrus will emerge victorious once again, Philia thought to herself. She glanced at the two youngsters beside her. The prowess of the Scions on the field did not particularly astonish Philia, considering they were all adults. The prowess of these two young individuals far surpasses that of the Scions present, which is indeed astonishing. Although Philia has yet to witness Osbier's strength, she is well aware of Cass's capabilities, having encountered them a year prior. At that time, Cass effortlessly conjured a colossal energy sphere with a single hand, annihilating the planet Shalber in a mere gesture. After observing numerous duels, Philia has come to the realization that none of the Scions on the field can hold a candle to Cass. She pondered extensively, yet could not fathom how these two youngsters could possess such extraordinary power. Turning her gaze back to the arena, a new battle commenced. As expected, regardless of the underhanded tactics employed by Cass, Garrus remained composed and unfazed. Before long, Cass was defeated by Garrus. With Cass' downfall, his teammates failed to make any significant impact, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. As the battle concluded, Cass gently placed Osbier on a chair and declared, "Little Beer, remain seated here. I have an announcement to make to everyone." Chapter 70. Re-entering the universe. As Kaso soared into the sky, the audience, who had just regained their composure, erupted into a frenzy once more. Look, it is Lord Kaso. Whether they were Scions or members of the Lolita tribe, everyone cheered in unison. For the Scions, Kaso was their savior, having single-handedly rescued all present from the impending doom prior to the explosion of Planet Vegeta. For the Lolita tribe, despite Kaso's earlier threats against them, he had simultaneously vanquished the Shalberans, and given their ancestors' allegiance to the Scions, they harbored no resentment towards rejoining the Scion lineage. The diminutive figure in the sky radiated an enigmatic aura. No one knew the extent of his current strength, only that Bardock and Osbier were no match for him. He was a child shrouded in mystery. How ostentatious. Meanwhile, Bardock, holding a list, couldn't help but smirk. Amidst the cheers of the Scions and the Lolita tribe, he was compelled to acknowledge that Kaso increasingly embodied the qualities of a leader. As Kaso hovered in midair, he pressed his hands down, and the entire arena fell silent in an instant. Casting his gaze over the more than 400 individuals present, he recognized that they constituted nearly the entire population of Planet Salad. The Scions were notoriously proud, as evidenced by the character of Vegeta in the anime. Although this group of Scions appeared less cold-hearted, fostering amicable relations with them remained a formidable challenge. The Lolita tribe had gleaned this from ancient texts, and through the modification of Dr. Brief's gravity chamber, they made the Scions aware that their inclusion would herald a new era of transformation for them. As anticipated, the subsequent enhancements made by the Lolita tribe to Planet Salad yielded various devices beneficial to Scion training. Eventually, the Scions realized they had become reliant on the Lolita tribe, leading to a complete fusion of the two races. The Lolita tribe also manufactured numerous spaceships, all stationed in the research area, preparing for the day they would once again venture into the cosmos. Observing the spacecraft, Kaso understood that the Scions could not remain on Planet Salad indefinitely, for they were a race born for battle. He had previously feared that news of the Scion's survival would reach Frisia's forces, but that was not the gravest of threats. The true peril lay in the possibility of the god of destruction discovering their existence. Given Beerus's temperament, if he were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly spell doom for both Frisia and the Scions. Yesterday, Kaso had addressed this lingering concern. We have stayed on Planet Salad for a year. His youthful voice resonated throughout the arena, reminiscent of a leader proclaiming to his people. The Scions and Lolita tribe members in the stands listened intently to Kaso's speech. Bardock furrowed his brow. This young lad had been absent the previous day, and now he reappeared with uncertain intentions. Meanwhile, Philia gazed curiously at the small rascal above. Kaso paused momentarily before continuing. Surely, we all recognize the formidable strength of the Scions. In the era of King Vegeta's reign over the Scions, their highest combat power barely reached around 15,000, a feat achievable only by elite warriors. Those present had long believed that the pinnacle of Scion potential was epitomized by King Vegeta himself. However, witnessing each Scion now surpassing the threshold of 20,000 shattered their previous doubts regarding their own capabilities. Bardock was equally astonished by his newfound strength. Such a feat would have been inconceivable to him in the past. I am issuing a command, Kaso announced, casting a glance at the assembly. Starting tomorrow, the Scions will be divided into groups for training. The announcement left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Bardock, in particular, was taken aback and immediately soared into the sky, shouting, "What are you planning, kid?" Kaso remained silent, observing the Scions, who displayed neither fear nor anger, but rather an eager anticipation. Amused by their reaction, Kaso thought, indeed, they are the legendary warrior race. Bardock, do you believe the Scions fear anyone besides Frisia? Bardock hesitated for a moment. In his mind, Frisia's combat power was a staggering 530,000, and he had always thought that only when Kaso reached that level, or when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, could they cease to worry about Frisia. However, Kaso's words made Bardock reconsider. Over the course of a year, through rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Bardock had attained a combat power of 120,000, nearly rivaling that of the captain of Frisia's Jinyu force. Moreover, one must not forget that Scions could transform into great apes. A combat power of 120,000 multiplied by 10 would yield 1,200,000. Could he truly surpass Frisia? The mere thought sent Bardock's heart racing. Seeing the expression on Bardock's face, Kaso surmised his thoughts. The reality was that Frisia's true strength was an overwhelming 120 million, a stark contrast to Bardock's assumptions. However, that was of little concern. Given the current strength of the Scions, unless Frisia intervened personally, the Scions on Planet Salad could rest assured. Frisia's leniency towards Goku and Vegeta suggested that he was merely intent on fulfilling the task assigned by Beerus, showing no interest in those with combat powers in the mere thousands. Furthermore, as long as the Scions concealed their tails, who could discern them? They might simply be perceived as a race resembling the Scions. At this moment, Bardock fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to Kaso's decision. Witnessing this, the Scions erupted with enthusiasm, clearly weary of the endless cycle of training on Planet Salad. Combat was their true passion, yet not everyone shared in the excitement. For instance, the Lolita clan expressed deep concern. It was one thing for the Scions to remain hidden on Planet Salad, but should anyone attain the fabled realm recorded in ancient texts, Frisia would be nothing more than a trivial adversary. However, the current prowess of the Scions has led the Lolitas to believe that no one could possibly achieve such a feat. Upon this realization, Philia soared into the skies. A year prior, she had been appointed the new leader by Iwani, and she could not permit the Lolita clan to take such a perilous risk alongside the Scions. "You little rascal, absolutely not," Philia declared, her brow furrowed in determination. Silence. At that moment, Kaso's voice was chillingly cold, devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "This girl understands nothing. You." Philia's chest heaved as she trembled, pointing an unsteady finger at Kaso. Why was this rogue so obstinate? He had not been this way before. Yet, another elder from the Lolita clan ascended from the audience. Iwani pressed Philia's small hand down and shook her head. She had heard Kaso's words all too clearly. With the Scion's proud nature, it was inconceivable that they would heed others' counsel. Nevertheless, Iwani was certain of one thing. Kaso must have his reasons for acting as he did. After all, he had rescued the Scions during the cataclysmic explosion on Planet Vegeta. Chapter 71. Demonstrating strength, little rascal. I shall no longer pay you any heed, Philia declared with a cold glare before turning away. Brother Kaso, since she ignores you, I shall attend to you, Osbier exclaimed as she soared up from below, wrapping her arms around Kaso's neck and adorning her face with a charming squint. As Kaso observed Philia's departing figure, he affectionately ruffled Osbier's hair. He paid no further attention to Philia, given that Bardock had ceased to speak. It implied his tacit approval of Kaso's actions. With the duel concluded, the Garrus team had secured 3 magic beans, the Cass team 2, and the Chris team 1. Kaso paused momentarily before continuing. The matters I just mentioned will soon be put into action, so I hope everyone is mentally prepared. If there is nothing further, you may disperse for now. Bardock, please follow me. Kaso beckoned, cradling Osbier as they ascended towards the horizon, with Bardock closely trailing behind. Upon returning to the courtyard of their living area, Kaso elaborated on the detailed plan. Although Frisia displayed little diligence in the extermination of the Scions, it was prudent not to roam freely in his presence. Thus, when the Scions ventured out, they must conceal their tails, as long as Frisia refrained from intervening. His subordinates would not stand a chance against the Scions. This was beyond dispute. Kaso further contemplated the ever-improving conditions of Planet Salad, where every region held significant importance. With the limited number of the Lolita clan, sustaining the various technological operations of Planet Salad posed a formidable challenge. The Scions were currently organized into 10 teams, necessitating that they could not all venture out simultaneously. A portion must remain to ensure the planet's functionality. Particularly, the sacred bean fields in the northernmost part of Planet Salad required a contingent of Scions to safeguard them, for such healing treasures must not be mishandled. Bardock, do you have anything to add? Kaso inquired. Do as you see fit, but what is your primary objective in sending the clan members out? Bardock replied, arms crossed. This young lad always had his reasons for his decisions, and this occasion would likely be no different. Over the past year, as they progressed, the resources of Planet Salad had dwindled. Surely, I cannot continue to be the sole provider of resources. Kaso shot Bardock an exasperated glance. Indeed, Kaso's assertion was not unfounded. Initially, the combined population of Scions and Lolita was merely over 400. With such a small number, he had managed to procure resources through the planet's modifications. However, as the transformation of Planet Salad expanded and Kaso himself needed time for training, it became increasingly challenging to secure resources. He found himself stretched too thin. Thus, Kaso resolved to empower the Scions to earn their own livelihood. Yes, that was Kaso's true intention. Indeed, you have endured quite a bit this past year, Bardock remarked, looking somewhat sheepish as he regarded Kaso. He understood that the development of Planet Salad required substantial resources, yet Kaso had never disclosed this matter to him, leading Bardock to believe it was a simple task for Kaso. Let Garrus and Castor's team venture out first, allowing them to ascertain the current state of the universe. Kaso suggested. Very well, Bardock nodded in agreement. Among the Scions, aside from Bardock, the most formidable were indeed Garrus and Castor. Bardock was confident that with their presence, there would be no unforeseen complications. By the way, there is a distant planet from Arsalata, renowned for its abundant wealth. I previously visited there to procure funds, and I shall provide you with the interstellar coordinates. So, please arrange for their expedition at your earliest convenience. And do remember to have them acquire some resources upon their return. Kaso waved his hand at Bardock before soaring out of the room. That rascal. Bardock shook his head, feeling quite exasperated. Kaso flew above the Salata planet, where the demarcations of various regions were strikingly distinct. The ecological zone preserved the original charm of Salata, with towering trees and expansive plains, untouched and verdantly lush. In contrast, the development area was adorned with an array of gray-silver structures, reminiscent of the hemispherical design found in Bulma's residence on Earth. Kaso now approached this region. Master Kaso, greetings, exclaimed a charming young lady from the Lolita clan, her excitement palpable as she beheld the young boy descending from the sky. As Kaso landed, several lovely Lolita maidens rapidly gathered around him, playfully ruffling his hair with their delicate hands. After a year of camaraderie, they understood Kaso's amiable nature and knew he was one to indulge in jest, emboldening their playful teasing. At just over a meter tall, standing amidst the statuesque young women, he found himself intoxicated by their alluring fragrance. Just as he was on the verge of losing himself in the moment, "What are you all doing?" Philia's commanding voice cut through the air as she stood at the entrance. "Lady Philia," the Lolita girls exclaimed in unison, scattering in an instant. Kaso, left bewildered, lamented. "I hadn't had my fill yet. You little rascal. Your usual levity has led these girls to be so unruly," Philia remarked with a disapproving glance. "Are you no longer upset?" Kaso inquired, gazing up at her exquisite visage. Philia remained silent, returning to the research room. Her irritation flared as she observed the universal capsule on the desk. The little rascal displayed warmth towards those girls while remaining so cold towards her. "Do you truly believe I would jeopardize the Scion and Lolita clans?" Kaso followed her inside, leaning against the doorframe. Best not to, Philia replied through clenched teeth, feeling as though Kaso toyed with the fates of two entire races. How could he be unaware of the formidable might of Frisia's forces? Especially after the recent cataclysm on Planet Vegeta? With the nurturing environment of Salada, the Scions would inevitably rise. Could they not wait until they attained the legendary transformation before embarking on such ventures? The mere thought ignited Philia's fury. Come with me. Upon witnessing the expression on Philia's face, Kaso immediately discerned her disbelief. Suddenly, a shadow flitted through the research room, and in an instant, Kaso appeared beside Philia, causing both of them to vanish from sight. Not far from the planet Sarada, there lay a colossal azure sphere, its vast plains stretching before them. What have you brought me here for? Philia glared at him fiercely. To show you something, Kaso replied. What? Philia was momentarily taken aback. Kaso regarded the icy beauty before him. As the new leader of the Lolita clan, it was crucial for her to find peace, lest it disrupt the relationship between the Scions and the Lolita tribe. Don't blink. Kaso's voice resonated, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It felt as if gravity had intensified 100-fold, creating an oppressive weight in the air. The suffocating ambience caused Philia's eyes to widen as she struggled to breathe, sensing a terrifying power within Kaso poised to erupt. Chapter 72. The incomprehensible Kaso. A tremendous force erupted from Kaso, a colossal white aura swiftly enveloping his entire being. This is bad. Philia's heart raced, as the overwhelming presence surged towards her. Flee. She instinctively chose to retreat from Kaso's side, darting 5 kilometers away. Indeed, just as Philia distanced herself, Kaso let out a furious roar. His diminutive form unleashed an even more ferocious power, which coursed from his feet into the ground, shattering the surrounding plains into fragments of varying sizes. A massive white gale rapidly formed around him, transforming in the blink of an eye into a formidable tornado, drawing all debris into its center and hurling it skyward to heights of 10,000 meters. In that moment, the plains within a several-kilometer radius experienced unprecedented devastation. Kaso's awe-inspiring momentum disrupted the previously stifling atmosphere, and that suffocating, terrifying presence swept across the entire expanse, resembling a primordial giant ape roaring in the distance. Boom! The earth trembled, the plains quaked, and specks of silver light flickered around Kaso. The floating ions in the void swiftly coalesced, forming arcs of lightning that intertwined with the heavens, crackling and reverberating throughout the sky. More retreat. Philia's breath quickened. Waves of energy surged towards her, compelling her to withdraw another 5 kilometers. Upon halting, Philia retrieved a newly designed detector from her pocket and aimed it at Kaso. 100,000 battle power. 150,000 battle power. 300,000 battle power. Suddenly, a spark flared on the detector, followed by a loud bang as it exploded. Philia's eyes widened. She attempted to swallow, only to find her mouth parched and devoid of saliva. The detector in her grasp was crafted from costly materials and was capable of measuring up to 300,000 battle power. She had not anticipated such terrifying prowess from this young boy. However, the energy cyclone before her continued to expand, with the rolling waves of energy surging once more. Philia was compelled to retreat another 5 kilometers. This little monster. She stood frozen, unable to find any words to describe Kaso. She believed that 300,000 battle power was by no means his true strength. He might even have surpassed 500,000. The ancient texts of the Lolita clan chronicled many deeds of the Scions from the Amasi era, where they were extraordinarily powerful. Each mid-tier Scion possessed at least 200,000 battle power, and the mightiest warriors even exceeded 1 million. With this thought, Philia's breath grew increasingly frantic as she fixated on the small, dark figure at the center of the storm. This little rascal had indeed reached the level of ancient Scions. Yet, he was merely a 9-year-old child. Philia was unaware of Frisia's true strength, but in her estimation, he possessed at most 500,000 to 600,000 battle power. And now, Kaso's battle power was nearing that of Frisia. No wonder Kaso dares to let the Scions venture into the unknown. At that moment, a silver arc appeared in the sky 15 kilometers ahead. With a resounding crash, the terrifying aura surrounding Kaso suddenly dissipated, and the chaotic atmosphere gradually returned to calm. In a flash, Kaso teleported to Philia's side, smiling. How do you find it? Philia stared intently at Kaso, remaining silent. After a brief pause, she inquired, "What is your combat power now? Did you not use the detector earlier?" Kaso responded, "I see." As Philia shook the detector in her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kaso mused. This piece of charcoal must indeed be the detector, although it was within my expectations. Having spent a year on Salada Planet and another year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kaso had trained in solitude, unknown to all but Osbier. Even Kaso himself was uncertain of his true power. He only knew he was formidable enough to obliterate the very planet beneath him with a mere gesture. Yet, the thought of Frisia's ultimate form sent shivers down his spine. Observing Kaso's silence, Philia speculated that perhaps he was equally ignorant of his own strength. "Let us return," she suggested. Indeed. With that, Philia vanished from her spot, accompanied by Kaso. A year passed once more. It was now the third year following the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Including the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kaso and Osbier had reached the age of 11. Salada Planet had been meticulously transformed, showcasing advanced technology in both training and research areas, rendering the Science training increasingly convenient. The living quarters, while largely unchanged, retained the charm of a bustling metropolis, now enhanced with touches of greenery that made it far more aesthetically pleasing. Since Kaso implemented the plan for the Scions to reclaim their place in the universe, the skies above Salada Planet frequently witnessed spacecraft taking off and landing, carrying Scions on missions or returning from them. Just as Kaso had previously mentioned, a distant planet named Dorian was quite affluent, serving as a commercial hub where a myriad of goods were traded. Even the planet itself was up for sale. It was understood that Frisia's forces had some collaboration with Dorian. Following Kaso's instructions, Garrus and Cast sought resources from Dorian, only to find themselves confronted by a powerful adversary with a combat power of 150,000. Fortunately, prior to seeking any loans, Garrus and Cast had utilized their detector to assess the situation. Otherwise, they might have had to transform into great apes to secure the funds, which would inevitably expose the Scion's presence. Upon hearing this news, Bardock berated Kaso vehemently. The reason this young man could borrow money from a powerhouse with 150,000 combat power was due to his innate ability to conceal his energy and the miraculous technique of teleportation, making it nearly impossible for others to detect him. It is precisely because Kaso frequently borrows money from the planet Duotian that the shadowy leader of Duotian has re-emerged. Reflecting on this, Bardock feels a sense of helplessness but chooses not to further trouble Kaso. The only way forward is for Kaso to diligently cultivate his skills. The higher his combat power rises, the greater the sense of security for the Scions. Following this, Garrus and his companions registered 10 mercenary teams on a cosmic mercenary planet. Due to the overwhelming strength of these 10 teams, the missions released by the mercenary planet were swiftly completed by the Scions, and they executed them flawlessly. Consequently, Garrus and his team garnered an impressive reputation on the mercenary planet. Chapter 73. The 600 times gravity chamber. The Scions earn their rewards through the completion of tasks, which they subsequently exchange for the specialized materials necessary to modify the planet salad. On this particular day, 2 young children squatted in front of 2 black chambers in the training area, accompanied by a striking beauty with icy blue hair. Clad in a form-fitting work outfit that accentuated her alluring curves, she exuded an irresistible charm. "How many times can the gravity be increased?" Kaso asked, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at the enchanting figure beside him. "Philia, how is it coming along?" Osbiel inquired, settling down cross-legged and pouting. "As long as we have the right materials, there is no limit to how much we can enhance the gravity. However, where did you acquire such rare metals?" Philia remarked while installing the final component of the second gravity chamber. "Ever since witnessing Kaso's true strength a year prior." Philia understood that a 100 times gravity chamber would no longer suffice for him. To elevate the gravity chamber's capacity, only sturdier metals would do. Yet, she was curious as to where this mischievous boy had procured such precious materials, which were even more valuable than zero metal. "Just tell me how much it has been enhanced," Kaso replied, a rare hint of shyness crossing his face. "How intriguing." Philia chuckled to herself, knowing Kaso's character. His skin was thicker than steel, yet here he was, displaying an expression of embarrassment, suggesting he had done something even he found somewhat shameful. "It has been enhanced to 600 times. What?" Kaso's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, he had assumed that these special metals would only allow for a maximum increase of 300 times. To his astonishment, it had been raised to 600 times. He swallowed hard, realizing the immense value of these metals to the planet salad. Indeed, ever since Kaso had retired from his previous exploits a year ago, he had recently returned to salad. Even with a formidable warrior boasting a battle power of 150,000 guarding the planet, Kaso had managed to stealthily acquire such invaluable metals. In the cosmos, a lower-tier planet could sell for 1 black gold, a mid-tier planet for 1 white gold, and a higher-tier planet for 1 purple gold. Furthermore, 1 purple gold equated to 100 white gold and 10,000 black gold. The batch of metals Kaso had procured was worth 50 purple gold, equivalent to the profits from trading 50 higher-tier planets. If the shadowy overlord of Salad were to discover that his metals had been pilfered, he would likely weep inconsolably. Upon hearing that the gravity had been enhanced to 600 times, Osbier leaped with joy. "That's amazing. While you rejoice, others may weep," Philia remarked, removing her gloves and affectionately tousling Osbier's hair. In the universe, where the strong prey upon the weak, the Scion's primary focus is on diligent training. Kaso's ability to acquire these metals is a testament to his skill, and Philia, being a pragmatic individual, regarded the situation with equanimity. She was merely surprised to see Kaso exhibiting such an uncharacteristic display of bashfulness. "Thank you, my dear. Once I complete my training, I shall bestow upon you a box of spicy pickled noodle soup." Kaso eagerly darted into the gravity chamber. Spicy pickled noodle soup? Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Lolita race's talent for cultivation was generally lacking, but Philia's abilities were commendable. Aside from her daily training sessions, she cherished her time spent experimenting with the multifunctional capsules and indulging in food. That noodle soup was her absolute favorite, particularly the spicy pickled flavor. "You little rascal. It's a promise then," Philia shouted towards Kaso's retreating figure. "Understood." A voice emerged from the entrance of the gravity chamber, followed by the sound of the door closing. "Philia, I shall also commence my training." Go ahead, go ahead." Philia watched the petite figure of Osbier, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the spicy noodle soup. Kaso meandered around the gravity chamber. It appeared unchanged from its previous state, and he was intensely curious about the enhancements the latest gravity chamber would offer him. A 150-fold increase in gravity, Kaso murmured to himself. Although he was uncertain of his precise combat prowess, he felt confident that a 150-fold gravity increase would pose no significant challenge for him. Indeed, an immense weight enveloped the chamber in an instant, yet Kaso felt almost nothing. Merely an uncomfortable sensation during the moment of gravitational change. 200-fold gravity. Kaso gradually tested the increase. He had already learned during his training at 100-fold gravity that each increment brought about a substantial transformation. The higher the multiplier, the more terrifying the change became. Should he attempt to raise the multiplier too swiftly, he risked being rendered into a mere pulp. "I can feel it now." Kaso mobilized his heavy limbs. Yet, it was still insufficient. Kaso exclaimed, 250-fold gravity. The chamber resonated with a low hum, and the very space seemed to warp, rippling with waves of energy. In an instant, Kaso felt as though the weight of a star was pressing down upon him, causing him to collapse to the ground. So heavy, Kaso lay on the floor, gritting his teeth. Indeed, at such high multipliers, each additional increase in gravity far surpassed the previous levels. Taking a deep breath, Kaso slowly rose from the ground. Despite the daunting weight, he found it to be just right, reminiscent of the first time he had increased the gravity chamber as multiplier to 30-fold years ago. Every movement was a monumental challenge for his body. He could only proceed as he did back then, gradually acclimatizing to the gravity until he could walk normally. Half a day passed. Restore gravity. Kaso lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Training must be approached with diligence, step by step. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Kaso could only stand under the weight of 250 times gravity, unable to walk normally. Yet, the thought of the lovely girl outside waiting for him with her spicy instant noodles urged him to venture out. After all, the prospect of inciting Philia's wrath was rather daunting. Indeed, as Kaso crawled out of the gravity chamber, he beheld the enchanting silhouette still poised in place. "Finished your training?" Philia remarked, glancing at the prostrate Kaso. Her reaction to his woeful state was surprisingly subdued, as though she had witnessed such a sight on numerous occasions before. After resting for a while, Kaso regained some strength and rose, casting an irritable glance at Philia. How could this foolish girl completely disregard him? Infuriating. "Here, take this," Kaso exclaimed, opening a universal capsule and tossing a box of instant noodles to Philia. As he opened the storage compartment, Philia deliberately peeked inside. Gasped. She inhaled sharply. The compartment was filled to the brim with instant noodles. Why then was she given only a small box? Chapter 74. The reappearance of Whis, just a single box? Is there an issue? Karsuo firmly closed the warehouse door, casting a determined glance at Philia. The instant noodles were procured by Karsuo from Earth a year prior, featuring an array of flavors, including sauerkraut, in anticipation of any future visits from Beerus. The more of these life-saving provisions he could stockpile, the better. Thus, granting Philia even a single box was a generous act on his part. Philia clutched the box of instant noodles tightly to her chest, glaring at Karsuo with an intensity that suggested she was confronting a villain of the worst kind. I don't want any, she declared defiantly. Unable to endure her demeanor any longer, Karsuo pretended to reach for the noodles. What are you doing? Philia swiftly evaded his grasp. Didn't you say you didn't want them? Karsuo challenged. As a princess of the Lolita clan, Philia possessed remarkable talent and was accustomed to being adored and pampered by her kin, receiving nearly anything she desired. However, upon encountering Karsuo, she had never met someone so stingy. At that moment, the door to the gravity chamber swung open, revealing Osbier, equally drenched in sweat. She could only train under 180 times Earth's gravity, unable to reach Karsuo's level. Nonetheless, this new gravity chamber was indeed impressive. Osbier had already begun to sense a loosening of her power's bottleneck shortly after entering. Karsuo, brother, Osbier exclaimed, disregarding her perspiration as she clung to his neck. Is the gravity chamber effective? Karsuo, undeterred by her sweat, embraced her and wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Since the cataclysm on Planet Vegeta, Karsuo had wandered the cosmos with this girl, traversing Mumu's star and mastering instant transmission on Yadrat, only returning to the Saiyan planet in the year 737 of the Age of the Gods. Subsequently, during every expedition, Karsuo had brought Osbier along, and they were inseparable. Akin to chewing gum. Very effective. Osbier burrowed into Karsuo's embrace. You all should take a break. I'll head back first. Philia now felt exasperated upon seeing Karsuo. Despite the abundance of instant noodles, he had only offered her a single box, which infuriated her. With that, Philia soared into the sky, disappearing from their sight in an instant. Karsuo shook his head, realizing that such provisions must be conserved for emergencies. As he pondered, suddenly, the sky seemed to resonate with the celestial hymn. A radiant beam of colorful light materialized before the gravity chambers, and in a flash of divine brilliance, a figure emerged, a silver-haired man with blue skin. It was Whis. Osbier, still draped around Karsuo's neck, waved her tiny hand and exclaimed, Whis? Karsuo paused momentarily, recognizing that Whis, as the attendant and mentor of the god of destruction, was responsible for overseeing his daily life and guiding his training. The angel and the god of destruction are typically inseparable. When Whis suddenly arrived, did that rascal Beerus also come? At this thought, Kaso felt a tightening in his breath, clutching Osbier and scanning the surroundings for Beerus's figure. No need to search. Lord Beerus has succumbed to slumber, Whis remarked with a smile. During their time on Earth, Whis had noted Kaso's apprehension in the presence of Beerus. After all, who wouldn't feel a tinge of anxiety when confronted with the most formidable god of destruction in the universe, especially one contemplating the annihilation of the Saiyans? How could Kaso not be nervous? As Kaso twirled around Whis while holding Osbier, he inquired, Back for a meal, are we? Angels are generally gentle, generous, humble, and respectful. And it was this understanding that emboldened Kaso to jest so playfully. At that moment, it seemed as though two dark crows had appeared in the sky. Whis, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, felt particularly exasperated but nodded in agreement. That is but one reason. The other is, come, follow me. Before Whis could finish, Kaso had already taken hold of him, and the three of them vanished from sight. In the residential area, within Kaso's abode. Is this what you refer to as delectable? Whis inquired skeptically, seated at the table, wand in hand, casting a dubious glance at the items before him. On the table lay 3 shallow green boxes that appeared utterly unremarkable, indeed quite ordinary. Kaso had just torn open one of the boxes, poured boiling water into it, and stated that it would be ready shortly. Whis was momentarily bewildered. Could it be that the fabled high-quality ingredients required only the simplest of cooking methods? Is it even edible? Whis wondered, while Osbier, with her round eyes wide open, fixated intently on her bucket of instant noodles, swallowing hard from time to time. Having tasted instant noodles before, she knew them to be one of the rare delights of the world. As seconds ticked by, the aroma from the instant noodles began to waft through the air, enveloping Whis in a state of astonishment. It truly only requires boiling water. The enticing fragrance danced into Whis's nostrils, causing him to salivate uncontrollably. He could hardly restrain himself from reaching out to indulge immediately. Patience. Kaso restrained Whis's hand. Preparing instant noodles was no trivial matter. It required meticulous attention to various factors, such as the temperature of the water and the soaking duration. If these were not precisely monitored, the noodles would remain untransformed, and the notion of deliciousness would be utterly moot. Kaso was keenly aware of Master Jin Qingwu's secret to perfect noodles. After a while, as Whis felt his mouth nearly parched from anticipation, Kaso remained unmoved. Whis pondered that he should have awakened Lord Beerus and brought him along. Perhaps then Kaso would not have made him wait so long. All right. Kaso's words broke the silence. Suddenly, the space above the noodles shimmered. Kaso rubbed his eyes, able only to discern the little girl's movements, while Whis' actions remained indistinguishable. Looking up, he saw that both buckets of noodles had been lifted by the two. Weiss peeled back the packaging, lowering his head to deeply inhale the enticing aroma wafting from the instant noodles. How delightful! His fingers twitched with anticipation, and he could no longer restrain himself. Swiftly grabbing a fork, while Osbier was already immersed in the realm of noodles. Truly, they were both connoisseurs of culinary delights. Kaso shook his head, taking a bite himself. The flavor of the noodles here was reminiscent of those from his previous life. There was not much distinction. However, the addition of Master Jin Xingwu's secret to instant noodles certainly enhanced their deliciousness. What brings you here, Weiss? Kaso inquired, puzzled after tasting the noodles. He recalled that Weiss had something to express before being interrupted. I'll explain. After I finish. Weiss struggled to emerge from his noodle-induced reverie, uttering this phrase. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta had once engaged Weiss in training with merely a bucket of instant noodles, illustrating the profound allure they held for Weiss. Kaso chuckled softly, deciding against further questioning, knowing Weiss would eventually elaborate. Time passed quietly. Weiss set down the noodle container, releasing a contented burp, his face reflecting sheer satisfaction. The delectable taste was nearly overwhelming. This instant noodle was even more delightful than the ones from the last food stall. Regaining his composure, Weiss straightened his expression. I wish to send that little girl to the Destroyer realm for my guidance. Upon finishing, Weiss cast a meaningful glance at Osbier, who was still indulging in the noodles. Chapter 75. The candidate for destruction god Kasu thought he had misheard, so he rubbed his ears. Witnessing Kasu's peculiar demeanor, Whis' lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained a serious tone. I wish for the young girl to become a student of mine in the realm of destruction. Kasu stood frozen in place. His astonishment was understandable. In the anime, angels serve as the mentors, attendants, subordinates, and overseers of the gods of destruction, reporting solely to them. Each universe possesses a singular god of destruction, accompanied by a dedicated angel, who is prohibited from participating in the conflicts of good and evil or employing their powers in battle. Hearing Whis' statement left Kasu utterly astounded, as angels rarely offer guidance to others. Of course, exceptions like Goku and Vegeta existed. Should an angel extend training advice to an individual, it implies only one possibility. That person is a candidate for the role of a god of destruction. Upon contemplating this, Kasu felt a surge of joy, quickly tempered by a sense of calm. It was indeed splendid to have the opportunity to ride on Whis' coattails, under his mentorship. Little Biddy would undoubtedly progress smoothly in her training. Moreover, in the vast cosmos, beneath the Omni King stands the Grand Minister, followed by the angels, then the gods of destruction, and subsequently the candidates for the role. Should Osbier ascend to the status of a candidate for god of destruction, her stature would become significantly more exalted. This development would bear no detriment to the Saiyans. Rather, they could bask in the glory associated with a candidate for god of destruction. For instance, Frieza would undoubtedly hesitate to act against the Saiyans, knowing they had such formidable backing. The aforementioned benefits are immediate. However, Kasu was acutely aware that the origins of the Saiyans were far from simple, and their bloodline was astonishingly powerful, growing stronger in the face of adversity. In Dragon Ball GT, the state of Super Saiyan 4 emerged, and Kasu believed that even without Whis, he and Little Biddy would eventually reach such heights, perhaps even surpassing Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, with Whis' guidance, Osbier's training would undoubtedly progress rapidly, possibly even leading her to attain the legendary Ultra Instinct state. After considerable contemplation, Kasu finally spoke. Does Lord Beerus know of this matter? Lord Beerus has no objections whatsoever. Whis cast a deep glance at Kasu, realizing that the young man was indeed aware of the candidate for God of Destruction's implications. However, this was fortuitous, as it spared him from extensive explanations. Oh? Kasu paused for a moment, then sighed. Perhaps I should consult Little Biddy on this matter. If Osbier were reluctant, Kasu would not force her. Osbier, enjoying her instant noodles, looked up when her name was called, her expression blank as she asked, Kasu brother, did you call for me? Kasu. Whis. It turned out that Osbier had not heard a word of their conversation. What a simpleton. Whis directly addressed her, little girl, do you wish to grow stronger? Yes. Osbier nodded vigorously. She would forever remember the pitiful sight of Kasu being bullied by Nappa while trying to protect her. Osbier had long harbored resentment towards her own lack of strength, feeling as though she was perpetually a hindrance to Kasu. In her subsequent training, she endeavored to adopt Kasu's methods, yet the more she practiced, the more she realized she could not keep pace with him. She was unwilling to accept this. She yearned to grow stronger. She wished to protect her beloved Kaso. I can teach you to cultivate your power, enabling you to surpass Kaso. But you may not be able to return to this planet for a considerable time. Are you willing? Weiss remarked with a faint smile. His words were not mere platitudes. As a master of the god of destruction, his own prowess was undoubtedly formidable, and the techniques he imparted would be remarkably sophisticated. Weiss discerned that Osbier's innate talent was somewhat limited, yet there was something peculiar about her Saiyan lineage that eluded even his understanding. Moreover, he observed that Osbier possessed a pure, childlike heart, which would allow her to learn swiftly. Indeed, as Weiss had stated, when Osbier learned instant transmission on Planet Yadrat, she required only 11 months, surpassing even the adult Goku in speed. Upon hearing Weiss's proposal, Osbier remained silent, casting a pitiful glance at Kaso. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Kaso understood her intentions from the reluctance in her eyes. It was evident that she was stirred. I agree. Osbier turned back, her gaze fixed on Weiss with unwavering determination. Though she was loath to part from Kaso, at that moment, her Saiyan blood seemed to influence her. And without a hint of hesitation, she acquiesced. She craved power. When she achieved her training, it would be her turn to protect Kaso. Kaso nodded, gently ruffling her hair. Saiyans typically matured early, and Kaso had never encountered a naturally innocent Saiyan like Osbier. Goku had only become that way after a fall that affected his head. They were now both 11 years old. It was indeed time to let go. Little one, take this, it's filled with your favorite instant noodles, an entire warehouse. Kaso produced a universal capsule from his pocket and handed it to Osbier, hoping she would not go hungry in the realm of the god of destruction. As his little companion was about to depart, Kaso felt a profound reluctance, yet such was the nature of Saiyans. They would go to great lengths to attain greater power. Wow. Kaso brother, you're so wonderful. Upon receiving the capsule, Osbier instantly forgot her earlier sorrow, her eyes sparkling with delight as she eagerly accepted it from Kaso. Kaso. Weiss. This girl, though she appeared reluctant, had completely forgotten her sadness at the sight of food. Farewell, young Kaso, may we meet again. Weiss swiftly escorted Osbier away from Planet Salad, fearing that she might become upset if given more time. With their departure, the home quickly fell into a tranquil silence. Kaso remained in place, reflecting on all the moments shared with Osbier. Power. Kaso clenched his fist, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, distorting the surrounding space and producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The entire planet of Sharada was enveloped by Kaso's formidable presence, causing the alarms of both the Lolita and Saiyan detectors to blare incessantly. A battle power of 300,000. 500,000. Bang bang. All detectors on the planet Sharada were reduced to mere scrap metal. Over a year ago, Philia had redesigned the detectors, employing more advanced materials, enabling them to detect a maximum battle power of 500,000. Whoosh, whoosh. The Saiyans ascended into the sky, eager to discern which powerful being had descended upon Sharada. But upon witnessing the source of the overwhelming energy, they promptly returned to the ground. It was Lord Kaso. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Chapter 76. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Osbiel followed Weiss, departing from the planet Sharada. As time passed, the absence of Osbiel rendered Sharada considerably more desolate, and Bardock and the others soon realized that the pesky follower behind Kaso had vanished. When they inquired about the matter, Kaso merely shook his head, offering little explanation and stating that she had gone to train elsewhere, suggesting it was prudent to speak little of beings such as the god of destruction. Subsequently, Kaso's life devolved into a monotonous routine, oscillating between training in the gravity chamber and further cultivating his skills within its confines. He seldom appeared before others, and even when Philia came seeking him, he paid her no heed. Time, as it often does, slipped away unnoticed, and 8 years passed in a blink. In the depths of the cosmos, a streak of light traversed the stars. There, a striking young man, with starry eyes, cautiously observed his surroundings. He was tall, with distinct facial features and an angular physique, dressed in fashionable earth attire that exuded a sense of style. Kaso furrowed his brow, having just emerged from the planet Metamor. He sensed an aura nearby akin to that of a hellish demon, exceedingly malevolent. Metamor was renowned for its martial arts culture, where its inhabitants diligently studied various combat techniques, including the fusion technique famously depicted in anime, which was a secret art developed by the Metamorians. Over the years, Kaso had honed his abilities significantly, thanks in large part to the martial arts teachings from Metamor. Thus, upon detecting such a sinister presence near the planet, he could not remain indifferent. However, As he pursued this malevolence deeper into the universe, Kaso soon found the aura had vanished. Shaking his head in frustration at not locating its source, he resorted to instant transmission to depart the area. Shortly after Kaso's departure, a wisp of black mist emerged at the spot, thickening ominously, as a pair of blood-red eyes appeared within it, surrounded by flickering black lightning. Earth. Many years had elapsed. Bulma was no longer the little girl she once was, but had blossomed into a graceful young woman, exquisitely beautiful. In her home, Bulma discovered the Dragon Ball that Kaso had returned years prior. After extensive research, she realized it was one of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls, said to grant any wish. Having previously encountered the Dragon Balls, Bulma quickly constructed a dragon radar based on her memories. A wish had long resided in her heart. She yearned to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill it, subsequently embarking on a journey to seek them. Thus began the saga of the Dragon Balls. Along the way, Bulma met Goku, Yamcha, Oolong, and others, facing numerous challenges, yet her formidable prowess allowed her to surmount each obstacle. Even Goku, upon witnessing Bulma's capabilities, acknowledged his inadequacy in comparison. In the end, within Pilaf's castle, all of Pilaf's schemes were unraveled by Bulma, and Goku did not transform into a great ape. When it came time to make her wish, Bulma wished for Kaso to be by her side. At that time, Kaso was still immersed in his training on the planet Namek. Although he was aware of Bulma's search for him, he found himself too preoccupied to accept the dragon's teleportation. Upon receiving the dragon's response, Bulma's previously excited demeanor began to fade. Subsequently, much like in the original tale, Oolong stealthily made a wish and obtained a pair of underpants. By the year 750 of the Age of the Dragon, the World Martial Arts Tournament, which was originally held every 5 years, had been changed to a 3-year interval. Bulma often recalled Kaso's words, "To soar through the skies, one must commit to daily training." After all these years, only a single Senzu bean remained in her possession, a testament to her dedication to her training. Despite her arduous efforts yielding results, with her combat power reaching 150, she remained unaware of how to fly. Having received no guidance, Bulma chose not to participate in the martial arts tournament, as she had little interest in such competitions. However, she did attend to watch the match between Goku and Krillin. Where had that little rascal Kaso gone? With her chin resting on her hand, Bulma gazed vacantly at the battle unfolding before her. The fight held no allure for her. Long ago, she had reached the limits of her physical capabilities, realizing that no amount of training could amplify her inner strength. She remembered Kaso stating that once the warm current within her body became more robust, she could attempt to fly. Yet, after all these years, Kaso had only appeared on Earth once, failed to teach her how to fly, and then swiftly departed. How infuriating. At that moment, 3 figures approached from the sidelines, 2 men and 1 woman. Bulma, a handsome young man exclaimed, tapping her on the shoulder. Startled, Bulma swiftly turned around. While searching for Dragon Balls with Goku, she had come to understand her own prowess. Now, she was taken aback by her inability to sense someone approaching her. Looking up, she found herself facing a strikingly handsome young man, whose familiar features seemed to echo from a distant memory. The two remained still, the dashing youth silently observing the beautiful girl before him. Her blue hair was tied back with a red ribbon, and her delicate brows arched gracefully, resembling 2 icy peaks. With pearly white teeth and rosy lips, the youthful visage was truly a delight to behold. Bulma felt a twinge of annoyance. How could this fellow be so rude as to gaze at her with such intensity? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her mind. The striking young man began to merge with her memories of Kaso. Bulma's eyes widened, and she spoke with disbelief. "Is that you, Kaso?" Meanwhile, Yamcha and Oolong exchanged curious glances, unsure of who Kaso was, yet their expressions turned to astonishment upon seeing the robust man beside him. He resembled Goku. "It's me," Kaso replied with a gentle smile. 8 years have elapsed, and he has returned to Earth once more. Before him, Bulma has matured significantly, both in age and beauty. Upon sensing the aura within her, Kaso discovered that her energy had intensified considerably. With her current abilities, she was nearly capable of soaring through the skies. It was evident that Bulma had dedicated immense effort to her aerial aspirations. In Kaso's perception, apart from the dragon on stage and Master Roshi, as well as Goku, the others present were hardly a match for Bulma. "You have finally arrived," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to grasp Kaso's collar tightly. As a child, she had been enamored with Kaso's ability to fly and had expressed a desire to learn such a technique. However, as time passed, she realized that her passion for training waned. Yet, whenever she contemplated giving up, the memory of that spirited little boy lingered in her mind, compelling her to persist. Releasing her grip, Bulma admitted, "I had so much to say to you while you were away, But now that you're here, I find myself at a loss for words. Years later, upon seeing Bulma again, Kaso felt a surge of joy and instinctively ruffled her hair. Let us watch the match. Chapter 77. The conclusion of the martial arts tournament. In recent years, the planet Sharada has flourished remarkably, with the Saiyan squad establishing their own mercenary organization in the cosmos. Leveraging the reputation they had accumulated over time, the Saiyan mercenaries quickly thrived in the universe. Other mercenary groups dared not challenge them, fully aware of their formidable strength. Meanwhile, Kaso had been diligently training on the planet Sharada. As time passed, he soon hit a plateau. The 600-fold gravity chamber no longer posed any challenge for him. Understanding that solely focusing on enhancing his combat prowess was insufficient, Kaso recognized the Saiyan race's renown for battle. Thus, a few years prior, he departed from Sharada to seek various combat experiences throughout the cosmos. However, during the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, there were hardly any formidable opponents to be found. Just as Kaso felt disheartened and contemplated returning to Sharada, he stumbled upon an intriguing planet, Midamore. After several years of training on Midamore, Kaso heard the voice of the Earth-S dragon, inquiring whether he wished to be transported, signaling the onset of the Dragon Ball saga. Consequently, upon concluding his training, he returned to Sharada, accompanied by Bardock and Jine, and made their way to Earth, fortuitously arriving at the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Kakarot, Jine exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. Recognizing her son at a glance due to his unique hairstyle, she recalled how he was exiled here shortly after birth. Bardock furrowed his brow in silence. Perceiving Kakarot's combat strength as feeble, he wondered if this little one could truly become a Super Saiyan. In contrast to the expressions of the two beside him, Kaso, having spent years on Midamore, found the battles on stage to be exceedingly entertaining, even perceiving Master Roshi's techniques as profound. The Earthlings, inherently lacking in martial arts talent, had, under the influence of the heavenly god, seen their martial arts flourish in recent years. This realization only seemed natural to Kaso. The trio watched the unfolding battles with great interest. Meanwhile, Bulma fixated on Kaso's profile. His chiseled features exuded a rugged masculinity, his deep, dark eyes glimmered alluringly, and the authority of a superior was evident in his brow. It was hard to fathom that the mischievous child of yesteryears had grown into such a figure. Uncle Bardock, Aunt Jine, don't look up at the sky later, Kaso said with a gentle smile. He recalled from the anime that Goku transformed into a giant ape at the last moment of the match, only for Master Roshi to shatter the moon to secure victory. What did you say? Bulma momentarily paused, mistakenly thinking Kaso was addressing her. Never mind, just enjoy the match. Unconsciously, Kaso reached out and ruffled Bulma's hair, surprisingly receiving no resistance from her. Bardock and Jine nodded in agreement, recognizing that Earth must indeed have a moon. And indeed it did. Upon the stage, Master Roshi wielded the universal shockwave, ensnaring Goku in its grasp. Just as Goku was on the brink of surrender, he caught sight of the full moon above, swiftly transforming into a colossal ape. What has happened to Goku? Bulma exclaimed, having never witnessed such a transformation before. During the fray at Pilaf's castle, it was Bulma who had vanquished Pilaf and his cohorts. Thus she had not seen Goku assume his great ape form. Yamcha and Krillin widened their eyes, contemplating a hasty retreat, yet the giant ape before them was Goku, evoking their concern, leaving them to cautiously hide behind Bulma for protection. This is a latent ability of our race, Kaso elucidated. Beneath the full moon, he felt a slight itch at his tail, but as long as he refrained from gazing at the moon, he would remain unaffected. Oh, Bulma suddenly comprehended. Goku and Kaso belonged to the same lineage, which explained Goku's tail. However, witnessing Goku transform into a great ape did not instill panic in Bulma. With Kaso beside her, she felt no fear. As Goku took on his great ape form, the surrounding spectators fled in terror. Only the giant ape, Master Roshi, and a referee with golden hair remained in the arena. Realizing the futility of the situation, Master Roshi gazed through Goku's massive frame at the full moon above, his eyes narrowing in determination. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave surged forth from Master Roshi's hands. No, Krillin and Yamcha shouted from the sidelines. Having witnessed the earlier confrontation between Shenron and Goku, they were well aware that Shenron was a martial arts master, and if Goku were struck by this energy wave, he might perish. Can Goku withstand it? Bulma looked anxiously at Kaso. Fear not. Kaso replied with a smile. Master Roshi has no intention of killing Goku. He merely aims to shatter the full moon. Moreover, given Master Roshi's prowess, he may not even pose a threat to Goku in his great ape form. Relieved, Bulma patted her elevated chest. Having joined Goku in the quest for the Dragon Balls, The two had forged a deep friendship, and Bulma could not bear the thought of Goku meeting his demise at the hands of another. Meanwhile, Jinai and Bardock observed the battle with an air of indifference. The formidable blue energy wave hurtled toward Goku. Boom! A dense fog enveloped the entire arena. Is he dead? Krillin and Yamcha collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that Goku had perished so easily. When they glanced at Bulma, anger flickered in their eyes. It was evident that Bulma possessed the power to intervene against Master Roshi, yet she remained passive. Goku is not dead, Bulma retorted sharply, irritated by their accusations. Do you wish for Goku to die? As Bulma asserted, Goku lay unconscious on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Yet he did not rise to continue the duel as depicted in the anime. Ultimately, the golden-haired referee declared Shinron the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Let us depart, Kaso announced, having no intention of conversing with Goku, as he prepared to leave the scene. Bardock harbored similar thoughts, upon first encountering Goku's feeble combat prowess. He contemplated taking Goku back to train him. However, after witnessing the entire duel, he found himself astounded by the techniques employed by Master Roshi and Goku. Realizing that this planet was indeed extraordinary, it would suffice for Kakarot to mature gradually on Earth. Are you leaving? Kaso inquired, casting a smile at Bulma. Huh, leaving. Leaving. Bulma momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure, wrapping her arms around Kaso's. This time, she was determined not to let him escape. Kaso, feeling the softness of her embrace, smiled but refrained from comment, and thus utilized instant transmission to whisk the three away from the scene. As they departed, only a bewildered Krillin and his companions remained, murmuring, Goku seems quite similar to that man. Could Goku possibly be his son? Master Roshi stood upon the arena, gazing at Bardock's previous position. Long before the trio's arrival, he had sensed the ferocious energy emanating from Bardock and Jine. However, upon realizing their acquaintance with Bulma, his concerns eased considerably. Yet, that tall, robust man bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Could it be, as Krillin and the others speculated, that this man was Goku's father? In the dense, primordial forests of northern Earth, there stood an ancient, white celestial tower. Atop the tower, Kaso appeared with the three and called out to the silhouette of the Cat Sage. Cat Sage, it has been a long time. Chapter 78. Bardock enters the Spirit Time Room. Who? The Cat Sage was still observing the scene of the three water tanks when a sudden voice startled him. Oh, it's you. Upon recognizing the visitor, the Cat Sage inexplicably produced a handkerchief to wipe his feline face. He was watching the footage of the world's premier martial arts tournament, where the martial prowess of Earthlings had reached unprecedented heights, with prodigious talents emerging from every corner. Goku was one such exemplar. In the climactic duel of the tournament, Master Roshi, wishing to impart the lesson that there are always greater forces beyond one's own, disguised himself as a dragon and ultimately bested Goku. The Cat Sage wholeheartedly approved of Master Roshi's actions. Observing the four individuals before him, the Cat Sage recognized the young man as the same little fellow from years past, though he remained as enigmatic as ever. Cat Sage, do you still have any senza beans? Kaso teased the Cat Sage. And no, they are all gone. The Cat Sage shuddered at Kaso's words, realizing the boy was once again prying into his secrets regarding the senza beans. After being reminded of their preciousness by Kaso long ago, he regretted having exchanged them and had no intention of admitting to their existence now. Kaso chuckled softly but remained silent. Now that the rotund feline understood the significance of the senza beans, he felt reassured. Jine held Bulma's hand as they wandered about, while Bardock trailed behind. Upon hearing the mention of senza beans, he turned around. So, they originate from here. He pondered. Should he consider robbing this plump cat? After a moment of contemplation, he decided against it. The senza beans produced on Planet Salad were already sufficient to meet the Scion's needs. And observing the rapport between Kaso and the Cat Sage, he deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters over such trifles. Cat Sage, I trust you have witnessed the martial arts tournament. That boy named Goku possesses remarkable talent. I leave it to your discretion, Kaso remarked with a smile, continuing. I shall head to the temple now. With that, Kaso and the three others vanished atop Korin Tower. Staring at the vanishing figures, the Cat Sage was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Goku's exceptional talent, particularly his pure heartedness, reminiscent of that little girl from years ago. The Cat Sage mused that it was indeed prudent to confer with the god of the heavens. Atop Korin Tower, through the veil of clouds, a temple floated in the void. Kaso and the three companions materialized in this place. Lush green plants surrounded the temple, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. The environment of the temple remained unchanged from years past, retaining its original charm. The air here is so thin, Bulma remarked as she stepped onto the temple, feeling somewhat uneasy. Indeed, Kaso nodded in agreement. It is well known that as altitude increases, air density decreases. And given that the temple is situated thousands of meters above the ground, such thin air is quite normal. Kaso, is this the sacred place of cultivation you spoke of? Bardock inquired, his brow furrowed. Prior to arriving on Earth, Kaso had mentioned that their journey would not only involve visiting Kakarot, but also a sacred site for training. Bardock roamed around, but found nothing particularly remarkable about the temple. You will understand shortly. Kaso shrugged. Had he not been aware of the wonders here, he might have shared Bardock's sentiments. The temple is indeed a sanctuary for cultivation, and this is no exaggeration. Beyond the crucial room of spirit and time, it houses various illusions. In the anime, the young Goku entered such illusions to comprehend the manipulation of ki. However, with Bardock's current battle power of 1 million, those illusions would be of little use. The room of spirit and time would serve him best. The youth of Science tends to be prolonged, chilled, resembling a beautiful maiden. Was wandering hand in hand with Bulma, both engaged in cheerful conversation, the nature of which remained a mystery. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the temple. The Supreme Kai smiled slightly, addressing Kaso, "You've returned." Kaso greeted the Supreme Kai and Bobo, both of whom were his and Chibi's mentors, thus warranting a degree of courtesy. After reminiscing briefly, Kaso disclosed his purpose for visiting. He sought to borrow the room of spirit and time once more. Kaso was borrowing it for Bardock. He had already reached his limit, and entering the room would yield minimal benefits for him. Bardock, on the other hand, had never experienced the room, and his initial entry would surely yield substantial growth. Of course, the Supreme Kai replied with a gentle smile. Having known Kaso for over a decade, he understood the man's character well. Borrowing the room was merely a trivial matter. "Follow me," said the Supreme Kai. Years ago, Kaso and Osbier had only spent a day within. The Supreme Kai assumed Kaso intended to utilize the remaining time. "It's not for me. It's for him." Kaso indicated Bardock with a resigned smile. "Oh." The Supreme Kai paused momentarily, yet proceeded to address Bardock. "Please, follow me." The energy emanating from both the man and the distant woman was formidable, akin to Kaso's arrival on Earth, unaccustomed to concealing their auras. However, since this individual was brought by Kaso, the Supreme Kai felt reassured. "Very well." Bardock nodded slightly. Under the Supreme Kai's detection, Bardock's battle power registered only a few dozen points, resembling that of a weakling. Yet, as Kaso's friend, there was no need to make things difficult for him. Typically, Scions regard the weak with disdain, and Bardock was no exception. Bardock followed the Supreme Kai into the inner chambers of the temple. Kaso observed Bardock's expression, recognizing the deeply ingrained pride of the Scion, akin to Vegeta, who would never allow a lower-class warrior like Goku to surpass him. However, Vegeta remained perpetually in second place, never having surpassed that status. Reflecting on this, Kaso smiled wryly. "Sir, within the room of spirit and time, various living necessities are provided, though the environment can be quite harsh, so be prepared." The Supreme Kai led Bardock to a mysterious chamber. Bardock nodded. Prior to coming to Earth, Kaso had shared tales of the room's remarkable nature. Incredible as it may seem, there exists a chamber in this world capable of manipulating time. The divine being has imparted knowledge to Bardock, emphasizing the necessity of exiting the room of spirit and time before the sands in the hourglass have fully descended. Failing to do so would result in entrapment until death. With all precautions duly noted, the divine being gazed at Bardock and subsequently opened the door to the chamber. A wave of temporal essence surged towards Bardock, allowing him to palpably sense the passage of time. As he surveyed his surroundings, the entire realm appeared shrouded in an expanse of white, devoid of any color save for the entrance he had just traversed. Moreover, the atmosphere here mirrored what Kakarot had described, exceedingly arid. After merely a few steps, he found his throat becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Chapter 79. Teaching Bulma the art of flight. However, Cassius, despite his youthful demeanor, could easily endure a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, he had no reason to be outmatched by two children. Moreover, Scions are inherently fearless in their quest to augment their power. Soon enough, Bardock commenced his training. Bulma and Jine strolled around the temple, which is revered by martial artists. Apart from the somewhat thin air, the surroundings were quite exquisite. Approaching Cassius, Bulma expressed her frustration, saying, "Where have you been all these years? You refused to let the eternal dragon bring you here when I summoned you." Years prior, Ties ventured out to gather material for her novel, while Dr. Briefs busied himself with various technological pursuits. Mrs. Briefs was preoccupied with her gardening. Left alone, Bulma spent her days either attending classes or training, devoid of companionship. and the solitude often enveloped her heart. Bulma understood that training was not her passion, yet she found no alternative pursuits. Each time she contemplated abandoning her training, memories of that stubborn yet tender-hearted boy surfaced in her mind. It was only when she stumbled upon the Dragon Balls in the family's storage room that she resolutely embarked on her journey to seek them out. However, during her wish, the Eternal Dragon informed her that Cassius had declined to be transported. The sense of disappointment she felt was palpable. Well, I was in the midst of crucial training and couldn't be transported, Cassius sheepishly remarked, scratching his head. Enough of that, just teach me how to fly, Bulma retorted, exasperated. Deep down, Bulma harbored feelings of resentment, but upon seeing Cassius, her grievances dissipated entirely. Especially as she gazed at his handsome visage, her heart would flutter uncontrollably. How have you changed so much? All right, follow me, Cassius said, ruffling Bulma's hair as he led her to the center of the temple. After years of training, you should be familiar with that warm sensation within you. Cassius sat Bulma down on the ground and smiled. That warmth is what we refer to as energy or chi. However, the concept of chi may be too profound for you. I will teach you how to harness this energy directly. Cassius had spent an entire month mastering the control of chi, and he did not believe Bulma could grasp it in a short time. So he planned to teach her the application of energy instead. Energy is a broad term. Everyone possesses it. For instance, the strength we exert while working is essentially our body instinctively releasing energy. When engaged in labor, energy is released passively, conversely, to soar into the skies. One must release energy actively. As Cassius elaborated on the concept of energy, Bulma interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Enough with the explanations. Just teach me how to fly. Cassius realized that explaining so much to a novice like Bulma was futile. It would be more beneficial to directly instruct her on actively releasing the energy within her. Upon contemplating this, Kaso nodded. Close your eyes like me and relax your body. Seeing Kaso shut his eyes, Bulma followed suit. His words gradually guided her, reminiscent of Gohan instructing Biddy in the anime. She relaxed her body, delving into meditation, gently directing the warm energy within her outward. As time flowed steadily, Bulma immersed herself in her meditative realm. Noticing her breathing had become steady, Kaso opened his eyes. Bulma possessed considerable talent, albeit her lack of interest in training was regrettable. Kaso mused quietly. This was indeed the essence of Bulma. Had she become like Goku, perpetually engrossed in training, the Dragon Ball universe would surely lose a scientific genius. Kaso quietly departed, striving not to disturb Bulma. Moving to another area, Kain remarked softly, Kaso, that little girl is quite adorable. Ah, yes, Kaso replied bashfully. Among the Dragon Ball characters, Bulma and Android 18 were the most charming and beautiful, garnering the highest popularity. Young man, do as you wish, Kain teased, covering her mouth with a giggle. She recognized that soon, Bardock would entrust the science to Kaso. And given Kaso's exceptional nature, procreation was exceedingly challenging. Thus, the more partners, the better. Moreover, she sensed a mutual attraction brewing between them. Let us discuss this later. Kaso's normally thick-skinned demeanor turned slightly crimson. Who could resist such an adorable girl like Bulma? After a considerable time had passed, Kaso leaned against a tall green plant, quietly observing the striking silhouette at the center of the temple. Just as Kain had stated, Kaso had adored Bulma and 18 in his previous life. When he arrived on Earth, aside from seeking the Dragon Balls, he harbored the desire to meet his goddess. At that time, Bulma was still quite young, her personality exuberant. Yet she bore the traits of a beauty. Vegeta? Kaso smirked. I won't let Bulma belong to you. While Kaso was lost in thought, a delicate figure radiated a glow. The aura shimmered like a luminous pearl in the night, twinkling in Bulma's palm. A low hum resonated around the light as Bulma slowly opened her eyes. Witnessing the illumination in her hand, she exclaimed excitedly, Kaso, Kaso, look, I did it. However, just as Bulma was filled with exhilaration, the light in her hand suddenly extinguished. Why did it go out? The abrupt darkness felt like a fall from paradise to despair. Over the years, she had tirelessly endeavored to earn Kaso's admiration, enduring countless days and nights. Just when she saw her energy successfully coalesce externally, she felt a surge of excitement, as though she could hear Kaso's praise in the next moment. Yet, the light extinguished once more. Bulma felt a pang in her nose, her eyes stinging with a hint of warmth. She felt deeply aggrieved. Kakarot appeared beside Bulma and was momentarily taken aback by her state. However, he quickly comprehended the reason behind her distress. Do not cry, my dear, Kakarot exclaimed, feeling a pang of sympathy as he enveloped Bulma in his embrace. Everything is all right. You have successfully released energy externally. You merely lack practice. Is that true? Bulma's voice trembled with emotion. Indeed, trust me. Once you master the art of energy release, you too shall soar through the skies like I do. Kakarot held Bulma tightly. In the animated series, when Gohan instructed Videl, she too experienced a similar struggle. Her initial attempt at gathering energy dissipated swiftly. Nevertheless, she ultimately learned the technique of flight. Chapter 80. The third stage of cultivation, listening to Kaso's explanation. Bulma felt a sense of agreement. She had already internalized the sensation of releasing energy, and with a few more attempts, she would undoubtedly master it. However, her earlier reaction had been somewhat exaggerated, and now, nestled in Kaso's embrace, she felt a tad embarrassed. Yet, Bulma had no intention of breaking free. Instead, she tightened her hold around his waist. Seeing Bulma wrap her arms around him, Kaso couldn't help but smile foolishly. The two were closely entwined, and despite years of cultivation, Bulma's body remained supple and graceful. The fresh, delicate fragrance emanating from her continually wafted into his nostrils, prompting Kaso to hold her a little closer. "Kaso, are you going to leave here soon?" Bulma inquired, her round eyes blinking slowly, her voice tinged with melancholy. Bulma's concern was not unfounded. Over the years, Kaso had visited Earth only once and had left without exchanging more than a few words with her. "Not at all. This time I intend to stay on Earth for a while," Kaso replied, inhaling her enchanting scent with a smile. "Really? Indeed. Oh yay," Bulma exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms tightly around Kaso. He gently ruffled her hair, feeling a pang of sympathy for her exuberance. How lonely she must have been. He pondered whether he should bring Bulma to Salada Planet in the future. However, upon further reflection, Kaso shook his head, realizing that the unfolding narrative of Earth was inextricably linked to Bulma. "Continue your practice. I need to find Mr. Popo," Kaso said softly, resting his head against hers. Feeling Kaso's gaze upon her, Bulma blushed and lowered her head, nodding slightly. As Kaso had suggested, she had now remembered that sensation and needed to practice diligently. Otherwise, if she delayed her training for a few days, the results would surely diminish. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai was observing the lower realms, with Mr. Popo standing by his side. The martial arts development on Earth had indeed improved significantly. Besides Goku, the Supreme Kai noted the little bald boy beside him, who also displayed considerable talent. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly achieve great heights, perhaps even surpassing the martial arts master. However, as he turned to glance at Kaso, the Supreme Kai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No one on Earth could compare to Kaso's prowess. "Kaso, what do you think of the martial arts development on Earth?" the Supreme Kai inquired as Kaso approached slowly. "Not bad," Kaso replied, nodding nonchalantly. The Supreme Kai, observing Kaso's calm demeanor, realized he thought little of the Earthling's abilities. This was quite understandable, as others had traversed the universe to reach Earth years ago, showcasing unparalleled strength. Unbeknownst to Kaso, the Supreme Kai's thoughts were far from his own. Had he known, he would have remarked that while the majority of Earth's inhabitants lacked extraordinary talent, with Vegeta and Goku supporting them, Earth remained the most profound planet in the cosmos. "Supreme Kai, I have another purpose for coming here. It's regarding Mr. Popo," Kaso said, his tone tinged with apology. The celestial being paused momentarily, yet discerned Kaso's intention to converse privately with Bobo. "Very well, I too have matters to attend to." The celestial glanced at Kaso before leaning on his staff and retreating into the temple. As he departed, the temple plaza was left with only Bulma practicing in the center, while Jain observed the flora nearby. "Greetings, Mr. Bobo," Kaso said respectfully. Bobo regarded Kaso with an expression devoid of any emotion, utterly unperturbed. Kaso was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Bobo's demeanor was one of calmness, unaffected even by the most dire circumstances, which was not surprising to Kaso. "I wish to learn the third stage of training from you, Mr. Bobo," Kaso stated with reverence. Years ago, Osbier had left the Salada planet under Whis' guidance. With Whis as the mentor of the god of destruction, Osbier's strength would undoubtedly surge. Kaso understood that the candidate for the god of destruction must undergo assessments. Yet he believed in the young girl's talent and her unwavering pursuit of power. She would certainly prevail in the evaluations. Reflecting on this, Kaso realized that his own combat prowess was likely insufficient compared to that of the young girl. The thought of being surpassed was somewhat irksome to him. "You have Whis. I have Bobo," Kaso mused. However, he was uncertain whether Bobo would indeed instruct him. Upon hearing Kaso's request, Bobo's tranquil gaze finally revealed a flicker of emotion. "Your soul is formidable, and your comprehension is not easily matched, yet your strength is lacking and cannot uphold that realm," Bobo remarked coolly. "I still wish to give it a try," Kaso replied earnestly, bowing once more. Over the years, Kaso had contemplated whether to pursue the path of divine realms or that of Super Saiyan 4. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku transcended to Super Saiyan 3, subsequently awakening as a Super Saiyan God through the infusion of the light from 5 virtuous Saiyans: Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks, and the unborn child of Bulla. Ultimately, he ascended to the Ultra Blue state. Conversely, in Dragon Ball GT, Goku transformed into the Golden Great Ape and ultimately achieved Super Saiyan 4. The Divine Realm and Super Saiyan 4 represent 2 distinct paths, and many in the past have debated which is superior. Kaso was unsure which path was more formidable. Yet he understood that to attain the Divine Realm without the infusion of righteous light from 5 noble-hearted Saiyans, one must rely on enlightenment alone. The path to Super Saiyan 4, however, is different. It is a state rooted in the instinct of bloodline, requiring the Saiyan lineage to be elevated to an extraordinary level, and then rediscovering oneself amidst the terrifying fury of the Golden Great Ape to have a chance of reaching Super Saiyan 4. Kaso contemplated, why not pursue both paths simultaneously? The ancestral planet of the Saiyans had been restored, and having lived on Salada for so many years, Kaso had experienced the benefits it bestowed. The bloodline within him was continually elevating, and he now felt that he was merely one opportunity away from breaking through to the Super Saiyan state. Moreover, due to his exceptional comprehension, Kaso felt entirely capable of balancing both paths. Bobo observed Kaso silently, his dark eyes revealing no hint of emotion. After a moment of silence, Bobo nodded in agreement. With that, he turned and departed, returning to the temple. Watching Bobo's retreating figure, Kaso exhaled in relief, having feared that Bobo would refuse to instruct him. However, in the anime, Goku had defeated King Piccolo and ascended to the temple where he sparred with Bobo, only to be thoroughly chastised. When Goku sought Bobo's guidance for training, Bobo acquiesced. It seemed that no matter the request, Bobo would never decline. Chapter 81. Bulma learns to fly. The celestial temple was enveloped in an air of tranquility. In the center of the square, Bulma was diligently concentrating the energy within her, her palms glowing intermittently with brilliant light, only to fade away repeatedly. Yet, she remained undeterred, becoming increasingly adept at harnessing her energy. Kaso observed that Bobo had entered the house and had yet to emerge, but he felt no urgency. Trusting Bobo's promise, Kaso was confident that he would impart his knowledge to him. Turning his gaze back to Bulma, he noticed her smile blossoming further, indicating her growing mastery over her internal energy. Kaso, look! Bulma exclaimed, joyfully sprinting towards him, the luminous glow in her hands unwavering despite her rapid pace. As they drew closer, she suddenly released the energy in her palms and leaped with vigor, landing directly into Kaso's embrace. Wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, she radiated sheer delight. The gentle impact of her soft form against him made Kaso acutely aware of her curves, sending an unexpected rush of warmth through him, causing his breath to catch and his body to stiffen. In that moment, Bulma's face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Kaso's gaze. Though her arms remained securely around him, Kaso, equally flustered, recalled only a few instances in the past, once with ties and another fleeting moment with Philia, where he had experienced such close contact with a girl. "You little rascal," he said, running his fingers through her silky blue hair to mask his embarrassment. "Kaso, look, I can now proficiently gather energy." Bulma's tone was filled with exhilaration, the earlier awkwardness seemingly forgotten. Their eyes locked, and she effortlessly conjured a white energy sphere with one hand. "Am I impressive?" she asked, narrowing her eyes with a sense of pride. She had not anticipated mastering the energy sphere so swiftly. She had thought it would take her at least a week. How brilliant she felt. Kaso, noticing her elevated chin, recognized her desire for praise. "Bulma, you are truly remarkable," he said, enveloping her slender form in his arms, leaning down to whisper in her ear. In the realm of anime, even Videl had learned to release energy in a day. Yet Bulma surpassed her by mastering it in mere hours and with one hand. Indeed, Bulma was a genius. With a chuckle, Bulma reveled in Kaso's words, her little head bobbing in agreement. After years of training, all she sought was his commendation. "Come, let me teach you how to soar," Kaso said. Charmed by her adorably dazed expression, he gently released her, preparing to instruct her in the art of flight. Bulma nodded vigorously, her tiny fist clenched in a display of determination, looking exceedingly cute. To soar into the sky, one must first learn to harness the energy within. The energy you just released can transform into a formidable force, propelling one into the air. Kasset paused and said, "Now that you have mastered the release of energy, concentrate it beneath your feet. The force generated will allow you to ascend." What Kasset described was akin to the teachings of Lunch in the anime, suggesting that novices should first gather energy at their feet. Once adept at soaring, They could then envelop themselves in energy to guide their flight direction. Let me try? Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with eagerness. Following Casset's instructions, she concentrated her energy at her feet. Indeed, the moment the energy surged forth, Bulma sensed a powerful thrust lifting her. Believing that by releasing more energy she could fly, she unleashed it vigorously. Bulma soared skyward. But as she reached a certain height, she plummeted back down, panicking and shouting, "Casset, save me." She flailed her arms instinctively, hoping to grasp something to prevent her fall. "I'm here," Casset called out as he flew into the air and caught Bulma securely, finding her tightly shut eyes utterly endearing. "Why didn't you save me sooner? You nearly scared me to death." Bulma gasped, patting her chest. "Wasn't I just saving you?" Casset rolled his eyes, surprised that Bulma had managed to ascend like that. Such feats were not typical for an ordinary earthling. "Put me down. I want to continue practicing. Remember to save me," Bulma teased, having caught a glimpse of the exhilaration of free flight. She was confident that with a few more attempts, she would master the art of flying. "All right," Casset said, affectionately patting her head before gently bringing her back to the ground. Bulma embarked on her aerial training, repeatedly launching into the sky, though she struggled to maintain her balance and often fell back down. However, as time passed, she gradually steadied herself in midair, achieving a hovering state. Witnessing this, Casset felt immense joy and repeatedly marveled at Bulma's innate talent, albeit underestimating her potential. To him, Bulma's abilities surpassed those of Launch by a significant margin, particularly her capacity to comprehend and adapt. Could it be that intelligent individuals gained an advantage in their training? Half a day later, Bulma finally mastered the art of flight. Although her trajectory was somewhat erratic, she was now able to glide leisurely through the skies. "This is the essence of free flight," she exclaimed joyfully. Years prior, Bulma had been flown by Osbier, harboring envy for Casset and his companion, wishing she too could soar through the heavens. To her astonishment, she has now also learned to soar, which means she will no longer need to board a jet for her journeys to school. With this thought, Bulma excitedly moved a few meters forward. Katsu chuckled, reminiscing about his own initial experience upon traversing into the Dragon Ball world, when he, like Bulma, felt an exhilarating thrill at his first ascent into the skies. Just then, preparing to commence the third stage of training, Bobo appeared beside Katsu, as if from nowhere. His silent approach startled Katsu, a familiar occurrence, for this was not the first time Bobo had surprised him. Katsu turned around, casting a displeased glance at Bobo. Chapter 82. Entering the illusion, Kaso found himself gazing into the unblinking, dark round eyes of Bobo, who regarded him with an expressionless demeanor. "Bulma, do exercise caution while you practice. I too shall join Mr. Bobo for training," he called out to Bulma, who hovered above. Given Bulma's current state, it was reasonable to assert that she had nearly mastered the art of flight, merely requiring further practice. "Mr. Bobo, shall we enter the house?" Kaso inquired, recalling from the anime that Goku had ventured inside, where Bobo subsequently transported him into a realm of illusion for training. Kaso assumed he would undergo a similar experience. Yet, while the anime referred to it as an illusion, Kaso speculated it might not be so. It could very well be a tangible world. For instance, Goku had journeyed back over 3 centuries to the youth of Master Roshi, leading Kaso to ponder if this was another dimension altogether. However, this remained merely Kaso's conjecture. "No need," Bobo replied coolly. Kaso was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Goku had been transported by a device resembling a palm, and wondered how it could be operated without entering the house. "You and that girl have already completed the first 2 stages of training. These stages were designed to enhance your sensory perception and physical coordination, ensuring you refrain from unnecessary movements and can sense the external energy," Bobo explained, his hands held vertically, his sausage-like red lips moving incessantly. "While to a certain extent, your mental state may now resemble the tranquility of the sky, it does not equate to the true state of no mind. What must I do then?" Kaso asked anxiously. As Bobo had noted, Kaso had undergone training years prior, and he was aware that his mental state had yet to attain true emptiness. Beyond the ability to utilize and perceive energy, he could only minimize superfluous actions. The essence of no mind is akin to a serene lake, undisturbed yet responsive to the gentle stirrings of nature, remaining calm when calmness is warranted and stirring when the time calls for it. It is about allowing one's heart to guide the body. Bobo, maintaining his impassive expression, continued to elucidate the principles of the third stage. Whether in the realm of martial arts or the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of enlightenment is paramount. For instance, Goku's remarkable intuition enabled him to grasp the Kamehameha technique after witnessing Master Roshi perform it just once, a testament to the advantages of heightened perception. The third stage of training that Bobo described was far more intricate. Without exceptional insight, one could not comprehend its essential elements. Much like the protagonist's son Goku, whose extraordinary intuition allowed him to ascend to the heavens and train under Bobo for 3 years. Kaso was uncertain whether Goku had successfully completed the third stage. Though in the later series Dragon Ball Super, Goku did enter a state of Ultra Instinct, suggesting he had indeed mastered it. Kaso was acutely aware of his own keen perception. Initially, he felt lost amidst Bobo's discourse. Yet, as Bobo continued to expound, Kaso gradually immersed himself in the intricacies of the third stage's teachings. At that moment, Bobo waved his small black hand, enveloping Kaso in a haze of ethereal energy. In the celestial realm, Bulma observed the peculiar scene with a sense of bewilderment. Though Kaso's figure remained visible in the heavenly expanse, there lingered an inexplicable feeling that he had transcended this world. Where was this place? Kaso, who had been listening to Bobo's narrative, found himself inexplicably transported to a serene forest. After a moment of contemplation, Kaso's eyes widened in realization. He had not followed Bobo into that dwelling. He had stood in the very center of the temple square. Now, he found himself inexplicably thrust into this realm. Was it an illusion? Or did this world possess a tangible reality? Contemplating further yielded no clarity, yet he resolved to focus on the third stage of his training. Kaso ambled through the forest, where dense foliage obscured the sunlight. Despite the sweltering heat, the forest remained remarkably cool, punctuated by the occasional soft chirping of insects. Remembering Bobo's advice to go with the flow, Kaso remained uncertain if he had indeed entered the third stage of his training. To err on the side of caution, he refrained from tapping into his inner power. He progressed gradually through the thick undergrowth, and after approximately 5 minutes, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. A flash of insight illuminated Kaso's mind. He recalled that Goku had once entered a mysterious world and followed an elderly man to fish. Had he arrived in that same world? Furrowing his brow, Kaso decided to investigate further. He pushed aside the surrounding underbrush and made his way toward the sound of the water. Shortly thereafter, he reached the riverbank and gazed downstream. There sat an elderly man with flowing white hair, perched on a rock, his eyes closed as he fished in the river. "Friend, would you care to join me in fishing?" The old man spoke without opening his eyes. It was a seemingly random inquiry. He did not ask Kaso who he was or how he had come to be there. Kaso was momentarily taken aback by the unusual greeting, yet he nodded in agreement, reciprocating the silence regarding their identities. Thus, the two of them began to fish by the riverbank. Time passed, and half a day went by amidst the towering trees that shielded them from the sun. With the gentle breeze caressing him, Kaso felt a refreshing coolness and an inner tranquility. Though the environment was enchanting, after several hours, Kaso had yet to catch a single fish. The river spanned approximately 15 meters in width and was about 8 meters deep. According to the tales, the old man frequented this spot daily, suggesting a plentiful supply of fish. Kaso glanced at his empty fish basket, then at the old man's overflowing catch, a flush of embarrassment creeping over him as he lowered his gaze. "Friend, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. You can keep the fishing rod," the old man declared as he gathered his basket and began his return along the forest path. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Kaso shook his head, pondering the mystery of why he had been unable to catch a single fish. Fishing is a common pursuit, yet the reason that elderly gentleman succeeded eludes Kaso. He seems to have forgotten the purpose of his visit, consumed instead by the perplexity of his own inability to catch fish. Thus, an entire evening slipped away. Kaso remained by the riverbank, rod in hand, oblivious to fatigue and hunger, his gaze fixed intently on the rippling waters. Despite the passage of the night, he still failed to land a catch. It was quite peculiar. Kaso's eyes were bloodshot, and his countenance betrayed exhaustion. Was it a flaw within himself? This question had echoed in his mind throughout the night. Chapter 83. The dazzling figure of the god of destruction in the forest as dawn broke. The grass along the roadside sparkled with dewdrops, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. What could possibly be the reason for this? Kaso ruffled his unkempt hair. In the animated world, Goku ventured into the forest seeking someone capable of evading lightning. Along the way, he encountered the formidable Ayumu, whom he swiftly defeated with ease. Just as Goku found himself at a loss, he stumbled upon the elderly man he had seen earlier, acquiring a fishing rod, and before long, his hook caught a fish. Kaso, feeling perplexed, reclined on a stone and let out a deep sigh. In stark contrast, far away in the depths of the universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, an atmosphere of ferocity permeated the surroundings. A violet radiance enveloped the area, and boundless power erupted from a woman with flowing hair. The earth shook with thunderous roars, as even the seemingly indestructible realm trembled under the force of her might. With a furrowed brow, the woman concentrated, emanating a beam of purple light from her hand. She directed it towards a distant mountain range, proclaiming, "Destruction." Instantly, the air thickened, then erupted into chaos. An indomitable energy unleashed colossal waves, sweeping through 1,000 miles. The minuscule violet orbs surged towards the mountains. Their pace appeared languid. Yet they reached their destination in the blink of an eye. Upon gently grazing the mountains, the destructive energy displayed no unnecessary flourish. The range disintegrated into glimmering particles, vanishing without a trace. "Shelby, let us conclude our business here for today." V's materialized beside Osbiel, waving his staff lightly, causing the recently obliterated mountains and the ravaged ground to revert to their original state as if nothing had transpired. Osbiel hovered in midair, exhaling softly. Her long hair cascaded behind her, and her slender figure, paired with curvaceous limbs and a heaving bosom, accentuated the elegant contours of her ancient Egyptian attire. A cold voice escaped her lips, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. Observing her demeanor, V's nodded slightly. Over the years, he had guided the young girl through various forms of training. Only those who comprehended destructive energy were deemed worthy of becoming candidate gods of destruction. Osbiel had not disappointed him. She had finally grasped the concept of destructive energy and had even manifested it. Though her destructive energy was still modest, akin to the size of a bead, it had nonetheless annihilated the mountain. Consequently, Osbiel earned V's approval, and as long as she secured Beerus' recognition, she could truly ascend to the status of candidate god of destruction. However, the innocent and charming girl of yesteryears had undergone significant transformation. One could only wonder if the destruction of so many things had rendered her icy demeanor. Nevertheless, Osbiel's frosty temperament was indeed quite fitting for the position of candidate god of destruction. The god of destruction governs the essence of annihilation within the universe. When tasked with obliterating planets that hinder the cosmic equilibrium, one must never exhibit leniency. Similarly, the candidate god of destruction must assist without hesitation. "Is Lord Beerus still in slumber?" Osbier inquired softly. Speaking of Beerus, he had fallen into a deep sleep upon his return to the realm of destruction from Earth, remaining in that state to this very day. Whis had obtained Beerus's consent to bring Osbier to the realm prior to his slumber. "Not at all," Whis replied, shaking his head. Given Beerus's indolent nature, he typically remains in a profound sleep for an extended period. He is capable of extreme measures to secure his rest. For instance, he once sealed away the Supreme Kai, whose life was intertwined with his own, all to ensure uninterrupted slumber. This ultimately led to the demise of several candidate Supreme Kais at the hands of Majin Buu, resulting in the current naivety of the young Supreme Kai. The subpar average strength of the seventh universe is undeniably linked to this. "Whis, when can I return?" A flicker of longing appeared in Osbier's icy gaze. "Oh." Whis was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this seemingly cold-hearted girl harbored emotions. "You have now grasped the energy of the god of destruction. All that remains is diligent practice. At present, I have nothing further to teach you. Does that mean I can go back?" Osbier clasped her delicate hands together, her body tense with anticipation. Whis nodded affirmatively. "Thank you, Whis, for your guidance over the years. I shall return soon." Osbier offered a slight bow before vanishing from Whis' sight. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm of Earth, Bulma finally experienced the freedom of flight, soaring through the skies and reveling in the exhilarating sensation of unrestrained movement. "Why isn't Kaso making a move?" she thought, hovering in midair and gazing down at Kaso, who remained seated in the square. 3 days had elapsed since he had fallen into a deep slumber. He sat motionless, neither consuming food nor drinking water. Bulma felt a twinge of concern, yet the Supreme Kai had previously instructed her and Jin to refrain from disturbing Kaso during his training. Observing Kaso's tranquil demeanor intensified her unease, as she felt an inexplicable sense that he had departed from this world. Was it merely an illusion? Bulma was not alone in her apprehensions. Bardock, who had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, shared a similar sentiment. Although Kaso appeared to be seated in the plaza of the temple, Bardock sensed no trace of his energy, no breath, no life. Having emerged from the chamber with a significant enhancement in power, now boasting a combat strength of 1.5 million, Bardock attempted to awaken Kaso, only to be thwarted by the dark-haired figure. How can this dark-haired individual possess such formidable skills? Bardock pondered, perplexed. Under his scouter's readings, Bopo registered merely 200 points. How could he possibly withstand his attack? However, considering that the Earth possesses such marvelous entities as the Time Chamber, it does not seem extraordinary to encounter individuals endowed with such enigmatic prowess. In the realm of illusions, Kaso sat by the riverbank, oblivious to the passage of countless years. The old man would come and go, appearing and disappearing in an endless cycle. Day after day, year after year, the old man remained unchanged, just as Kaso's appearance bore no sign of aging. At last, the fishing rod in Kaso's grasp trembled slightly, and his bewildered eyes suddenly awakened to clarity. With a vigorous tug, Kaso pulled. Yet, when the hook emerged from the water, no fish could be seen. Once again, it was the same. Kaso remained unaware of how much time had elapsed, only aware that he had been outsmarted by the fish in this river countless times. Chapter 84. The Realm of the Heartless. Have you caught any fish? The elderly man sitting beside him inquired with a gentle smile. None, Kaso replied nonchalantly. Since arriving in this world, he had lost track of time. The old man returned daily with a bountiful catch, while Kaso had yet to reel in even a single fish. He recalled a famous saying from the fishing community: if fish are teasing you, do not indulge them. If necessary, allow the fish in the river to experience the taste of paralysis. However, in this illusionary realm, Kaso remained steadfast in remembering Bobo's advice to go with the flow and let his spirit guide his body. He held in disdain the deceitful practices of electric fishing or dynamite fishing. After all, what was the point of such trickery? It would be far simpler to purchase a fish from the market. You must cultivate a tranquil heart to catch fish, the old man remarked. As he successfully hooked another fish, Kaso turned to glance, finding it a familiar sight. A calm heart. The old man's words sparked a revelation in Kaso's mind. In the celestial realm, Bobo had imparted many secrets regarding the third stage of cultivation, which Kaso had diligently remembered. Thus, in this world, he sought to act according to his desires, embracing the natural flow of life. Yet, how was he to let his spirit guide his body? Hearing the old man's advice, Kaso began to understand. This stage of cultivation, as the name suggests, was built upon the foundations of the previous two stages. Upon entering this world, he had begun fishing, surrounded by an abundance of fish, yet he could not catch a single one. Under the fish's playful antics, he found himself increasingly agitated. Forgetting the serene state of mind he had cultivated in the temple, akin to the tranquility of the sky. No, he realized. Kaso seemed to grasp the essence of this third stage. He was correct in his assumption that fishing was indeed the third stage of cultivation. As the old man had said, one must have a calm heart to catch fish. Tranquility is achieved by remaining undisturbed by external factors, viewing objective realities with equanimity. When the time is right, the fish will bite. It cannot be forced. However, the concept of tranquility had already been explored in the first two stages of cultivation. To catch fish, he needed to comprehend the key to the third stage. All things are in motion. One must calm their heart to perceive the transformations of the world, allowing the realm of the heartless to guide the body. With this thought, Kaso's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. At that moment, the fishing rod in his hand quivered slightly. Yet Kaso remained unperturbed, instead mimicking the old man's action of closing his eyes. The essence of tranquility transformed into the essence of nothingness. With serene composure and undisturbed stillness, the entire river, even the entire forest, reflected in Kaso's mind. A radiant glow enveloped him, as if a celestial being had descended upon the earth, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Observing this, the elderly man smiled softly before continuing to fish. Previously, Kaso had been able to sense the movements of the fish in the river, yet he struggled to catch any. Now, he could even perceive the speed of the water's flow. The small fish continued to nibble at the bait without ever taking the hook. With his eyes closed, Kaso smiled faintly, recalling how he had been playfully teased by the little fish before. Let the spirit guide the body. The fleeting wave of emotion had been calmed, and the entire river's movements unfolded in Kaso's mind, leaving him in a state of profound tranquility. Kaso decided to attempt something new, to relax his body and allow instinct to take over. With a mere thought, he did not rely on any physical commands, but instead on the realm of nothingness and the instincts of his body. Suddenly, a fish, no larger than a palm, was drawn up to the shore. Young man, congratulations, an old man remarked with a smile. The fish had taken the bait. In the face of the fish that had been mocking him, Kaso maintained an air of calm indifference. Suddenly, his complexion turned ashen, and his mind became a muddled haze before he collapsed into unconsciousness. In the celestial realm, a month had passed. Bardak spent his time training, while also sneaking glances at Kakarot with Jine. Meanwhile, Bulma remained by Kaso's side, watching over him, with Kaso having gone without food or drink for an entire month. She would have long since woken him if not for the green-skinned creature's assurance that this was part of Kaso's training. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Bulma's voice trembled with concern. Kaso sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly motionless. A month had not left him dusty, but rather more ethereal. Yet at that moment, Kaso's rosy complexion suddenly drained of color, and the serene aura around him shattered, becoming chaotic. It was reminiscent of a state of madness. Mr. Bobo, what has happened to Kaso? Bulma gasped in shock at his condition, urgently calling out to the temple. Bobo appeared beside Kaso with an enigmatic demeanor, raising a finger to gently tap Kaso on the forehead. A hum resonated, and a milky white halo illuminated the entire celestial realm. The emanating light coalesced into a sphere, instantly penetrating Kaso's mind. Bulma, witnessing this, could not help but swallow nervously. He won't turn into a complete fool, will he? She pondered, her gaze suddenly resolute. Even if he did become a fool, he would still be her fool. Yes, fine now, Bobo declared calmly as he lowered his finger. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kaso slowly opened his eyes. He recalled every detail of the illusion. Had he not succumbed to the overwhelming state of nothingness? Shaking his head, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Bulma's slightly reddened eyes. You despicable guy? Bulma exclaimed, her voice laced with tears as she leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. When he had previously mentioned wanting to train, she had assumed he would only practice for a short time, never imagining he would go an entire month without food or drink. She had been so worried. What a mischievous rascal. Water, water. Kaso attempted to speak, but his throat felt parched, allowing him only to utter a single syllable. For an ordinary person, enduring a week without sustenance would be miraculous. Yet Kaso, after a month without food or drink, could only feel his throat's dryness, which was indeed remarkable. Water is coming. The celestial being had scarcely heard Bulma's words when he prepared a large vat of water for Kaso. Gurgling, Kaso took the vat, tilted his head back, and began to guzzle the water voraciously. More. After consuming an entire vat, Kaso felt it was insufficient and requested several more vats from the celestial being. As he finally drained the last of the 5 vats, he let out a sigh of relief. He had truly been revived. Kaso embraced Bulma tightly, realizing that Bobo's words held truth. With his current strength, even with a formidable soul and mental fortitude, he could not sustain the so-called state of the heart of nothingness. Moreover, he had not genuinely comprehended that state. He could only claim to have grasped a mere superficial understanding. Reflecting on this, Kaso felt a tinge of helplessness. However, he had gained some insight. He understood that Goku's ultra instinct was fundamentally rooted in the heart of nothingness. I am well now. Kaso patted Bulma gently on the back. Chapter 85. Quila. As Kaso drifted into unconsciousness, a soft milky light illuminated his mind. Akin to the dawn breaking over a dark ancient city submerged in a fathomless abyss, casting a warm glow upon his soul. In an instant, he was roused. Now, as Kaso held Bulma close, a multitude of questions swirled within him, yet he chose to remain silent. Why haven't you moved for an entire month? You truly frightened me. Bulma wiped the tears from her fair cheeks. I merely slept for a month. Kaso pressed his forehead against Bulma's, his voice tinged with confusion. Within that illusion, as the sun rose and set, Kaso had felt time passing significantly, yet he had not anticipated that only a month had elapsed. This seemed rather exaggerated. Was that realm truly an illusion, devoid of any connection to reality? Indeed. Bulma nodded, then reached out to gently touch Kaso's abdomen. Are you hungry? Shall I take you to eat? The defined contours of his abdomen caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. How bold of me. No sooner had Bulma spoken than a series of rumbling sounds emanated from Kaso's stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Hee. Bulma covered her rosy mouth, stifling a giggle. Come, let me take you to some delicious food. With that, she took Kaso's hand, and they descended towards the lower realms. Have you gained the ability to fly freely? Kaso inquired as he was drawn downwards. Although Bulma's flying speed was somewhat slow, a fragrant breeze wafted from behind her. He had held her more than once and knew well the sweet scent that enveloped her. Humph, I have long mastered the art of flying, Bulma declared proudly, tilting her head back to cast a glance, a hint of melancholy in her voice. You, on the other hand, seem to have forgotten all about me. Hearing her tone, Kaso sheepishly scratched his head, pondering how he had been ensnared in that illusion for so long. This thought led him to reflect on Osbier. Under Whis' tutelage, her strength would undoubtedly soar. Had Kaso not made some progress during his training, he would surely find himself unable to catch up with her. I'm so hungry. Let us go. All right. On Planet Salad. Boom. The training area erupted with an overwhelming force, causing the entire space to tremble. Creak. The door to the 600x gravity chamber swung open, revealing a robust Saiyan. Lord Garrus, Lord Castor has instructed that you visit him if you have emerged. A nearby Saiyan remarked respectfully. Oh, Garrus replied, somewhat puzzled. Over the years, the 100x gravity chamber on Planet Salad had ceased to be effective. It just so happened that Kaso and Osbier's chambers were vacant, and he had received Kaso's permission to train in the 600x gravity chamber. Years had passed, and he had only managed to adapt to 300x gravity, yet now he had achieved a battle power of 800,000. As soon as he emerged, the reports from his kin reached him, suggesting that an urgent matter was afoot. Garrus waved his hand dismissively before unleashing a powerful burst of white energy. Ascending into the air, the scion left behind was dumbfounded, utterly intimidated by the overwhelming aura emanating from Garrus. If Garrus possessed such formidable strength, how powerful must Lord Bardock and Lord Kaso, who had long since acclimated to the 600-fold gravity chamber, be? The thought sent the scion's heart racing, a flush of excitement coloring his face. The rise of the scions was destined to be unstoppable. Meanwhile, in the conference building of the residential area, 9 individuals gathered in the meeting room, all captains of scion squads. What is a mere 170,000 battle power of Savaiza worth? Brent scoffed. As one of the 10 squad leaders, his own battle power had reached 300,000, making his disdain for the leader of the Kvira mech unit understandable. Exactly. The remaining squad leaders chimed in agreement. Only Castor and Chris remained silent, their expressions heavy as they sat in their chairs. As Garrus descended from the sky, he overheard the discussions outside the conference room. He remained still, furrowing his brow. Who was Savaiza? In the minds of the Scions, their mercenary organization was capable of sweeping through the universe without opposition. Were it not for Kaso's admonitions, the Scions might have already sought to lead their squads into Frisia's headquarters. When had a mere 170,000 battle power wretch dared to act so brazenly? Who is this Savaiza you speak of? Garrus inquired as he stepped into the meeting room. Lord Garrus, you have arrived. All the Scions stood in respect. Even the reckless Castor dared not show any disrespect. The battle power of those present was generally around 300,000, while Castor and Garrus possessed an additional 200,000, totaling approximately 500,000. Their gazes fell upon the modified detector, which displayed a battle power reading of 800,000, sending a chill through their hearts, causing their tones to instinctively shift to one of reverence. Lord Garrus, recently 3 individuals joined our mercenary organization. Savaiza, Dre, and Nez, one of the squad leaders, Alex, spoke up. He commanded us all to submit to a being named Kvira. No sooner had he spoken than the entire conference building began to tremble violently. Thankfully, Garrus was exerting control, and with the advanced technology of the Lolita clan, the building remained intact. Chris, is this true? Garrus asked in a grave tone. Years had passed, and with the evolution of the Scions, their strength had become unparalleled. They had scarcely endured such indignities. Among those present, Chris was the most level-headed, which is why Garrus sought his account. Chris spoke, his voice somewhat hesitant. Why yes, Lord Garrus, it is indeed so. Listening to his tone, all the Scions gazed at Chris with confusion, pondering what was amiss. Meanwhile, Cass did not meet Chris's eyes. He lowered his head, fearful of locking gazes with his kin, lest they detect the terror lurking in his own. Clearly, Cass was privy to some hidden truth. Garrus observed the reactions of the crowd, yet maintained his serious demeanor as he intently inquired, please elucidate further. With Bardock and Kaso absent from Planet Salad, Garrus stood as the mightiest among the remaining Scions, eager to unravel the mystery at hand. He firmly believed that Shavazak must possess knowledge regarding the strength of the mercenary organization. Why would that insignificant force of 170,000 still dare to demand their allegiance to someone named Kvira? Observing Cast's peculiar expression, Garrus sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Chris, do speak. The captains of the surrounding squads had implored Chris for an explanation more than once, yet he insisted he would not divulge anything until Lord Garrus arrived. Now that the moment had finally come, the Scion captains brimmed with curiosity about what Chris would reveal. Chapter 86. Gula Krivira. You may not be familiar with the name, but have you heard of Gula? Chris murmured. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. Who, you say? Garrus gasped, his breath quickening. A palpable fear gripped the faces of all the Scions present, clearly indicating their awareness of who Gula was. In the Dragon Ball universe, the Frost clan is represented by only 3 notable figures: the infamous Frisia from the North Galaxy, the King Cold from the West Galaxy, and the lesser-known Gula from the East Galaxy. Planet Salada, situated at the edge of the North Galaxy, is in close proximity to the East Galaxy. The Scion mercenary organization, based near the planet Doyen, frequently interacts with various extraterrestrial beings. learning through different factions that Gula possesses a battle power of merely 500,000 to 600,000. However, his brother Gula dominates the East Galaxy, rumored to possess a battle power exceeding 100 million. Kravira is Gula? Brent's eyes widened, his voice quivering. The Scions, having nearly no rivals in the North Galaxy, understood that if Kravira were indeed Gula, then the Scions would be compelled to submit, unable to resist his might. This realization caused Garrus great distress. The Scions were just beginning to rise and had yet to avenge themselves against Frisia, and now a more formidable Gula had emerged. We must contact Lord Bardock and Lord Kaso immediately. Cass stood up, finally voicing his thoughts. His words echoed the sentiments of the Scions, who recognized Bardock's strength, yet were acutely aware that even he would be no match for Gula, a certainty shared among them. Their only hope rested with Kaso. Chris, go inform Princess Philia to notify Kaso and the others, quickly. Garrus's voice nearly erupted in urgency. I will go at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Chris unleashed a terrifying aura, vanishing from the spot, causing the conference room's furniture to scatter. The Scions, witnessing the chaos Chris had wrought, remained indifferent, their sole focus on alerting Kaso. On the periphery of the East Galaxy, a verdant planet bustled with beings of various extraterrestrial races. Unlike Frisia's dominion, where minions were abundant yet vastly uneven in strength, Gula's domain housed fewer inhabitants, yet all detected by the scanners boasted battle powers exceeding 3,000. On a small spacecraft, a being resembling Frisia sat, diminutive in stature, with skin of a white and purple hue, his muscles bulging like fists. What did the mercenary organization say? Gula inquired, his cold, malevolent eyes glinting. Initially, he had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the North Galaxy, but the allure of that mercenary organization was too tempting. Should he manage to recruit them, even a potential rift with King Cold would not daunt him. Across the cosmos, the Frost Clan's might is well recognized, but their notorious cold-bloodedness is equally infamous. The three members of the Frost Demon clan were far from harmonious. Had it not been for the restraint imposed by King Cold, Guldo would have long since seized Frisia's territory. In Guldo's eyes, while Frisia possessed talent, he was also exceedingly youthful and remarkably indolent, even daring to be dismissive of Lord Beerus' orders to exterminate the Scions. The term dismissive here does not imply that Guldo was aware of the mercenary organization's true identity, but rather refers to Frisia's leniency towards Goku and Vegeta. In response to Guldo's inquiry, Shaviza raised his left hand to his right chest, speaking respectfully. They said they would consider it. Nez and Dre mirrored his gesture. They were clearly in denial of their dire circumstances. Guldo turned the infant spacecraft around, positioning himself with his back to the trio. His tone was cold and hoarse, devoid of any emotion, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. As expected, the mercenary organization's words were merely a stalling tactic. Yet, before a powerful adversary, their subtle maneuvers were nothing more than a desperate struggle for survival. Indeed, King Guldo. Shaviza lowered his head, unwilling to meet Guldo's gaze. He understood the mercenary organization's intentions, either to flee or to mount a futile resistance. Furthermore, Shaviza had already positioned spies near the mercenary group, ensuring that he would be alerted of any activity. Let us depart at once. Guldo turned back, his icy gaze fixed upon the three. Although King Cold had stated there was no urgency, and that he and Frisia were not to encroach upon each other's territories, Guldo had little regard for such constraints. If he could win over the mercenary organization, these issues would pale in significance. Perhaps even his entry into the Northern Galaxy would go unnoticed by Frisia. Yes, 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 the three voices echoed within the palace. In the western city of Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's home. Eat more, Bulma urged, resting her snowy chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Katsu. MMM. Katsu, grasping a piece of meat from an unknown creature's leg, stuffed it into his mouth before lifting a nearby jug of beverage and gulping down a couple of swigs. Bulma gently pressed her lips together, her gaze filled with the image of Katsu, as if he were etched into her very pupils. Years ago, Katsu had been quite insufferable. Bulma had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to her in such a manner, which left a lasting impression on her. At some point, Katsu had carved out a significant space in her heart. Bulma mused that perhaps it began when he had taught her the art of training. Watching Katsu relish his meal brought her immense joy, and a gentle smile crept onto her lips, wishing he could remain by her side forever. You should eat too, Katsu said, shoving another large piece of meat into his mouth before addressing Bulma. He had not felt hunger for a month, and upon waking, had only experienced thirst. However, The mere mention of food by Bulma was enough to stir his appetite. You eat, that's fine, Bulma replied, lifting her delicate hand to wipe Katsu's mouth. Her favorite pastime is watching Kazuo eat. Just as Kazuo was about to grasp another piece of meat, a red light suddenly illuminated from his wristband. This wristband, designed by the Lolita clan, enables communication throughout the northern galaxy. A green light signifies a normal report from a Saiyan. A yellow light indicates an important matter, while a red light denotes an urgent situation. What's wrong? Bulma inquired, noticing that Kazuo had become unusually still after the wristband flickered. In a rush, Kazuo checked the information on the wristband. Gula is about to invade the mercenary organization. Chapter 87. The return of Kaso. Noticing Kaso's somewhat grave expression, Bulma couldn't help but inquire with concern, Kaso, what troubles you? I am fine. Then you. It pertains to matters within my clan. Kaso waved his hand dismissively. Despite his serious demeanor, his tone remained unchanged, indicating that the issue was likely not of great consequence. Bulma clenched her fists, gazing intently at Kaso. You aren't planning to leave Earth again, are you? Anyone observing Kaso in that moment would sense his urgency, making Bulma's question understandable. Oh, well. Kaso scratched his head, hesitating. He had previously informed Bulma that he would remain on Earth for a while, yet he had spent most of his time in training, hardly accompanying her at all. However, the situation concerning the Saiyans was indeed pressing. Cooler, as Frisia's elder brother, though slightly less gifted than Frisia, possessed far greater strength. Had the former Kaso received such news, he would have sought every means to relocate the Saiyans. Yet now, perhaps it presented a unique opportunity. When will you return? Bulma's tone was tinged with melancholy. Though she longed for Kaso's constant presence, she understood that if he genuinely had pressing matters to attend to, she wouldn't be unreasonable. I will return to find you once I complete my tasks, Kaso assured earnestly. Remember your words, Bulma pouted, reluctant to see him leave. I shall return swiftly. Have no fear. Seizing a moment when Bulma was distracted, Kaso planted a quick kiss on her cheek before vanishing in an instant. Bulma stood there dazed, feeling the warmth on her face. As realization dawned, her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Elated yet slightly exasperated by the suddenness of his departure, she mused, why rush off? It's not as if I would deny you a kiss. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, in a village, Kaso suddenly appeared with a whoosh. Uncle Bardock, we must return. Kaso tugged at the figure ahead. The two individuals before him were none other than Bardock and Jine, who had been shadowing Goku throughout the month, observing his training methods. However, they found that Goku seemed to be searching for a particular orange orb rather than focusing on his training. Kaso understood this. Recalling that after the martial arts tournament in the anime, Goku embarked on a quest to recover Gohan's relics, thus beginning his journey to find the Dragon Balls. Oh, it's you, kid. You startled me, Bardock said, taking Jine's hand as he addressed Kaso with an irritable tone. Weren't you training in the other world? Why return so soon? Have you heard of Cooler? He intends to traverse from the Eastern Galaxy to compel the mercenary team to submit to him. Kaso stated with grave seriousness. With time pressing, he felt compelled to speak plainly. Cooler? Bardock and Jine gasped in shock. In the realm of dreams. Bardock was only aware that Frisia possessed a combat power of 530,000. Given his current strength, he could easily vanquish Frisia. However, he refrained from taking action, as he was also contemplating the presence of King Cold and Cooler. As the current leader of the Saiyans, he was acutely aware of Cooler's terrifying prowess. Let us return swiftly, Bardock urged, grasping Jine's hand anxiously. Jine gazed at the plump little Goku ahead, her heart heavy with reluctance. Yet, with matters concerning their clan at hand, she had no choice but to follow him back. Do not resist, Kakarot said, placing a hand on Bardock's shoulder. And in an instant, the three vanished from their location. On Planet Salad, all the Saiyans had congregated in the training area. 10 individuals, led by Garrus, stood before the assembly, alongside a striking beauty with ice blue hair, reminiscent of the elven race. Lord Garrus, will that rascal make it back in time? Philia inquired coolly. The atmosphere was thick with tension, yet Philia remained composed, her tone unwavering. Observing this, Garrus regarded Philia with newfound respect before turning his head slightly and replying, Fear not. That lad Kakarot will surely return in time. Philia nodded in silence. Only 80 Saiyans were present in the square, while the others were stationed with the mercenary organization. She marveled inwardly, truly, the legendary warrior race lived up to its reputation. The Saiyans, empowered by Planet Salad, were indeed formidable. Aside from the logistical Saiyans, every warrior among them had a minimum combat power of 80,000, with the exceptionally gifted reaching up to 200,000. Of course, this excluded the squad leaders. Just as Philia was reflecting, three figures suddenly appeared with a swish. "Greetings, Lord Bardock." "Greetings, Lord Kakarot." Upon seeing the newcomers, all the Scions instinctively shouted in unison. Bardock, filled with urgency, was eager to comprehend the current situation. He waved his hand towards the Scions before inquiring of Garrus, "What is the situation now?" After delivering the news about Cooler, Shaviza departed with his group. However, the clan had detected the presence of Shaviza's spies nearby, and the actions of the mercenary squad were being closely monitored. Garrus relayed all these developments to Bardock and Kakarot. Listening attentively, Kakarot nodded. Fortunately, the Scions had not acted recklessly. Had they attempted to capture Shaviza, Cooler would have certainly descended upon the mercenary squad without delay. Such an event would expose the Scions' identities. If Cooler were to discover that the Scions still harbored such remnants, each possessing considerable combat power, the entire Frozen clan would likely launch a ruthless pursuit of the Scions. "You all may return to your training. Leave the matters concerning the mercenary squad to me," Kakarot addressed the assembled Scions. "Understood." The square echoed with their affirmation, followed by an eruption of white energy orbs that soared into the sky. The Scions had long witnessed Kakarot's remarkable abilities. If he asserted that all was well, they were inclined to trust in his words. "Little rascal, do you think you can manage?" Philia gazed at the clouds on the horizon. "Do you doubt my capabilities?" Kaso chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Philia fell silent, as did Badak and Garrus. The atmosphere grew profoundly quiet. The arrival of two crows soaring overhead would have perfectly complemented the scene. "Why so serious? With me around, there's no need for concern." Kaso waved his hand dismissively. He merely wished to lighten the mood, though he was not genuinely worried. Kaso understood that with his current strength, defeating Gula was beyond his reach. But what if he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Chapter 88, The Prelude to the Coming Storm. Bardock covered his mouth and coughed twice. "Kasser, what are your intentions?" Fortunately, Bardock shattered the tense atmosphere. Otherwise, Philia would have been left in an excruciatingly awkward position. Philia clenched her teeth and cast an irritable glance at Kasser, who had transformed from a mischievous rascal into a more formidable scoundrel. The thought alone was infuriating. "Mind your own business. I will retrieve our people first." In the blink of an eye, Kasser vanished like a specter. Half an hour later, the training area square was suddenly filled with dozens of Scions, all members of Brent and Alex's squad. "Phew, they are all back." Kasser sighed in relief. He approached the squad's encampment and sensed that a group was surveilling the Scions, among whom two individuals astonishingly possessed a combat power of 50,000. It seemed that Gula was resolutely determined to subjugate the mercenary team. Meanwhile, on a planet near the Dorian Star, once a base for the Scion mercenary squad, it had been impeccably transformed by the Lolita tribe, equipped with various essential functions. But where were they? A blue-skinned alien hid not far from the mercenary organization's base, noticing that all the mercenaries had vanished, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Had they been summoned by a young man just moments ago? Were they perhaps in that large building ahead? Another exceedingly grotesque frog-like alien gestured towards the building. The small henchman beside them remained silent, clearly intimidated by their leader. This group of aliens were spies sent by Shavia. They were tasked with relaying any developments concerning the mercenary squad on the planet. The blue-skinned alien waved his hand dismissively and calmly stated, "That's fine. We merely need to observe closely. King Gula is en route here." However, at that moment, the combat power readings on his ocular scanner suddenly vanished without a trace. Where did they go? The yellow frog-like alien exclaimed as he leaped from his hiding spot, glaring at the large building ahead. Meanwhile, on Planet Salada, Bardock spoke. "Uncle Bardock, you can leave the rest to me." Kasser gave Bardock a resolute look. The matter concerning the Scions was far from over, since Gula had personally intervened. He would undoubtedly pursue the mercenary squads relentlessly. If he were to discover their presence on Planet Salada, the situation would spiral out of control. Upon hearing Kasser's words, everyone turned their attention toward him. The Scions had successfully relocated, but what was Kasser planning? "You little rascal, what are you up to?" Philia furrowed her brow as she regarded him. Listening to Kasser's tone, Philia felt he was about to confront Gula. Although she often exchanged banter with Kasser, she could not bear the thought of him facing any harm. "Kid, don't act recklessly." Bardock and Garrus observed Kasser with palpable anxiety. The current achievements of the Scions were largely due to Kasser's efforts. He had become their pillar of strength, and any misfortune would be a significant loss for the Scion race. "Rest assured, I possess the ability of instantaneous movement. No one can restrain me." Kaso waved his hand at everyone and then vanished from sight. With Kaso's departure, although Bardock and the others were indeed worried, it was as Kaso had stated, such extraordinary abilities made it nearly impossible for anyone, except those of immense power, to hold him back. In stark contrast to the reactions of the Scions, The lovely eyes of Philia revealed profound concern. The notorious reputation of the frost demons resonated throughout the cosmos, with legends claiming that Cooler possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million. How could they possibly contend with that? Even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not suffice. It is no wonder Philia thought this way. In the anime, Goku transformed from a combat power of 3 million into a Super Saiyan, multiplying his strength by 50, thereby surpassing 150 million. Frieza's ultimate form, meanwhile, reached only 120 million. As Cooler's elder brother, he could unlock 4 forms, with his ultimate state boasting a combat power exceeding 400 million. Under such circumstances, even the newly transformed Goku would stand no chance against Cooler. However, this varied by situation. The first Super Saiyan transformation enhances the base combat power by 50 times, suggesting that the higher the base power, the greater the transformation's potential. What if Kaso's base combat power exceeded 10 million? Nearby, on the planet Gijig, which had been occupied by the Saiyans years ago, a large spacecraft suddenly materialized in the sky. With its arrival, the planet's atmospheric pressure became stifling, and even the clouds above darkened, accompanied by distant thunder, as if a storm was imminent. Kaso concealed his aura, standing on a nearby mountaintop, coldly observing Cooler's ship descend. He was acutely aware of Cooler's prowess. Had it not been for Cooler launching a planet-destroying attack with all his might, only to be met with Goku's desperate counterstrike that propelled both Cooler and the attack into the sun, Goku would never have triumphed over him. Kaso clenched his fists. After years of nurturing on Salad Planet, the active factors within him had reached their zenith. He desperately required a grand battle to push his limits. In the distance, on a vast plaza, the spacecraft's door slowly opened with a crack. A small pod emerged, followed by 3 figures. Cooler, floating in place, awaited the extraterrestrial beings. Midway to his destination, he had received news of the mercenaries' disappearance. With blood-red eyes, he parted his purple-black lips. You say that group of mercenaries has fled? Before him stood over a dozen extraterrestrials, with a blue-skinned alien and a yellow toad-like creature at the forefront. Upon hearing Cooler's icy tone, the two involuntarily shivered, stammering. Lord Cooler, we have been monitoring that mercenary group, but we do not know how they suddenly vanished. Gula maintained a stoic expression, his voice slightly hoarse. Could they possibly vanish into thin air? A young man, known as the Great Gula, had appeared abruptly, leading to the sudden disappearance of that band of mercenaries. The yellow-toed alien spoke nervously. There exist many peculiar abilities in the cosmos, yet he had never encountered one that could render an individual invisible. It was indeed quite bizarre. Incompetent, Shaviza, Gula called coldly without turning his head. After years of standing by Gula's side, Shaviza was well aware of the man's nature, ruthless and merciless. These descriptors were wholly appropriate for Gula. The tone he adopted clearly indicated his intent for Shaviza to eliminate the bothersome group before them. Thus, Shaviza raised his hand, and a brilliant sphere of energy materialized within his grasp, aimed at the dozen or so minions. Great Gula, spare us, we speak the truth. Great Gula boom. With the resounding explosion of the energy projectile, the voices of the mercenaries were abruptly silenced. Chapter 89. The demise of Shaviza. The howling winds roared as the smoke dissipated, rendering the Gigi star eerily silent. The clouds above thickened ominously, and bolts of lightning shattered the sky, resembling silver serpents slicing through the void. A palpable stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Shaviza, what can you tell me about that mercenary organization? Gula inquired, his voice chillingly sharp as he squinted his eyes. In the vast universe, such organizations were rarely encountered. Nearly every member possessed strength exceeding 100,000, with several boasting combat power exceeding 200,000. Gula was taken aback by this revelation, especially since such a group resided within the northern galaxy, which was under his brother's influence. He pondered the immense advantage it would be to recruit those mercenaries. Alas, my Lord Gula, Shaviza respectfully reported, our investigations reveal that they have significant dealings with the planet Duotian. We may be able to initiate our inquiries from there. Initially, the Saiyans had contemplated robbing Duotian, but within its confines resided a formidable expert with a combat power of 150,000. To conceal his identity, he had established a mercenary organization, subsequently engaging in extensive collaborations with Duotian. It was during a passing visit to Duotian that Shaviza discovered the mercenaries' formidable strength. Oh, Gula straightened in his seat, intrigue igniting within him. Shaviza, investigate thoroughly. I must recruit them. Gula was acutely aware of his reputation throughout the cosmos. Despite the mercenaries' impressive prowess, he was confident that upon hearing his name, they would flee in terror. He had thought they would be lost to him forever. However, this newfound information rekindled hope in his heart. At that moment, a figure abruptly emerged in the tranquil square. Upon beholding the man who had appeared so suddenly, Gula squinted, realizing he had not detected the manner of his arrival. "You cannot find them," Kaso stated coldly. "Who are you?" Savaiza tensed, equally perplexed by the man's sudden presence. Yet, casting a glance at Gula steadied his racing heart. He was well aware of his lord's formidable capabilities. With Gula present, there was no need to fear any monstrosity. Kaso remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely on Gula. He had not come here to engage in idle banter with these individuals. However, observing Gula, who bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, sent tremors through Kaso's body, not from fear, but from the exhilaration coursing through his veins. "Interesting," Gula smirked, playfully scrutinizing Kaso. His instincts hinted that this man was anything but ordinary. Only a combat power of 120,000. Savaiza glanced at his scouter, which displayed the reading of 120,000 prominently. He acknowledged that Kaso's sudden appearance had startled him, but now, upon recognizing Kaso's true combat strength, his confidence was restored. Meanwhile, Dre and Nez stood quietly behind Savaiza and Gula, for to them, only the thrill of battle could ignite their inner fervor. Had that group of mercenaries still been present, I might have hesitated to act with such audacity. Yet, how dare these pathetic fools appear before me, attempting to flaunt their bravado? Observing Gula's expression, Savaiza suddenly grasped the situation. He raised both hands, and a brilliant orb of light materialized from thin air, radiating with an intensity that pierced through the dim sky, akin to a 100,000-watt light bulb, blinding in its brilliance. "Prepare to meet your demise." A formidable shockwave instantly locked onto its target, surging toward Kaso with an overwhelming pressure. This was Savaiza unleashing 80% of his prowess. He was acutely aware that his opponent possessed a combat power of 120,000, far superior to the wretched beings from the Yellow Toad universe. Only by harnessing 80% of his strength could he hope to vanquish this foe. Boom! The ferocious energy struck Kaso with unwavering precision, the resulting explosion generating a colossal wave, even distorting the very fabric of space with rippling echoes. The two parties stood in close proximity, the smoke of battle shrouding the five individuals. Amidst the haze, Savaiza remained rooted in place, exuding an air of arrogance as he sneered. "You should be dead." "Not yet," came Gula's cold retort. Savaiza was momentarily taken aback. The acrid scent of smoke dissipated abruptly, revealing Kaso still standing unscathed. The fierce wind swirled around him, causing his casual attire to flutter. This cannot be. Savaiza's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his attack, fueled by 80% of his strength, leave Kaso's clothing entirely intact? Dre and Nez were equally astounded. Their captain's strength was comparable to their own. Yet how could a mere being with a combat power of 120,000 withstand such a blow? Trash belongs in the trash bin. Kaso brushed off the dust from his attire. Years ago, he had ventured beyond the cosmos, encountering numerous formidable opponents like Savaiza. But that was in the past. Such lowly adversaries were no match for him now. In the realm of anime, Savaiza and his ilk had caused considerable trouble for Gohan and his companions. Yet Kaso had no desire to engage in such trivialities. Boring. As soon as Kaso finished speaking, his figure vanished. In that fleeting moment, Gula's eyes darted wildly. An immense power erupted from within, causing the infant aircraft to explode violently. A surge of purple light ascended into the heavens, resembling an indomitable purple lightning bolt that shattered the sky, transforming the dark clouds into a canvas of violet. However, Gula aimed to thwart Kaso's advance. Yet, the once silent square reverberated with three distinct sounds. Savaiza and his companions' pupils constricted as a surge of pain coursed through their bodies, and upon glancing down, they saw vibrant blood gushing forth from their hearts. They clutched their wounds, attempting to call out to Gula above, yet the excruciating agony rendered them mute. Suddenly, three jets of blood erupted from Savaiza and his companions' mouths. Their breaths grew frantic, while the air they could inhale dwindled. Thud! The three collapsed onto the ground, their dilated pupils seemingly pleading, "Gula, mighty king, save us." The square has once again returned to tranquility. Have they truly perished? Gula cast a glance at the three lifeless bodies on the ground, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion, as though he were merely observing three deceased rodents. Such is the chilling nature of the Frostborn. No matter the duration of your service or the magnitude of your contributions, when you cease to be of value, they will shed no tears for you, nor will their emotional state be stirred in the slightest. "Friend, you have slain my subordinate. Do you have anything to say?" Gula spoke with an air of indifference. "Trash belongs in the garbage bin. Wouldn't you agree?" Kaso chuckled, his demeanor shifting from before. Now, Dealing with those three bothersome individuals and engaging in verbal sparring with Gula seemed a trivial matter. Chapter 90. A Clash of Titans. Ha ha ha. Gula laughed heartily. Addressing Kaso, I acknowledge your considerable prowess. Since you have slain my subordinate, why not join my ranks? The likes of Shaviza and his companions, lacking in strength, brought this upon themselves. If you come to me, I shall overlook the recent events. It appeared that the minds of the frost demons were rather unconventional, as they would invite someone who had just killed their underlings to join them. Much like in the Namek saga of the anime, where Frieza attempted to recruit Goku, only to be met with disdain. Are you jesting? I have just slain your subordinate. Kaso rubbed his temple, somewhat at a loss for words. Gula fell silent, retracting his earlier self-satisfied grin. He had overestimated his own reputation. The audacity of Kaso's rejection left him perturbed. But did this individual comprehend the consequences of defying him? With a stern countenance, Gula regarded Kaso as one would a lifeless corpse. The atmosphere grew oppressive, and the thunder within the darkened clouds intensified. Kaso sniffed, sensing the increasing humidity in the air. He glanced upward to witness raindrops beginning to fall. Was a storm approaching? A slight smile crept upon his lips. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, he was finally poised to confront the formidable antagonist. At that moment, Kaso's blood surged within him like boiling water, the fervor igniting a tremor throughout his being. Then go to hell and keep company with Shaviza and the others. Gula's frigid voice resonated through the heavens. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of purple light, reminiscent of a meteor plummeting to earth, hurtling towards Kaso. As Gula launched his assault, Kaso's body inexplicably evaded the attack. As though he had foreseen Gula's movements, he deftly shifted backward, his agility surpassing even the smoothness of fine chocolate. Kaso sensed that Gula's usual combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable, and the speed he had just displayed was unprecedented. However, thanks to his training in the other world, Kaso could still perceive Gula's actions without entering the state of the heart of nothingness. His instincts guided him, enabling him to evade Gula's strike. Boom! As Kaso dodged, Gula's cataclysmic attack collided with the ground, causing an eruption that shattered the earth for miles around. Though Kaso had evaded the onslaught, the forceful shockwave still sent him tumbling to the other side. A power level of 120,000 cannot yield such strength. Who are you really? Gula furrowed his brow. His own standard power level stood at 100 million. Even his brother Frieza could not achieve such a feat. The astonishing reflexes of Kaso tightened Gula's chest with unease. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Kaso had no intention of concealing his power any longer. He had come here to transform into a Super Saiyan. Huh! Kaso shouted, as a tremendous aura erupted from him, echoing the thunder in the sky. Amidst a tumultuous upheaval, dark clouds above suddenly coalesced into a vortex. The white aura emanating from Kaso surged into the heavens, intertwining with the tempestuous skies, as thunder rumbled like the wrath of a god during Ragnarok. The already chaotic atmosphere was further stirred by Kaso, whose unleashed energy summoned frenzied storms, an overwhelming presence that swept across the battlefield. Gura observed Kaso impassively, discerning from his aura that he possessed formidable strength. Based on his intuition, he estimated Kaso's combat power to be around 15 million. Gura furrowed his brow, pondering when such a formidable warrior had emerged in the cosmos. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought. With his own power at 100 million, no matter how impressive Kaso might be, it would be of no consequence. Far from Gigi Star, a striking figure sat before a fire. Her porcelain skin and alluring figure evoked fantasies in those who beheld her. Holding a roasted deer leg, she suddenly sensed a faint aura from beyond the heavens. Thanks to Vissa's years of guidance, despite his insistence on not relying solely on the perception of aura, she instinctively utilized this ability in battle. The familiar aura brought warmth to her heart as it approached her skin. It was the presence of her brother, Kaso. Osbier's face lit up with a radiant smile, and the image of a young boy flickered in her eyes. Rising to her feet, she vanished from her spot, not forgetting to take another roasted deer leg with her. On Gigi Star, the sky crackled with lightning as a storm enveloped the battlefield. Torrential rain poured down upon Kaso and Gura, yet neither paid it any mind. Kaso cautiously regarded Gura, fully aware of his prowess. He knew that with his current strength, he stood no chance against him. In stark contrast to Kaso's grave demeanor, Gura appeared utterly relaxed, dismissing the worthless opponent with a mere 15 million in combat power. However, he would not overlook anyone who dared to provoke him. Regrettably, it seemed he could not recruit such a one to his side. In an instant, both transformed into shadows, hurtling towards one another. The stifling, tumultuous atmosphere shattered in an instant. Come forth. Gura teleported behind Kaso, lifting his leg for a sweeping strike, unleashing a terrifying force that created a whirlwind, rendering the space around them fragile, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. Bang! Kaso, with remarkable reflexes, spun around at lightning speed. Hands braced in front to deflect the blow. Yet, the pain was excruciating. In that moment, it felt as though he was resisting a colossal meteor from the cosmos. The explosive force rendered his hands numb. Is this what 100 million in combat power feels like? Kaso gritted his teeth, swiftly dissipating Gura's strength and hastily retreating to the side. Attempting to flee, Gura scoffed. Wasn't he just brimming with bravado? Gura pursued relentlessly. Although Kaso could evade Gura's oncoming attack, doing so would contradict the very purpose of his presence here. He is determined to transcend his own limitations. In no time, brilliant white and violet lights intertwined, sweeping from left to right, from top to bottom, as the sky reverberated with the sound of thunderous clashes, each strike resonating with palpable force. Boom! After more than 100 exchanges, a figure suddenly plummeted from the heavens to the ground. The tremendous impact caused the Earth's plates within 1,000 miles to upheave, reminiscent of a cataclysmic assault by thousands of nuclear warheads, leaving behind a scene of desolation and ruin. With a splatter, the figure in the deep pit painfully coughed up blood. Kazuo struggled to rise. Each collision with Gura felt as though he were striking an impenetrable steel plate, yielding him no advantage whatsoever. Was the disparity truly this vast? Fortunately, thanks to the fruits of his cultivation in the celestial realm, Kazuo consistently managed to evade Gura's lethal blows in the direst moments. Yet after more than 100 rounds, he still emerged grievously injured. Chapter 91. The ultimate state of Gula. Kasu hastily retrieved a celestial bean from his pocket and placed it in his mouth, savoring its essence as he gently chewed. Instantly, a surge of pure vitality radiated from his esophagus, swiftly permeating every corner of his being. In a heartbeat, his injuries mended, leaving him in a condition indistinguishable from before the battle. A sinister laugh echoed from the heavens as Gula's voice resonated, reminiscent of the chilling mirth shared by the entire Ice Clan. In the wake of his laughter, hundreds of energy orbs emanated from Gula's hands, their violet luminescence merging with the torrential rain, resembling cherry blossoms drifting in the wind, a sight of exquisite beauty. Evade. Kasu, now restored, beheld the dazzling energy orbs above. With his current prowess, he could manage to intercept only a handful, compelling him to seek refuge. Transforming into a silver dragon, he moved with grace, deftly navigating through the dense barrage of mesmerizing energy spheres. Boom, boom. The terrifying energy orbs crashed into the ground, detonating upon impact. The already ravaged earth erupted once more, sending mud and debris soaring thousands of meters into the air. The fierce energy summoned a tempestuous wind, slicing through the surroundings with an unrelenting force, leaving behind a trail of alarming fissures. With a sudden shift, Kasu materialized behind Gula. Receive my strike. He clasped his hands tightly, channeling his entire strength as a radiant orb of white light enveloped him. The tempest of raw energy ignited ions in the air, crackling and resonating throughout the sky. With a thunderous blow, the immense force struck Gula squarely in the back. A cry of anguish escaped Gula's lips as he plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. The torrential rain cascaded down, saturating the already shattered ground, turning it to mire under the weight of the impact, splattering mud in every direction. Gasping for breath, Kasu hovered midair, exhaling deeply. That last strike had exhausted all his power. Despite landing a hit on Gula, Kasu understood that his adversary would likely emerge with merely superficial wounds. Indeed, from the muddy earth, a violet flame materialized, the filth around Gula being repelled by his formidable aura, keeping all at bay. The fiery aura enveloping Gula expanded instantaneously, growing from a mere 10 meters to 50. The tumultuous energy summoned a cataclysmic force, thunder clapping and winds howling, as if the world were descending into chaos. Didn't you just suffer grievous injuries? How have you suddenly regained your strength? Gula, emanating an overwhelming presence, soared into the air. During their confrontation, he had discerned Kasu's capabilities. There were numerous occasions when he could have vanquished Kasu, yet he had only inflicted severe harm. But what could account for this miraculous recovery? Gula pondered. Perplexed, could it be a latent skill that allowed for instantaneous regeneration? Kasu remained silent, yet his face radiated exhilaration. From their recent clash, he had experienced an unparalleled thrill. The allure of battle was intoxicating. In that moment, he grasped the fervent obsession that Vegeta and Goku held for combat. Who exactly are you? With your strength, it is impossible for you to evade so many of my attacks. Gula's breath was remarkably steady. Kar's previous strike had indeed inflicted no harm upon him. However, it was understandable. Kars possessed a mere 20 million combat power, which was nearly a tenfold disparity when compared to Gula. No matter how relentless Kar's assaults were, they were ultimately futile. Gradually ascending into the sky, Gula fixed his gaze on the figure before him. You will soon find out. Kars exchanged a cold glance with Gula. In the vast cosmos, he had tirelessly sought formidable opponents to hone his combat skills, yet upon reaching a bottleneck in his own power, he could no longer enhance his abilities swiftly. He understood that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan or comprehending a higher realm could he shatter this impasse. Now, Kars felt the searing blood coursing through his veins. It seemed that the genetic shackles within him had been pried open by something. A sinister smile crept across Kars' face. His suspicions had proven correct. The planet salad had an unparalleled effect on the increase of his S cells. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was not far off. Feigning ignorance, Gula roared, his pride severely provoked by the lack of satisfactory answers. In a moment, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him, shaking the very heavens and earth. At that instant, it felt as though the tempest had abruptly ceased, only to resume its ferocity across the battlefield. Gula had vanished from his original position. Kars' lips curled into a slight smirk. The moment Gula disappeared, he immediately sensed his location. As the Earth's deity had said, possessing immense power without the finesse to wield it, and lacking the ability to conceal one's aura, Gula was merely a brute. Suddenly, Kars pivoted, narrowly dodging a massive fist aimed at his previous spot. Not again. Gula seethed. The peculiar movements of this boy were increasingly vexing, and this was not the first time he had evaded such an attack. Was Kars' reflexes simply too swift? Or was his own speed lacking? Gula began to question his own velocity. You can't hit me, Kars chuckled. Upon hearing this, Gula squinted, his pride once again ignited by the provocation. Gula reigned in his fury, adopting a calm demeanor. In all these years, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. You truly have never faced death. Kars waved his hand dismissively, taking 2 steps in midair. Actually, I have died once before. He found Gula's angry expression amusing and could not resist saying it. However, Kars' words were indeed true. He had perished once in his previous life, though Gula was unlikely to believe him. Gula paused momentarily, then glared at Kars with venomous intent. This boy was once again toying with him. Do you think I possess only this level of strength? Gula's tone shifted slightly. The humiliation of being unable to deal with someone with a mere 20 million combat power was palpable. Not fast enough. Then let us increase my speed. Kars remained silent, watching Gula intently. Surely he did not intend to unlock a 4th transformation, using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Just as Kazuo was engulfed in confusion, Gula clenched his fists, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace as he bellowed in fury. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Gula, radiating outward with an overwhelming force, causing the very planet of Gigi to tremble in response. This is bad. He is truly on the verge of transforming into his ultimate state. Kazuo was taken aback. The Frozen clan typically remained withdrawn in their normal state to better control their immense internal power, for unlocking the transformation into the ultimate state was a taxing endeavor. He had never anticipated that Gula would act so recklessly. Could it be that he had provoked him excessively? Chapter 92. Super Saiyan, however. Kaso was determined not to allow Gula to successfully enter his ultimate state, if he was already so challenging to deal with in his normal form. The prospect of Gula attaining his ultimate form was utterly daunting. Once Gula transformed, his power and speed would undoubtedly surge, rendering Kaso's proud agility ineffective against the overwhelming velocity of Gula's ultimate state. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, all tactics and techniques are rendered futile. With this thought in mind, Kaso pressed his hands against his chest and poured all his strength into a singular effort. A flicker of white light shimmering in his palms. As the energy surged forth, the white point rapidly morphed into a massive energy sphere, 50 meters in diameter. This energy sphere radiated an intense heat, causing the entire battlefield to momentarily cease its rainfall. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the rain continued to fall above, only to be evaporated by the searing temperature before it reached the ground. This energy sphere, apart from its distinct color, bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's planet-destroying blast. Go! Kaso bellowed, hurling the colossal energy sphere with all his might, akin to a primordial beast roaring toward Gula. Boom! The immense energy reverberated through the Gigi star, causing it to tremble as if on the verge of cataclysmic explosion. Kaso, however, paid no heed to the planet's safety. Even if it were to explode, he could survive in the vacuum of space. Yet, just as the gigantic energy sphere was about to strike Gula, a layer of energy enveloped him, thwarting the blast's advance. As Gula continued to roar, his rounded head expanded rapidly, with 3 white, bony spikes extending backward from its corners. his mouth shielded by a mask, and his eyes transformed into red pupils that vanished, while two additional spikes emerged from his shoulders, resembling a protective chest plate, and blade-like protrusions sprouted from his arms. A cataclysmic surge of energy erupted forth, generating a cyclone that manifested into razor-like winds, causing Kaso's energy sphere to dissipate into nothingness. Gula's ultimate state boasted a staggering battle power of 470 million. You have successfully provoked me. A chilling voice emanated from Gula's tightly sealed lips, his gaze devoid of any emotion, instilling fear with its unsettling calmness. Oh no! Kaso's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was this opponent defying all expectations? He had transformed. Yet Kaso remained in his original form. Suddenly, he sensed a ripple in the void, only to find that Gula had already vanished from sight. This is bad. Before Kaso could react, Gula appeared directly in front of him. With a raised fist, he charged forward. Bang! A muffled thud resonated across the sky. Kaso hunched over, glancing down to find Gula's fist pressed against his abdomen. He felt his internal organs practically shatter in that instant. A lethal strike. Uffed. Kaso's eyes bulged as blood filled his vision, excruciating pain coursing through his body, and he spat out a mist of blood. To witness my fifth state. You should take pride in yourself. Gula's voice echoed as Kaso plummeted downward. Splash. Kaso crashed violently to the ground. His body sullied by the mud churned up by the torrential rain, which relentlessly pelted him. Blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, staining the surrounding rain a deep crimson. He had been far too careless, always believing that Gura would not transform into his fifth form, convinced that his own agility would allow him to evade any lethal strikes. Was this the end? Kaso's consciousness began to fade, his internal organs shattered by Gura's recent blow, rendering him utterly immobile. His breaths grew weaker. Gura gazed down at the pallid Kaso, shaking his head in disdain. Truly, what kind of fool dared to provoke him? Had he come here merely to meet his demise? Why could he not agree to serve under him? Gura lifted his gaze to the dim sky, where the rain began to diminish, as if the storm were finally abating. He had come to recruit that band of mercenaries, only to encounter this insolent fool. Alas, not only had he failed to recruit the mercenaries, but he had also lost his capable subordinates, Shaviza and the others. Gura shook his head, pondering whether his brother Frisia had discovered his presence here. If he learned of the losses Gura had suffered, he would undoubtedly be met with scornful laughter. Gura could almost envision Frisia's loathsome visage, and he yearned to depart from the northern galaxy swiftly. His ship had been destroyed, leaving him no choice but to traverse the galaxy back to the eastern galaxy. Fortunately, the distance to the eastern galaxy was not immense. A few days of flight would see him return to his stronghold. Just as Gura prepared to venture into the vast cosmos, Kaso's mouth began to move slightly against the ground. Suddenly, Kaso rose abruptly, a golden light igniting around him. The atmosphere grew oppressive, and a formidable pressure swept through the area, sending the muddy soil soaring into the air. The air hummed. The very fabric of space trembled as an immense force erupted from Kaso, creating a vacuum around him where not a whisper of air could be found. A terrifying pressure radiated from beneath his feet, causing the ground to shatter anew, the hard rock below fracturing violently, invisible ripples emanating outward. High-frequency vibrations resonating through the space with a low hum. The vacuum within a radius of several hundred miles was infused with Kaso's aura. The powerful energy causing fissures to appear in the space around him, reminiscent of a shattered void, producing a piercing sound of explosion. Kaso's hair stood on end, a white flame seemingly shifting in hue. A pale yellow? Indeed, it was a pale yellow. What? Sensing this surge of energy, Gura turned to look, only to see Kaso standing tall, his hair flickering in color. Ah! Kaso roared. Under the influence of this terrifying aura, the earth trembled, fragile mountains began to crumble, colossal stones cascading down from their heights. The waters of the lakes surged, resembling boiling water in a pot, frothing and bubbling violently. A tempest of inclement weather unfolds upon the planet Gigi, resembling the catastrophic explosion of Planet Vegeta, save for the absence of volcanic eruptions and rampant lava. Thick arcs of electricity coil around his body like shimmering silver serpents, while his hair flickers between dark and golden hues. At this moment, Kaso's pupils expand to an extraordinary roundness, only to vanish in an instant, replaced by vibrant emerald irises. Ah! The pale yellow glow transforms into a resplendent golden radiance. As a tempestuous energy erupts from within him, his hair oscillates between dark and gold, flickering at an increasingly rapid pace. Faster and faster. Boom. A brilliant explosion of golden light radiates from Kaso's core, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding brilliance akin to that of a newly born sun. Suddenly, the cacophony of shouts ceases. Crackle, crackle. A figure with golden hair, exuding an aura of golden flames, stands resolutely upon the ground. The Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha. Beads of sweat gather upon Kaso's brow as he gasps for breath at an accelerated rate. Chapter 93. Fierce battle. The ominous clouds in the sky completely dispersed, and rays of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Kaso, who was enveloped in a golden glow, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Gula, still in his ultimate form, was taken aback by Kaso's transformation, feeling as if he had encountered a ghost. He immediately retreated, arriving before Kaso with a furrowed brow, coldly inquiring, "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" He could not comprehend how his blow, which should have shattered Kaso's organs, had failed to bring about his demise. Moreover, he felt an unsettling familiarity with Kaso's appearance, as if he had heard of him before. I indeed came perilously close to death. Kaso exhaled deeply, feeling the explosive energy coursing within him. The difference in power between the normal Gula and himself, who had only a tenfold increase, was manageable for Kaso. However, with Gula transformed into his ultimate state, his speed became terrifyingly swift. Kaso could sense his movements, but found himself unable to react in time. Gula's punch had shattered his internal organs, but fortunately, Kaso had preemptively held a senzu bean in his mouth. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end. In truth, Kaso could have escaped using instant transmission before Gula transformed, yet he chose not to. The philosophy of no destruction, no creation. Only through destruction can one rebuild resonated within him. In his moment of near death, memories flooded his mind, his journey from a past life to the Dragon Ball universe, the incremental enhancements of his combat prowess, and the pivotal moments that altered the fate of the Saiyans. He had once thought that he would never breach the barrier of Super Saiyan power. However, at the moment he consumed the senzu bean, a certain restraint within his body was suddenly released, unleashing an inexhaustible surge of energy from his spine. Observing Kaso's abrupt transformation and amplified aura, Gula felt a twinge of curiosity, yet he remained unconvinced that Kaso could rival him. There are many wondrous skills in the universe, but your recovery ability is the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed, Gula remarked, believing this to be Kaso's innate talent. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, "If you are willing to serve as my subordinate, I can overlook your previous transgressions." At that moment, he genuinely entertained this thought. Rare talents were hard to come by, and if he could secure Kaso's loyalty, he might very well dominate the universe in a few decades. Kaso remained silent, raising his arm and waving it toward the void. The entire battlefield trembled, and the air resonated with a low hum. Such power! Is this the strength of a Super Saiyan? Kaso was deeply astonished. "I, too, offer you a choice. Become my subordinate." Kaso winked with his emerald eyes, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Though he was in the state of Super Saiyan 1, with energy raging within him, he maintained excellent control over it. Unlike Goku from the anime, who was exceedingly unstable upon his initial transformation, Kaso's formidable base power likely contributed to his stability. Gula. Upon hearing Kaso's words, Gula was rendered speechless. This kid truly had a penchant for self-destruction. "My might is beyond your prediction. Do you truly believe that merely changing the color of your hair can render you my equal?" Gula, unwilling to swiftly eliminate Kaso, attempted once more to persuade him to join his ranks. "Have you ever heard the legend of the golden-haired, blue-eyed beings?" Kaso glanced at Gula and shook his head. "Golden-haired, blue-eyed." Gula paused, and at the mention of those words, he fell into deep contemplation. From the moment of their birth, the frost demons are warned by their forebears to be wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyans. Reflecting on this, Gula's pupils constricted, and he instinctively took several steps back. A Super Saiyan? Gula scrutinized Kaso. Upon their first encounter, he felt a striking resemblance to a Saiyan, though he had noted the absence of a tail, leaving him uncertain. At that moment, Kaso's tail revealed itself from his waist. Upon witnessing Kaso's tail, combined with his golden locks, Gula trembled momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Frisia's decision to spare the Saiyans was indeed a foolish one. However, even if you have transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, what of it? Gula spread his arms wide, lifted his chin, and gazed skyward, exuding an air of regal supremacy. As the cosmic emperor of the Eastern Galaxy, he had never encountered a threat to his power. He acknowledged that upon hearing of the golden-haired, blue-eyed beings, a flicker of alarm had crossed his mind. Yet, with his strength, even if his opponent were a Super Saiyan, there would undoubtedly be no match for him. Moreover, the Super Saiyan myth is merely that, a myth. Who can ascertain its veracity? One cannot determine if they are a worthy adversary without engaging in battle. Kaso spoke with a light-hearted tone, feeling the cataclysmic energy coursing through him, rendering any calculation of his enhanced combat prowess impossible. If, As the legends state, a Super Saiyan can amplify their power 50-fold. Kaso would reach a staggering combat power of 600 million, surpassing Gula by over 100 million. Coupled with his unrestrained agility, Gula would surely be no match for him. Let me witness the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Gula realized that Kaso's silence on his identity meant he could not sway him. The prideful Saiyan, with their comical arrogance, would never genuinely submit to an outsider. This was evident in Frieza himself. As the words left his lips, Kaso abruptly vanished from sight. Until now, Gula had been the aggressor, but the tide had turned. A shadow darted across the sky. Gula's breath caught. He sensed Kaso's formidable aura slicing past him. Yet he could not perceive his movements. From behind, Gula could only rely on instinct to brace himself. However, what met him was a kick accompanied by a fierce gale. Boom. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar as explosive power struck Gula in the abdomen, searing pain coursing through his nerves to his brain, propelling him skyward. How is this possible? Gula clutched his stomach, stabilizing himself in midair. He could hardly believe that this Saiyan, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, had become so fearsome. The opponent has become exponentially more formidable in both speed and strength. Gula swallowed hard, wondering if the combat prowess of this Saiyan monkey could possibly surpass his own. In fact, within the realm of anime, Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan had a power level of merely 150 million. Had Gula encountered Goku, he would have easily overwhelmed him. However, he now faced Kaso, a creature whose base power level was already an astonishing 12 million. How dare one lose focus amid battle? Kaso appeared above Gula without warning, and with a mere gesture of his hands, thousands of vividly colored energy orbs floated in the air. At that moment, the atmosphere within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to freeze. An aura of lethal intent enveloped the battlefield. Cursed Saiyan, Gula gritted his teeth, realizing that the opponent's strength had far exceeded his expectations. This technique mirrored one he had previously employed, yet the sheer number of energy orbs was tenfold greater. Chapter 94. The Call of Brother Kaso. In an attempt to vanquish his opponent, Gula was engulfed by a fiery wrath. The atmosphere trembled with violent energy, resonating with crackling sounds. This was dire. Despite Gula's intense fury, facing Kaso's barrage of countless energy blasts posed a perilous threat to his very existence. Evade. The narrative unfolded anew, yet this time it was Gula who sought refuge. Kaso hovered above, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Go. Countless energy blasts morphed into howling spectral wolves, charging ferociously towards Gula. Silver beams cascaded from the heavens, erupting with nuclear-like explosions at Gula's every movement. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed for over 20 minutes, leaving Gula no respite. A single hit from any energy blast would unleash a relentless onslaught from the remaining projectiles. Wait for me. Gula gasped for breath, his voice laden with an unexpected sense of helplessness, a stark contrast to his status as a cosmic sovereign of the Eastern Galaxy. He had not anticipated such overwhelming terror. Had he foreseen this, he would have prepared better. Gula doubted Kaso could recover if reduced to ashes. His heart was heavy with bitterness and regret, yet lamenting served no purpose. At that moment, Gula's demeanor shifted dramatically, his gaze transformed into something fearsome. He swiftly morphed into a streak of purple light, slicing through the sky, which erupted with sonic booms. Just in time, Kaso charged towards Gula. The two closed the distance rapidly, soon intertwining in a fierce struggle. In an instant, the sky was filled with silhouettes, each collision resonating with a thunderous roar. A cascade of energy radiated from their clash, vibrant and dazzling, with shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield. Boom, boom. Amidst the terrifying collision of powers, the shockwaves carved deep chasms into the surface of Gigi's star, as if the very tectonic plates were shifting. Exhilarating. Kaso howled to the heavens. Having just been overwhelmed by Gula, he felt a pent-up frustration. Now, in terms of both speed and strength, he surpassed Gula by a significant margin. However, he had yet to master the full extent of his newfound power, rendering him unable to decisively overpower Gula, resulting in a stalemate. As time passed, Kaso's command over the Super Saiyan's strength gradually intensified, allowing him to gain the upper hand in their battle. Gula, acutely aware of this shift, furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of a crucial decision. Is this the essence of Super Saiyan power? Gula swiftly distanced himself from Kaso, declaring, "Our ancestors have always warned us to be wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans, and they were indeed correct. After this battle, I will personally descend upon the Northern Galaxy and eradicate every last one of you Saiyans. Do you truly believe you can escape from here alive?" Kaso cracked his neck, a sound of defiance emanating. If only he could continue fighting a little longer, Gula would no longer be his equal. I acknowledge the formidable strength of the Super Saiyans. Yet you possess a critical flaw. Oh, upon hearing this, Gora narrowed his eyes. In the Dragon Ball anime, whenever a member of the Frost clan finds themselves at a disadvantage, they resort to unleashing a planet-destroying attack. Their innate physical prowess allows them to survive in the vacuum of space, while their opponents inevitably perish. Such treachery is truly despicable. He surmised that Gora intended to annihilate Planet Gigi. Indeed, as far as I know, you Saiyans are incapable of surviving in a vacuum. Should I obliterate this planet, you shall surely meet your demise. In that moment, Gora regained his former confidence, believing that this knowledge would give him the upper hand over Kaso. Kaso observed Gora's performance quietly. Had he not made a wish to the Eternal Dragon, he surely would have faced his end. Noticing Kaso's silence, Gora laughed heartily. You must be in a state of panic. Seeing Kaso's impassive demeanor, Gora perceived it as mere bravado, convinced that deep down, Kaso was indeed frightened. Well, you are welcome to try. Kaso replied in a remarkably calm tone, seemingly eager to witness the legendary planet-destroying attack. As you wish. Gora sneered, while this felt somewhat unsporting. The victor dictates the terms. Yet, the fact that his opponent appeared unfazed even at the brink of death was perplexing. To whom was he putting on this fade? Gora raised his index finger, a flicker of orange light shimmering upon it, as the surrounding atmospheric pressure plummeted, unleashing a tempestuous energy from within him. A sphere of destruction, 50 meters in diameter, materialized above his fingertip. Prepare to savor the taste of death. With a slight tremor of his finger, the colossal sphere hurtled towards the ground at breakneck speed. Gora was aware that Kaso possessed the capability to halt its descent, thus he fixed his gaze intently upon him. Yet, Kaso remained suspended in midair, motionless, arms crossed, donning an expression of amusement. Gora, is this fool truly unafraid of death? At that moment, Gora began to question whether Saiyans could indeed survive in the cosmos. He shook his head. It was indisputable that Saiyans could not endure in space. Had he resigned himself to this fate? The planet-destroying sphere gradually sank into the surface of Planet Gigi. Soon, a tempest of catastrophic weather ensued. Flash floods raged, and magma surged uncontrollably. Minutes later, the tectonic plates of Gigi fractured into scattered fragments. Magma erupted from the depths, soaring to heights of 10,000 meters. The acrid stench of smoke permeated the air. Gora squinted. The Saiyan remained utterly unmoved. Something was amiss. Moments later, Planet Gigi could no longer withstand the strain, and an explosion erupted from its core. At this juncture, both Gora and Kaso simultaneously conjured a protective shield around themselves. Boom! A blinding light illuminated the pitch-black cosmos, rapidly expanding and sweeping across the depths of the universe. The shockwave generated by the explosion violently battered against their shields. Yet the barriers merely quivered slightly, sustaining no further damage. Two figures floated amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. Gula chuckled softly, pondering whether this Saiyan monkey was finally meeting its demise. However, after a brief moment, Kaso remained unscathed, suspended in space, his countenance devoid of any sign of anguish. Could it be that the strong possessed the ability to endure without breathing for an extended period? Gula mused cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on Kaso, determined not to allow him to escape. Time was on his side. Eventually, the other would succumb to the vacuum of space. Half an hour passed, and Gula's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a phantom. Stop looking. I can survive in the cosmos. Kaso's voice, carried by his breath, resonated towards Gula. How is that possible? Gula was utterly astonished. When had Saiyans acquired the capability to thrive in the void of space? This was contrary to all reason. Just as Gula was grappling with his shock, Kaso had gathered enough strength and was prepared to obliterate Gula completely. However, a beam of purple light suddenly manifested beside Kaso. Kaso, brother,